The story starts off in the middle of the forest at night. There are multiple people who are wearing dark outfits, jumping from tree to tree. They are moving very swiftly under the cover of darkness. They come upon an open area without grass, and in the middle, there is a campfire that is lit up and glowing. Alongside the fire is a sleeping bag with only the face side being open. A man sees it. He then takes out a throwing knife and then throws it lightning fast towards the bag. It gets stuck in the middle of the sleeping bag. When they see no reaction, the man gets confused as there is nobody in the bag. Then a voice says over here, and the man gets startled. There is an ominous person standing on a branch of a tree, carrying a bow and sword. He is wearing a cape and has long hair. He says to them that because they ambushed him while armed, he can kill them all. He wonders if this means self-defense. He breaks a tree branch, slots it into the bow, pulls the string tight, and aims. They all mock him for using a tree branch. Then one gets his head pierced through with the tree branch and falls from the tree. The tree branch was glowing pink aura, as if it was magically imbued. They are all in shock from seeing this happen. One of the men screams his name, which is Viss. The bowman starts counting and kills another man. He is shot in his torso with a lot of force. He kills 2 more, and the total count is 4 now. The bowman breaks another branch, and the man who threw the knife at the sleeping bag begs to be spared. The bowman readies his bow again, saying if a person harbors the intention to kill another, they should be prepared to be killed as well. This shot is much powerful and kills the man with much force. The bowman gets to the ground. He is holding up the sleeping bag. He sees something on the ground and speaks to himself that with what he used, there shouldn't be any traces left. He mentions the name Darian and how things are different from what he got told by him. He then starts jumping from tree to tree. He thinks about how the human world is so boring for him. Meanwhile, a group of people wearing white robes and white headwear are having a discussion. They are all sitting in chairs and at a large table. One person is wearing a mix of white and red robes along with red headwear. They are saying that a lot of time has passed already and questions if the Demon King's traces are going to be left as they are. The man wearing the red headwear says it doesn't matter if they are talking about the Forest of Roots, since any living organism with demonic energy won't be able to get past the barrier. The others say that it's still unsettling that the forest itself is covered in demonic energy, and the fact that they can't use such a huge piece of land is also a problem. The man wearing the red headwear is also wearing different rings in all his 10 fingers. He proposes to them with a smile that if no one can come back alive from the forest filled with demonic energy, then why don't they just send people there who must die? Some are shocked to hear it, some are excited. He speaks to them that there are always people whom they have trouble dealing with, and there's no better place than that forest to get rid of them. Mostly agree with him, and then it's decided that this is how they'll proceed. A mother screams at a knight to take her instead of her pitiful child. She tells them that the seed of darkness has sprouted within the child. The baby then begins to be enchanted by 3 clerics. The mother screams Helmut, which is her child's name. Root is a place of exile that no one has ever come back alive from, not even genius scholars, brave commanders, or incredible mages. Using divine magic, the criminals would be dropped somewhere in the forest. But if they do manage to make it out alive, their sins would be forgiven. One day, the existence of a baby born with the seed of darkness became a sin in and of itself. He was dropped into the demonic place that no one had returned alive from. The forest was filled with demonic energy. Coldness and hunger treated the child harshly. But energy from the seed that was embedded in the child's heart surged out and covered him. 10 days passed and the child survived tenaciously. A huge white leopard came towards the baby and picked him up in her mouth. The child's fate was decided. 10 years later, he is being supervised by the white leopard. He is wearing a rugged piece of cloth, covering his bottom. He is chasing after a rabbit and shouts at him to stop. He finally catches the rabbit, and the leopard is proud of him. The leopard uses its claws to kill it. The leopard asks Helmut if he has gotten used to hunting. Helmut says he can only hunt rabbits so far. The leopard's claw has something small attached to it, that is shaped like a bead and is glowing red. The leopard says to Helmut to look carefully at the core and that all demonic beasts possess this. Demonic beasts grow stronger if they eat this, and it also supplements them with life energy and increases their lifespan. Helmut is interested in it. The leopard continues to say that the core is small because the rabbit is weak. Helmut tries to get the core from the leopard's claws since it came out of the prey he hunted. But the leopard whips her tail and attacks him, and he gets pushed away. Helmut starts throwing a tantrum. He wants some beads too. The leopard says that is not possible, since he is a human, not a demonic beast, and if he eats this, he'll become a demonic beast. And if that happens, he must live in the forest forever. Helmut is annoyed by it. He says if he can't eat it, he'll be stuck here anyways. He calls the leopard by its name, Alaga, and asks whether it'd be better to eat it and get stronger, since he is still too weak to go anywhere but the territory of Alaga. Ilaga says to him that he can get out. He is confused. Ilaga says he can get out of this forest, and Helmut says how it knows that, when it can't even get out of here. Ilaga continues saying that she has never seen anyone getting out and thought no one could, but some say it's possible. Helmut asks who has said it. Ilaga responds that a human did. He is shocked to hear it. Ilaga notices his look and says not to think about looking for him, as he may have died somewhere in this forest. Helmut says he could still be alive and asks Ilaga if she saw him die directly. Ilaga says that human was old and was strong in the past. But no matter how strong a human is, they'll grow weaker because they can't endure the demonic energy in this forest. They can't just feel it because you have the seed of darkness. It's been a long time since Ilaga saw him. He must be 90 years old now. Helmut says to Ilaga that she was the one who told him that humans can live up to 100 years and beyond. Then he asks where Ilaga met that person. Ilaga is frustrated and says that she fed and raised him, but now he is determined to leave, and what a shame it is. Helmut says she wanted him to live on his own when he is all grown up. Ilaga says the person might not be there. Helmut loudly speaks that he'll just come back if he's not there. Ilaga gets angry and says to him that he can do whatever he pleases. Helmut asks the place where Ilaga met the person. It's to the east where they are right now. Helmut dashes away and Ilaga gets shocked and shouts that she doesn't care if he dies along the way. Helmut is ecstatic knowing there's a human in this forest, and he's a very strong human, who doesn't have the seed of darkness. He is excited knowing there's someone like him. Helmut is tired from all the running and finally reaches upon a wooden fence. He wonders if there was such a place here. He climbs over the fence and sees a house made of wood. He is sure of himself that this place is made by a human. Out of nowhere, a man comes and slams Helmut down on the ground using his one hand. He is pinned on the ground. The man seems old, is wearing pants and a shirt, long gray hair and beard, and has yellow shaded eyes. He asks Helmut who he is and who sent him. Helmut says that he is alone and Ilaga told him that a human lived here. The old man seems to know Ilaga. The old man frees him and asks why he came to see him. If he simply wanted to meet a human, then he has come to the wrong person. Helmut says that it is not the case, he just wants to get out of this forest. The old man's name is Darian, and he asks Helmut his name. He tells Darian that, according to Ilaga, he's supposed to know the way out. Darian asks why he wants to leave this place, and tells Helmut that the outside world isn't as beautiful or peaceful as he thinks it is. Helmut asks what's it like out there. Darian tells him that the humans out there don't have sharp claws or fangs and have weak bodies. However, they are more cruel and cunning in exchange. They also tend to join forces or betray each other when needed. He asks Helmut if he was born in this forest. Helmut says he was sent here after he was born. Darian says he must have a seed of darkness. Those born with the seed are usually killed as soon as they are born. But considering he was spared, he is likely from a high lineage. He is probably at least a noble. Helmut asks what's a noble. Darian responds that things like lineage means nothing since Helmut was sent to this forest. And he says he has a debt to repay that leopard. Darian tells him the reason he was left in this forest. It's because of the seed of darkness inside him. As long as it's in his body, he will always be chased even if he gets out of this forest and may ultimately die while fighting against other humans. Darian asks again if he still wants to leave this forest. Helmut stays silent. Darian sees the look and understands he has made his decision. Then Darian carries Helmut like a light bag, and he gets angry. Darian says to him if he wants to go to the human world, he first needs to become one. He says he'll make him a human and carries him away. Helmut asks him what he needs to do to get out of there. Darian says he must get through the forest's barrier, but he can forget about it with his current state. He must get stronger first. After that, he has to go see someone who knows how to get through it. Darian can't tell him who that is yet. Helmut asks how he can get stronger. He should do what Darian says. They go inside the house made of wood. Darian gives Helmut a broom. He gets angry about why he must do something like that. Darian says it's how humans usually live. Helmut complains it's way too dirty in the house. Darian then asks if he wants to keep living in the forest. Helmut gives in. Then Darian shows him his bed, and he excitedly lies down and asks if he can rest. Darian says no, as he still has much more to do. He gives Helmut a shirt and pants and tells him that humans must wear clothes and he must not damage them as he doesn't have many. Helmut is a bit annoyed but doesn't say anything. They are back out, and Helmut asks why they are out again. Darian says he has one more thing he needs to know. He'll teach him what he can and can't eat, as well as how he can make the things he can't eat edible. The root organisms all have a core. Even if it's removed, the demonic energy remains. However, water is the only thing that doesn't have demonic energy. Darian washes what seems to be a vegetable. He washes it at a nearby river. After removing the core, the organism can be purified by its remaining demonic energy with the water. Darian hands Helmut the purified vegetable and says to have a bite. Helmut is fascinated that even plants are edible. Darian says if he's done then they should head back for the day. Helmut is standing with 2 buckets full of water near the river and is angry that he certainly needs human knowledge, but what does it have to do with getting water? Darian has been making him do weird chores for days now, and Helmut thinks he is being tormented too much. Ilaga comes out the bushes and surprises him, and he gets scared, and water is splashed on his face. Ilaga asks if he is trying to be funny by gathering water. He says that Darian asked him to get some water. Helmut never listens to Ilaga, and she wonders why Helmut is listening to Darian. Helmut says Darian would make him stronger. Ilaga asks what he would do after he gets stronger and if he is going to leave the forest. Helmut says he is not a demonic beast, so he must go to the human world. Ilaga asks if anything good will happen if he leaves. Helmut doesn't know, but he knows nothing good will happen if he stays here. Helmut says he'll see Ilaga later and leaves. Ilaga is quite sad and goes away, contemplating that he'll have a good life. Helmut gets thrown cold water at him by Darian for not keeping his back straight. Darian is making him stronger by making him stand in a firm posture with his hands extended, knees bent, and back straight. Helmut is tired and complains, but Darian doubles down, saying if he wants to leave the forest, he has to put up with this. Helmut is angry but keeps doing it. Darian thinks he's holding pretty well. He wonders if someone who survived in this forest is different. Helmut was born with many things apart from the seed of darkness, and that it's worth teaching him. The sun is setting, and Helmut is dead tired. Darian says to stop and sit, and he falls down in his arms, sweating and sore. He is hungry. Darian and Helmut sit down to eat. Helmut uses a spoon and eats it very fast and finds the soup delicious. Darian stops eating and says to Helmut to listen to him while he eats. He tells him that he is not a demonic beast of the forest and is just a weak human with neither hard claws nor sharp teeth. No matter how hard he works, there are limits to the human body, and in order for him to leave the forest he has to learn something else. Darian is deciding if he should start teaching him the way of the sword from tomorrow. But before that, he must show him what a sword is. Darian is standing in front of a huge rock with his sword ready. He tells Helmut to watch closely. Darian puts all his force and swings his sword very hard, and its shining and energy comes out of it that destroys the huge rock into pieces. Darian says this is how humans survive, and Helmut is shocked to see the spectacle. It is the invisible source of power that humans have, just as demonic beasts have demonic energy. The glowing energy from the sword was Viss. Darian says that Helmut's seed of darkness merely possesses a different attribute. They are both sources of power. Helmut thinks Viss is the power that he felt when he met Ilaga and Darian. He is excited and finds it incredible and wants to learn it. Darian smacks him with a pinch on his forehead, and he falls. His body isn't prepared to hold Viss yet. Darian says what's more important is for him to understand the sword. It will be difficult and miserable, he says, and even painful at times, but Helmut must keep his cool without collapsing. Darian hands him the sword and says if he pours his heart out, the sword will reward him for it. They began practicing and Helmut is throwing a tantrum. It has been many days, and his form was fine. Darian says he told him to address him respectfully. Helmut calls him sir, saying he did it properly. Darian does not think that is the case. Helmut asks what the problem is respectfully, and then Darian calls him a brat and says that having a proper form is not everything. He must think for a moment. Helmut asks what he should do, and Darian is frustrated that he must explain everything for him to understand. To which Helmut angrily says you should start explaining properly from the start. He won't understand anything if Darian is not direct about it. Darian thinks the longer he watches him, the more he realizes how strange he is. He has no appreciation for learning, yet he grows faster than expected. The seed of darkness influences humans and makes them prone to violence. On top of that, he grew up with demonic beasts. However, unlike how Helmut seems, he is incredibly rational. He isn't docile, but he's tenacious and doesn't quit easily. He thinks there's something different about him. Darian then says he will teach him. Then he smacks Helmut, and he drops his sword and complains why he hit him twice. He got smacked on the shoulder. Darian asks him if he understands the difference now. He says no, and Darian then says that it seems he doesn't want any dinner with how he responded. Helmut then changes his mind and says that he feels like he is starting to get it. The amount of pain was different, and the speed and the places Darian hit were different too. He tells that to him respectfully. He asks why that is, considering that the movements were about the same and how odd it seems to him. Darian asks if he understands now. Simply imitating the outer appearance isn't enough. The minuscule differences in the muscles, the tremors at the fingertips, the movement that follows speed and flow, and understanding of mind and sword. These are all the factors that Darian tells Helmut. All of it must come under his control. Only then will he be able to say that he has truly learned anything. Only after he devotes his heart and soul to each moment will he truly understand the way of the sword. Right now, he is just doing nothing but meaningless swinging. It's called being a lumberjack, not a swordsman, Darian says to Helmut and smacks him. Then he tells him to practice again. Helmut is now at the river. He thinks about what Darian said, that resting is also a part of training, but it's boring for him as he is not swinging a sword. Ilaga makes a sound, and Helmut turns around and greets. Ilaga is surprised to see him growing up in such a short amount of time. She mocks him by saying that it's just like seeing an acorn had turned into a chestnut. He says not to worry as he'll grow bigger. He tells Ilaga that Darian says he is indebted to you, and Ilaga didn't know it was the human's name. Ilaga said he just asked for permission to live here and gave it. Helmut is confused as he knows Ilaga doesn't like living with anyone and asks why Ilaga didn't fight him. Ilaga says to Helmut that he has turned stupid after living with a human. Ilaga growls and says she is the master of the forests of Root's central territory. No matter who it is, she will fight. Then Ilaga thinks again and says maybe she can't fight everyone. Ilaga was practicing caution if she got attacked by the disgusting snake while fighting. Helmut asks about the snake and Ilaga. He's the one in the western region of the forest, Naho. It's a two-headed snake and was aiming for that human. If they were to exhaust each other by fighting, then the snake would grasp a great opportunity to attack. Helmut asks if Ilaga would win in a fight against Darian. Ilaga can't say it for sure, because demonic beasts like Ilaga expose their demonic energy. It can be instinctively told what their move can be. But humans do not disperse energy naturally, and they can hide their strength. Helmut asks if Ilaga can't win, but Ilaga is uncertain. Although, Naho hates Darian, so it can't touch him. Helmut asks why Naho hates Darian. Ilaga says it's because Darian destroyed the disgusting area Naho had built up. Helmut is curious about it, and Ilaga notices and then flies with Helmut riding. Ilaga takes him to the disgusting area, which is a human farm, and people are being whipped and dragged away by other people. Helmut and Ilaga are looking at the human farm. A man is getting whipped by another man. He shouts at him to do his work properly and to stop pretending he's hurt and get up. Helmut asks Ilaga why he is hitting him. Ilaga says because he's not doing his work properly. Two girls are tied up, looking at the spectacle, and then get told to hurry up and go inside a tent. Girls in a large line are going inside the tent. Helmut says they are similar to me but different, and Ilaga tells they are female humans. They are going inside when it's still bright out. Those females are food. They have a different gender than him despite being humans. He can differentiate it by male and female, Ilaga tells him. Naho prefers female humans because their meat is tender and they don't have much muscle. But if they are too small, then there's nothing to eat, so he's waiting for them to grow before eating them. Females will become food for Naho, and males will be made slaves for life, so they can maintain the farm. Naho is said to protect this farm, but the humans maintain, and among them they have a leader. He is an old bald man and has a thin mustache. The males who are in charge of the slaves call him Sir Erugo. Erugo asks what's the ruckus about and gets told that one of the slaves made a mistake. Irugo says to forget about it and asks if all the sacrifices have been gathered for today. He notices a girl in the line who has short green hair. He puts his hands on her and says that he'll make her an exception and let her live longer. Then he drags her away by grabbing her hair. Ilaga says to Helmut it doesn't know what Irugo knows, but he is very good at finding humans that have been dropped into the forest. If Helmut had been unlucky, he would be one of them. Helmut says to Ilaga that she didn't treat him like that and asks why that is the case. Ilaga gets nervous and says she didn't like the idea of Naho's livestock increasing in number. Helmut agrees and says that sounds like what she would do. Ilaga says it's enough before Helmut starts thinking more and decides to go back. But Ilaga catches a scent, and in front of them, Naho appears. Naho gives a remark saying to Ilaga that it missed its face. Ilaga is disappointed to know Naho wasn't sleeping. Helmut, cowering behind Ilaga, wonders that despite Naho not doing anything, the pressure he feels is so great. Naho sees Helmut and mentions he is the child Ilaga is raising. Males are most delicious when they are eaten young though, and Naho asks Ilaga if it would give one bite of him. Ilaga says no and says that he doesn't eat human males, so Helmut's taste won't be to his liking. Naho laughs and agrees, saying that the humans Irugo makes for it are especially delicious. However, the smell of Helmut reminds him of Darian, and he asks how he is related to Darian. Ilaga gets between them and stops Naho from getting close to Helmut. Helmut is scared. Naho backs down and says he's a peace lover. He is just checking him out since he smelled Darian from Helmut's clothes. Naho remembers how it's only been a few years since Darian destroyed his farm. Naho has to be wary of Helmut, otherwise it would be strange. Ilaga tells Naho that Helmut is not related to Darian and he stole clothes to wear. Naho gets relieved. If it wasn't for Ilaga, Naho would have punished Helmut. Ilaga gets angry and threatens Naho to never touch him. Naho doesn't want to fight and backs down, since they have known each other for quite some time. Naho says if they are done here, then they should leave, and he hopes they never come back again. Just the thought of having Ilaga's filthy fur all over his territory disgusts Naho. Ilaga says goodbye. Naho goes away. Helmut gets overwhelmed by all this and faints. He gains consciousness and rubs his head. Ilaga says to him that as Naho has seen him, he must not travel alone from now on. He must stick to Darian. Since Naho is wary of Ilaga, he won't come here, but it is still a possibility. Helmut accepts, but his face is sullen. Ilaga sees it and says that he needs to be careful of such things. He is still young. Helmut hallucinates a bit and sees two faces of Ilaga's face. Then asks Ilaga whether she thinks he can become as strong as her and Darian. Ilaga says that Darian is strong. She doesn't know how strong he is, but he's at a level that most normal humans would not be able to reach. Even if they struggled all their lives, it won't be easy, and it all depends on Helmut on how he does. If he wishes to become stronger and wants to get out of this forest, then he has to do his very best. He stays silent and Ilaga sighs. Darian is approaching, so she decides to leave. Darian comes close and he is carrying something on his shoulder. He notices that they both took a little trip. He says the sun is setting and they both head home. Helmut and Ilaga again see each other, and she has the look that he understands. She wants to watch over him. They both smile and be on their way. Helmut's stomach is hurting very much in the middle of the night. He complains and stays in a fetal position in his bed. He thinks he might die. Darian asked him to eat something before bed. They are poisonous herbs. Helmut gets smacked by him for complaining and says it will help him suppress the seed of darkness power. The herbs are hurting him badly and he can't fall asleep. Darian is out at the edge of a cliff looking at the full moon. It's been 4 years, he says. Helmut has started to enjoy the sword and slashes away at the trees to practice. He tells Darian how his body feels light lately, and his vision seems clearer. He asks if it's because of the poisonous herbs. Darian says it could be the demonic soil's effect, and asks Helmut if he feels pain recently. He says it's more like a refreshing feeling in the morning after. It's been a few months since he started consuming the demonic soul. Darian says it's about time now. He talks about Viss and how they cannot see the power, which is also why it can be accumulated endlessly. But if his body and its application aren't up to the basic level, training in Viss is pointless. The reason he didn't teach Helmut about Viss is because until now, he was not at that level. But now he seems ready to take in Viss. Darian shows off Viss while holding the sword. He guides Helmut by saying to melt the energy in the atmosphere into his body and control it freely so he can materialize it through his sword. This is how he can control Vissi, and this is how he has to train from now on. He says to take up his sword so they can spar and remember to keep breathing while they spar. He is to absorb nature's energy into him. He has to think simply and move with composure. If he loses the flow, then he should forget about Viss. Darian swings his sword and Helmut gets pushed back with force. Then Darian dashes forward and swings at him with full force. Helmut barely dodges. Then he asks if Darian is trying to kill him. Darian says he didn't teach him to lose composure so quickly. Then Helmut begins to breathe. He swings multiple times at him, but no Viss is manifested. Darian says to utilize his senses and take in more energy, so he can feel all the power. No one can be perfect from the start. They'll continue to train like this from now on. He says it's fine if it takes time. He swings at Darian again to show his will. Then Helmut trains. Darian says to not lose his flow, melt all the energy into his body. 4 years later, he is stronger than ever before. He slashes off trees like paper. Darian is proud of him, but Helmut thinks he's still lacking. He wants to duel against Darian, but he says he wants to see his Viss first. Helmut is nervous about it since he was lacking before and failed to have a duel with him. Darian persuades him to do it. Darian thinks in his mind that it's quite impressive that Helmut was able to manifest Viss at such a young age. He has the seed of darkness, but he's also talented. He is sure that he would flip the world on its head, whether it's for good or evil. He wonders if it's time to let him go. Helmut shows off his Viss successfully. It's winter now. The trees look empty without any leaves and snow is on the ground. Darian tells Helmut that the time has come for him to leave this forest. But Helmut doesn't think he has become that strong yet. Darian says if his seed of darkness grows any more than this, he won't be able to pass through the divine barrier. Now's the only time. Darian starts to explain. The human world lies beyond the south of the Forest of Roots. He has to pass through the divine barrier to get there, and there is a certain area where it's weak. In theory, Darian says Helmut can pass through there to get to the human world. Even though he has the seed of darkness, a human can handle the weakened barrier should theoretically be able to pass. Helmut asks where it is, and Darian doesn't know as he never tried to find it either. But there is someone who did. There is a human village in the two-headed snake's territory, Naho that is. The village chief Irugo should know. And the leopard, Ilaga, knows where the human village is. Darian says he will experience countless things in the human world. Helmut, who has only lived in the forest, may find the outside world exciting and entertaining. But tragedy always strikes without a sound. It's not something he can stop just by having his guard up, and it can't be avoided either. When that time comes, Helmut will feel powerlessness and much pain. He will experience frustration and despite, or may even reach out to the darkness. But under any circumstances, he should not lose himself. That's all Darian asks from him. He then asks if he has any questions. Helmut questions if he has no intention of coming with him and Darian says he does not. And then he goes to take a nap. He has something to give to Helmut, so he tells him to come back in the morning. He wants to spend some time alone after so long. Ilaga comes to Helmut and sees he is not excited, despite tomorrow being the day he gets to leave. He feels complicated and doesn't know why. Ilaga says it's proof that he's slowly becoming human. The next morning, Helmut goes into Darian's home and finds him sitting up, and he placed a sword and some stuff for him packed. Darian's eyes are shut, and he doesn't seem to be breathing. Helmut gets sad and says he'll remember him and leaves the house. Ilaga says his lifespan has come to an end, and he told her about it a while ago. Helmut is sad and Ilaga says whenever there is a meeting, a parting is sure to follow. He lived and died as his lifespan dictated, so he does not have to feel guilty about it. Ilaga throws something wrapped in a cloth. It's a necklace made of gold and has something written inside it. He was wearing it when he was left in the forest. It's made of pure gold, so Ilaga thinks he must have been a child of a noble pack. The necklace says, "Let there be light on the path." And the name Margaret Irene is written. It's probably his mother's name, he says. Ilaga says find her as she might be able to help him. Ilaga knows he is going to the human harm first. She tells Helmut that Naho is in hibernation, so he won't come out unless there is a huge commotion. But if Ilaga enters his territory, he will sense her. He says he'll handle it. Then Ilaga tells him to hurry as this is his only chance. Helmut wishes Ilaga for a long life and leaves. It's nighttime and Irugo is going to his quarters and lights the candle using Viss. But Helmut is there, and he puts the sword at his neck, threatening him to not move. Black magic is an evil power that can make even a seemingly weak mage strong. Among numerous mages, there are people who'd cross boundaries that they aren't meant to in order to gain stronger magic and power. Irugo was a mage who was always envious and jealous of others. He sacrificed many humans to get strong. He dreamt of becoming the strongest, but he chose the path of black magic because he felt he wasn't talented enough. For his purposes, the dark emotions of humans were needed. From activities like human trafficking and kidnapping, he was able to easily get necessary materials. The suffering and fear that came out of his materials made Irugo more evil and more powerful. However, because of a certain mage's pursuit, his atrocities were exposed to the world. He was captured and sentenced to death or exile. In order to avoid being executed right away, he chose the Forest of Roots. Eventually, he met the two-headed snake, Naho, there. He was granted a portion of Naho's territory in exchange for his submission and sacrifices. He used magic to gather all humans who were exiled to the forest. They had no choice but to submit to not be killed by demonic beasts. And that's how the human farm was made. Irugo became the king of the farm while other humans were treated like mere livestock. The true master of the territory, Naho, never interfered with Irugo's work as long as he offered sacrifices. Thus, while serving Naho, he fulfilled his ambitions once again. However, every winter, he couldn't help but be nervous as well. Because whenever Naho went into hibernation, the demonic beasts in the area would attack the farm every day. But even in such insignificant crises, he had some form of satisfaction in his new life. Irugo complains about how winter is always the problem and asks Helmut what he wants. Helmut is holding a sword to his neck. He wants to know the way out of the Forest of Roots. Irugo says he is rude. He asks Helmut if he's the disciple Darian took. Helmut says to just tell him what he needs to know. Irugo doesn't care to tell because if he dies, Naho will come out of his hibernation. And he says Helmut will die too if that happens. He can't take on Naho as Irugo thinks he is just a mere human. It doesn't matter to Helmut, and he asks if Naho can revive the dead. Then he says to him that he'll definitely die, so he shouldn't worry about Helmut. Irugo says he's the only person who knows how to get out, and if he kills him now, he'll never find out how to escape. Helmut finds it absurd since he heard about mages are crazy about recording stuff. He will find that out eventually if he keeps searching his house. He just wants to simplify the process. Irugo backs down and agrees to tell him as Helmut is no pushover. Irugo is taking him down and asks his name. Helmut says it's none of his business. Irugo then says the method he found out is just theoretical. No one has ever tried it or is even capable enough to try it. What Helmut is going to do right now would end up useless, but it could be possible for Darian though. He comments on how Helmut being here means Darian has no intention of leaving this place. He asks what happened to him. Helmut does no answer, so he assumes Darian must be dead. He then laughs and takes out a book that Helmut demands to hand over to him. Irugo says to listen to him first and asks what he thinks about becoming his successor and living in this place. Helmut finds it nonsense. Irugo says he is worthy since he's Darian's disciple. Everyone else here is so weak and he'll give everything he has in this place to Helmut. Helmut says he does not need what he has, and he will survive and make it out of here. Irugo backs off after Helmut says to shut up and then hands him the book. Irugo discovered the book in a mage's hideout before he settled down in this place. The mage had talent in stealth magic, but it seems he wasn't able to escape the forest. Based on the book, there's a huge waterfall at the southern end of the forest. The water and demonic energy weaken the divine power at the same time. Helmut might be able to get past the barrier if he throws himself in there, says Irugo. Even if it's weakened though, the divine barrier that surrounds the Forest of Roots is of the highest level. Anyone who has even a little bit of demonic energy would turn into ashes. That's all he knows. Helmut spares his life despite not liking him because Darian taught him not to think lightly of life. Even he survived because of Alaga. He punches Irugo in the gut and then ties him down to a pillar. He'll be released after some time and Helmut says not to do bad things from now on. He took Irugo's mana and threatened Helmut that he would not survive. But Helmut confidently and smiles and leaves the place. Irugo gets furious about his confidence and says scream it'll crush into tiny bits. Then he screams and calls Naho to wake up. Naho instantly wakes up and comes from the ground. He asks if he hasn't been woken up for nothing. Irugo assures him that it's a grave matter. He says that Darian has died and his disciple is here right now. Naho says it's the perfect opportunity to get rid of the traces of those human eyesores. He then goes into Ceiling and says he'll find him. Irugo then laughs like a maniac, saying how foolish Helmut is for thinking he'd escape after treating him like that. Nothing's free in this world and he should brace himself. Helmut is in the forest, jumping from tree to tree. He regrets not killing Irugo. He sees demonic beasts running away without even a glance in his direction. They are all afraid, which means he needs to run like crazy. He still hasn't made it out of his territory. The whole place is engulfed by demonic energy. He senses something and puts his hand on the sword. Naho comes in front of him. He greets him and says he was waiting for Helmut to come back to his territory sooner or later. He's a long-awaited guest. He can't just let him leave. Helmut then says he'll leave after he kills him. Naho knows he is much braver than last time, but still is fragile. He mocks Helmut for having such a tiny body. Resistance is futile, and he should just hurry and enter his stomach. Naho strikes and compliments Helmut for dodging, but it has created lots of dust and Helmut struggles to find him. Helmut calms himself down and he is waiting for the opportunity as his opponent is strong. He won't just roll over for Naho. Naho casts a magic ball towards him and Helmut sees the opportunity and dodges it. Then he gets up onto Naho's body. He knows regardless of how strong Naho's demonic energy is, he'll find a spot where his Viss can penetrate. The eye of Naho is the spot, and he slashes it. Naho gets staggered and screams. Helmut runs away thinking he's managed to stall for time. It'd be great if he could defeat him, but this is the best he can do in his current skill level. He used up too much Viss for that attack. If he keeps on fighting, he'll die. Naho shouts at his head, whose eye has been slashed. Then he decides to eat it, as he finds it useless because it couldn't deal with that little bit of pain. Now he focuses on Helmut to get rid of him. Helmut barely blocks his attack with his sword, but gets thrown back by Naho's overwhelming power. Helmut then hides and Naho complains as he lost a head. It'll be harder for him to see for now. Helmut is tired and realizes he is too weak to fight Naho. He is no match for him. At least he managed to buy some time. If he hurries, he can escape. But using demonic energy, Naho senses him, and he finally finds him. Helmut prepares himself as he doesn't want to die like this. Before the fight begins, Ilaga leaps and comes in between them. Helmut is happy to have Ilaga. He is overwhelmed by her demonic energy. Ilaga is glad he survived and says to leave the rest to her. He wants to help her, but Ilaga says he has something more important to do, so he should go and find it quickly. His freedom. Ilaga roars and Helmut thanks her for everything and runs away. Naho is furious and calls Ilaga a filthy cat. How dare she stop him in his own territory, he says. But Ilaga is doing what she needs to do. Naho mocks her for having such a tear-jerking friendship with Helmut and disgusts at them. He thanks her for coming to him by herself, and he'll kill her right away and then devour Helmut. Ilaga mocks her back, saying he couldn't achieve that with 2 heads, and now he has 1. They start fighting. Helmut killing demonic beasts while passing through Ilaga's territory for days. He can cut them down without any problems as long as they are not on Naho's level. He reminisces about Ilaga and Darian, and if not for them, he wouldn't be able to survive. He has only one chance for the sake of both. He must get out of this forest. He has reached a waterfall. It is indeed different from Ilaga's territory. He can't feel any demonic energy, and the Seed of Darkness is also irritated. It maybe is reacting to the divine barrier. He is glad to cover it up with Viss, otherwise he'd be in deep trouble. A feather falls down from the sky to his hands. A large bird with vibrant colors flies above him, and then lands in front of him. He is in the bird's territory, and the black mage could have told Helmut about it, that there was such a demonic beast close to the divine barrier. The bird introduces her name, which is Igrel. Then she asks his name. Helmut tells it and realizes he heard her name before. She is the ruler of the south. Ilaga told him her curiosity is extremely strong. She smells something familiar from him. It's faint from the scent of blood, but she can never forget it. She confirms it is the scent of Naho, and an even fainter scent that's been on him for a long time. She says it's Ilaga and finds it all very interesting. She asks if he is child of Ilaga or kin of Naho. Helmut says he's of Ilaga's kin. Igrel opens her wings as she thinks he's an intruder on order of Ilaga. Helmut tells her he has his own reasons to be here. She agrees to hear his reason. Helmut calms himself down and tells her that it's a perfect opportunity for her to satisfy her curiosity. because he is going to become the first being to cross the barrier and make it out of the forest of roots. She laughs at Helmut, saying that seed of darkness inside him tells her that he is the same as a demonic beast and it's not possible for him to get out. Helmut says let him try it then, because he'll be the only human that would come here and try to get past that divine barrier. She mocks him, saying it would be such a waste for a human prey that she hasn't seen in a long time be burnt by the barrier. Helmut says there'll always be humans dropping into the forest, and he's the only that will make it past that barrier. She twists her neck and finds him smart and allows him to try what he just said. She admits he's the only person who's stupid enough to risk their life to get out of this forest. It's none of her business if he dies or survives, but if he succeeds, he'll be the first human getting out of this forest. And Helmut says she'll be the first demonic beast to see that happen. She giggles and finds it all interesting. She wants to see if he can leave this place, so she decides to protect him till he reaches the barrier. In case anything happens, she wants to know her last words, if he has any, so she can pass it to Alaga if they ever meet. Helmut wants her to tell Alaga that he survived and made it out of the forest, no matter the result. Igrel understands and will tell Agala exactly that. She calls Helmut Alaga's special child. He goes into the water and sees the barrier and reaffirms himself that he has to move forward beyond the forest of roots. Divinity is the power of purification that protects humans and rejects impurity. That power is penetrating through Helmut. He is struggling to get past the barrier and is struck by divinity. He has never felt this pain before and can't maintain his consciousness. He does not know where he's supposed to go, as he is a human to beasts and a demonic beast to humans. A cart with shield on both sides has pace written on it. The sun is setting, and multiple people are moving on the road with the horse-drawn cart. It's autumn. A blonde-haired guy named Finn asks Tanya, why are they resting here? Tanya is wearing a cowboy hat and has ginger hair. She says to him that he knows they can only travel further if they rest. If they come across a demonic beast when they are exhausted, even a rank H mercenary like Finn will have to join in the battle against it in the forest. She says to him to stop complaining and fetch some water. He curses and says it's too dark, to which Tanya kicks him because she doesn't like the way he talks. She wants him to hurry up before it gets any darker. Finn is having a bad feeling. He takes 2 buckets and goes to the water source. He sees hair in the ravine but mistakes it as seaweed. But it's Helmut, who is unconscious. Finn gets terrified and screams. He runs back to the cart and screams out loud there's a dead body in the ravine. The other guys laugh it off, saying he's such a coward and he mistook the body for a log, and there's no way a dead body can be in a place like this. Tanya asks him where he saw the body, and she'll go take a look. He points the direction but gets kicked again, saying to lead the way, and he needs to retrieve the water bucket too. They arrive at the ravine, and she threatens Finn if he mistook it for something else. They see Helmut lying unconscious, but they think he is dead. Finn is nervous and wants to go back since he can't look at it anymore. Tanya notices something and checks up on Helmut and finds out he's still breathing and alive. He starts to wake up, and then they ask how he feels. Helmut wonders where he is and if he has escaped the forest of roots. They have bandaged his injuries, and Tanya says to him he is safe here and to not be afraid. She tells him that Finn went to go get water and saw him disheveled. He screamed, so she thought he was dead, but it's a relief to her that he's all right. She asks his name. He tells them his name and says he does not remember anything else. Tanya finds it a little concerning. She tells her name, and that she is a rank 3 silver medal mercenary of the Pace Mercenary Corps. They shake hands. Helmut sees Tanya as a human other than him in his mind. Tanya asks him if he knows where he is. He does not. It's forest decay, and it seems severe, him not even remembering where he passed out, Tanya says. She asks him again if he remembers anything at all. He says he knows how to wield a sword. Tanya is relieved to know and thinks he's physically okay, but needs to get a doctor to look at his head. They'll help him until he is able to walk on his own, so he should trust her. She'll take responsibility for him for now. Helmut is thankful to her. He barely survived, and it's going to take some time for him to fully recover. He is in a worse state than when he first started training. He thought the seed of darkness would disappear, but it's still there. If it weren't for that, he would already have died. He is in the world of humans, and he can't let them find out about the seed of darkness he has. He has to pretend he has lost memories for now, and he needs to find the owner of the necklace. He wants to take it slow and not rush, as he just took the first step. Everyone is surprised to see him so different after he went with Finn to wash. He is like a different person altogether now. They wonder if he's a noble. Finn finds it interesting how he resembled a corpse when he found him in the water. Someone asks Helmut if he's a noble or a child from a wealthy family. He assures them he doesn't know anything. Tanya puts her hand over his shoulder and says it doesn't matter who he is. He is a newbie in their mercenary corps now. Helmut asks Tanya if she slept well. She says yes and tells him how he looks so much better after feeling well. Finn comments on how Tanya is being so nice after seeing that he's handsome. He gets punched by her and she orders him to help in the preparations for departure. Tanya tells Helmut that they'll arrive at a village in 4 days, so he should follow and bear with them till then. When they arrive, she'll introduce him to a doctor. She compliments him for responding well and pats his head. She says to everyone to pack things up, and they are leaving soon. Helmut feels a bit confused, and Finn is standing with a beat-up face. Finn asks Helmut if he really is alright. He is pushing himself after just waking up. The carriage is pretty fast, so it will be difficult to catch up. Helmut says he has to walk to loosen up his body. Finn finds him so weird. Helmut is petting the horses, and the horse is enjoying it. Finn comments he must like horses. Finn wonders if he likes pack horses, then he won't be a noble, but he doesn't look ordinary in the least. Helmut comments on the horse being a docile organism, and Finn picks up on that. He thinks the way he speaks is weird too. What could it be, he wonders. He's definitely around his age, but seems a bit restrained. Helmut seems to be catching his breath. Finn says to get on the carriage, they'll fall behind if they walk that slow. Helmut assures him he won't fall behind. Finn sighs and says to do what he likes. Finn mutters that he doesn't think of the people that worry about him at all. He's a bona fide young master. Helmut is concerned about why he is so tired. Even in the Forest of Roots, he never took more than a day to recover. He thinks he'll get better if he keeps walking. Finn and Tanya take Helmut to the doctor. The doctor can't find anything particularly wrong with him. He has a sturdy constitution. People like him recover quickly. Tanya questions the doctor if he looked at him properly. The doctor gets furious and says he'll just prescribe some medicine for him, and he can take them as he sees fit. Tanya asserts that he was unconscious a while ago and the doctor should do a proper diagnosis or something. She mocks him and calls him a quack. The doctor says he has no problems at all, and he will recover quickly. Finn asks when will his amnesia disappear. He says his memories will return sooner or later, and there's nothing wrong with his head. He gives them the medicine and tells them to get out. He comments on Tanya being still a young brat girl, but dares to call him a quack. Tanya gets furious and gets in a fight with him. The sun is setting, and Tanya asks Helmut if he's doing alright, as Finn told her he was having trouble walking. Helmut says he was able to rest at the inn and took the medicine. He feels fine now. Tanya comments on his body and grip are highly trained with how the doctor was speaking about him. She also comments if he knows how to use a sword. It must mean he was trained with a master and very thoroughly at that. Helmut is a bit concerned that she's right on the mark. He says the sword felt familiar to him as soon as he held it. She asks him if he would have a duel with her, knowing he is good with the sword. He doesn't need to feel pressured. He can think of it as a way to loosen up his body. Maybe his memories will come back. If they don't have anything to do until tomorrow, they can duel. Helmut agrees to it, knowing a rank 3 silver medal mercenary is quite respected in the human world. He thinks this will allow him to gauge how strong he is. They both go to the training grounds where mercenaries are training with their swords. Tanya makes her presence known. One guy asks if Helmut is here to have a duel with Tanya. They find it interesting and start telling Tanya that she should go easy or he'll hurt that pretty face. They mock her by saying not her face but Helmut's. The other guy agrees too, and then Tanya gets furious and smacks them with the wooden sword, and they are unable to get up. Tanya hands Helmut a wooden sword, saying they'll have a duel with this. The only rule is they'll go until one of them falls on the ground. She says to come at her with everything he's got. She may not look like it, but she is the vice captain. Helmut thinks that he isn't at his best yet, and he can't use Viss either. Rather than confronting her with sheer strength, he'll have to fight while redirecting her attacks. He firms himself to not let his guard down. His stance is commented on by the spectators, and they find it fun to watch and cheers him up. They start the duel, and Helmut goes on the offensive, and she defends herself. He sees an opening at the left waist, but she parries it easily. She's above him in strength. He can't fight her head-on. He dodges her attack and digs inside. Tanya moves quickly and kicks him in the gut. Helmut's body can't follow the moments like he plans. It feels as if he's underwater and doesn't know what to do. Tanya comments that he thinks too much and then delivers multiple strikes to him which he blocks, but she gets the best of him and delivers the final blow to the gut. He falls to the ground and accepts his defeat. Tanya notices his frustration based on the looks of his eyes. Helmut admits he is because he was beaten so one-sidedly. He starts thinking about how she had incomparably more opening compared to Darian, and her swordsmanship isn't very efficient either. Tanya tells him it was a decent and he fights pretty well. He wonders if Tanya is stronger than he expected. Darian said to him that the world isn't to be taken lightly. He is disappointed to think he was defeated by a rank 3, not even a rank 1 or 2. Someone comments about Tanya being a distinguished fighter, even in the mercenary corps. It was obvious he'd lose, so he shouldn't let it get him too much. Others start assuring him that they were surprised at how good he was. When he tried to penetrate her defenses, he'd have succeeded if he had a bit more strength. He is sure different from Finn. The person who commented about Tanya being a fighter tells Helmut his name. He is Finn, a bulky guy with short ginger hair, and the captain of the Pace Mercenary Corps. He is also a rank 2 gold medal mercenary. Finn appreciates Helmut on passing the entrance exam. Helmut is confused. Finn tells him that they saved him, so they don't want him to wander around without his memories. They thought of taking him with them, so they tested him. The mercenary squad isn't a course team anyone can join. Thus, everyone watched him from afar while coming to this town. Now Helmut realizes why no one approached him other than Finn and Tanya. They could have left him, but they did something troublesome for him. Finn says he doesn't have any issues. There were some youngsters who tried to hit on her sister, Tanya, but Helmut didn't. Everyone agreed to let him in. He hands him a rank H mercenary deed. It is a temporary ID they made, so he has to officially register in the mercenary guild later. Then he announces to everyone to greet Helmut as he is their ally now. They all get together and introduce themselves to Helmut. Byrne is a rank 3 silver mercenary. Uter is the same as well as Marrows. Sean says everyone is rank 3 besides Finn. Finn then tells him that he's a rank 4 bronze. The word ally concerns Helmut as Darian said to him not to trust humans too much. He asks Finn how long he has to stay if he gets in the mercenary squad. He might regain memories and will have to leave somewhere. Finn thinks a bit and says leaving the squad is Helmut's freedom, but if he starts a commission, he must move with them until it's complete. Helmut agrees. He thinks it will end up being a good thing. Instead of him wandering around aimlessly, this might help him find clues to his birth faster. And he also wants to know what allies are. Finn, Tanya, Helmut, and some of the squad visit Sir Miles. He is arguing that rank 4 mercenaries cannot participate in the commission. They already accepted another errand boy from their request, but they are going to this way, he says to Finn. Finn assures him that Helmut will definitely be useful. They have been doing business for a long time. So, Miles should know that they haven't brought Helmut along for nothing. Miles hopes he can take responsibility for those words and allows it just this once, since they are the Pace Mercenary Squad. Finn thanks Miles. He says it's nothing. However, since he wasn't aware a person was added, he will only give a third of the price of that rank 4. He also asks Finn if he is aware that the Tarek Mercenary Squad will be together in the commission. Finn is aware of it. Miles says they'll go at 7 in the morning tomorrow and leaves the room. Finn sighs a breath of relief and Tanya says at least it went well. She asks Helmut if his body is feeling okay and he says there are no problems. Finn explains that the commission they'll take on tomorrow is a large-scale convoy. Even if they get ambushed, rank 4s don't need to fight unless it's an urgent situation, so no need to worry. Tanya comments that rank 3 must make sure they are prepared. She's not sure what they are accompanying this time, so it will be hard to predict the strength of the ambushers. Finn gets scared, but Helmut is calm. Everyone is told to get lots of sleep tonight. Uter tells Helmut to ignore the Tarek squad if they insult him. They don't have the best relationship with them. Marrows says Tarek squad doesn't like the reputation Pace squad has. Finn dismisses everyone and will see them tomorrow morning. In the night, Helmut goes to the training ground. He is angry with himself and saying that he has not fully recovered would be an excuse. He couldn't stab faster than Tanya, and there were definitely more openings. He sees himself as weak. Unable to use Viss isn't the problem right now, but he wants to start getting into shape. Just like how he trained in the Forest of Roots. He takes out his sword and starts practicing. Next morning, they are on the road and Finn says that the commission has started. It's an important one, and they should stay on their toes. They got plenty of money from the commission, so he wants to end this safe and sound. Tanya comments that they got to work for their money's worth. Finn looks to be in a bad state, holding his stomach, muttering if he had too much soup in the morning. Then he calls Helmut a weakling and asks if he's okay as it's going to be hard from today. Helmut thinks he's looking down on him as he fell once. Helmut says he can endure it. Finn gets a bit taken back and says he shouldn't be so serious, he's just worried about Helmut. Finn is very nervous and shouts about doing well in their first commission. They reach the convoy and meet with Miles. He shows them the convoy, and that's what they'll be guarding today. He orders Face Squad to take the back and Fiend tells them to do so. Finn sees guys from the Tarek squad. A muscular guy with blue ponytail calls Finn a scrawny and mocks him for being so skinny that he can't even swing a sword. Helmut ignores, but Finn gets a bit angry. The guy thinks Helmut is a female due to his appearance and laughs. Then he tells them both to hide in the back and follow. Helmut gets a bit angry too and wonders if they are trying to size them up. Comparing strength to his opponent is the same for both humans and demonic beasts. He wonders if that guy was the human leader of their group, but he doesn't look very strong. He has to watch him until this commission ends. A few days have passed. The guy intentionally trips Finn over and laughs it off. He sarcastically apologizes for making the same mistake every day. Finn is frustrated by it since they do it every break. He asks them how long he plans to do this. The guy smirks, saying it was an accident, but if Finn is upset, he should hit him if he can. Helmut helps Finn up and the guy says he really looks like a girl. He sarcastically says he'll buy him flowers the next time he sees him on the street. Helmut just ignores him and leaves with Finn. Others mention to the muscular guy that Helmut has been ignoring him since the start of the commission. One is nervous and says Helmut is quite unique and questions if they can keep poking at him, since people are watching too. The muscular guy is wearing a cast. He says rank 4 can't do anything, and he's a rank 3 but temporarily went down the ranks as he hurt his arm. He boasts about needing only one hand to take care of them. One says that it's not because you hurt your arm, it's because you were drunk and fought at the gates. But the guy threatens to kill him if he speaks more. He starts thinking that it's all his brother's fault. It's a punishment, getting knocked down to rank 4 just for fighting a few times. His brother says if he causes another scene, he'll be really out. The guy thinks he looks down on him because he's a rank 2. He was annoyed by Helmut looking mischievous on the first day, but today, he's ignoring him, and he wants to kill him for it. He throws the guy he was holding before by the neck, then asks them for their help in something later. He'll show a nice view, he says in an evil tone. Finn is throwing small rocks, complaining that he's going to get crazy from anger. It's been barely 3 days, and Tarek's squad has been harassing him without skipping a day. He calls his name Caleb and thinks he's a rank 3, which is cheating as they are rank 4. He finds it fishy. Everyone's starting to get nervous, and he can't even tattle like a kid in this situation. They really think mercenary is a joke, he says. He gets up and decides to get water and hypes himself that if they provoke him, he's not going to hold back. Helmut has been listening to him since then but waits. Finn complains about doing so much effort just to get water. It's enough to last until tomorrow, so he'll just get however much and go to sleep, since it'll be hard for him to sleep once they get to the area where demonic beasts appear. He wonders when he will be able to fight as a rank 3. Someone laughs behind him and has a shadow cast over him. Caleb is happy to know he's here and what a great location this is. Him and his buddies are there now. He has an evil look on his face and sarcastically says what a nice quiet evening it is to have a conversation. He has put Finn on the ground with his foot on him and asks if he has taken a bath with Helmut. Finn calls him a bastard and says he's thinking of some weird stuff. Helmut is a dude, he says. Caleb says if he hasn't seen it for sure, then he should shut up. They can check together as he has called him over. Finn doesn't want to know, but he shuts him up. One of Caleb's buddies brings over Helmut. Helmut knew something was up and thinks even the demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots fight for a higher position in the hierarchy with power. At this rate, he finds no difference between humans and demonic beasts. He wonders if these are the types of guys Darian said not to trust. They all surround him and want to check him out. Helmut has continued healing, but he still can't use Viss. He is a bit nervous, but he has fought Naho in the forest and just needs to keep his guard up. If Finn is correct, these guys are rank 4 he thinks and weaker than Tanya, who's a rank 3. He'll be on the defense, then attack the weakest one first. If he can't hold out against them, he'll use Darian's swordsmanship. They pounce on him, but one gets punched and the rest get scared. Tanya is the one who punches. She asks what's happening and why they are bothering her squad. Caleb says they were just trying to have a conversation, but she heard him ordering to strip Helmut. Caleb tries to persuade her by saying men nurture their friendships like that and she wouldn't understand. Tanya gets furious and says to use his brain when he speaks. She says to Helmut to bring Finn over. She calls them rank 4s, but Caleb says to leave him out as he was originally a rank 3, but she says you are not anymore. She threatens them not to have another incident with her mercenaries again or it won't end peacefully like this the next time. Caleb and his buddies go away. Tanya comforts Finn and things like this will happen frequently from now on. They get the water and go back. Tanya thinks about her squad members being so ignorant. It's an unwritten rule to not interfere in fights between rank 4s, but they should at least help a bit, so they don't fall apart before then. Helmut starts training at night. His body is fine now. That was a given considering he has only focused on healing for a week since the start of the quest. The problem is he is not healed enough to use Viss. He remembers Darian saying Viss is water and his body is a dish to contain the water. There's no point in training Viss if his body isn't up to basic standards. But he can't just train as much as he wants right now. He'll just have to grow stronger however he can. Fiend grabs everyone's attention and says this region, there will be frequent demonic beasts appearances so everyone must refrain from individual activities. Even if they have to pee, they shouldn't go alone and call a rank 3 mercenary when getting water. Finn understands. Helmut thinks he can't train alone now, and he has to just hope his Viss returns before Seed of Darkness goes into a rage. Finn asks if he has seen a demonic beast before. He starts ranting about how Sean and Byrne said that they are really gross looking. So, he should be prepared, and he wondered if Helmut knew about it. He says he's not scared when he is clearly nervous. Laughs it off by saying knowledge is power, they say. Helmut says there are a lot of demonic beasts like that, but there are ones that aren't like that too. Finn feels relieved knowing that, and questions how Helmut remembers despite his amnesia. Helmut says he's only assuming. 2 squad members are talking to each other as one can't get water out of his bottle. So, the other suggests buying a new one as he saves money in the most useless situations. He says after the quest, he will get a real good one. If only he had money, he wouldn't be doing these long-distance quests. The other says there isn't anything unexpected happening, so he shouldn't worry. It's a lot of money if they just get there. He wants to get it over with and go for a drink. He says his town has great, dark beer and asks if they should go there this time. The other was just saying it sounds great, and he'll buy the fried chicken, but his head gets slashed off in an instant. A giant demonic beast is in front of him with green eyes and a gorilla-like appearance. The demonic beast comes in the middle of the convoy and has killed one member. His friend gets furious and charges him despite another member saying to wait and not to rush in so recklessly. He gets killed instantly. Most of the squad is in shock, wondering where such a horrible monster came from. Fiend is frustrated saying they were too complacent. He never expected it to come to us when there were so many mercenaries around. He throws the squad member's body whose head was slashed off, and another beast hiding in the trees tears it to pieces. Tanya says it's not alone and everyone should get ready. Helmut wonders if this is how it's going to be in the end. Tanya orders him and Finn to get into the horse carriage and not get involved. Finn nervously pushes Helmut and goes all the way to the back. Helmut is frustrated that he can't use Viss yet, and he sees more demonic beasts hiding that can be seen. He is concerned if things would go wrong. Finn pushes him down and they are both under the cart. He thinks it'll be tough. Helmut analyzes the gorilla demonic beast and thinks it's not as strong as Alaga or Naho, but it's still pretty strong. He sees the Tarek mercenary squad's leader besides Fiend and another guy holding a spear. Only the rank 2 mercenaries can use Viss. He is disappointed that there's nothing he can do currently. The beast roars loudly and emits his demonic energy. The leaders and the spear guy rush in towards the beast and Fiend slashes him across and the beast gets staggered. Pace squad members compliment the captain's Viss and have to focus on the small beasts, which is easy for rank 3. Fiend hypes to keep going again. The leader of Tarek's squad calls the spear guy Max, and he wants to slash it right away once there's an opening. Max agrees. All 3 of them, using Viss, attack the beast. They are effective in their attacks and Tanya also compliments them whilst fighting the small beasts. Helmut is analyzing their fight. He thinks they are much stronger than he thought before. The rank 2 mercenaries are keeping the boss monster busy using Viss, while the rest do what they need to do in their own methods. Now he knows how humans fight and remembers Darian saying not to underestimate humans. All the small beasts are taken care of, and the boss is injured. The rank 2 mercenaries can fight one more time and want to end this quickly since they are tired. But the boss escapes by climbing onto a tree and dashing away. They are disappointed. Tanya asks if they can chase it down. Fiend says to forget it as their mission is to transport, not to subjugate. They look at the injured afterwards. Tanya calls Helmut and Finn her little checks and says to come out. Finn cannot come out as he thinks he has got cramps in his legs. He tells Helmut to pull him out. They gather all the small beasts' corpses. They all did great. After checking on the horse carriages, they should take care of the demon beasts' corpses to confirm if they are really dead. Helmut asks why they have to take care of them. Meros tells him that demonic beast skin and the seed of darkness can be sold for a high price. He shows him the seed and Finn shouts to keep it away. Meros laughs and says they should find a demonic beast and work on it too. It will come in handy someday. Helmut never thought of seeing the seed of darkness here. Finn says based on what he heard about the seed, it'll dominate a human's mind when inside one and slowly turn them into demonic beasts. But there's no way they'd see people like that. Normally, they either die before they are born or are sent to the forest of roots if they manage to survive. He emphasizes to be careful of those people. Nevertheless, they can become a demonic beast at any time. Helmut feels a bit sad on knowing that's how the outside people think. Darian said it in the past as well, that as long as he has the seed of darkness, he'll definitely die while fighting humans. He wonders if he means he'd become a demonic beast and fight humans. The reason why Darian taught him how to use Viss was so that he could suppress the seed within him. Even if his Viss returns, he must hide it as much as he can in a crowded place full of humans, since things might become dangerous for him if they suspect his power is related to the seed of darkness. Finn and Tanya see Finn and Helmut. Finn reminisces about his past, seeing the rank 4 mercenaries. Tanya sees that Finn has been growing since that incident, and he admits he still has much to grow. Finn complains about how disgusting the beasts are up close. Helmut finds something strange about one, and he stops Finn from working on it. Finn starts bragging about not to be worried as it's his first time seeing a demonic beast up close. He should just think of it as one of the cooking ingredients. When one is in charge of cooking, both beasts and demonic beasts are the same. Before he could speak any further, the beast wakes up and grabs Finn by the throat. Helmut uses his Viss and Tanya is seeing it all. The instant Finn gets attacked by the beast, Helmut takes out his sword and in a split second, slashes the upper body of the beast. Finn is thankful to Helmut and asks if he's okay. Helmut just felt something different. The slashing feeling felt different from when he was training. It feels like he has unclogged and wonders if his Viss has returned. Sean arrives and compliments Helmut that he knew from the moment Helmut sparred with Tanya. He was different from Finn. Finn complains and gets annoyed. Then he again thanks Helmut, and he'll repay him with more soup later. Sean and Byrne mock him a bit for repaying his life with soup only. Meanwhile, Tanya has been spectating all this time, and she saw a glimpse of Viss being used by Helmut, but she is unsure for now. Helmut is sitting alone at night, and he's sure that Viss has returned. He should be thankful to Finn as the blade he swung instinctively brought out Viss. In any case, he should be able to fill it up to the Viss he had before in 3 days. He complains about having little time to focus properly. He hears Helmut calling for him. He shouts to come back as they are going to be deciding the night watch order. Helmut returns. Finn is telling that they'll stand guard in groups of 2 with 3 shifts. He tells the order. Helmut and Tanya, Finn and Meros, Sean and Byrne. Uter will be excused as he is injured. Byrne sarcastically says he should also just get a scratch or something. Uter says if he's jealous he can scratch him up good. Byrne says to forget it and rest. Finn says good luck to all. Helmut can vaguely sense the boss demonic beast who ran away. His senses are heightened thanks to Viss. Tanya asks Helmut if he's tired. He says he's fine. Tanya appreciates him for being amazing, but they'll need to go a long way tomorrow as well. She says to wake the ones on the next shift, and then he should head to bed. He agrees. He thinks the demonic beasts are waiting until everyone is asleep. He'll look out for them by himself just in case. He'll take this time to recover his Viss as well. While he is going to the forest, Caleb is sitting by a fire and sees Helmut. He laughs and has his chance to take revenge. Helmut has started training, and his Viss has gotten a lot better. At this rate, he'll be fully recovered by tomorrow. He hears a sound and thinks it's a demonic beast at first, but feels no demonic energy. He knows it's a human coming towards him. Caleb calls him a little brat and asks what he's doing alone, and he should travel with someone else as it's dangerous for him to be by himself. He wants to join him in a sword fight. Helmut tells him to screw off, and that he is not interested in him. Caleb gets angry and says he doesn't understand the situation he's in. He calls Tanya a bitch and says she won't help like last time. He thinks Helmut has had a habit of looking down on people from his first request. Then he asks if he never had anyone around to fix his attitude. He wants to take the opportunity. And again, asks if he doesn't mind having his arms and legs broken in the process. People are supposed to grow while getting a beating or two, he should know. Even if he dies, it will just mean he's weak, so he shouldn't hate Caleb for it. Helmut turns around and asks if that is all what he wants to do after coming all this way. He gets confused. Helmut then says the people in the mercenary squad seem to help one another, but that doesn't seem to be the case for him. Rather, what he is doing is close to demonic beasts. If he's a human, he should live like one. First, Caleb laughs, then gets really angry. He doesn't find it funny and questions about a demonic beast living like a human. Humans grow by trampling on those weaker than them, he says while he breaks off his cast from the arm that was hurt. He thinks Helmut is taking a rank 4 lightly because of that cast, but it's already healed. He'll take this chance to teach Helmut who's superior. He'll make sure Helmut can't look down on anyone else ever again by ripping his eyes out and squashing them. Helmut grabs his wrist with immense strength. Caleb screams and asks what trick he has pulled. Helmut thought he was just like a demonic beast, but it seems his eyes are worse than the demonic beast. If he wants to establish a hierarchy, then he should have chosen his opponent carefully, and he should know his place. Caleb refuses to admit it and breaks out of his grab. He shouts that he'll never beg to the likes of him. Caleb takes out his sword and charges him. Helmut blocks his attack. Then he takes out his sword flowing with Viss, and in an instant injures Caleb by slashing his thighs a bit. It's a deep cut, and he has fallen to the ground. Helmut wasn't planning on using Viss. He got too excited after it came back. Caleb whimpers and crawls. Helmut can't leave him as he'll be exposed. His seed of darkness starts overcoming his thoughts to kill him. His eyes become like a demonic beast, and his veins pop up, and demonic energy is flowing all over his body. Before he loses total control, he smacks his heart. He wonders if the seed of darkness grew in power because Viss didn't appear much. It was just for a moment, but it felt like he had become a demonic beast. He needs to get a hold of himself. He calms himself down by saying he's not a demonic beast but Helmut. Then he breathes. Caleb has gotten away during all this. Caleb is thinking about how a guy like him can use Viss, and he can't believe if he is stronger than his boss. He can't be a mere rank 4. He has to crawl a bit more and he can live. But the boss demonic beast eats him before he can do anything. Helmut sees the boss, and they make eye contact. Helmut is in front of the boss demonic beast. He observes that he's different from when he first saw it. He can defeat it right now. He takes out his sword and Viss is flowing, and he tells it to bring it on. But the beast gets scared and backs off. Helmut wonders if it's able to determine how strong others are. It's definitely not like the average demonic beast. He threatens it to take the guy he's stepping on and get lost, otherwise he'll kill him. The beast roars and then takes Caleb and jumps away into the forest. Helmut finds it a pity to not be able to kill him, but he's sure it'll be back again. He needs to think of something to explain this situation first. A group of mercenaries find him and take him back. He tells everyone that Caleb is dead. He followed him around as he went about his business in order to bully Helmut, but got killed by the demonic beast. Caleb's brother is quite broken to hear this news. Max calls Caleb a rascal for bullying them. He wants to make up for it and apologizes on behalf of the Tarek squad. Tanya rushes in and says a verbal apology is not enough. Helmut almost died because of Caleb, and they all knew what he was up to. Caleb's brother says to watch your words. Tanya expresses her condolences, but says if they had supervised him properly, then such a thing wouldn't have happened in the first place. The leader, Caleb's brother, gets furious as if she is not only insulting his brother as well as their mercenary squad. Miles stops them from speaking any further. All of them need to get a grip, and this is no time to push blame when they ought to be coming up with plans. While the Tarek mercenary squad is at fault for what happened, The Pace mercenary squad is not watching their words too. They can't do much about the dead. But they'll guarantee that the remainder of Caleb's commission free go to Helmut. Tanya accepts it. Miles thinks that the atmosphere between the mercenary squad is really bad. He says he'll think about how they can deal with the demonic beasts in a safer manner. Since there are 3 dead people already, they should be more careful now. Tanya smacks Helmut on the head and he says it hurts. Tanya calls him a brat and shouts at him for not telling her about when they were standing guard. Then she would have covered his back. He can't wander about alone in a place like this. She tells him how shocked she was to know he was missing. She should have paid more attention to what's happening after the fight with their side. She doesn't want to blame him and says he must not travel alone from now on. He says sorry to her and feels something cold yet warm. She pats his head and says to be careful from now on. He feels like Darian is patting him, this feeling of a human. Fiend is explaining to his squad that last night, a mercenary, that is Caleb, was ambushed by a demonic beast. They are guessing that it's the demonic beast from the first ambush. Everyone has to preserve their strength, and then they shall get out of this forest as soon as possible. There should not be any further losses. They fight small fries, the demon beasts. There are lots of them, and there is no end. They can only last 1 to 2 days if they keep fighting like this. And it will get dangerous. Finn is concerned that demonic beasts are targeting the rear. Helmut feels the energy of the boss demon, but it's not close by. It's staying a little further away while it lurks around the mercenary squad and slowly is sending out demonic beasts in batches. He wonders if it's not time for it to come out. Sean says to Uter that a few more days like this and nobody will be left without an injury. Uter shuts him up. He then mocks Uter for how slow he is for them to bite his legs and if he's a larva. Uter talks back saying he tried to avoid them and didn't want to be bitten. He wants to hit Sean, but Sean laughs it off. Fiend is frustrated seeing Uter, Marrows, and now Sean to be injured. Tanya thinks they won't stop attacking without rest. Fiend is glad that nobody is dead. Helmut and Finn, who are helping at night, are doing that he thought. Helmut's able to use the sword a little so he can look after Finn. Finn is good at dodging, thanks to his survival skills. Tanya remembers about the scene where Helmut swung his sword to save Finn and how she also saw Viss for a split second. Fiend says that the important thing in this situation is that the demonic beasts are targeting only their mercenary squad. He doesn't know why they are doing it, but Tarek's squad didn't fight today at all. Tanya mentions 3 people still died from the Tarek squad, and there was a conflict from a few days ago. Fiend says they probably wouldn't help them, so they had better stay on guard. He wants everyone to make it out alive somehow. Tarek squad's leader, Paul, meets with Miles in the cart. He tells Paul that demonic beasts are attacking their people only for some strange reason. He thinks that boss demonic beast is strategizing. While they might be able to hang on for now, it will only be a matter of time before they break through Face squad. He knows that their squads had a conflict, but Tarek's squad should help for the sake of safety as they have more people. Paul doesn't agree. Paul speaks in an evil tone that according to Miles, they'll break through Face squad if this keeps on going, so compared to safety, they should aim for efficiency. Paul is telling Miles to aim for efficiency over safety. It's simple. While the Pace mercenary squad distracts the demonic beast, the rest quickly leave the forest. The Tarek mercenary squad has the important goods anyways. Miles is confused and says he can't do that. Do they not have any morals, he asks. Paul says this is the time to think coldly. Morals, trust, are beautiful words, but they aren't important. Survival is important. That demonic beast threatening them all can slaughter all of them. It's just waiting for them to tire out. And if all of their mercenaries and merchants die, he won't be able to compensate everyone for all the goods and lives lost. Of course, if Miles has a better method, they'll follow that. He was just bringing up alternatives. He puts Miles under a lot of pressure and asks him to decide. The next day, Tanya finds it daunting that ambushes could come for days on end. Their men and horses have already been exhausted and they don't know how much farther they have left either. And Tarek's squad won't even help. They were just watching them this morning. Even if they fought before, they should know not to cross the line. Fiend agrees and knows it. If this continues, something really bad is going to happen when the demonic beasts come. The cart in front of them suddenly speeds up. Tanya wonders what they are doing. She shouts at them to ask. Sean asks where they are going. Fiend realizes that if they are being attacked again and again, then Tarek's squad must be using them as bait. Fiend loses hope and says they have been abandoned. Helmut thinks it's too late to catch up, and he can't let it end like this. But the demonic beasts have already surrounded them. He wonders if it ends up like this, how many from this squad will survive? Maybe if he acts now. Fiend says the demonic beasts are gathering as soon as they have fewer forces, so everyone must prepare now. They are coming in large numbers. Everyone is fighting. Helmut wonders if they'll question his identity if he acts. Marrow says this will be a death worth of a mercenary. Sean says that death is worthless and he himself can't go out like this. Marrows brags about having a noble death and Sean feels disgusted by him. Helmut keeps questioning himself if they'll ask about who he is, where he's from, and if he's human like them. Tanya smirks seeing Sean and Marrows mess around till the end. Helmut is sure of himself and it does not matter anymore. He does not want these people to die. He remembers what Darian said, but this time he wants to trust humans. He says to everyone that what they are doing to see now is all a secret. Everyone is shocked to see him using Viss. He jumps in the air and kills all the demonic beasts by using his sword and Viss. Marrows wonders if it's a dream and Sean can't believe it either. Helmut slams one down on the ground with his sword inside the beast. He kills every beast that is terrified of him and then sheaths his sword. Everyone is shocked by Helmut using Viss and killing all the beasts. Sean finds it a miracle. Helmut is disappointed to know the boss demonic beast is a coward and it ran away when it saw its subordinates die. Finn asks how he did all this. Helmut says it's nothing and his body just healed. Tanya confirms that she saw Viss before too, it's possible, and wonders what she picked up from the road, referring to Helmut. Helmut asks if everyone is okay. Finn can't manifest Viss despite being a rank 2. He wonders how he is able to do that at such a young age. Finn asks where he learned swordsmanship. Helmut is cautious not to tell them about the Forest of Roots, even if they are trustworthy. He tells them he lived with his mentor in a forest, but other than that, he does not remember anything. Finn gets frustrated a bit, but has to accept his amnesia story. Helmut asks what they are going to do now. It doesn't look like there's any more danger. Finn gets to his senses and says they'll leave this forest first. But the squad members want to find the Tarek squad and get revenge from them. Finn asks Helmut what he will do. He doesn't know about it after they leave the forest, but till then, he'll stay with them. He hasn't gotten his share of the money yet. Finn finds it strange, but gets smacked by Tanya before he can say too much. Finn decides to trace those who left first, that is the Tarek squad, as that'd be best. A day passes and the squad members are healed up after a nice rest. Tanya observes the tracks and says there are a lot of tracks, but she doesn't sense any noise or vibration yet. She thinks they ran all night and wonders if they reached the outskirts of the forest already. Finn says that according to the original plan, they should be taking a break at the first village after the forest. They'll probably meet them there. Sean says it will be a great stage for revenge. Byrne speaks in an evil tone that they'll be in for a shock when they get to see they are alive. He looks forward to seeing how much that Gramp Miles will give him while shaking in fear. Sean's mouth is watering up imagining it. Finn says the reward is good and all, but what will happen to the request now? Sean and Byrne agree that there's no stuff to protect anymore and Tarek has all the important items. All they have is one food carriage. Helmut is hearing a noise. Tanya asks if he feels something while nobody else is. He senses demonic energy gathering. There's a battle going on. It's the Tarek mercenary corps. Sean is excited and asks how far they are. Helmut says at the current speed, it'll take an hour. Their leader is there too. Finn is surprised at Helmut being able to sense something happening an hour away and wonders at what level he is. Helmut says to hurry up. Tarek's squad should be able to hold until they get there. Sean complains that they'd have to face that monkey, boss demon, again just to save those Tarek guys. They should just leave. Marrows calls him a dumbass and says they still have to get their money. Finn says they are mercenaries, not vengeful spirits. The most important thing is to finish the request. They should take care of business first before thinking about how to deal with those Tarek bastards. Tanya says they are the Pace mercenary squad and not like the selfish and shrewd Tarek guys. Finn orders them to start moving, secure the client and the goods. The Tarek squad is in bad shape. They are unable to maintain their formation and are starting to lose morale. Paul is frustrated that it's only been one day and it's just obstacle after obstacle. He didn't expect them to chase after them so persistently. He wonders if they were not satisfied with just the Pace mercenary corps. The boss demon comes up behind him and attacks him. He barely dodges and thinks about running away. He talks to Max and says at this rate, everyone will die. They can somehow defeat the minions, but they can't beat the leader. From their sheer strength, he thinks the Pace mercenary corps has already been annihilated. He says if they run away now, all witnesses will be gone. Their reputation will be safe. Max agrees it's a great idea and orders everyone to disperse. Members get furious and confused, and they see both Max and Paul running away. Miles is in the cart, along with other merchants. They are all panicking. Miles regrets making the decision to trust Tarek mercenary squad. He should have known things could turn out like this, from the moment they abandoned the Pace mercenary corps. The boss demon destroys the top of the cart and takes one merchant in his hand and eats him. Miles is terrified and says everyone's gonna die. The beast grabs another merchant. But before it can kill him, Helmut is there and says to put him down. Helmut charges the boss demon and attacks it. It gets pushed back and Helmut says to put the man down. The beast throws him at Helmut, and he catches him. Fiend told him before to go ahead and assess the situation first as he is getting a bad feeling. It's a different story if the Tarek mercenary corps is all together, but they have already betrayed them once. A second time would be easy. Helmut agrees and now thinks Fiend was right. If he got there any later, all the merchants would have been killed. His Viss is back, and he has to face the boss now. He'll put his all into it, he says to the beast. They start fighting and minions start joining as well. But he defeats the minions. He realizes that the boss is the strongest demonic beast he has met outside the forest, but he can still defeat it. He just has to keep his guard up. They fight again and Helmut is close to slashing its face, but gets stopped by its hands grabbing the sword. But it just got stronger, and Helmut thinks it's absorbing the demonic energy around it. It has gotten stronger than before. The Pace mercenary squad will be here soon. If they try to help, they'll end up in danger. He has to get serious and end this quickly. He attacks but fails to do any damage to him. His usual fighting strength won't work on it. He uses more Viss and more power, but it dodges and has gotten faster. Its claws have grown anew too. It will get bothersome if he doesn't kill it in one slash. They fight some more, and the beast tears his shirt a bit. He doesn't have spare clothes. He thinks that he'll buy new ones in town. The boss has consumed all the other beasts and has grown significantly in power. It jumps up in the air and Helmut realizes that he has seen this attack pattern before. He smiles and remembers Naho. He readies himself. Even if it absorbs all the demonic energy there is, it is still weaker than Naho. He also charges him in the air. The Pace squad is running towards Helmut and Finn asks if he's alright, but they see him with his sword out and the demon boss has been slain. They are all in shock. Finn asks if he defeated it all alone. He says the Tarek squad was already dead. Finn thinks they got killed fast than expected because their formation broke. Sean also thinks they couldn't put up much resistance, which means their captain abandoned them and ran by himself. Tanya calls them bastards, who don't have loyalty or a sense of responsibility. Meros finds a survivor and it's Miles. Finn considers it a fortune among misfortunes for finding that the client is still alive. They should get out of this demonic territory as soon as they confirm the number of survivors. Miles gains consciousness and thinks he is dead and it's the afterlife. He sees Finn and starts apologizing to him. He shouldn't have abandoned the Pace mercenary corps like that, but Paul threatened him, he says. He is glad to apologize to him after their deaths. But Finn says to snap out of it as he is not dead yet. Miles wonders how he survived and what happened to the demonic beasts. Finn just says it's dead and he can forget about death for the time being. Helmut notices it and Finn wants to keep his power a secret. Miles is grateful. Finn says since they saved his life, they should talk about finances. Miles cries knowing the reality is hitting him now. He gets handed the contract by Finn. The contract requires Miles to give 80% of the profit. He is only requesting 80% because they also suffered losses. Miles should be thankful knowing they are even willing to continue with this request. They saved his life even after he betrayed them. Miles would be in the red when he compensates for those who all have died and asks if he could get it lowered to 70%. Finn says it's his problem, and if he doesn't want that, then he can go by himself. They already put all the items back on his carriage. He wishes him good luck. Miles finally agrees on 80%. Finn now wants to hear about what the goods are and where they are heading to while putting themselves in such danger. Miles says it'd be bad for him if this news got out about this. It would be the end of the Butin Merchant Association. Finn says they are the Pace Mercenary Corps. He doesn't need to worry about that. Miles warns their core will get wrapped up in danger as well. Does he really want to find out despite knowing that he asks Fiend? He then asks Miles if this was just a request, where knowing about it can make it more dangerous for them. Then he should have told them in advance about it. Miles goes silent and then decides to tell them the full story. The client they are heading to meet right now is a mage known as Antial. Marrows mentions him being the archmage. Fiend asks what is that something that can't go through inspection or surveillance and requires a merchant association and mercenaries to cross the demonic beast's territory. Miles says that the origins of the goods they are transporting is a place where mages aren't permitted. The Temple of Lumen. The temple's power exceeds one's imagination. The group that defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago is still going strong. They were a group that protected the world from demonic energy at the time, but they are far from what they used to be now. They are gathering wealth and power in the name of protection. After all, most of the kingdoms are under their control as the price for borrowing divine power. But they are unable to control mages. He's sure they are always looking out for the chance to get their hands on them. If the temple finds out the Butan Merchant Association delivered an item of the temple to a mage that they are under conflict with for the mage's research, then the Merchant Association would be destroyed. It won't be just them. Those involved will also not be safe. That's just how powerful the temple is. They didn't accept the request at first, but Antial once saved the leader of their merchant association before, so they couldn't really refuse. Helmut asks if Antial is really famous. Marrows tells him that a few years ago, the divine barrier was almost destroyed. Helmut is shocked to hear that. A divine barrier is set up in major cities to prevent demonic beasts from entering. The problem is that the barrier also detects the mana of mages. The temple ended up restricting the mages. The divine barrier is definitely safe. That's why they don't see any demonic beasts coming out of the Forest of Roots. But the mages that wanted freedom wouldn't let that happen. In the end, that mage almost destroyed the city's divine barrier. The temple covered up the incident completely. Helmut thinks about Antial being an important person who can affect the temple's barrier. The temple was ultimately unable to remove the seed of darkness within him, so that's why they sent him to the Forest of Roots. He wonders if divine power can't do it. Then maybe magic will be able to. The black mage he saw in the Forest of Roots, Irugo, wasn't anything special. He hopes Antial is different. They are finally out of the demonic beast's territory. They are going to camp and meet the mage tomorrow since it's hard to go any further as the sun is setting. Fiend wants to talk to Helmut for a moment. He hands Helmut a pill that swordsmen eat when their Viss or stamina is depleted. It is pretty expensive. He doesn't know if it will be of help since he recovers stamina pretty quickly. Helmut's body is getting warm. Fiend asks how he feels, and he says it was effective. But he wants to know why he gave it to him. Fiend thanks Helmut for protecting the Pace mercenary corps. If it weren't for him, both them and their client would have died long ago. That is his thanks to him. Although he knows it's not nearly enough for saving them, at least if he ever falls into danger or needs someone's help. While he looks for his memory, he swears upon the name of the Pace mercenary corps that they'll definitely help, but he is their savior. And Helmut adds that they are also comrades. Trustworthy comrades. They shake hands firmly as the sun sets down. The Pace mercenary squad have reached close to a mountain. Miles says they have finally reached their destination, and Fiend adds that it is the right place according to the map. But it's just a road, not a village. He asks how they will deliver the items to Antial like this. Miles says they are going to carry the items to Antial's abode. They are all confused as to how this is Antial's hideout as there's nothing but trees. Miles takes out a charm of sorts and says it will be faster to see it for themselves rather than explaining it 100 times. He comes out of the carriage and points the charm to a tree with a hole in the middle of it. The charm goes inside the tree and blue light emits. Everyone is flabbergasted to see magic. And then they are leaping through space. Fiend only heard the rumors, but this is beyond imagination. This is an archmage's ability. Helmut asks how he knows. It can just be simply an illusion. Fiend tells him that the temperature is dropping too much for it to be just an illusion. For this much of a difference to occur, they could only be traveling a very long distance. Tanya sees a tower and points it out. They are in forest where recently it snowed. Antial is out in front of his tower. Tanya sees him. Antial greets them. He is wearing blue mage clothes and has a staff with him. He checks the goods and confirms that everything is there. Some of them must have been hard to acquire, so he appreciates it and is very satisfied. He notices that there are less people than he expected. There are traces of human life force leaving from different parts of the carriage. He asks if several people died. Miles says that many died by the hands of an enormous demonic beast they met along the way, and only a third of the members made it here. Antiol commends them for going through a lot to get here. He thought he felt large amounts of demonic energy from the carriage. He asks if there are demonic beast corpses. Miles says they have already processed them, so he'd like it if he could buy them as well, if he's interested. Antiol thinks about it for a moment. He wants to add them to the request fee and total it to 150,000 marks. Miles thanks him. Finn is in shock and finds the amount insane. Tutor comments that he heard that archmages possess immense wealth, but they spend as much as they earn. Antiol says to unload the items and take the carriage with them as he has no use for it. Helmut has been observing Antiol and thinks he is strong. His power feels different from Arugo's. Not only that, but he's also completely concealing his mana. This is an archmage, he says to himself. Antiol notices Helmut and is intrigued by him. He tells him that mages can see into the truth from time to time, and especially a mage of his level can see into the truth hidden deep within. Helmut threatens him not to say anything more than that. He laughs and calls him a daring child. He asks if he needs it kept as a secret. He places his staff in the middle between the two of them. Helmut is cautious. The staff creates a barrier with both inside. He is a mage, he says. He has learned many of the world's secrets and also respected the underlying truths. He tells Helmut that the space inside and outside of this barrier are completely segregated. What he is worried about will never occur. Chains come out of his staff. He swears upon the name of the mage Antiol. He tells him that what he's doing is called a mage's oath. It is a promise made by mages that, if broken, cause them to lose a large amount of mana. He is chained by magic from the staff. He tells Helmut to ask him what he needs to know, as he is a special boy. Helmut thinks he's not normal. He's completely different from Arugo. In that case, he says he has something to ask. Antiol picks up on it and asks if it has something to do with the seed of darkness deep inside his heart. Helmut asks if there is a way to remove it. The bottom line is, Antiol says that it's impossible. He explains in a little more detail that the seed of darkness has an intimate connection to his life. That seed possesses the power of a demon. It rarely indwells babies who were supposed to die in their mother's wombs. They are brought into life by the seed of darkness itself and must live forever as its host until death. Hence the seed of darkness is no different from his heart. If he removes it, he will die. Helmut says to him that an archmage would know of a way. Antiol says he's a mage, not a god, and this is his first time seeing a human who has control over the seed of darkness. Helmut is confused by the word control. Antiol explains that the seed of darkness normally demands demonic energy from its host. The more he resists the demonic energy, the more his mind is devoured and the more he will habitually conduct evil acts. One can ultimately go insane if one's mind cannot handle it or become engulfed by the demonic energy they absorb and turn into a being similar to demonic beasts. But his case is very unique. Theoretically speaking, he can suppress the seed using a different power, but that power can only be either man or Viss. Both powers require immense talent and time poured into them. But a seed of darkness does not receive demonic energy, attacks the mind much faster than that. To think he trained in Viss while in just enough demonic energy for the seed not to go berserk, all the while not being discovered by the temple, is very interesting no matter how he sees it. Helmut does not if he should be relieved, as Antiol does not expect him that he came out from the forest of roots. Antiol continues by saying even the priests of Lumen would find it hard to detect the traces of the seed, unless they were to examine his body directly. Even he, being an archmage, simply managed to see the seed because it reacted to the think demonic energy present here. He wouldn't have noticed it if he wasn't paying attention. Helmut thinks he should avoid areas with demonic energy as much as possible. Antiol says he currently doesn't have a bright future. He will become stronger with time and will likely become a powerful individual. That is, if he can avoid the temple's attention until then. However, just like everyone who possessed the seed of darkness until now either became criminals or demonic beasts, that seed will also eventually devour him. Ultimately, his sword will destroy this world, and countless lives will be obliterated by his hands. That is the general fate of those who possess the seed of darkness. Helmut says that won't happen as he is a human. Antiol laughs but agrees with him. Since humans are the ones who predict fate, it must also be humans to change it. His interest hasn't been piqued this much in a very long time. He will be watching Helmut and calls him a special boy. If he is not able to overcome it, he may have to stop him. And if he reaches a level that far surpasses his own, even the darkness itself may bend to Helmut's will. He closes the barrier. Fiend hands Helmut his share, which is 3/4 of the reward. He'd love to give him more, but the other members also did their best. He'd like to reward them for it. Fiend searches in the carriage and hands him a bag. The bag contains the things Helmut brought from the Forest of Roots. He found it when they were going through the luggage, and it didn't seem to have an owner. He thanks Fiend for it. Fiend says no need for thanks. He should have given this to him a while ago. But they had no time to think, so they completely forgot about it. They should be the ones thanking him. He is the benefactor of their mercenary corps. He'll pray for his safe travels. Finn calls Helmut and is excited to show him their mercenary corps headquarters. Now that the job is all over, he'd be surprised by how much cool stuff is over there, he tells Helmut. Although, nothing would beat how shocking this request was. Helmut tells Finn he won't be going to the mercenary corps headquarters. Finn is not happy to hear that he's just gonna leave and should at least visit it once. Tanya stops him from forcing Helmut. Then she tells Helmut he can keep using the mercenary corps certificate if he wants to. The temporary certificate only goes to rank 3, so they raised it to that. Helmut says that's more than enough. She knows he has something very important to do. More important than his own memories. She feels like she's creating a big fuss over nothing, so she'll keep it short and says to take care of himself and asks for a promise. Helmut agrees and thanks everyone for everything. Marrows and Sean thank him and wish him well. Uter and Byrne hope to meet him again. Finn cries and wants Helmut to come back after he's done. Helmut tells Finn his meals were delicious. Finn starts to cry more, and Tanya says he's not dying so he shouldn't cry so much. Finn tells Helmut if he ever needs a mercenary corps, he can come to us anytime. He will make sure to keep the promise he made. Helmut accepts it and then leaves. A part of his heart aches a little. Like when Darian left him, and when he left Alaga's side. But if he kept on doing mercenary work, he would have had no choice but to face demonic beasts. And the Seed of Darkness will absorb demonic energy every time. He didn't think it'd sprout so easily, even in the forest. It wouldn't have been good if he was devoured by the seed. Mercenary work may not involve facing demonic beasts all the time, but whether or not he'll be able to stop. What will happen if the day that Antial spoke about ever comes? He still doesn't know. In that case, there's only one way. He has to get stronger. To the point that even the Seed of Darkness can't control him. Paul and Max are wearing hoodies and are in a tavern, sitting at a table close to a window, and drinking. Paul says he wouldn't have taken on this request if he knew it was that dangerous. He wouldn't have brought Caleb either. Max says he can't do anything now, it's all in the past. Since they are still alive, they can rebuild Tarek Mercenary Corps again. He needs to think about it positively. Pace Mercenary Corps is completely annihilated, he says to Paul, so they'll be the ones holding the initiative in the mercenary field. They should take this chance to recruit some capable people. He sees outside the window to see a commotion and looks at the Pace mercenary members. Paul and Max get nervous instantly and wonder about how they survived there. Max then tells him to hide first before thinking about it later. Finn hears something and sees the window where Max and Paul were sitting, but they hid. Tanya asks what's wrong, and he says he just had a weird feeling. Max and Paul are screwed. It would have been perfect if they laid low for a while and went back. The demonic beast must have had an unexpectedly clear weakness. They should have just killed the Pace Mercenary Corps themselves. Max is sure it will only be a matter of time until their actions are reported to the guild, and this is how their mercenary days end. To think a rank 2 mercenary would have to worry about daily life, he complains. Paul says that they are still rank 2 and then goes somewhere and Max follows him. If starving to death is the alternative, then they might as well steal. Meanwhile, a bulky drunk guy is bragging about how he punched a guy straight in the face. Everyone is laughing. Another drunk guy says he must already be dead if he was hit with his fist and tells others to learn from him. Helmut is at the tavern. While looking at his mother's necklace, he thinks that he is at a loss. He couldn't stay in the mercenary corps because of the Seed of Darkness, and he has to find a clue to the necklace he brought out from the Forest of Roots. He is just going around random villages for now, but he can't just go around the world without any fruit for his labor like this. It took him 3 days to get here. He wonders that the entire world must be incomprehensibly massive. It's not like he'll only meet good people like the ones in Pace Mercenary Corps. He remembers that Fiend gave him tons of money and he doesn't really know how much. He checks in his bag and sees that Fiend gives him much more money than Darian did. Then he sees there's a letter inside and wonders if it's from Fiend. But he is surprised to see the letter is from Darian after he opens it. Helmut reads the letter Darian wrote. He says if he's reading this letter, then that means his life has come to an end. It can also mean you succeeded in getting out of the Forest of Roots. He is probably having trouble adjusting to the outside world right now, since the way he has lived until now is different from the people on the outside. Of course, that's not his fault, so he does not have to feel bad about it. His time must really be coming to an end, since he is worrying about Helmut. He'll get straight to the point. If he's roaming around without a clear goal right now, he should try going to Baden. There is a place called Greta Academy which children his age attend. He should learn more about being a human that was lacking from his teachings. This is a place where commoners and nobles alike attend equally. No one will try to find out where he is from, nor will they care. He can't enroll on his own, so he should go and find a man named Ethan Kudrau. If he shows him the sword he gave him, Ethan will know he's Darian's disciple. They made an oath, so he'll help him out. The human world may be more dangerous and terrifying than Helmut thinks. But since he managed to overcome his training as well, he trusts that he'll overcome this trial as well, somehow. Take care of himself, he says at the end. Helmut notices the letters written are shaky. Darian barely had enough strength to write. He thanks Darian and knows what his destination is now. He was stumped as to where he needed to go. He is grateful for reading the letter. A waiter brings him his meal. He tells him it's 15 marks. He hands him over a coin. The waiter excitedly says that it's a 1,000-mark coin. The bulky guy hears it. Helmut says he is planning to sleep here as well, so he'll pay for it all with that. The waiter understood and calmed down from excitement. Helmut counts the coins and finds out he received 90,000 marks from the request a few days ago. It was a lot more than he expected. He will sleep here today and depart tomorrow. The bulky guy comes up with his goons and asks if he's pretty loaded. He looked like he had a lot of money on him. He wants to borrow some so they can get some more drinks. He thinks 20,000 marks would suffice. Helmut refuses and wonders what is wrong with these humans. The bulky guy slams on the table and gets furious about how he talked back to him. Helmut asks who he is, which makes him more furious, and then he throws a punch at him. But Helmut easily blocks and grabs his fist with strength. He calls him deaf when he says he won't give any money. He whimpers and one of his goons rushes to punch Helmut. Helmut dodges and punches him in the face. He gets flown off with sheer force. The bulky guy asks him who the hell is he, and Helmut says he's a mercenary. Then he kicks the table, and it hits the guy right in the face. Helmut tells him to go away and to not bother him. The guy, along with his goons, leaves and also threatens Helmut that he'll regret disobeying them. He better watch his back at night, he says. He'll get stabbed in a matter of time for disobeying them. Helmut thinks that humans like Caleb are everywhere, and it's a hassle for him. The waiter nervously tells him that he has to get out of this town immediately. The fact that Blackhawk made a declaration of war is quite serious. Helmut asks what Blackhawk is about. He tells him they are the thieves that dominate the underworld. Not only do they all have criminal records, but they'll also kill anyone as long as they can make money. He has to leave this town quickly. Helmut thinks they are more of a hassle than he expected. It may be better if he fight them right now. He doesn't want his lodging to get dirty, so he should call them over somewhere else. Waiter says he does not have time to stay here like this. He'll return his lodging fee, and he has to run. Helmut asks if those humans will come back. Waiter says of course they will. Helmut tells him whenever they come back, and they ask about where he is, then he should tell them he went to the forest out back. Helmut wonders what the fight will be like against humans this time. He says to the waiter he'll be back, so he should have his room ready. It's nighttime and the Blackhawk people are discussing. One asks them if they are seriously going to do this. The bulky guy shouts and says he blatantly disrespected us. Their pride is their life in this business. Then the goon says he looked extremely strong, and not only that, but he's also a merc as well. The bulky guy says to him that he's chickening out and he's a pussy. Absolutely useless on top of it. He tells him to go to headquarters. They'll take care of it. Another goon is rushing towards them, exclaiming that he found out where Helmut is. The bulky guy asks what the waiter said. The goon is out of breath, but he tells them that he's not in the inn, but he went to the forest out back. It's obvious he ran with his tail between his legs. He thinks he's aware he'll lose if we go all out. The bulky guy laughs and calls Helmut a brat, and he ran to the wrong place to run to. They know the forest like the back of their hands. The goon is sure there are still tracks, so they should go and kill him. The bulky guy agrees, and they all put on masks. He's all sober now. For a child who knows nothing about the world, they want to engrave deep into Helmut's brain that the Knight of Blackhawk is more terrifying than anything in this world. Helmut has set up a trap. He has lit a campfire and has placed an empty sleeping bag beside it. He learned from his time in the mercenary corps that there are many humans in this world that act like demonic beasts. On the other hand, there are also humans who protect each other while risking their lives. Humans sure are more complicated than he expected. Darian said the human world isn't a place where strength can solve all problems. But Helmut still does not know how to solve a problem with anything other than strength. However, there is one thing he realized, in that humans that are like demonic beasts need to be treated as demonic beasts. He has lured them in his trap and calls them and saying since they ambushed him armed, he can kill all of them. Helmut thinks about Blackhawk and how boring they were than he expected. They were weaker than Fiend, but on second thought, even weaker than Tanya. He thinks Tanya is on the strong side among humans. He'll need to fight more humans in order to know. In any case, he'll have to start moving again when the sun rises. He'll go back to the inn and rest a bit. However, the seed of darkness overwhelms him, and he falls to the ground. He is confused as he just was supposed to stay away from demonic energy. It wasn't like this when he was killing demonic beasts. He does not know what's the problem is. The difference between then and now is that the opponent he killed wasn't a demonic beast, but a human. He is concerned and wonders if murder allows the seed of darkness to grow. Then it will be a bigger problem. If it gets out that he killed someone from Blackhawks, other humans will pursue him. He thinks he was a fool to hope that he could fight against humans. If he can't kill his opponents, then he'll have to avoid them as much as possible. He gets up and looks so exhausted while the seed of darkness starts to devour him a bit. He has to get to bed and quickly. Meanwhile, at the Blackhawk headquarters, a member is giving report to the leader that everyone who chased Helmut down is dead. If they keep pursuing them, they'll be able to know their exact location as well. The leader can't just let this go either. He wants to keep going as planned. The leader's name is Anton. One member comes and says they have arrived. It's Paul and Max. The leader expected a rank 2 mercenary, but not 2 of them. He welcomes them. He also thanks them for showing interest in joining in a time when it's hard to find skilled people. However, right now they are in a bit of a mess here, and they don't just let anyone join without any conditions. Paul gets a bit angry and asks what it means. Anton laughs a bit and assures them that he is not doubting the skills of 2 rank 2 mercenaries. But they are a bit different from a normal mercenary corps. As they both know, they do a lot of illegal things here. So, if they bungle a job due to some weird sense of justice of morals, it would be very troublesome. He tells them he needs some proof on this matter, and he happens to have the right job for them to do that. Paul understands that apart from their skills, he needs to confirm if they are suited to Blackhawk. He hands them a note with something written on it. He says it won't be too hard for 2 rank 2 mercenaries. Last night, 5 of their subordinates went missing. From what they heard, they got into a tussle with a single mercenary. But after searching the area, when they didn't come back until dawn, they found their corpses in a neighboring village forest. Judging by their corpses, they believe they were killed with a single stab. There were no traces of a weapon. Max says it was a 5 versus 1 and then asks if he has a description of the culprit. Anton tells him he has black hair and black eyes, and he's 15 at most. They believe his skills would be at least those of a rank 3. Max asks if they just have to kill that guy. Anton says that is correct, and once they finish this job and enter Blackhawk, they will be able to take on more difficult requests. They'll even be treated better than in their mercenary corps. Paul agrees to it all and asks where he is. According to reports, he was in a neighboring village inn. Since not much time has passed since the incident, he couldn't have gone far. Anton stabs a knife in the area on the map. Helmut goes to the mercenary guild. He didn't think he'd be taking another request. But if he wants to move without drawing attention, this is the only way right now. He enters the guild and gets greeted by the receptionist. She welcomes him and calls her a little boy, asking him why he's here. He tells her he wants to find a request. He hands the mercenary contract to her. She sees he's from the Pace Mercenary Corps and says he looks so young and finds it amazing. Not only that, but he's also a rank 3. Helmut asks if it's a problem. She gets flustered a bit and tells him no, that's not the case. She's just fascinated since there isn't many young rank 3 mercenaries. She asks about the request he wants. He says the reward doesn't matter, so he wants one he can do on the way to Baden. Baden is a metropolis, she tells him. There are tons of people wanting to go there, so it will be easy getting escort or transportation requests. She hands him the request note and tells him it's an escort request for a noble lady. The reward is 800 marks. This is a really good request, but there's a condition. She tells him excitedly that the mercenary needs to be the lady's type. Helmut is confused to hear that. Helmut enters a clothing store. He thinks any should do. The receptionist at the guild told him his image is important when dealing with a noble requester. Even if one is famous or gives off a strong first impression, the attire needs to at least be decent. Fortunately, you are already halfway there with your face. That's why she suggested the request for an escort to him. He should come back after buying some nice clothes somewhere near the area. She'll have the request ready for him. The shopkeeper at the clothing store says if you want something of the highest quality, he has the perfect clothes for him. He asks his opinion while showing him a full black dress with a high collar. He explains how it's a top-grade fabric with a delicate finish. The work of the most famous artisan in Baden. Even demonic beasts can become nobles just by wearing it, he brags. It's so light that he will think he isn't wearing anything, he tells Helmut. He'd be flying through the skies like a feather. Helmut asks him how much it costs. He says 2,000 marks. The request reward was 800 marks, so he kind of regrets taking it. Once he has dressed up, he gets back to the guild, and the receptionist is happy to see him. He gives off a completely different impression. Clothes sure do make the man, she says. She is charmed by him and finds him handsome and also calls him honey. Helmut says he's not honey. She just couldn't help it as he is so cute. She tells him that she has sent over the information to them. Since he has the reputation of being a Pace mercenary corps member, he has a fairly considerable chance of passing. There aren't many mercenaries that fit the lady's tastes. He should be perfect, she says. A noble gentleman wearing a butler outfit has arrived in the guild, and she welcomes him, then asks if he's from the House Zoringen. He is, and has come to check the mercenary who accepted the request. Is this him, he asks whilst looking at Helmut. He heard that he was fairly young. He is tall and has nice posture. He thinks he looks okay and says to Helmut to follow him. Receptionist is happy and sees him off. Helmut bows his head and leaves with the butler. They are walking outside the guild, and a member of the Blackhawk observes them behind a bush and is hidden. The butler tells him his name is Gilton, and he is a butler of House Zoringen. He asks Helmut if he has heard anything about Marquess Zoringen. He says no, he has not. Gilton thinks it's better to not know anything than to have a poor understanding. He is of high status, so he must be careful of his actions. He asks Helmut if he has experience in escorting. Helmut says he did a transportation request before. Gilton tells him transporting and escorting isn't much different. The only difference is that one protects an item, while the other protects a person. If it's difficult, he just needs to follow what the knights say. The house will grant him more money once the request is complete. Helmut says okay, and Gilton likes his concise response. Silence is an important virtue when it comes to escorting. They arrive at a large, elegant house that is more of a mansion. It has a big gate and a garden outside the front door. Helmut sees beautiful pink flowers. They enter the house, and there is a knight waiting for them. There is an exquisite chandelier hanging off the ceiling, and the walls are engraved with intricate designs. The marble floor is shining. Gilton tells Helmut that it is the inn that the Marquess's daughter is currently staying in. Helmut now thinks this is what it's like to be of such high status. The knight greets Gilton and asks if he's the merc. He looks fairly young. Gilton says he was verified by the mercenary guild, so there won't be any issues. If there is, the knight can teach him. He understands. Then he greets Helmut and tells his name, which is Cedric. He has short green hair and a small goatee on his chin. Gilton asks him where the lady is. He says she's having breakfast in the cafeteria. He takes Helmut and goes to the cafeteria. Two people are having breakfast. There is a knight standing guard and a maid standing by. Lady Xenia and a hooded person are eating and talking. The lady calls him Lord Aaliyah. She first complains that she can't stomach in foods like this. Her house's chefs are very talented. She would love it if he would come to visit their manor. Gilton and Helmut arrive, and Lady Xenia is a bit annoyed by Gilton interrupting her conversation with Lord Aaliyah. She does not care about the mercenaries, and if he thinks he's alright, then he can take care of it on his own. She has things to speak about with Lord Aaliyah. But Lord Aaliyah says no, since they have to depart soon, so he should get some rest. Lady Xenia agrees, but he should eat some more. He doesn't speak and passes by Helmut. Something feels weird. Lord Aaliyah leaves the cafeteria. Helmut is certainly not mistaken, and he does not know what it is, but there's something different about him, he thinks. Lady Xenia gets up from the table and says she should go back to the guest room as well. She runs after Lord Aaliyah. Helmut asks Gilton if Lord Aaliyah is a guard as well. He says that man is Lady Xenia's guest. Apparently, he's quite well known in the Greta Academy in Baden. He happened to come across him coincidentally, and his lady happened to recognize him, which is why he's with them. Helmut asks if the lady is also at the academy in Baden. She's going to take the entrance exam, since she's 14 years old right now, he tells Helmut. Helmut remembers his original destination to be the Greta Academy. Gilton thinks they have about 2 hours left. He tells Helmut to get ready for departure and bring a horse from the stables. Once he's done with the preparations, he can come to where the closest carriage is. Since he needs to prepare some personal things, he can see Cedric if he needs anything else. Helmut understands, and goes to the stable. He calls his horse a bastard as he caused quite a shitstorm at the stables. The horsekeeper was very worried, and he told him this is the only horse left, and he sure loves to show off. The horse is still not listening fully. Helmut thinks this horse is completely different from the one at the Pace Mercenary Corps. Lady Xenia excitedly calls over Lord Aaliyah to come aboard the carriage and to catch up. She is glazing over him. He has a white robe and just walks with a neutral expression on his face. Helmut observes him and wonders if he's a mage. They start their journey. Helmut starts thinking about how it certainly explains things if it were magic, and why things felt strange in the beginning. However, he still doesn't know what type of magic it is, nor why Lord Aaliyah has cast a spell on himself. He is curious and wants to keep an eye on him. Inside the carriage, Lady Xenia asks Lord Aaliyah if he is the topper of his class in the magic faculty. He says he is, and then Xenia excitedly shares that no test would faze you. She is so nervous and doesn't know if she can prepare to do well. He says if she has prepared enough, he's sure she'll do well. Xenia is acting childish, saying she has prepared well of course, but she's so shaky and nervous about it still. He says once they reach their destination, they'll have enough time. So, she should take the opportunity to review. Xenia nervously agrees, but she may need someone to teach her. Aaliyah tells her that the academy is a place that encourages individual learning. She should get used to it. She weeps and says that's not until she has enrolled. If she fails the entrance exam, she does not know how she could inform her family of such news. Aldea is a bit annoyed by her weeping and childish behavior. But he pities her and says if she wishes, he will recommend a suitable teacher for her. He'll try and find someone who specializes in the entrance exam. She gets excited and is grateful to him for this. But she's quite shy and asks if it's possible for him to teach instead. He says that will prove to be difficult. She asks what the problem would be. He says it is a new semester, so he needs to prepare as well. He tells her to rest now as it will be a tiring trip. She agrees and asks him if he wants to rest too. Helmut was listening hoping to hear something interesting, but he got annoyed. This conversation reminded him of Finn. Meanwhile, back in the Blackhawk headquarters, the member who saw Gilton and Helmut back outside the guild reports to Anton, Max, and Paul. He tells them he saw it with his own eyes that they received a small request and started relocating a few hours ago. If they hurry, they can catch up easily. But there were a few knights and a mercenary among the party. Anton wonders if the knights belong to a noble. If it's noble, things might get loud. He orders them to eliminate Helmut alone. Paul comments on how tenacious he's being as it's just one little mercenary, yet he's going so far to recruit them. He laughs and says he's just being cautious. Besides, it is the philosophy of the Black Hawk, to ensure they tear them apart piece by piece until their opponent is dead. They only hope that everyone here has a mindset on par with their philosophy. Paul gets excited and agrees, and what Anton said just now, he really liked it. It's nighttime and Lady Xenia asks Gilton if there is a better place than the inn they are outside right now. He says there are no other inns in the area and requests her to bear with it for one night. The chief welcomes them and says they must have gone through a lot, given how late it is. Gilton thanks him for letting all of them stay here overnight. They'll make sure to pay him. He says it's a small house in our small village, but they should make sure to rest well. Helmut is practicing in the nearby forest. His Viss has gotten much better compared to when he was at the Forest of Roots, but it feels like something is blocked. He wasn't able to train his muscles regularly, nor was he able to train his Viss at an appropriate place. He wonders if he will be able to focus more on his training once he goes to Greta Academy. More importantly, he thinks he needs to find a clue about the Seed of Darkness. Something in the sky attracts him, but there is nothing there. He wonders if it's an owl, and indeed it was. But they don't interact. Aaliyah was observing him using magic. He releases the eyes of the eagle. He thinks Helmut has good senses, and if he spied on him any longer, Helmut may catch him. Average humans wouldn't be able to detect anything. He calls Helmut a strange bastard. Aaliyah sits inside the cabin room. He has seen countless skilled mercenaries. Though it is rare to see such a young rank 3 mercenary like Helmut, he thinks. But he hears a knock at the door, and it's Xenia asking if he's asleep. She knocks hard on the door because she thinks he's not sleeping. She asserts to him that if he wants his skin to regenerate, he must sleep before 9 o'clock, and these are strict orders from the master. The maids take her away forcefully whilst she cries about wanting to talk to him for just 1 minute. Aaliyah finds it bothersome. She still is shouting in the hallway, saying to the maids to let go of her, and why did they put on makeup at this time of the night? It could be the last night. Aaliyah is exhausted by all this. The next day, they are traveling again. It's almost mealtime, and they decide to rest up. There's a water spring just up ahead, and they are going to quench their thirst. Cedrin and Gilton reach the spring first. One is surprised to a spring in such a place. Apparently, it is a place of rest for those who are journeying on this path to Baden. Cedric drinks the water and tells Gilton that it's as sweet and refreshing as booze. So, they prepare to eat there. Gourmet quality food is being taken by multiple maids towards the carriage. The knights comment on how ridiculous it is. Those nobles get all sorts of salads and meats, while they were only handed a piece of bread and some jerky, and have to fill the rest of their bellies with water. If they are eating all that, it could take an entire day. One knight is sad about his status and just complains. Helmut misses Finn's meals. He takes a sip of water and finds the taste a little funny. He wonders if it's poison. He sees everybody seems fine and is concerned if he misjudged. One of the knights feels so tired and is going to take a little nap. Gilton is relieved that the meal has been taken care of and feels a bit tired. He speaks to Xenia before opening the carriage door that since they are done packing everything away, they should depart. But Xenia is fast asleep and is talking in her sleep about spending time with Aaliyah, their last night together. Gilton is relieved to know she's just sleeping, but he is starting to sweat a lot. He sees maids and being sleepy all of a sudden and gets concerned. He screams for Cedric, calling him and eventually finds him. But he's unconscious on the ground. Gilton starts to lose consciousness, wondering what it is, and then collapses. Everyone is unconscious. Everyone except Helmut, who is waiting for an ambush. He hears them coming. Max, Paul, and the member who was tracking Helmut. They should have fallen asleep by now, Max comments. Paul says using sleeping potion seems like a useless thing to do. But the Blackhawk member says it would be troublesome if they were to kill a noble while they are fighting. So that's why they use something that cannot be tracked back to them. They reach the convoy and see Helmut awake and healthy. Paul and Max remember Helmut from the last request. Paul asks if he's the one who killed the Blackhawk minions. Helmut says they didn't find any traces of him when that demon ape attacked and killed everyone, and asks if he has decided to become a Blackhawk. He calls them traitors. Max gets furious and Paul finds it funny. He should know his place before he opens that mouth of his. The members of Blackhawk surround him, and he is quite outnumbered. Paul takes out his sword and says to start hunting, and he licks his sword. Helmut thinks there are too many of them. Before they start fighting, a magic spell is put up in the sky. Aaliyah is still conscious, and he's the one who cast it. He threatens Paul to put his sword down and get lost, if he doesn't want any trouble, that is. Paul is annoyed. They put them to sleep by paying a hefty sum, and there's a brat suffering from insomnia, the brat being Aaliyah. Helmut is side-eyeing Aaliyah. Aaliyah gets annoyed and says to focus on the opponent in front of him and calls him a bastard crow. The member who was tracking Helmut is scared now, and Paul asks him what happened and smacks him with his sword handle. He should have told us that there would be a mage. Paul finds himself the fool for expecting anything being done by Blackhawk bastards. He tells them to shut up and clean things up once the situation has been sorted. He's going to have a conversation with a dingy-looking brat, which is Helmut. They start fighting and Helmut blocks his attacks one by one. Max and the other members face Aaliyah. Max tells him that if he stays still, he will grant him a painless death. Aaliyah prepares to use his magic and says that a mage who is still is a dead mage. Paul aggressively attacks Helmut but can't find any opening. Paul is finding it fun. Helmut thinks he got lucky. If he was alone, this would have been difficult. Facing rank 2 mercenaries and thieves, Helmut dodges Paul's attacks. Paul is very annoyed by him. He's much worse than he thought. Helmut says this is just the start. He thanks Paul for following him here. Paul gets furious, asking if he's gone insane as he's the one who cornered him here. Helmut says that is not the case. He's not worthy of facing him. Paul gets nervous and attacks him after seeing his Viss. He blindly charges him in rage. Helmut easily dodges his attack and then counterattacks him using overwhelming force and Viss that takes down Paul very easily. Paul is injured and cannot move. He asks how he can use this much Viss. Helmut smacks him again and says it's none of his business. If he takes his subordinates and leaves quietly, then he'll let him live. Paul laughs, asking if he wants him to beg for his life right now. He wants to be killed instead of being humiliated like this. Helmut says he ran away and deserted all of his comrades, and that is the real humiliation. But this humiliation is worth more than his comrades' lives, Helmut comments. Helmut leaves him in that state and leaves. He wonders if Aaliyah is okay. Aaliyah is fighting the rest of the Blackhawk members and Max asks what he is even. Aaliyah says he is a mage. Aaliyah uses his magic to project small rocks towards the Blackhawk members. He doesn't care about whatever they want to do, but if they interfere with his business, that's a completely different matter. He takes down the members one by one. Max charges him with his spear, calling him arrogant. Aaliyah mocks him, saying he is just pretending to be tough. He uses magic to push away Max with sheer force. Aaliyah tells them that they all have to come to Baden with them now. He uses restraining magic and tells them to stay still. One member warns everyone about the restraining magic and to run away. He catches most of the members using magic, but some run away. He comments on how quick they are in running away. But at least he took down the person who seems to be the leader, but he has run away too. Max wonders how something could happen like this. Firstly, Blackhawk being after the brat from Pace, that is Helmut. And they didn't mention at all about there being a mage. He wonders when things started to go wrong. He hears Helmut's footsteps and questions about why he is unscathed and what happened to Paul. He thinks that Paul may have been defeated by Helmut. Helmut notices Max's presence but ignores and moves on. He thinks Aaliyah is pretty strong. Aaliyah is surprised to see Helmut alive and then hands him ropes to restrain the members. Helmut says they are already restrained by his magic. Aaliyah says he is going to toss them into the prison in Baden, so he doesn't want to keep wasting his mana on these bastards. Helmut remembers that Darian said that's where all the people who have done wrong are gathered. He realizes that there was such a solution. He regrets letting Paul and Max leave. Aaliyah asks how he did not fall asleep. Helmut says he didn't drink the water from that spring. Aaliyah fires off his magic as warning, saying he saw him drinking water. Helmut counters his question by asking he also drank water but didn't fall asleep. Aaliyah says he's a mage so he can purify that much water. Helmut then asks if it also is because of the magic surrounding his body the whole time. Aaliyah is shocked to hear that. He asks Helmut if he can see the magic. While restraining the members, Helmut responds that he can't see it clearly, but he can sense it. Aaliyah asks why he pretended not to see it until now. He says he wasn't all that curious, and if he was hiding it, it's none of his business. Aaliyah gets a bit annoyed and thinks he's an irritating crow bastard. Gilton is awake along with others. He is relieved and thinks they could have been in real trouble. They are forever indebted to Aaliyah and ask how they can ever repay him. Aaliyah doesn't think of it as a big deal, and he merely did what he should do as a fellow traveler. He does not need anything in return. He also points out that Helmut helped him as well. He doesn't know why, but he didn't fall asleep either. Helmut says medicine is not effective on him. Gilton finds it impressive, and he heard that there were people with such immunities. He thanks Helmut. Since he's a mercenary, once they get to Baden, aside from his promised wage, he'll be rewarded. But before Gilton finishes his sentence, Xenia goes to Aaliyah in excitement. She holds his hand and tells him he has saved her in such a crisis and calls it fate. Aaliyah is visibly annoyed by her behavior. She wants to repay this debt in any way possible. She says to marry her, but Aaliyah shuts her down, saying he has someone he is betrothed to back home. As soon as he graduates from the academy, he'll wed her. Xenia goes into complete shock and Cedric along with Gilton is disappointed to say the least. Xenia starts crying like a baby and Gilton calms her down saying not to cry in such a place. Cedric is embarrassed by all this but tells everyone to get moving. They finally reached Baden. Gilton is relieved even though they stayed up overnight. They were still able to arrive without any trouble. Helmut observes the city. Gilton calls Helmut over and thanks him for his hard work. He will make sure to commend him within his mercenary guild and gives him 10,000 marks. It isn't a part of the promised fee. He should think of it as a token of their gratitude. Helmut thanks him. Helmut sees Aaliyah walking. He rushes in front of him to grab his attention and turns around and thanks him for helping him out in a lot of ways. Aaliyah stays silent and they part ways. Helmut wonders if he should head into the academy now. Helmut observes the city, Baden. He finds it strange. It's bigger than any village he has visited so far. It has more people too. He wonders if this is what's called a city. It was hard to find the academy, since the city is huge, but he enters the Greta Academy. He wonders where he can find the man named Ethan Kudrow. He goes to a girl who seems to be the receptionist. She is focused on doing some paperwork. She gets scared by him. She asks what brings him here. He tells he wants to meet a man named Ethan Kudrow. She asks if he means Sir Ethan Kudrow, the swordsmanship instructor. Helmut says yes and says he is an acquaintance. Then he asks if he can see him. She asks his name. Then she takes him to Ethan's office. She uses magic on the door and tells him to wait a moment. The door opens and he is very curious to know about the human Darian mentioned. That is Ethan. She tells him to go inside. Ethan says to him that he has never heard of the name Helmut before and asks him to state his business. Helmut is with Ethan and finds his aura to be intimidating. He's not as strong as Darian, but amongst the swordsmen he has seen in the human world, he's at the very top. He thinks he would be a rank 1 mercenary if he was one. Ethan asks if his name is Helmut and what is the reason he came to see him. He shows him his sword and Ethan asks what's the meaning of this is. Helmut says he would know what it means, the sword that is. Ethan analyzes it and on first glance, it seems like a poorly crafted sword, but upon closer inspection, it is a tough, well-balanced, and great sword. Maybe one of the best. And the familiarity, he wonders if it could be Darian. He speaks his full name, Darian Deepert. Helmut comments on Darian being right. Ethan asks him if Darian is still alive. To his shock, he gets to know he's dead. Helmut tells him he lived out his final days just recently. Ethan is disappointed to know it but accepts it. He says it's already been 20 years since he went missing. He vowed to repay him for saving his life, Ethan tells him. He swore it upon his family and his name. He realizes that Helmut is his last apprentice because of the fact that he's holding that sword. He asks why he came to see him. He wants to enroll at the Greta Academy. Ethan understands now why Darian sent him. Perhaps he thought Helmut would need a guardian. He asks how old he is right now. Helmut is unsure about it. He thinks he's either 14 or 15. Ethan is surprised to know he has lived this entire time not knowing his own age. He judges Helmut by his aura and his state, that he doesn't seem to be a freshman enrolling at 14. So, they will assume that he's 15 and have to take the exam as a transfer student. The other students are probably transferring too. He asks if he must take the examination. Ethan wonders if a divine swordsman's apprentice needs to take the swordsmanship department's enrollment examination. He tells Helmut if he reveals the fact that he is the apprentice of the divine swordsman Darian Deepert, then he may be allowed to transfer immediately, since that's more than enough to prove his skill. Helmut thanks Darian in his thoughts, but he remembers that Darian was in the Forest of Roots. He wonders what happened to him that he went missing. Even Ethan, who is Darian's acquaintance, doesn't know where Darian was. He's sure Darian didn't come to the Forest of Roots on his free will. That means someone sent Darian to the Forest of Roots, and he hid that fact. If the one who sent Darian into the Forest of Roots were to find out that his apprentice is living in the human world, he should then forget getting rid of the seed of darkness. He would be just sent back to the Forest of Roots. He tells Ethan he cannot tell anyone that he's the apprentice of Darian. He cannot reveal everything in detail, but if anyone were to find out, his life would be in danger. Ethan gets furious as to who would dare kill Darian's apprentice. Helmut will tell everything in time and asks Ethan to be patient with him. Ethan accepts and says he must have special circumstances with Darian that cannot be revealed. but he should tell if he requires any assistance, since Darian has entrusted him to Helmut. They need to prepare for the transfer examinations. Ethan will take care of any required documents, so Helmut doesn't have to worry about it. He wants to check his skill level first and asks Helmut to follow. He takes him to his personal training ground. He's sure the divine swordsman, Darian, didn't take him in as his apprentice without a reason. But he needs to confirm his skill level for the transfer examination. He shows a log and wants Helmut to slice it. Helmut readies his sword, but he says to use the wooden sword behind him. It is white birch, which is harder than most wood. Ethan thinks if at this age, he is able to slice the log with time, it would be considered a high achievement. But he doesn't seem ordinary in the slightest. He is already familiar with using Viss. He wonders how powerful he is. Helmut shocks him by destroying the log with a single slash. Ethan finds him very powerful, and it's an incredible feat. At this rate, his entrance is pretty much guaranteed. He surely knows he's the apprentice of Darian. Helmut asks if he can enroll in the academy. Ethan says he'll just need to pass the written exam. Ethan wonders if he has the intelligence to clear the exam. After giving a few mock exams, his score is 4 on average. One can't get such a low score even if they were to guess. There's only about 10 days before the exams. Ethan finds it such a predicament. Helmut will never be able to enroll with his current scores. Even if he were to get him a personal tutor, there's not enough time. Helmut asks if he can teach him, but he can't since he's one of the faculty members. They aren't permitted to privately tutor any students. He doesn't want to risk it as it can become a problem later. Normally, students of the academy tutor others, but because they are so close to the exams, he's sure the elite tutors have already been taken. Ethan is concerned. Helmut thinks about Aaliyah being a famous mage at the academy. They also said he's an elite. Helmut asks about Aaliyah from Ethan. He knows about him and says he enrolled with honors at the top of his class because he had a perfect score for the first time in the history of the academy. Ethan wants to know why he asked about him. Helmut starts to wonder if he's at the top of his class, it must mean he's good, and it's not like he knows anybody beside him. So, he has no other choice but to ask Aaliyah to teach him. Ethan wonders how he knows about Aaliyah, but Helmut leaves. Helmut goes to Aaliyah and asks him to tutor him. But Aaliyah is annoyed and says what kind of bullshit he's asking, after coming to see him out of the blue. He does not recall a promise of going to see each other again. And he despises teaching stupid bastards, especially swordsmen who are empty-headed. He then realizes that Helmut hasn't arrived in Baden because of a commission. It's to enroll in the academy. He doesn't want to know why he's here, but if he wants to enroll, he can study by himself. He has no intention of tutoring him. Helmut says he just needs to pass. They say he's more than qualified. Aaliyah says he doesn't want to, so he won't do it. Helmut should not waste more of his time, and he should go now. He then states he'll give him money if he teaches him. Aaliyah mocks him saying that he will purchase his intelligence with money. Then he should say it, and how much money does he has even? Helmut asks how much he wants. Aaliyah gets angry and says 100,000 marks. No credit and paid up front. Helmut agrees and Aaliyah gets speechless. Helmut says he'll prepare the money and start tomorrow. Aaliyah asks if he's serious, considering he asked for an enormous amount of money. Helmut got 90,000 marks from the Pace Mercenary Corps and 10,000 marks for the protection duty, so he has enough to pay for it. Helmut says there isn't much time left, so they should start tomorrow. Aaliyah says if he can't bring the money, he won't tutor him. He should come here in the morning, and if he is going to half-ass it, it will be over, so he should prepare himself. Aaliyah enters the library quickly. One student is picking up a book near the door. He sees Helmut through the door's window and wonders when Aaliyah had such a friend. The next day, Helmut and Aaliyah meet. Aaliyah is surprised to see that he really came. He asks about the money he promised. He hands him over 100,000 marks. Aaliyah says if they are going to do this, they should do it properly. But he did tell him that he has never tutored anyone before, so he shouldn't ask him back for money if he fails the exam. Helmut says it doesn't matter. Aaliyah finds it annoying and regrets not shutting him down yesterday. He only asked for so much money because of his pride. He tells Helmut to wait, and he'll be right back. He's sure there can't be much to tutoring. Aaliyah starts teaching Helmut in the library. He thinks how problematic he seems to be when he's looking at him up closely. His ability to learn is much more outstanding compared to any student from the Department of Magic. He asks Helmut if he came out of a forest after living by himself or something. Helmut expected this question. He noticed it during the last commission request as well. This mage is no ordinary human. He should be more cautious around him. Helmut wants to know why he asks. Aaliyah explains the way he sees it. His focus is pretty decent. His memorization skill is great, and he can see that he's trying hard. But he does not possess any of the most basic ethics and common sense. He is furious about this. The ethics test score from earlier are literally pouring rain on his test, which just means he is totally wrong in all questions. He mentions 2 of his answers, using his father's authority or threatening people in return. If someone tries to mess with him, is this how he is going to react? He asks Helmut. He is frustrated and just wants to finish all of the other subjects as soon as possible, and focus more on this area in the remaining time. Helmut should listen up. 100,000 marks is an enormous amount of money. He paid a huge sum, and he is being tortured by the top student of the academy. Aaliyah must make Helmut enroll in the academy, no matter what. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with his honor. He should understand that he must enroll at this academy. Helmut finds him very strange. Aaliyah tells him a scenario about a poor classmate stealing something of his. He asks what the correct thing is to do. He should think about the most wholesome and ethical solution. Helmut wonders if resolving it ethically means not getting into a fight. Helmut tells him that he'll steal it back, quietly. Aaliyah is at a complete loss for words and tells him his answer is wrong. Helmut asks why, as he is not fighting and he's resolving it quietly. Aaliyah comments on him having the mindset of a swordsman. He tells him it may end quietly, but if his classmate doesn't learn their lesson, they will steal again. The best solution is to converse with them to let them repent for their wrongdoing and realize the weight of their actions. One should forgive the person, but not their sins. This is the definition of justice by the Academy standards. Helmut finds it so complicated and humans are difficult. The ethics and common sense he need to learn in order to live in this world. He started learning these basics too late. He has to become the type of person Darian talked about. So, he must be able to solve complicated problems like this. He thinks he's going to need a lot more time. After 2 weeks of teaching and Aaliyah getting frustrated, the examination started. Aaliyah is waiting for Helmut for him to finish. 2 girls see Aaliyah and find him beautiful and wonder who he is waiting for. It would be the person he has been tutoring for the past few weeks. Helmut arrives and they wonder if it's him. Aaliyah comments on why they are holding exams at the library of all places. Helmut says maybe because it's quiet. Aaliyah says it was a rhetorical question. He left all his books and stuff since he was tutoring him, so he had to wait the entire time. He asks if he did well on his exam. Helmut nods. Aaliyah then says he'll have no issues with the practical exam. Their tutoring is over as of today. He says good luck and being to leave. Helmut thanks him for helping. Aaliyah says no need to say thanks since he received his payment and says to work hard. Helmut arrives in the Department of Sword Arts Transfer Student Examination waiting room. A faculty member tells him to wait here. They should follow their instructor to their respective groups once their name has been called. Helmut wonders about what to do after the exam. Ethan told him to just take a rest. Maybe he should train since he hasn't been able to do that in a while. Someone calls Helmut. He was spaced out, so the person asked what he was thinking so hard about. He introduces himself. He is Sabbat Rugal, the second son of the Rugal family. He asks what his name is. Helmut is wary of him. He's sure he didn't approach him without a reason. Sabbat notices and asks what's wrong. He says not to worry about the academy regulations since they haven't enrolled yet. Helmut doesn't know the academy regulations. He asks why he is speaking to him. Sabbat, along with other 3 students, says he doesn't have to be so on guard. He's just trying to make friends with the other transfer students. He knows Helmut is a student of Aaliyah from the rumors. Even if he's from a lower class, it may be advantageous for Sabar to know him. He looks okay in appearance-wise. Helmut tells his name. Sabar says it's unusual, but it suits him. He asks his last name, as it will be good to know which family he's from. Helmut is confused. Sabbat says it will be nice for them to become friendly ahead of time, if they attend the academy together. They are all going to get to know each other anyway. Helmut wonders that the only family he knows of is the name inside the pendant, Margaret Irene. But since he was forsaken in the Forest of Roots, so he probably shouldn't say that name. He tells them he doesn't have a family name. Sabbat is shocked that he doesn't have one. He's asking if he is a commoner. Helmut agrees. Sabat facepalms, realizing that he offered his hand to a commoner, even if he wasn't able to recognize him. But even though he wasn't able to identify him correctly, why is he acting so confident, he asks Helmut. They mock him, saying he has no shame for knowing that his place is not in the academy. They think he wasn't able to learn that from tutoring. Sabat mocks him more by saying he had money to afford to be tutored. But before he can say more, a faculty member puts his hand on Sabat's shoulder and tells him that they know they are happy that their written exams are over. But since there are still students who remain, they should keep it down. And in the academy, it is strictly forbidden to discriminate based on one's class or gender. They should be cautious of their comments going forward. Then an announcement comes in that they will provide the applicants with an explanation of the examination in about 5 minutes, and they should take their seats. Before Sabat leaves, he warns Helmut that he should keep his head down if he is a lowly commoner. He shouldn't go hanging around with people who are above his class and confuse them. Sabat, his group, Helmut, and a few other applicants are in a room. A faculty member is thanking them for their hard work in their exams. They hope that they'll do well on their practical exams as well. The practical exams will be conducted in groups and will be done in 2 separate stages. Helmut realizes he's getting stares from everyone. They have the same gaze as Sabat from earlier. This place is no different from the Forest of Roots. They may be the same humans and monsters, but there is a classification among them. Although power in the human world isn't decided based on strength alone like they said, he wonders if family is more important than strength. In any case, he's sure he'll learn here. The faculty member calls the last group, which is Group 4. As they explained to him earlier, the first stage of examination is to slash the blackwood tree. He must use the wooden sword provided, and the swordsmanship and Viss he uses is at his liberty. The time restriction is 5 minutes after he wields his sword. Even if he does not manage to slash the log in the time provided, he will not be disqualified. So, everyone should do their best. Once he's ready, he may begin. Helmut finds it simple that he just has to slash the log. Even if it's harder than it looks, it's still just a T. It's not at a level he cannot break. He decides if he should break it right away. From an upward slash, he splits the log apart. The supervisor is in shock as he had to strike multiple times, yet Helmut managed to split it in 1 strike. Helmut asks if it's done. The supervisor says he has passed stage 1 of his examination. They return and Sabat immediately starts mocking Helmut. He says if they used rotten wood instead of black wood somewhere and that he should ask the supervisor. Helmut ignores him. The supervisor explains about the next stage of their examination, since the last group has gathered. The second stage of their examination is sparring. While the instructors are observing, they will be dueling one-on-one using their own swordsmanship with their opponent for 8 minutes, and their final acceptance will be decided upon careful evaluation. The opponents are decided randomly, and their acceptance will be decided regardless of the victory. They should show them their best skills during the time provided. Sabat mocks Helmut again, saying it's an unfair examination. If anyone were to duel Helmut, they would receive an automatic pass. Helmut hears him and is very much irritated by him. He goes to him and wants to shut him up. Sabat says if he has got a problem with him, he should hit him. Sabat says to Helmut to hit him if he can. Helmut wonders if he hits him, will he leave him alone as he is irritating him. They announce the first pair of opponents, Helmut and Andro. Their applicant numbers are 29 and 8 respectively. Helmut leaves with Andro and the supervisor. Sabat wanted to trample on Helmut. Helmut also leaves knowing he'll have other opportunities. Andro and Helmut arrive on the sparring ground. 3 instructors are there. One of them is Ethan, Helmut notices. The supervisor asks if they are ready to start the second stage of the examination. One of the instructors asked Ethan if Helmut is the one who he recommended. He tells them they both have to evaluate this examination. They find Helmut to be really special as he's the first one Ethan has ever recommended. He tells them once they see him, they will know he recommended him. The supervisor explains the sparring rules. The sparring match will last a total of 8 minutes, with 2 rounds lasting 4 minutes each. The spar will only stop when an applicant is no longer able to wield their sword or continue with the duel. As we have explained earlier, the objective is not to win the duel, so they should do their best. He tells them to begin. Andro heard earlier that Helmut is a commoner. While he's talented enough to split the blackwood tree, he's still a commoner who did not go through formal training. He can take him down using swordsmanship that he has trained since childhood. In an instant, Helmut brings Andro down. Helmut puts a sword on his face and asks if it's over. The instructors are shocked. The supervisor stops Helmut, saying Andro cannot continue with the duel. Andro is frustrated knowing he lost to a commoner. The female instructor comments that his blade is very quick and powerful. It's hard to believe that it comes from a child. The other instructor comments about how there would be such a drastic difference in talent within the same age group. But if things progress this way, they cannot distinguish either of the applicants' skill levels. He asks what they should do. Ethan knew it was expected that Helmut was different, but to think he'd be this powerful. Helmut says they said 2 rounds, so he asks if there's one more round left. The female instructor finds it tough. There's no arguing that child is outstanding in skill. But this examination is held to evaluate their skill levels. The male instructor agrees, and if things turn out this way, they won't be able to fathom the other applicant's actual skill level. Ethan tells Helmut that instead of trying to defeat his opponent, he should spar with him as if he were trying to teach him. Like when he was learning swordsmanship. Helmut remembers his days of fighting with Darian. He understands. Ethan tells Andro that status and family aside, he will benefit a lot from sparring with a comrade whose level is more advanced. He does not lack skill when it comes to others at his age. So, he should show them everything he has with confidence. Andro accepts. He says to Helmut that he's strong and apologizes for letting his guard down. He looked down on him because of his status, but he has pride too. He won't be so easily defeated this time. Andro charges him, but Helmut easily blocks him. He needs to be faster. When he makes such large movements, it becomes easier to block. Helmut counterattacks him. He tells him his balance is off. If he focuses too much on attacking, his gravity shifts to the front. Andro attacks him again. Helmut dodges this time and says it's hard to change directions when one attacks head-on. He should always watch his side. He has lost his balance. If it's hard to block, he should distance himself. He should get in position again and stop swinging aimlessly. Ethan watches enthusiastically. He remembers the time when he was attacked by a demon beast. His armor was broken and he's lying on the floor. He's ready for his life to end. But Darian comes and tells him that if he keeps lying down like that, he is really going to die. He should get up. Ethan sees Darian's spirit in Helmut and he smiles. The instructors finalize their selection. The applicants this year had varying power levels. Most of all, they have high hopes. They wonder how much Helmut will grow. Ethan says he is going to soar. 1 week later, Helmut wanders around Baden. He is looking for the Baden Mercenary Guild. He finds it and talks to the receptionist. He asks if he's here to submit a request. He tells him he's here to fulfill a request. He gets confused and asks if he's a mercenary. He says yes. He thought he was a child of a renowned family. He asks which mercenary corps he belongs to. He hands him the contract and says he's Helmut from the Pace Mercenary Corps. He left his belongings here in the past. He apologizes and says he's new here. He confirms his rank and status. He asks what type of request he wants to fulfill. He'll try to accommodate him as much as possible. Helmut remembers that he had a discussion with Ethan. Ethan was surprised to know that he gave 100,000 marks to Aaliyah. He asks where Helmut got such a huge amount of money. Helmut says it was the money he saved up while working as a mercenary. Ethan is relieved to see that is the case. He hopes it wasn't the entirety of his life savings. Helmut says it was. Ethan decides to teach Helmut about finances. He is his guardian as of right now, so he doesn't have to worry too much, but money isn't something he can always possess in excess, and one can never know when they will need it. The life of a human who cannot make more money and doesn't have any left to spend is equivalent to a beast. Helmut asks if he just has to make money. Ethan says he's just telling him how things are. Since there's another month left before his enrollment, he can do whatever he likes. Helmut thinks and decides to fulfill requests before then. Ethan allows it, but he cannot fulfill anything too dangerous or anything long-term like protection duty. He tells the receptionist about the type of request he wants. Something that is within Baden, one that he can complete before next month, and it'd be better if the reward was high. He gets overwhelmed knowing how specific of a request it is, but he finds one. It's in a strange location and asks if it's alright with him. It's in the Greta Academy. The request details are that there's been reports of an academy ghost appearing within the academy. According to the reports, the appearances are often at night, but from various places, so the specifics are unknown. Until now, no evidence or cause has been found, and they have filed a request to avoid any potential dangers that may occur. The identity of the Academy ghost has to be found and reported once it has been eliminated. Helmut picked this request specifically since he wanted to familiarize himself with the geography of the Academy. But it's vastly different from all the requests he fulfilled so far. He wonders if he picked the wrong one. Someone comes behind him and asks if he's Helmut. He asks who he is first. It is the student who was looking at Helmut through the library door's window and was fascinated to know that Aaliyah has a friend. He calls him Aaliyah's pupil, and Helmut wonders what's the deal with all this. He tells Aaliyah is an idol of the Department of Magic, and it was the first time he actually hung out with anyone before. It's impossible for it not to become a hot topic. Helmut asks the student if he's also a mage like Aaliyah. He says it's something like that, but they are slightly different. He casts a magic spell, and a cute bird-like figure, which is yellow in color, pops out. Helmut thinks it's a demon. It rushes at him, and Helmut thinks it's an attack, so he punches it. But it has no effect on it. The student laughs, saying he's the first person who tried to hit Rattan. Rattan is annoyed and circles around Helmut. He asks what this thing is, and he tells it's a spirit of light and his name is Rattan. He's a bit mischievous but not harmful. If he was harmful, Helmut wouldn't be able to block him physically, since spirits do not possess physical bodies. Only select few mages are able to control them, and one of them is him. He tells him his name is Cyan, and the only elemental mage at Greta Academy. Helmut thinks he can catch that thing. Cyan feels awkward by his silence. Helmut finds him a fun friend, but he has stuff to do right now. He leaves Cyan, saying he is in the middle of taking care of a request. Cyan asks if he's a mercenary, and if it's a request he's fulfilling at the Academy. Could it be it's the Academy ghost? Helmut asks if he knows about it, and Cyan says he is pretty interested in the rumors. He wants to help him out. It is dark now, and they are in the place where the ghost most recently appeared at. Rattan is shining their way. It's an ordinary building for the Department of Swordsmanship, but since the ghost has appeared, it becomes completely empty as soon as the sun goes down. Helmut asks if a ghost is a scary being. Cyan says he's sure that is not the case, unless it's a malicious spirit that's been enchanted with black magic. But if that were the case, he's sure the professors would have stepped in as soon as they sensed something. They probably figured it's not dangerous. Helmut says it's a relief then and wants to split up. It will be more efficient, but Cyan is scared and says it's better to look together to be more accurate. Cyan asks Helmut what he plans to do after he finds the ghost. He responds that he will eliminate it. A creepy, ominous figure wearing a hood and glowing eyes observes them from afar. Helmut and Cyan enter a room and they find nothing. Cyan wonders if the ghost already went to another building. Helmut says it will never end at this rate. Helmut thinks they lack so much evidence right now. Cyan finds something on the ground, but when asked by Helmut, he dismisses it, saying it's nothing peculiar. He asks if they should search the next room, and Helmut agrees. Cyan asks Helmut when he needs to finish this request, but before he can finish asking him, he sees a figure walking in the hallway. Helmut responds he has 10 days left, but he asks what happened by seeing his scared reaction. Cyan points out the figure coming towards them. Helmut thinks it's a ghost, and he readies his sword. But it's Aaliyah as he takes off his hood. Aaliyah gets informed about the request. Cyan says he's helping Helmut to find the Academy ghost. The reward is 3,000 marks. Aaliyah asks if he's so loaded, why is he doing this request, and if he's accepted, he should be sleeping at home. Helmut says he had some time to kill. Cyan asks Aaliyah why he is here. He tells them he also received a request. Cyan is shocked to hear it and asks if he is a mercenary too. Aaliyah says he received the request directly from the Academy. Cyan finds it very unexpected. He thought Aaliyah didn't care about any of this stuff. He asks him if the Academy is giving him something good as a reward. Aaliyah says he's just curious and Cyan doesn't need to know. Helmut wonders if the situation is that much of an emergency that the Academy has submitted a separate request. Cyan excitedly says that all three of them should look for the ghost together. It will save them time, and the more the merrier. Aaliyah and Helmut stayed silent for a bit. Cyan felt awkward and said if they don't want to, they can look on their own. Aaliyah says they can look together. Helmut also agrees and Cyan is happy. They go into a room where Aaliyah creates an illusion of the map of the Academy. According to the reports so far, the building at which the ghost appeared includes the lecture hall they are currently located at, the swordsmanship training grounds, the swordsmanship professor lounge, the gymnasium, and the sparring grounds. These buildings all have one thing in common. Cyan says they are all part of the Department of Swordsmanship. Aaliyah adds that for some reason, the ghosts did not appear at any of the buildings of the Department of Magic. Helmut asks if this could be the doing of another mage. Cyan says if it was the case, somebody would have heard the spell being uttered at least once. There is a method of silent spells, but a mage with such high rank abilities would have so much time on their hands to resort to such elementary pranks. This might not really be the doing of a human. So, it would be more reasonable to assume the ghost is avoiding the mages. Cyan says maybe they are just weak against spells. Helmut adds that ghosts cannot be physically attacked. Aaliyah asks how he knows that. Helmut had a discussion with Ethan about ghosts. He told him he had heard of them before. There was a student who was quite brave amongst the students who encountered the ghost. As soon as they encountered Ghost, he swung the sword against it. But that sword passed right through it. Cyan asks him if it is an actual ghost, or at least something of that sort. They all start to wonder. Helmut thinks if he has ever shared an opinion as an equal before. Even if it's a conversation, he was just scolded by Ilaga or got yelled at by Darian. And though it's not like he never talked to the Pace mercenaries, they never put their heads together to consider anything. Him, Aaliyah, and Cyan all have separate knowledge, but when they combine their knowledge together, they find new answers, little by little. Helmut wonders if this is what it's like to communicate. Aaliyah asks Helmut if there is no form, and that's why physical attacks aren't effective. Then what would happen if he used Viss against it? Helmut says he'll test it out whenever he encounters it. Cyan gets scared as Helmut showcases his Viss. He can't think anymore with his head. They should survey all the other buildings that are in the Department of Swordsmanship, but he can't think because he's too tired right now. He wants to rest and leave. He tells them both not to overdo it and stay safe. Aaliyah asks Helmut if he has any ideas. He had an idea from the beginning that it must be a spirit. He asks Aaliyah where he can find a spirit. Aaliyah is impressed by his deduction. Unfortunately, he's not an elemental mage, so he cannot detect spirits easily. Then what should they do now, he asks Aaliyah. Aaliyah responds that they already have a skilled elemental mage. Cyan is running away in a rush as he may want to protect the spirit. Both Aaliyah and Helmut rush outside the building in pursuit of Cyan. Helmut asks where Cyan is going. Aaliyah says he's probably chasing after the spirit. He's sure he can sense where it is. Helmut realizes Aaliyah already knew about the ghost being a spirit. He just wanted to trigger Cyan to find the spirit. Aaliyah says he got lucky. It was the only method he could think of. They are outside the building. Aaliyah waits and Helmut says they have to catch up with him quickly. Aaliyah says it will be better if we get to know the rough direction he's headed. Aaliyah puts his hand on the ground and casts the spell named Search. It shows the footsteps of Cyan. It points towards the training grounds of the Department of Swordsmanship. Aaliyah is sure Cyan won't be able to pinpoint the exact location, so they just have to find the spirit before he does. Aaliyah uses another spell called Release to break the lock on the building. He says not everyone can just enter the training grounds of the Department of Swordsmanship. Additionally, the Department of Swordsmanship is quite conscious of their ranks, so even if it's students from the same department, their training grounds are separated into individual grades and levels. And among those, he is sure the spirit is using the least area as its base, since it requires somewhere quiet to hide out. So aside from the common training grounds, it could be hiding near the higher grade students with scholarships, so they could search for them. Helmut is zoned out as he sees Ethan has a personal training ground at his estate. He's sure no one else will be using this place. Aaliyah asks if they are allowed to enter without permission. Helmut says since they are trying to fulfill a request, he's sure he'll understand. Aaliyah certainly senses something similar to Cyan. He says it's definitely here. Based on his reaction, Helmut asks him if he's really here on behalf of the request from Academy. Aaliyah says there's no reason to fool him when they have already come this far. He does not like the fact that there is only one elemental mage at their academy. Helmut then says his intention is to capture the spirit and research it. Aaliyah admits it and says Helmut is naturally going to be fulfilling the requirements of the request. Aaliyah casts a spell named Silence. He wiped out any traces of himself, since he is a mage. Aaliyah tells him to help him out, since he's helping him too. He wants Helmut to bait it. Helmut says if he refuses, then what will happen? Then he notices something near a wall. Aaliyah asks what it is. The spirit has come out. Aaliyah pushes away Helmut and thanks him. He says he should be the first one to greet it. He casts a spell named Wall to attack the spirit, but the spirit dodges the spell and tries to flee. Aaliyah quickly casts a sealing spell. It won't be able to leave the training grounds, but as long as Aaliyah is maintaining the spell, he cannot move. He needs Helmut to weaken it. He should wound it adequately because it will be problematic if it's destroyed. Helmut understands and uses Viss to slash it. He wonders if the slash was enough, but the spirit recovers, so he will put in a little more power the next time. The spirit is charging towards him, but Cyan comes in between them and uses Ratten's energy to block them. He asks Helmut what he thinks he is doing. Cyan asks Helmut why he is recklessly provoking the spirit. It is the spirit of darkness. It's very self-conscious, so they have to take a more delicate approach. He blocked it with a curtain of light, but neither he nor Ratten will be able to hold on for long. Helmut says it certainly seems pretty upsetting. Aaliyah asks how they capture a spirit that's out of control. Cyan asks Aaliyah if he wanted to capture that child and experiment on it. He says no and tells him that he didn't want to cooperate with him in spirit research. And he's the only elemental mage at the academy. Cyan says it's only because he wants to perform scary experiments. They just found this child, and now it's going to shut itself out completely. Losing the spirit will be dangerous, so he should maintain the sealing magic. And Cyan asks Helmut if he could try stalling it for as long as possible, without attacking it. He'll try to somehow calm it down, though he doesn't know how long he can last without attacking it. The spirit is fast, but Helmut can still endure this speed. Helmut has to hold on for a little longer. Helmut finds it very dangerous to keep dodging the spirit's attacks. He wonders if he should startle it a little bit. Cyan says not to do it. Helmut gets distracted and gets attacked by the spirit. Cyan apologizes, but it became a lot weaker, so he couldn't help it. Cyan says he can now leave it to him. Cyan approaches the spirit, and it gets scared. It's trying to break from the sealing magic. Aaliyah asks Cyan to do something. He says it fears my elemental magic and is reacting to him. It ignores Cyan and goes to attack Aaliyah. Cyan screams Helmut's name, and he comes up to defend Aaliyah. It dodges Helmut's attack. Aaliyah quickly puts up a barrier to defend himself, and the spirit goes around it, splitting in half. It is running away. Helmut chases after it. He attacks, but also tells Cyan to get ready. Helmut stops his attack at the last moment, and the spirit gets scared and stays still for a moment, which allows Cyan to capture the spirit. He is now in the same shape as Ratten. He says only elemental mages can handle spirits. Aaliyah is out of breath. Aaliyah, Helmut, and Cyan take the Academy Ghost to the Mercenary Guild's receptionist. He asks if it is the problematic monster. Helmut says yes, it is. He finds it interesting and asks what a spirit was doing in a place like that. Cyan excitedly says there could be many reasons. There could have been influences of magic, the forces of the earth could have been distorted for a moment, and there could have been small traces of the forces of darkness. Though the possibility of that is quite low. He comments that all's well that ends well. He boasts about himself being the only elemental mage at the academy and how he made it under control. Aaliyah stops him from boasting so much. They get out. Cyan asks that they showed them the spirit of darkness. Why aren't they rewarding them right away? Aaliyah tells him that he heard what the receptionist said earlier. They need to ensure the monster won't appear again. They should come back in 3 days' time. Aaliyah says what's the rush when it's not even his money. Cyan says Helmut is their friend now. They now have a relationship of mutual help. If that's not considered friendship, what is? He asks. They were destined to become like this from the start, he excitedly says. He brings out his hand and says to take good care of himself. They shake hands and Helmut thinks this friendship stuff is not bad. Aaliyah runs away, furiously calling them idiots for doing such friendship talk. Cyan tells Helmut that a friend of a friend is another friend. He asks Aaliyah if he can buy us a meal. Aaliyah doesn't want to be involved in this and says they don't have time to eat right now. They have to clean up the training grounds they destroyed at dawn. Helmut is having a meal with Ethan later and is reading the letter given by the academy. He's been assigned to 3rd floor, Unit 301 as his form room. Ethan explains that all students at Greta Academy are required to live in the dormitory. He asks Helmut if he is prepared to start the term. Helmut says he is. Ethan tells him that the entrance ceremony is tomorrow, but since there's still time, it would be a good idea to look at where he'll be staying. He arrives outside the dorm. The academy is rushed with all the new students being assigned, and he wonders if it was silent before. There is a student who has placed a desk to help sort out luggage. Helmut hands him the letter, and he sees he has been assigned to the 3rd floor, Unit 301. His face gets a bit nervous. Aaliyah is in the same room. He's tired from overexerting the last few days. He swore to never make friends. Because of strange events, he was involved with so many bothersome things. It's because of Helmut, he thinks. He doesn't want to see him ever again. Ever since he met him, things started going wrong. Meanwhile, Max is threatening 2 members of Blackhawk in a dark alley. One of them says that Baden's security is too tight. Paul says to just execute them like the regulations of Blackhawks tells them to do. Max agrees, saying those who disobey their commanders should be executed on the spot. A voice comes saying who should be executed. And what do they think they are doing? Harassing innocent people when they failed to kill one measly child. Max and Paul get scared and ask who's there. The voice says thanks to their failure, he managed to track them down easily. Any loser who claims to be a Blackhawk is one who has ruined their life. Just like them, he says. He comes up behind them, wearing a black hooded robe. Paul turns around to attack him, but his head gets slashed off instantly. Max does not see him and asks him to stop hiding and come out. He says he's the coward for hiding this entire time. He kills Max as well. He is relieved that they soiled the name of the Blackhawks and still kept using their name. Though he admits they survived for a long time, he is a man who has scar on his face. He had something he needed to ask them. He asks the 2 members who were being threatened by Max and Paul if he can ask them instead. They scream. Aaliyah asks himself if he pushed too hard these days as he feels exhausted. Even after he said he wouldn't make friends, he keeps getting swept into the weirdest stuff all over the place. Things started growing awry only after meeting him. He should just avoid him when the semester starts at all costs. Helmut opens the door. He thinks the room is a step down from Kudrau Manor, but compared to sleeping in the woods, it is a luxury. He remembers his journey. After leaving the Forest of Roots, he formed ties with the Pace Mercenary Corps, and now he has gotten admission into Greta Academy. He finally feels like he is on the starting line. He is going to focus on building up his strength now. He notices someone behind the corner. He goes for his sword, but forgot that he didn't bring it today. Aaliyah sees Helmut and is surprised. Helmut asks him if he is in this room as well. Aaliyah says he almost blew him up and then asks how he got into his room. Helmut says he's been assigned this room as well. Aaliyah complains that it can't be right. Helmut asks if there is a reason it can't be. Aaliyah is frustrated and realizes that there are 2 beds. He wears his robe and goes to the bathroom. He warns Helmut not to touch anything in this room. If he does, he'll actually blow him up. He orders him not to go anywhere, and he should just stay here. Helmut wonders when he did something that made Aaliyah hate him so much. Liam Weiss is an old man who is the dean of Greta Academy. He is having tea. Aaliyah rushes in his quarters, and he gets startled and spills his tea. Aaliyah asks what happened, as in how he could approve a roommate to be assigned to his room. He was granted the right to a private room as the highest achiever of the Department of Magic here at Greta. Surely, he hasn't forgotten, he comments. The dean calls her by she/her pronouns, and he was expecting this. He apologizes for failing to tell her before. They started the dorm renovation during the last vacation, so they have fewer rooms available for use. She should be understanding. She says he should have kept his promise. He knows why she is so fixated on having a private room. He doesn't want Helmut to find out she's a girl. Aaliyah has been hiding her long hair by magic and always wore a robe, so nobody noticed she is actually a girl. Weiss says she can be more cautious. She possesses the magic of an archmage. A student from the Department of Swordsmanship won't figure it out. She asks if he's not going to take any responsibility. She does not want the slightest risk factors. He knows what her enemy is. He tells Aaliyah that it is extreme favoritism to allow letting her to have a private room when there aren't any rooms available. He did the best he could by assigning her a roommate who is close with her. She has to bear with it for 1 semester, at least for his sake. Aaliyah is disgusted at the thought of being close to Helmut. Dean tells him that she was the one who tutored him and also hung out together. She says she only did it because she got paid in advance. She hadn't known him for that long in the first place. They don't meet that often. But she remembers all the memories and gets a bit nervous to admit it. Weiss says it is his responsibility as an educator and guardian to help with her friendships. Having said that, if she gets along with him this semester, he'll definitely give her a private room. He promises once again. She leaves. Weiss is relieved that he barely made it through to her. Though only time will tell if she's fully convinced. She is supposed to be a good person. Helmut was waiting for her and noticed by her looks that it didn't go her way. She comments that he must love the fact he's clever. She asks if he really wants to share a room with her. Helmut says it's not a matter of wanting to, but a matter of necessity. She tells him she had her own room up until now for being the highest achiever in the magic department. But this semester, she is forced to have a roommate. She is not happy about this situation. She tells she can magically transport him to and from school and asks his opinion. He says Ethan wouldn't allow that, and even if he did, they'll find out eventually. She finds it hard to admit, but she's more picky than he realizes. Living with her could be quite uncomfortable. She asks if he still wants to stay here. Helmut thinks and says yes because to him, she is better than anyone else, and he's sure it's true for her too. He thinks he has talked to Aaliyah more than anyone else at the academy, and it's better than living with those other guys from the Department of Swordsmanship who just look way too bulky and extroverted. Aaliyah regrets that she shouldn't have helped him with the test. Helmut has brought the rest of the luggage. He had moved his stuff already in the dorm room, and Aaliyah's deciding how they'll use the room. He enters the room. Aaliyah shows him the place. He has a large space, and to the left, there is a curtain. The space behind the curtain is Aaliyah's. He has more room, so she won't accept any complaints. The curtain is cast with a warning spell, so he shouldn't dare to cross over to the other side. She'll cast a soundproofing spell on it, but he shouldn't be loud late at night. He shouldn't smell, and he must keep the restroom clean. And he must not bring anyone here with him, especially those from the magic department. And if he ever needs anything, he can call her. Because even if she doesn't hear him, she'll answer if he calls him enough times. Helmut understands, and Aaliyah tells him to go back to what he was doing before. Helmut hopes they both get along well. The sun is setting. Sabat and his group are talking about Helmut. How that commoner passed the transfer exam. One of them heard Principal Ethan's backing him. They mock him saying he's so high-nosed. He's so delusional thinking his status is null if he has a backing of a nobleman. They can't wait to get their hands on him. Sabat says he'll realize there's a gap that commoners can't cross soon enough. Luckily, there's no swordsmanship class tomorrow, so they should lower that cocky dude's nose. They are excited. Helmut has worn the academy uniform. He thought the uniforms would be stuffy, but it is unexpectedly movement-friendly. Aaliyah definitely said that there isn't much to do during classes at the start of the semester. After class ends, he'll head straight for the private training rooms. Cyan sees Helmut coming out of room 301 and is shocked. Helmut asks if there is problem with that. Cyan says it is Aaliyah's room and asks if he is sharing the room with her. Helmut says he is. Cyan tells him Aaliyah has a special privilege of being the top of the class to use a room alone. And how did Aaliyah agree to it, he asks. Cyan then continues thinking out loud, saying it's weird for Aaliyah to favor good-looking people. He says it makes sense, and that not favoring them would be even weirder. Cyan says he sure has a tough ride ahead of him, living with that hothead Aaliyah. He asks Helmut if the first class of the swordsmanship department is happening today. Helmut says it is. Cyan says he shouldn't have trouble getting through the class, but he should make sure not to get involved with the swordsmanship department's crazy dog. Helmut asks if the department raised a dog. Cyan says it is a nickname and finds Helmut dull in the strangest matters. There's Asuka, the top of the second-year class. Last year he knocked out everyone who picked a fight with him, and one guy even dropped out because he got his ear torn by him. After that, not a single person wants to get involved with him. Helmut asks if he is allowed to do that. Cyan says it's not. He is a skilled dude, so the school ended his suspension. But he doubts he changed in that little time, so he wants Helmut to be careful. Cyan tells him to do his best in class and says he's in room 307. He can find him anytime Aaliyah's throwing his temper tantrums. The second year's swordsmanship class has started. They are on the training ground outside. The instructor gets their attention and orders them to assemble in a 4-row formation in front of him. After they are in formation, he asks if they had a good time during the vacation. Since this is the first day and the first class of the semester, he'll start with foundational physical training. He believes any student of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department wouldn't waste their vacation. He orders them to run 20 laps around the playground. The students complain about the instructor, saying he's a hard ass. They shouldn't be doing 20 laps on first day of the semester. Helmut finds 20 laps too little for warm-up. One of Sabat's groupmates happens to be right beside Helmut. He finds him elegant the more he looks at him, but he doesn't like him. He says this worked out great. If he pushes his foot forward, there's no way Helmut can't fall. He thinks he should taste the dirt in celebration of passing the entrance test. Helmut ignores his foot with no expression on his face. He tries to trip him again and again, but Helmut is avoiding him totally. The guy gets furious and deliberately puts his food forward and Helmut kicks it, and he falls. The instructor asks what he's doing, and he excuses himself saying he twisted his foot. After 20 laps, the instructor tells them to take a short break and wants one volunteer to come with him to bring some stuff back. They leave. The guy who was trying to trip Helmut confronts him. He says how dare he hit his left and trip him. Helmut says he's the one who tried to trip him first. He gets furious and says he'll be sorry if he acts up the slightest bit today. If he's a commoner, he should know his place and subject. He won't be safe outside the academy. Sabat tells Aaron to stop it. Running around the ground is enough as it is, yet he is burning calories for all the wrong reasons. Leave Helmut alone, he can pay him back in sparring. Helmut wonders if weak-ass humans like him can rise up in status too. He can't believe he's asserting a status he didn't even secure himself. He makes a fist and prepares Viss, thinking if he should show him who's up in status. A blue-haired boy arrives and asks if they are talking about him by hearing the word commoner. The blue-haired boy is on the stage, asking if they are talking about him. Aaron asks who he is. He says he doesn't know him either and asks if he's a transfer student. He comes down saying he heard someone whining the word commoner over and over, so he thought he should ask if they had a problem with him. Sabat comments on what's the deal with all the commoners in the swordsmanship department. They can only put up with so much attitude. He says he is also not a fan of putting up with shit either. He should show him what happens when he stops putting up with it. He teases Sabat. Sabat's groupmates stop him from fighting. One whispers something to him, and then Sabat leaves whilst mocking them. Helmut remembers Cyan's advice not to get involved with Asuka. The blue-haired guy is Asuka, he realizes. The instructor comes back and says to assemble. They should come out in the order he calls out and take their wooden swords. He sees Asuka and mentions how he thinks he can just casually mix in. He asks why he is late. He apologizes, saying he was consulting instructor Patricia for advice and didn't notice the time. The instructor says Patricia is on leave today. If he's going to lie, at least he should put some devotion to it. He orders him to do 30 laps around the gym. Asuka is shocked and instructor asks if he's got a problem with it. Helmut observes he has a bad reputation too. There's no way doing this shit would get him a good reputation, he wonders. The instructor tells the rest of them to begin their personal training as they receive their wooden swords. He will take turns monitoring so they don't half-ass it. He first calls Andro. Helmut is swinging around his sword elegantly. The instructor sees it but says nothing. He remembers Ethan said the first class wasn't a big deal, but Helmut thinks there's something unexpectedly missing here. He wonders if something will change in the next few years. Asuka approaches him and asks if he isn't going to thank him as he stopped Helmut from getting into a fight earlier. But he never asked for help, he says. Asuka calls him a high-nosed dude and says he's a commoner just like him. They should get along from now on. Helmut notices that he has imbued magic to his hand. Asuka is impressed and says he has good intuition. He warns him in advance. He shouldn't cling on to him just because they are both commoners. He finds it annoying when people cling to him for help. They should just get along enough. At night, Helmut asks Aaliyah if he looks like someone who's perfect to pick a fight with. She says it's not true. He has had a rough time since day one. They are probably idiots sticking their ground on the back of their status, Aaliyah tells him while she is brushing her teeth. It will all be solved when he proves himself. He says Ethan told him nothing good will come out of picking a fight first. She tells it depends on how he does it. If he can get them to make the first move, he might get away with it. The more opponents he has, the better. He asks if there is any other method. Aaliyah tells that he'll have to bear with it till sparring lessons. Aaliyah stares at him. Helmut asks what's wrong. She just thought the pre-admission version of him would have already thrown punches and more by now, so she is glad she wasn't careless with her classes. Helmut asks if being the top of the class in a department makes it okay to not put up with it and start fighting. She asks him what kind of thought process that is. Helmut says if that is not the case, then there's a guy he can't just understand. Asuka meets the Sabat group, and Sabat can't help but say that he must feel over the moon, now that he has a commoner friend. He dares on how long he can act up with his academy grades. He'll turn him from a mad dog into an obedient dog in no time. So, he should look forward to it. Asuka smacks one of the groupmates. He asks why he hit him. Asuka apologizes sarcastically that he got so excited about this that his hand just acted on its own. He'd rather see him make him obedient right here and now, instead of making me wait. He mocks them. At Greta Academy, there is no discrimination of status when it comes to learning. However, there is no way a single rule can reverse a century-old social convention. The condescending treatment and bullying of commoners by nobles were already rampant just under the surface. And yet they were bottled up when it came to Asuka. Solely because the titles Department's Top Student and Mad Dog were just that threatening. Asuka asks Sabat what he is doing. If he thinks if he keeps staring at him like that, he'll just obey him. Sabat says he heard what happened last year. He lived up to his nickname and went wild. Asuka asks if he's too scared to come at him. Sabat tells him that even after his return from suspension of that time, he has been laying low quite uneventfully, which is unlike himself. He asks if another suspension is going to get him in trouble. Sabat says he'll give him what he wants, but first he has to punch him. That is, of course, if he's prepared to get his ass handed to him afterward, not just in terms of skill, but by society. Asuka starts sweating a bit. Sabat teases him more by saying he can't hit him because it makes it way too clear whose fault it would be. Seems the mad dog is scared out of being chased out of the doghouse. They laugh. Asuka finally was going to punch him, but they both are smacked by wooden swords by a female instructor. She asks if they enter the swordsmanship department to become thugs. They got some serious guts, brawling in groups on the sacred school grounds. Asuka says they started it, and he's all alone here. She smacks him again, telling him to shut up. She keeps telling him that thoughtlessly swinging punches at others doesn't solve anything. Asuka is furious as to why only him. But she tells Sabat too that as long as he is a student of Greta Academy, he must judge his opponents on the basis of skill alone. He gets up and says he'll keep that in mind. The next class will start soon, so they should get ready, she says, and tells Asuka to come with her. Asuka asks why, but she doesn't tell him. He gets smacked at his back, and Asuka asks what the problem is now. She calls him a dumbass that he couldn't control himself, and now he's trying to cause trouble again. Didn't he learn anything from the first suspension, she asks. He got away with it once because he is a top student. She starts weeping a bit, saying she won't defend him a second time. But as the year goes by, he will be able to get acknowledgement. He is an outstanding student. He can't lose opportunities all because of these fights. She says she heard the new student Helmut went through with the first class without any trouble. He's a commoner like him, so be nice to him, she says. He might even get along considering their situations are similar. Asuka remembers Helmut. He says he has told her before that he's not looking to get along with anyone. Also, seeing as he's a rude little shit, he'll do just fine on his own. The female instructor starts the class and gets the attention of everyone. She notices that someone is absent. Jerome, who is one of Sabat's groupmates, tells her that Helmut isn't here yet. She asks him if he clearly told him where the class is. He says yes. Then the instructor tells one of them to go find Helmut. Helmut arrives. She asks why he is late. He says he didn't know the assembly location had changed. She asks Jerome again if he properly informed Helmut of the assembly point. He says he informed him clearly. Helmut knows he wasn't informed, but he hides it, saying he made a mistake in hearing the message. The instructor knows he wasn't informed properly. Both Asuka and the instructor noticed him hiding. The instructor gives him a 10 laps punishment around the field that he has to do at the end of class. He delayed the class, intentionally or not. She is going to hold him accountable. Asuka realizes he isn't any different from the other commoners after all. The class starts. The instructor tells them that as part of basic training, today they will spend some time working on their endurance. When it comes to using a sword, endurance is directly related to the stability of one's swordplay. She's going to hand out one of the almond balls to each, and they are going to put it on the tip of their sword and try to keep it from falling off. Those who keep it from falling for 30 minutes will be allowed to leave, and she hopes they give it their best. She asks Helmut to come up and give her a hand. Asuka thinks that when he saw him yesterday, he had quite a temper. But he eventually turned out to be a foxy dude who cowered before authority. He is different from him. He wouldn't bow down to nobles even if it meant dying. Jerome is the last one who Helmut has to throw the ball to. He's a bit far away. Helmut decides to put a lot of force behind his throw and take revenge from Jerome. It hits him quite hard and he collapses. Asuka and the instructor are shocked. Helmut sarcastically apologizes, saying he didn't mean to hit so far. He was just too far away. Asuka thinks about what the heck is Helmut's deal. Jerome and Sabat are training. Jerome has a bruise on his stomach, with the ball Helmut threw at him. He complains that it's going to take a while for the bruise to heal. He is frustrated about Helmut, calling him an arrogant commoner. Sabbat says he is fussing way too much over a mere ball to the gut. He responds that it threw him like a rock at me. After Asuka, now Helmut is being annoying. He asks Sabbat if he's going to let this slide. They talk about how Asuka has always been like that, but what makes the new guy think he can act up? It isn't good. More and more of the commoners are forgetting their place. Sabbat says they shouldn't be too short-tempered and be nice to them from tomorrow on. They ask if he's seriously telling them to get along with those commoners. He shuts them up, saying they won't be seeing them for much longer, so they should be nice to them while they can. Sabbat smirks and has an evil look on his face. He tells them to wait and they'll find Put. Cyan finds Helmut in the dorm. He heard the news that he was punished. He figured he'd meet his friend who got into trouble within 2 days after transferring. Helmut has a smile on his face, saying it turned out that way. Cyan wasn't expecting that look. He asks if something happened. Aaliyah tells Cyan that he can't just come into his room as he pleases. Cyan says he's just being mean and he's here to see Helmut today, so he should stop fussing. She says the issue is she never allowed his entry into the room. He says if Helmut can, he should be too. He goes on to ramble, saying she has only ever used the room alone all this time, so why has she agreed to a roommate now? He asks if it's about looks. He can't refute that Helmut has good looks. Aaliyah gets annoyed and throws a pillow at Helmut's face. She screams to get out. They are both out of the room. Cyan says that is some next-level antisocial shit. He apologizes to Helmut for getting him thrown out of the room as well. He can't tell what Aaliyah is thinking. But Helmut is still smiling, and he says to stop doing it as it doesn't suit him. He asks if something good happened to him. He says he is just proud of himself. Helmut thinks the matter won't resolve itself just because he threw a ball really hard. But no one was hurt badly. He can at least say he was quite humane in the way he dealt with it. Cyan is concerned a bit and says he's wilder than he thought. He beseeches him, saying not to turn into Asuka. Helmut says he doesn't intend to act so senselessly, and it's embarrassing for Ethan. Cyan is relieved to hear that, but Helmut won't just sit on his hands and take it. After all, it's a matter that can be solved through his skill only, as Aaliyah said. If they end up sparring, he has got to make it clear. Cyan asks if he's going out this weekend. Then he should take a look around downtown with him. Helmut just wants to go home and see Ethan, have a meal and chat a bit. Cyan asks if he can tag along. Helmut asks what he's going to do at the Kudrow mansion. He says he doesn't need a reason to go to his friend's house. Smooth sailing personal relationships are important. He bets instructor Ethan will like that Helmut brought a friend over. Helmut agrees and Cyan says it's decided. Then he'll come to find him at the weekend, and he made a promise so he can't just leave without him. Helmut regrets agreeing. Meanwhile, at nighttime, the branch manager of Blackhawk gets a request letter that came in today. He says the young masters who are oblivious of the real world have made another trivial request. Since they have accepted the money, they'll go ahead with it. Not long ago, people extorted money by impersonating the Blackhawks. Perhaps due to it, they are now known as the area's riffraff. He'll review it and set the priority. He orders Chromo to leave for now. But he notices something in the request and makes him wait. He asks if he heard the name Helmut. He tells him he hasn't. The manager says to take care of the other guy first and put this one on hold. He also orders him to do a background check and to report whatever he finds out back. He has a bad feeling about this. During the weekends at Greta Academy, the students flock to downtown Baden for outings that are allowed on holidays, and the silence left behind roams the school grounds, making it a dodgy place. Cyan meets with Helmut and asks if that is all of his stuff. Helmut asks if there's a problem with that. Cyan says not really, but they are going for 2 days at most. Then he compliments Helmut that he travels lightly even at these times. Helmut wonders that having as light of a body as possible was a survival advantage in the Forest of Roots. He thinks he still has those habits. Cyan asks him if Aaliyah is in her room. Helmut thinks that is the case. Cyan says apart from her spare visits to downtown Baden, he rarely is outside. He's not sure if she visited home even once, if it's about her home being too far to visit. Even Cyan visits his home once every 3 months. He thinks maybe Aaliyah plans to go during vacations. Cyan doesn't want Helmut to misunderstand that he's stalking Aaliyah. He considers her as a rival, so it's normal for him to be interested in Aaliyah. He says chasing boys isn't exactly his hobby. Everyone still thinks Aaliyah is a girl. Helmut asks him if he should ask Aaliyah for him. Cyan says he shouldn't. Asuka is hanging around downtown. He thinks it's less suffocating now that he's out. He's eating meat on a stick. He wonders why the nobles are dying to take him on when they can't even fight him. He doesn't understand if their pride is so important to them. He'd rather die than bow his head to those rascals, he thinks. There is no problem with how he handles things. He wouldn't be satisfied with any other way. He thinks about Helmut, that he seems fine with groveling most times, but at times he'll give them a piece of him. He must be good at enduring. He laughs remembering Jerome falling on the floor after being hit by the ball. He doesn't plan on becoming friends with Helmut, but he wants to try having a chat with him starting next week. Asuka realizes that he's being followed. He goes into an alley and gets caught by a few hooligans. He asks who sent them. He gets ambushed as they are blocking his escape routes. He has an idea why they are after him, but he has no sword as he left it for repairs. He mocks them, saying they are going so far as to meddle in children's fights. He doesn't know what family it is, but they sure have a lot of time on their hands, he comments. They stay silent and take out their knives. Asuka gets annoyed by their silence. He distracts them by shouting the name Instructor Allen. Then he smacks one on the shoulder and jumps over him and runs away. They comment on how fast he is and chase after him. He gets stuck and decides to stand his ground. Meanwhile, at Kudral's mansion, Ethan thanks Cyan for joining him today. He hopes the food is to his taste. Cyan replies formally, saying the food's extremely delicious. It's quite fitting of the Kudral mansion's reputation. He is also astonished at how marvelous the mansion is. Ethan laughs, saying he can just call him instructor. He doesn't have to be so formal. Ethan is grateful that Helmut brought such a normal and polite friend back here. He was worried for no reason. Helmut wonders why humans change their attitudes so much. He will ask about it later. Cyan says it's the weekend and they should visit downtown Baden. Helmut says he has to train, but Ethan interrupts and says it's a great idea. Baden's a big city. Not just downtown, going around town would be great too. Helmut is disappointed. They both get out of the mansion. Helmut wonders that this is why Darian sent him to the academy for. Cyan teases him, saying he must be going through such a hard time, leaving such a great house and living in those crappy dorms, and sharing a room with a roommate who's got a nasty temper on top of that. Helmut says Aaliyah doesn't have any issues with him. Cyan says it's because she harasses him to her heart's content instead of him. She wakes him up at the crack of dawn to help with the research and makes him summon more spirits that he has ever summoned in his entire life. Helmut says at least he has gotten better at it. Cyan says it's the only comfort in all this and thanks Helmut for acknowledging it. He asks Helmut if he can put a good word for him as Aaliyah listens to him. Asuka comes out of nowhere and Cyan gets scared. Helmut notices him. Asuka says he needs their help. 3 Black Hawk members were chasing Asuka. He tells them that they waited until he didn't have his sword on him. Cyan is shocked to see that they attacked an academy student in the middle of Baden. He remembers the time when Asuka made enemies all over the place. He gets angry. Helmut finds it great timing as he had a question he wanted to ask as well from them. Cyan asks Helmut what he is talking about. Helmut remains silent. He remembers Blackhawk is a group that's even willing to kill for the right price. A mere academy student couldn't have done something that calls for being hunted down by Blackhawk. He knows someone's definitely behind this. Not long ago, he buried a few guys from Blackhawk. It's safe to assume that they already have information about him, he thinks. But he thought they couldn't touch him while he was a student at Greta Academy. It's not that his certainty has been shattered, but there's something he must find out. They ask their leader what they should do now. It won't just end with taking out their target, which is Asuka. They have to think about the aftermath. They can't afford more witnesses, even if they are a couple of academy students. He orders them to take them all out at once, starting with the one who has the sword drawn, which is Helmut. Helmut slashes off the arm of the guy charging at him. Then he kicks the other guy, and his sword goes up in the air. He takes them all down. Asuka notices that he finished them in an instant without even using Viss. He wonders why he doesn't fight back despite having such skills. Helmut is relieved that the Seed of Darkness didn't react, so he thinks it's all good as long as he doesn't kill them. Cyan says he wrapped it up before he got the chance to show up. He asks who these huge guys are. He tells them that they are from Black Hawk. They'll target anyone for money. Asuka says he needs to hear who hired them from their own mouths. He has an idea. Helmut says they won't reveal that so easily. They are surely trained for that. But he happens to have a question for them too. Helmut says it doesn't matter if they are tight-lipped. If they cut off their fingers one by one, they'll eventually have to open their mouths. Asuka doesn't understand what his thought process is. Cyan tells him that he can't torture them. Even if an academy student was attacked first, that's way outside the territory of self-defense. Now that they are under control, he'll get the guards. They have done all they can, it's their job to interrogate them. Asuka asks him to wait as he is unsure if they can trust them. They might just wing the investigation if it's a noble against a commoner. Cyan says hurting an academy student is a very serious offense. They can't just wing it. Cyan mocks him for having such a mindset, which makes him susceptible to having enemies. He'll be back, and he tells Helmut not to touch their fingers. He bends down after he leaves and asks the goon how much they know about him. He is confused. That's all Helmut needed to know. After some time, they all go to a faculty member. She heard the news and is glad they are all okay. It's late today, so they should go back and get some rest. Then report to the dean's office tomorrow morning. She is concerned about Asuka's wounds and asks if she should call the nurse. Asuka says it's okay. Cyan tells him again that he should visit the nurse. He asks if he's sure he'll be alright. Asuka says at this time, there is nothing to do besides laying down and resting. Also, Cyan did some first aid, so he'll be fine after some sleep. Cyan says that makes no sense and calls him a monster. The stab wound will open up again if he starts moving. He should get it treated somewhere else. He says he's broke, and healing magic is expensive. Cyan is sure he'll find a way to get it for free. They go to Aaliyah's room. Cyan is happy to see her awake. She tells them if they don't explain what's going on right now, she is going to blow them away with wind magic. Cyan says don't be like that. They are here to ask her a favor. Asuka comments that Aaliyah looks like a girl. She asks who this raghead is, pointing to Asuka. He gets angry. Cyan tells he's kinda hurt so she can use healing magic on him. Aaliyah gets angry saying he shouldn't ask her to use it on a rude-ass stranger in the middle of the night. Helmut requests her. She caves in and brings them inside. She tells them it's not free. It costs a lot of money outside to get healing magic, so she should get something in return. She asks Helmut what he can do for her since he's the reason she let them in. He says anything that is within his capabilities. She smirks and tells him not to forget his words. She calls Asuka a raghead and tells him to sit down next to her. She doesn't want to waste any more time, so he should get treated and get lost. Asuka gets furious and calls her rude. Helmut begins to regret and thinks he should have chosen his answer more carefully. Aaliyah uses healing magic to heal the wounds of Asuka. He gazes at Aaliyah. She asks what's the deal with his ambiguous look on his face. If he has something to say, he should say it. Asuka says it's nothing, just he got some decent skill despite the looks. He says his business is done, so he's off. Aaliyah calls him a socially unsophisticated brat. She asks if they really need people like him. Cyan says despite his looks, he's the top of his class. Having him owe her will come in handy someday. Aaliyah comments that leasing a mad dog and flailing him around is never going to work with him, as he can't be someone obedient little dog. Cyan says she doesn't have to speak like that about him. It's better to have helped than not. She says she doesn't need anyone help. Cyan gets annoyed by her bringing the mood down. He advises Helmut not to take relationships for granted. He is good, he knows that, but he can only do so much on his own. It will be too late to regret it then. He has to start preparing from now. It goes for Aaliyah too, he says. He complains how he ended up being friends with these kids. She tells him if he hates it so much, then he should quit. Besides, she never accepted him as a friend in the first place. Cyan says she's so mean despite him helping out with her research on spirits. But Aaliyah says that it also benefits him as well. They made a deal. Helmut wonders how relationships work. The next morning, they go to the dean's office. Weiss is telling them the events that unfolded yesterday evening. Those 4 suspects ambushed Asuka in downtown Baton, and they also attempted to hurt Helmut and even Cyan, at which they failed and were imprisoned. But he got news that they escaped prison this morning. Asuka lashes out at the dean, asking him if it makes any sense at all. Dean says he can act like that, but he can't do anything about it. From what he heard, one of the guards was in on it. Cyan asks how the guard and the academy plans on dealing with this. Academy students' lives were threatened, so this isn't something they can slide. Dean doesn't intend to let it slide. Right now, they are calling in the swordsmanship department students one by one to investigate. They will let them know if there's any progress. They leave the office. Asuka regrets and thinks he should have listened to Helmut and tortured them right then and there. He wonders how 4 men can escape so easily, as if the walls of Baden prison are made of paper. Cyan says at least they haven't given up on the investigation. It will work it out over some time. Asuka says waiting is the one thing he's worst at in the whole world. Cyan says if that's the case, he can have it his way. He is unexpectedly objective about himself. Helmut says it's his call, but he hopes not to be dragged into it. Asuka lashes out again, saying Helmut is acting like it's not his business when he is already swept in all this. Anyone can tell that after him, Helmut is next. Helmut says he's simply telling him to solve his own problems. When this becomes his problem, he'll handle it himself. Asuka calls him heartless and says now he wants to become a model student. Helmut responds that he's the one who told him not to act chummy just because they are both commoners. Cyan tells them to stop it. He's going back to class now. He hopes all is resolved the next time the dean calls them. Asuka doesn't think so. Helmut starts to walk away, and Asuka asks where he's going. Helmut says he has to train. He wasn't able to do it for various reasons lately. Asuka mocks him by calling him a hard worker sarcastically. He follows Helmut and Helmut asks why he is following him. He says that he just happens to be going the same way. He shouldn't mind him and just keep going his way. Asuka asks Helmut that he got decent skills, yet why he doesn't get pissed off seeing people crawling up on the coattails of their status. Helmut thinks he's the one who's pissing him off right now, but he doesn't express that. He tells Asuka that he has no intention of acting like him. Asuka reminds him of the Jerome Ball incident and how he's a target now, and he shouldn't think of trying to show them the difference in his level through a duel. He says that despite him being the top of the class, they are going crazy to get him. Helmut mocks him by saying it's because of his shitty personality. Asuka is angry, hearing that comment, and calls Helmut a brat, even after he gives him advice. Helmut says there isn't any good in picking a fight first. He was told to get along with his classmates. Asuka says despite his looks, he's a good boy who just listens to his parents and mocks him that he's going to be friends with nobles just because his mom and dad said so. Helmut gets serious and says he's not patient enough to let anyone crawl up either, and Asuka is no exception. Asuka gets the warning and backs off. Helmut enters Ethan's personal training room and Asuka asks why he isn't going to the shared training center. He tells him that he has gotten permission to use the room as he likes in his free time. Asuka is jealous and says he is just enjoying all this good stuff alone and he should let him use it as well. Helmut says no and closes the door, saying he should stop getting in his way of training and just leave. Asuka calls him cold-hearted brat. The day passes. Aaron comes into the room where Jerome and Sabat are sitting. Jerome asks if he told them anything. He says he didn't, but the dean was really pestering him with questions. Maybe it's because Asuka pointed them out. Jerome says the academy has no legitimate method of contacting Blackhawk, and since they got nobility backing them up, as long as they make an excuse, they won't get caught. He asks Sabat what happened. They did something stupid. It didn't work and now they are in a pinch. Sabat thinks about how incompetent Blackhawk were that they couldn't deal with a kid. He thinks those lowly peasants can't do one thing right. The academy won't stop investigating as long as they demand it. Then there's no way they can hide this forever. Now that it's come to this, he'll make sure it's unbearable for Helmut and Asuka that they'll walk out of the academy by themselves. He is not giving up yet. The female instructor tells them in the class that the sparring classes will start next week. Helmut thinks that's sooner than he thought. His patience was already wearing thin. He won't be able to evade punishment, but if he can end this troublesome situation with this opportunity. He remembers Asuka's advice that sparring won't be enough to show them the difference in their levels. He is at the top of his class, and they are still going crazy at him. Helmut thinks if it doesn't work, he'll think about it when he reaches that point. She tells the class to be quiet. She understands their excitement, but tells them that there is another important event before the sparring classes and hopes they haven't forgotten about it. It has been announced that there will be a pop quiz tomorrow and the quiz will count towards their grade. So, they should make sure they are familiar with their textbook. Helmut forgot about the textbook. He talks to Aaliyah about it. Aaliyah says he could have forgotten about the quiz in all that commotion. But he must have been told before he joined. Helmut first says Ethan didn't tell him anything about it, but he remembers that Ethan did tell him to buy textbooks after he was assigned a dorm. He thought of picking up the textbooks when he gets back from the manor, so he tells Aaliyah that he did hear about it. She says to get a pass and go buy them. They'll easily give him permission if he says he wants to go buy textbooks. Helmut says the problem is, even if he wanted to, he doesn't have money right now. She asks what happened to his last commission. She knew this would happen since the day he handed over 100,000 marks in a second. She asks what he wants from her. He tells her he handed over the whole commission payment to Ethan because it's safer that way. He just doesn't have enough time to go get it. He's hoping she can tell her if there's a way to get money quickly. She knows a lot of things he doesn't, so he trusts her. She says to just ask her straightforward to lend money to you. She'll give her money right now and then he'll pay for it later. He says if she does, he'll pay her right back this weekend. She comments that Helmut is sure quick at saying yes. In that case, she'll go get ready so he must wait. Helmut says he can buy textbooks himself. She doesn't think she can stand the thought of him buying strange-ass books with her money. She's also free right now, so they should go together. She thinks if he goes out in Baden all alone, he could end up in the same situation as Asuka. With the two of them, they'll feel a bit more assured. But to her disappointment, Asuka and Cyan join in as well. Asuka says he can finally breathe now that they are outside. Cyan says it hasn't even been that long since he came out though. Helmut and Aaliyah both wonder how they ended up in this situation. They recall that Cyan wanted to buy a book as well, though he just wants to tag along to see something fun that he expects will happen. Whereas Asuka said he knows that stuff better as a swordsmanship student, he'll show them. But he simply just wants to get out of school. Aaliyah comments that annoying things have started clinging on to Helmut. He says he never asked for it. They reach the library. Cyan loves the smell of new books. Aaliyah takes Helmut and Asuka towards the textbooks for the swordsmanship faculty. She asks if he remembers the name of the textbook he needs. He tells her that he needs intermediate public sword skills, basic Viss operation, advanced ethics. Aaliyah hands him a pile of books and asks if he needs anything else. Helmut says it's enough. He guessed it from the title, but these books are all really just full of basics. He wonders if there is a reason he has to buy textbooks when he already knows this stuff. Asuka hands him another book which is not a textbook. He says that Instructor Patricia has a nasty personality, so she doesn't give questions straight from the textbook. She either mixes in concepts from a grade above into the questions or uses difficult vocabulary. So, he has been practicing up to 4th year concepts, and this is the most accurate of all of the problem sets he has tried. They both stared at him. He asks what's wrong. Aaliyah comments that they say 3 years at the village school, and even a dog starts reciting the poem. His unexpected wisdom just left her speechless. Asuka shouts saying he's the top of the class and thinks these people just keep treating me like a dog. Cyan asks Aaliyah that if she's paying for Helmut's books, she can pay for his too. She rejects it and says buy them with your own money. He calls her heartless. The receptionist tells the total to be 2,000 marks. Aaliyah is acting tense and Asuka comments saying she looks like a thief. She says to stop talking to her. Helmut thinks that 2,000 marks isn't even a tenth of the money Aaliyah gave. The receptionist thanks Helmut but notices Aaliyah. She runs away saying she got the wrong person. They get out. Asuka asks how hard it is to be famous. She was her fan. She could have at least given her an autograph. Aaliyah says to him to shut up and he's attracting even more attention. Cyan asks if it isn't illogical to hope one won't be famous after joining at the top of the class with historic scores. Helmut sees all three of them talking under the moonlight and wonders if these are relationships. Aaliyah and Helmut arrive back at the dorm. She is tired and comments that she shouldn't have wasted so much energy on that. He asks if she also carries textbooks. She counters his question saying does he takes her as someone who would forget to buy textbooks. He didn't mean that and says she already knows a lot without textbooks. So, he wondered if they were of any help to her. She explains that knowledge changes slightly depending on one's perspective, and textbooks are valuable because they help one objectify what they know. He's definitely talented, but if he thinks that the world he sees is all there is, he'll fall short at some point. She tells him explicitly not to get overconfident and study hard. He better look after his books. If he loses them, she's not helping him again. But as if to mock Helmut's insincere response, the promise of the night was broken immediately. The next day both Asuka and Helmut lost their textbooks. Asuka is extremely furious, blaming that they are now robbing lockers too. Helmut is also very angry. The instructor tells the students that the dueling lesson has started. Duel opponents should be mutually agreed upon, and the use of Viss is not allowed. While it's great to spar with your usual friends, going against someone they haven't gone against before is a great experience. Then as soon as the opponents have been chosen, they will begin the duels. Asuka calls Sabat to have a chat. Sabat asks what business he has with him, being the top student. Asuka says he seemed to find him displeasing, so he figured he'd give him a chance to cross swords with him. He hopes as a swordsman that he won't run away. Sabat says they are all paired up here, so he has to find someone else. Asuka says the instructor told them to find different sparring partners than usual. Sabat comments that since when he listened to the instructors so well, he can just do it with the other commoner he's close with, that is Helmut. Asuka asks them if that's the way they are playing this, in a very threatening tone. Before Sabat could finish his sentence, Helmut interrupts by asking what if they duel with him. He doesn't care if they all come to him at once. The result will be the same anyway. Ganging up is a specialty of weaklings after all, he comments. Eren mocks him for bluffing. He says he is alone enough to take on someone like him. If he's so confident, he should give it a shot. Actually, Sabat told Eren and Jerome that if they ransack their lockers, they'll come at them on the day of the sword skills class. When that happens, provoke them enough and then say yes. Jerome is unsure since they don't know about Helmut, but they sure can't win against Asuka. He asks if they should just get beaten up. Sabat says they are going to use Viss. Jerome says Viss is strictly forbidden in dueling classes. Sabat explains that if they call it self-defense against their retaliatory attacks, then they'll just get disciplined for it. But if it cripples their hands, feet, or something else, they won't be able to stay in the swordsmanship department any longer. It's worth the trade. Jerome doesn't want to agree, but Eren does. He says if Jerome doesn't want to join them, he can just stay out of it. He agrees to Sabat, but in return, he'll take on Helmut. He wants to personally repay him for what he did. Sabat agrees to let him have his way. He's been waiting to give Helmut a run for his money. He looks forward to the day of the sword skills class. Sabat faces Asuka on the day. He thinks he can't resist biting him right now. He wants him to charge at him first, so he can make sure he can never carry a sword again. He'll teach him a lesson, why commoners should stay in their lane. Asuka stands his ground, waiting, and Sabat gets nervous. Jerome notices them, and it was expected for him. When Asuka is wielding a sword, he's a straight-up hound. He stares intently at his opponent, waiting for the right moment to bite. His plan was never going to work in the first place. Sabat moves his feet a bit and Asuka charges towards him. He thinks he's going to attack to the lower right, which he can block. But Asuka attacks him from upward and smacks him down. He collapses. Asuka thanks him for not being an incompetent big mouth. The way he took the bait definitely made beating him up worth it. Sabat thinks his collarbone is broken. He attacked him first, so now he thinks he can draw out Viss and call it self-defense. But he gets up, only to get attacked by Asuka again. He gives him no time to draw Viss out. He thinks he's trying to kill him. He barely utters the word surrender. But Asuka says he can't say no yet. They still have a long way to go. He can't give up already. He asks if he can't show him half the persistence he has shown him all this time. He's going to add there more every time he says surrender. Eren is facing Helmut and he's being cocky, saying he doesn't look too good. But Helmut says he'd better worry about himself. Asuka is smacking Sabat and he has collapsed to the ground. Asuka says to him he won't take pity and go easy on him if he just lays still on the ground. They are not nearly done yet, so he should stop fussing and get up. Sabat is thinking that this can't be happening. He is a swordsman of the Rugal family. He can't lose to a guy like Asuka. He wonders why they are just staring at him. They should call the instructor or stop this. He looks up and sees students looking at him with a pitiful look in their eyes. He does not want to be the subject of that gaze. He gets up and uses Viss to attack Asuka, but he dodges and smacks him with his own Viss. He broke the rules, Asuka says. It's okay now if he pays him back fair and square, he tells Sabat. Jerome shouts Asuka to wait. He doesn't listen and attacks him, but the instructor stops him. He tells them the duel's over. He tells Sabat to come to his office after he gets his wounds tended to. And he tells Asuka to follow him right now. Asuka asks why him, as Sabat is the one who broke the rules. Had he not dodged his attack, he'd be carrying him out of here right now. The instructor tells him that his lack of respect for his opponents is enough of a violation of rules. He asks how long he plans on living his way making excuses like that. He doesn't get why Instructor Patricia covers for brats like him. He orders one of the students to take Sabat to the nurse's office. He tells Asuka he knows there's been a bad incident recently. Another student comes to the instructor and asks him if it's okay not to stop Helmut and Eren. Before the duel day, Jerome asked Aaron why he didn't stop Sabat from planning to use Viss in the duel. He knows that a trick like that isn't going to work on Asuka. Plus, they won't get away scot-free with breaking the rules either. Aaron asks Jerome when he got so close to Sabat. He's got eyes. He should realize that Sabat is over. He asks what he means by it. Aaron says he's only escaping punishment because they don't have any physical evidence of it. But it's not secret to anyone that Sabat used other people to hurt Asuka. Using the Blackhawk is a disgrace for a noble, even if he used them against a commoner. Most of the swordsmanship department has students of nobility. They didn't see that in a positive light. Sabat lost favor a long time ago. In fact, it's better for them if Asuka beats him up and he gets kicked out. After all, once the leader disappears, no one will interrogate them either. He wanted to crush that helmet guy himself too. It would be nice if they kicked him and Sabat out of the academy on a good note. He'll make him crawl without using any Viss. Back to the duel day, Helmut asks Aaron if he was the one who messed with the books in his locker. He counter-questions him by asking if he has anyone else who to mind other than him. Helmut says no. Aaron notices that Helmut's defense is full of holes. He wonders if he is being overconfident or just bluffing. Either way, he won't take it easy on him. First, he targets his legs, but Helmut ferociously attacks him, and Aaron's sword is broken. He doesn't know what happened as it was all in an instant. Then Helmut hits him in the throat and Aaron can't breathe. Helmut sits down and says that on the first day, he asked him a question. This time, he will ask the opposite question. Does he really think his noble status will protect him outside the academy? Helmut asks him. He could have snapped his neck with that attack just now. He asks if the nobles are sent back from the gates of the afterlife. Aaron realizes that he is not human. Helmut puts his foot on his hand and apologizes for asking as he can't talk because his vocal cords are torn. The seed of darkness awakens, and Helmut picks up Aaron. The instructor tells him the duel is over, and they should put down their swords right this instant. Helmut sees the instructor in a way a monster does. They get scared. Helmut gains control and puts down Aaron. He is breathing heavily. The instructor tells Jerome to give Aaron first aid and then take him to the nurse's office. And he orders Helmut to come with him right away. The instructor took Helmut and Asuka to his office. He gives them a chance to make an excuse for themselves. If they have something to say, they can go ahead. They both stay silent. The instructor says they are not in a position to be making excuses right now. He says Asuka could act like this, but he didn't expect Helmut to act this way. Helmut says he didn't disobey the duel's rules. The instructor checked Aaron's condition before coming here. There was a tear in his windpipe, and his right hand's bones were shattered. If he hadn't gotten first aid, he could have suffered respiratory distress. His torn vocal cords may recover somehow, but he might never be able to hold a sword in his right hand again. Asuka shouts that those rascals even tried to kill him by hiring Blackhawk. It's not wrong if those despicable rascals can't hold a sword. He gets smacked in the head by the instructor. He didn't ask him to talk. Supposing that he didn't break the rules of the duel, he should think that he still went too far. Helmut doesn't understand why he's being blamed. Aaron is weak, and despite his weakness, he not only humiliated him but also his friends. Asuka says he's right but gets confused that he used the word friends. Helmut only let him know that there are things he must not mess with. Asuka says they even picked their lockers and stole all their textbooks. The instructor asks if they come across someone that they don't like in the future, that they'll again use the duel to cripple them. If that is the case, then they don't deserve to be attending the academy. It's against the ethos of the swordsmanship faculty. Helmut asks if picking on commoners, insulting them, stealing from them, and ordering their assaults the ethos of the swordsmanship faculty. He says he's not advocating for any one side. Helmut then says that's why he can't do anything about it either. He simply solved a problem he failed to solve. He mocks him, saying if that isn't fitting of the swordsmanship faculty. The instructor takes out his sword and uses Viss to take out a portion of the wall to scare them both. He tells Helmut not to deflect the argument. He merely used his strength to oppress the weak. If I take him down right now with force as the price for his rebellion, would he just be able to accept it as fair, he asks. Just as there are nobles in this world, there are also commoners, and just as there are strong people, there are also weak people. Just as one cannot despise a commoner because they are a noble, they have no right to trample on the weak because one is strong. He asks him how his actions today any different from those who look down on commoners because they are nobles. Asuka and Helmut listen. Helmut asks what he was supposed to do. The instructor says the academy and himself are to blame for not doing anything about it until this point. For that, he apologizes. The academy does not aim for domination over others, but rather for everyone to be equal. Nobles and commoners, strong and weak, are all the same people. If they always keep that in mind, they'll find the answer one day. Despite all this, there's no doubt that they both are excellent students. In any case, he has to punish them for their behavior today, so he forbids them both from dueling for the time being. However, he will allow the two to duel with each other. Asuka says that's nice to hear. Then he hands them both papers. He asks them why they are looking at him in such disbelief. There's no way it would end with mere restrictions on duels. 50 apology letters, and they can't return until they finish writing all of them. Asuka asks what to do about the class. He tells them to finish it before the theory class starts and come back when they are done. He's already going easy on them here, so they shouldn't complain. After writing 50 letters, their hands are red, and Asuka can't feel them. They came out after writing them all, and it's already nightfall. He calls him an evil instructor. Helmut does not regret exercising his abilities, but he made a mistake. He lost his composure for a moment. He wonders if all that training was ineffective and how at that moment he got so lost. Asuka asks why he looks so down and if his hands are hurting too. He says to him that he couldn't train today because they had to write letters of apology. Asuka calls him relenting, and how can he think of training after writing apology letters all day? Helmut says he's pretty skilled for the amount of time he has been training. Asuka asks if he has ever seen him train. He mocks him that he's the guy who doesn't give a shit about others, always locked up in that private training room of his. Speaking of which, he asks if he can use his room. Helmut says no. He says he said they are friends and he can't even do this much for him. The instructor is seeing them both from his office's window. He knew Helmut is a skilled, but the killing sight he showed back then, or rather he wonders if it was more like demonic energy. He thinks that it's an excessive assumption. He seems to be more willing to listen than Asuka. He hopes he's able to keep learning well without going astray. He sees the damage to the roof and thinks the repair cost will be deducted from this month's paycheck. Meanwhile, back at the Blackhawk headquarters, the escaped prisoners that attacked Asuka and Helmut arrive and are kneeling in front of the branch manager. The branch manager tells the escaped prisoners that he lost his spy in Baden trying to his guys out. They are sorry about it and realize what an embarrassing failure they had. But they should hear them out on this one. They talk about Helmut's movements that were definitely not one of a second-year academy student. He was at the very least over the level of rank 2 mercenary. The branch manager tells them to stop. He didn't gather them here to find fault with them. In fact, he should be handing out prizes to them for having made it back alive. They are confused. He tells Chromo to explain it to them. Chromo explains that there must have been a black-haired boy among the kids they went against. Dark eyes, pale face, facial features like a noble. They agree that he alone beat them up. He says that their boy's name is Helmut. He's a former mercenary of the Pace Mercenary Corps, which once slaughtered 5 of their men with one branch and went into hiding in the past. They have been trying to track him down ever since, but he didn't expect him to be in the academy. The member is confused as how did he slaughtered 5 of their men. There's only so much intel they can get from Baden, says the branch manager. It was very smart of him to settle down at the perfect location. It's best not to mess with the beast in its home, but if he still holds a grudge, then he can be a real issue. If they are not careful, he will surely bear his claws at them one day. He tells the members that he's going to assign them a new mission. It's a simple task. They just need to deliver a report to the higher-ups. He'll give a vacation after that, so they should get it done quickly. They thank him and swear not to let him down twice. After they leave, the manager tells Chromo that one can never know when a wounded dog will take them down if they leave it be. He says to pass an order to eliminate those guys as soon as they are done with their work. He hands an envelope to him. He thinks maybe they'll see Helmut. Meanwhile, Helmut arrives in his dorm room. He sneaks to not wake up Aaliyah, but she speaks and says he is coming in quite late. He asks why she hasn't slept yet. She says the sound of him sneaking in here like a thieving cat was so funny that it woke her up. He apologizes for it. She heard that he beat them up so bad it knocked them out of their senses and compliments him. He tells her he had to write apology letters because of it and couldn't even train. He got what he wanted, she says, but he isn't too happy about it, it seems. He apologizes for the fact that he lost his textbook. Like she told him, he won't ask for help in the future. Aaliyah gets furious and puts aside the curtain. She doesn't know if he's bold or just naive, but she asks if he is feeling so low because he is worried about that. Did he really think she knew that his textbooks would get stolen when she told him that? She asks him. He couldn't have done anything about this, so this doesn't count. If he's so sorry, he can just pay back the money for the textbooks. Helmut thanks her. She says she's going to sleep now, but she gets flustered about it. The next day, Helmut goes to the private training grounds, but it doesn't open with the key he has. He wonders if it's broken. An old man who is cleaning up nearby asks if he is Helmut. He apologizes and says the private training grounds for instructors are being cleaned for the morning. It looks like he didn't get the news, so if he doesn't mind, he can use the shared training grounds. Helmut agrees. A week has passed since that day, and many changes took place in the swordsmanship faculty. Since the day after dueling class, they started talking to Helmut one by one. They start by complimenting him, saying they never liked Sabbat. But surely these are not the equal personal relationships the instructor spoke of. They are just trying to make it look like an equal relationship because they feel threatened by their fear of him, and they are forcefully trying to pull themselves up due to their aristocratic mind. How does he even benefit from becoming equals with them? Andro calls Helmut and tells him that instructor Ethan Kudrau is looking for him. Helmut sighs knowing that there will be no training today as well. Helmut enters Ethan's office. He tells him he heard he was looking for him. Ethan says that he heard there was an incident during the sparring class. Helmut realizes that he might get an earful if he says something like last time, so he thinks it'd be better to show that he's repenting. He apologizes to Ethan for causing him trouble. He thought it was natural to make it clear who was stronger, but after listening to the instructor, he understands that he was somewhat at fault as well. He'll be more careful in the future. Ethan didn't call him over to scold him, but now the atmosphere has turned in a direction where he feels like he has to do it. He tells him if he's remorseful, then that's enough. He hopes he doesn't feel too bad about it, because those who bullied him will be punished soon enough. Helmut is confused. Ethan asks if Instructor Allen didn't tell him anything yet. He says nothing at all. Ethan says it seems the two who harassed him will be expelled. Instructor Allen received the testimony from Jerome, one of their leaders. Additionally, hiring Blackhawk is unforgivable, even for a noble. Helmut is surprised. Ethan says it seems he got a fierce scolding. It's because Instructor Allen is an idealist. He's only saying this after it's all done, but he believes the very act of standing up to injustice is a swordsman's duty. What's important is to keep it under a limit. If this incident taught you the extent of that limit, he just has to follow that in the future. Also, he stirred up a lot of trouble too during his youth. He laughs. It happens every once in a while in the swordsmanship faculty. He just has to be careful not to get suspended. He tells Helmut to bring some friends to the mansion for the holidays. He doesn't have to get along with everyone, but he should at least get along with his school friends. Helmut says he can't guarantee that. He thinks of them as very annoying. He wonders if he is good to go now. Ethan says he got his new textbooks. They had already destroyed the textbooks they stole to destroy the evidence. Helmut asks why there are 2 sets of books. Ethan mentions that Asuka also had his books stolen too, and since he's here, he can pass these to him. But Helmut wonders why he should but doesn't ask since Ethan is happy knowing they both have a good friendship, so it will be useless to say anything. Cyan and Asuka are sitting together, and Cyan calls over Helmut. Helmut comments about how Cyan goes everywhere. Cyan thinks he's sociable, so he'll take it as a compliment. Helmut hands Asuka his set of textbooks. Asuka asks why he bought his and was thinking about what to do. He tells Helmut he's more loyal than he thought. Helmut tells him it's Ethan. He just made sure to take care of his textbooks as well. Asuka comments on how convenient being a noble is that one can buy 2 sets of textbooks like it's nothing. Cyan asks if he can continue what he was saying. He was just about to talk to Helmut too, so he considers it perfect timing. He asks Helmut if he's free this weekend. They go to a pub at the weekend. The city of Baden is filled with all sorts of special delicacies for academy students who go for an outing. But the Griffith pub on Eidforfen Street 3 is the best of them all. Cyan is boasting about it. In the pub, they are sitting together and have beers. Cyan tells them both to pick them up. They should celebrate that justice prevailed for the incident this time. He says Asuka said it's his treat, so drink up. Asuka asks when he said that. Cyan then says it's fine, he'll play half for him. He wishes Aaliyah was here too, though she's the last person who'd join them in a place like this. He can't believe even Helmut was not able to get through to her this time. Helmut remembers the conversation with Aaliyah, saying she wouldn't hang out with Cyan, let alone Asuka, calling him a mad dog. Her head hurts just thinking about it, and he shouldn't make that suggestion ever again. Helmut drinks the beer and wonders why anyone would like this taste. While Cyan wants to order different stuff and Asuka mocks him saying he can take his kidneys too while he's at it. Cyan tells Helmut that he heard that he's the total star of the swordsmanship faculty these days. He doesn't know about that. He doesn't ever run into other classes. Asuka says those jerks are just groveling on their own because they are scared of him. They look down on him for being a commoner, but he crippled them. So, who'd dare to mess with him? Cyan says the trouble's all solved now, so they can relax a bit. Helmut agrees but seems down. Cyan asks what is bothering him. Helmut says it's not exactly bothering him. Just it's easy for people to hate him. So, he wonders why they hang out with him. Asuka says that there's a somewhat cute side to him if he's worried about that. Cyan drinks up and has gotten drunk. He says it's easy to say. He felt it the first time he saw him. That if he's by Helmut's side, something fun will happen. Asuka asks what fun. If he's only following them all this time for fun, then he is kind of a pervert. Cyan is drunk now. He says not to worry, they are not that fun. That comment pisses off Asuka. Cyan asks Asuka why he follows around Helmut like a damn puppy. Asuka denies it and stops himself from beating the shit out of him. If he had to say, it's just that he likes clearly capable people, unlike guys who are just yapping about. Though he hates how Helmut looks down on everyone. Helmut justifies himself saying he doesn't really look down on people though. He only hates people who don't know their place. Asuka asks why he is so harsh with him. His first impression wasn't that great, but he fought Blackhawk with him. He also bought him the books. He thinks they are close. He goes to Cyan saying to tell this jerk how he is mean to him. But Cyan has passed out by drinking beer. Asuka laughs out loud, saying that's all it took to get him so drunk. After all that talk about how he'd drink until Asuka's wallet was empty. He calls him a rascal. He'll just get him a drink whenever he's making a fuss from now on. Helmut is still unsure about the beer. They are outside the pub. Cyan has passed out and is not waking up. Asuka says he's gone. He wonders why he even came here if one glass was enough for him to drink himself into a stupor. Helmut hears a commotion. Between four girls, there is Aaliyah. Aaliyah was in the library before. She is looking for a book. It must have been placed somewhere around here. There's no way she'd sort it out incorrectly. She wonders if she left it at home. She read the book time and again. So, she thinks it'd be good to buy a copy from a store in Baden. Helmut asked him if she has time this weekend, they can go out together. Cyan and Asuka asked them to go to Baden together. Aaliyah regrets not going with them back then. She also regrets coming out there. Four girls are bothering her. They want to help her out with getting a book. They'll buy it for her. She asks why they would buy it for her. She doesn't need it so they can get out of her way. One girl says she just wanted to have a cup of tea with her. They don't know she's a girl. They are awestruck by her. Aaliyah's words are not getting through to them, and she can't blow them away with magic. She sees Helmut and he waves at her. She instantly pushes them and goes towards Helmut. She grabs his shoulder and tells them she has plans with this guy. They are interrupting them, so she hopes they can leave. Helmut is a bit nervous. Asuka asks if that is Aaliyah. When they called for her, she bailed, and he asks what she is doing here now. She says to shut up and calls him a tactless fool, but he can't hear it. The girls say she can't hang out with guys like them. Her reputation will only suffer if she hangs out with people who are not at her level. Not to mention they are barbaric swordsmen. One girl calls another girl Mina and tells her that blue-haired guy, meaning Asuka, is from the swordsmanship faculty. He's the swordsmanship faculty's mad dog. But before she completed the word mad dog, Asuka gets so furious and tells her to finish what she was saying, calling them tiny little rats. Cyan is also listening and says he's not from the swordsmanship faculty. They ask who's Cyan, but the girl doesn't know. Asuka threatens them to stop annoying them and get lost before he bites them. They get scared and go away. Helmut asks Aaliyah why she's here. She hits him. Helmut asks why she is hitting him. Aaliyah says it's a shame she ran into him here. He reeks of liquor, so he should be away from her. Asuka is confused. He comments on her having a split personality. First, she asks for help and then mocks them. She didn't exactly need their help. He was just pissed off to see Helmut just watching her suffer. Helmut asks if he was supposed to help her. He figured that with her skills, he didn't think of it as a big deal. She says it's not the time for this, but thinks it's best if she keeps her mouth shut. She asks what's wrong with Cyan. Asuka says to leave him alone. He's been constantly asking for something since earlier, but they don't know. She says if that's the case, he should check his pockets. He asks why she is ordering him. Aaliyah says to stop talking and just look through them once. He takes out a vial with green liquid in it. She tells them it's an antidote potion. Faculty of Magic students usually carry it around. Just plug it in his mouth and he'll wake up. Asuka says to tell these things earlier, instead of putting him through all that trouble. He plugs it in his mouth, and he instantly becomes normal. He sees Aaliyah and says she made it sound like she didn't want to come, but she was actually worried about us and came. She should be true to herself. Asuka asks if they are sure he's detoxified. His bullshits keep getting worse. Aaliyah says maybe it was better not to give it to him. Cyan is happy and says now there's 4 of us and wonders where they should go. There's a great dessert shop nearby. Asuka says he's not going anywhere at this hour. They should get back to the dorms now. Aaliyah is annoyed to see all this scene. Helmut asks Aaliyah if she's free tomorrow. Would she go to the Kudrau mansion with him? She asks if he's going to ask her to go with them again. He says no, he has only asked her. He tells her that Ethan wants him to introduce her to him. She asks why only her. He says if there's others, she won't come. She agrees. He says he owes her a lot as well. She asks when they will leave. He thinks maybe first thing in the morning. He'd rather not run into Cyan on the way out. He hears it and asks what they are talking about, and if they are backbiting about him. Aaliyah says if he's awake, he should get back to his room. The midterms are right around the corner. He says they only lit it up because midterms are right around the corner. Her nagging annoys him, and he asks if she is her mom. Aaliyah says not to say something that horrible. Helmut still doesn't exactly get what human relations are like, but one thing he's sure of is that he could feel the distance between him and Aaliyah shrink a little. Or that's what he thought. She tells him to listen carefully. It's a team battle. Their goal is to crush Cyan and Asuka and emerge victorious. For his information, not only will she not lose, but there are no loopholes in her plan. If they lose despite following it, it will be 100% Helmut's fault. So, she hopes he kindly tries harder and come back victorious. Helmut has no idea what's going on. Helmut arrives back at the dorm room. Aaliyah says he's already back. Helmut look at her. She asks what's with that look. Does he want to ask why she's here? He figured she'd be back at the library like usual. She says she had to take it from here. She is going right back to the library. She asks if his preparation with the midterms is going well. He says it's so-so. She asks what's with the lukewarm response. He's not worried about the practical exams, which means he's worried about the theory exams. He barely passed the transfer exam. The liberal arts class doesn't sit well with him either. She asks which one he is attending. History of the continent and understanding of magic, he says. She knows there's no way he'd be excited to hear that. Nothing he could do about it. For transfer students, choice in the liberal arts is basically a formality. She agrees. After all, they give a choice among the liberal arts subjects in the order of one's grades. The transfer students are obviously at a disadvantage, but the academy's so damn inflexible that they don't want to make reforms. Even so, while he's at it, he has to aim for the top. He asks if he can't just perform that much better at the practical exams. She says that is not possible. She asks if he hasn't researched how grading is done. She explains that until the 3rd year, the swordsmanship faculty does absolute evaluation. It's not a relative evaluation based on duels. They just check his progress at swordsmanship and rank him. Ranks 1-4 are assigned grade 1, ranks 5-11 are assigned grade 2, and so on. Even if he's skilled enough to get 150 points, the examination system will only assess him up to 100 points. In other words, even if he gets the top rank, there'll be 3 other guys with the same score as him. She says that one's liberal arts score will make all the difference. Then he'll be able to do it from the 4th year onwards, he says. She asks him if he's sure he can say that after watching Asuka prance around after winning against him. If he wants, with the condition that he'll grant her one more wish, she can help him. Helmut accepts and goes with her to the library. She makes him follow her. He asks what this place is. She tells him it's the library's private reading room. Dean's List students can get permission beforehand and use them. There's the dorm as well. One sure can get a lot of private spots. But thanks to a certain someone, she doesn't have a single room anymore. She tells him that person knows of the problems she faces when using public places. She's letting him in specifically this one time, so he should do his best until the exam. Someone inside the room says they are already using it, but it's Cyan and Asuka. Cyan is so happy and glad to see Aaliyah here. She asks why they are here. He says there is no problem though. Asuka is the top student in the swordsmanship faculty, and he's the second top of the magic faculty, so they can sure use this place. Asuka gets angry and asks why she and Helmut are together. He justifies himself that they are using less space for others, and there's nothing wrong with it. They are from difficult faculties, so it's not like they are disturbing each other. Cyan agrees with him that if only one person uses it at a time, that's a bother too. Cyan asks them to use another room. They have to focus now. Helmut notices his behavior and whispers to Aaliyah that something is off. He usually would try his best to cling to them. Aaliyah picks up on it too, and politely says of course they won't be getting in the way of them studying. Cyan says as expected from her, she's the only one who gets him. On that topic she says, she has a better idea for exactly that purpose. It's simple. Helmut and Asuka will stay here, and him and Aaliyah will go to the next room. That way, they can save space and improve their efficiency with someone of the same faculty. Killing two birds, one stone. Cyan is nervous. She asks what's wrong with this. She didn't say anything wrong. There's no need to think so much. Also, he always wanted to study with her. Or does he have something he's hiding from them? They tell them the whole story. Asuka thought Helmut might steal his first spot, so that's why Cyan is tutoring him. She asks why he is overestimating him so much. Asuka responds that the scores from the last quiz were close. He didn't even have a textbook, and their scores were only one question off. Aaliyah says it's because she helped him out. Asuka says that's exactly the issue. He means they'd have same score for the practical exams anyway, and he didn't think he'd lose to him in the theory exam. But Helmut's got Aaliyah by his side, so of course, he'd get help. Asuka couldn't guarantee he'd win, so he didn't have a choice. Aaliyah says he has unexpectedly got a timid side to him. So, that shot in the dark is making him secretly prepare like this. He asks her if she wasn't going to help him. She says she would, of course. Asuka is furious, saying she is getting on his nerves and might punch her in the face. But she asks why Cyan of all people. He's the top student and Cyan is in second place. Cyan is not happy to hear that comment, but he says he's better than him at magic liberal arts. And since she knows now, they have no choice, and now it's a competition. He asks Aaliyah if they should bet on who will take first place, Helmut or Asuka. She says she's going to win anyway. There's no point in betting on it. Cyan calls her annoying as ever. Just as she said, then why not make a bet, he asks. The losers will run 100 rounds of the playground without magic. The great Aaliyah wouldn't run away from this, he mocks her. Asuka asks him quietly what makes him so confident that they'll win. He says not to worry, he has a plan. Aaliyah smiles and agrees. Helmut and Aaliyah sit down. She tells him that if they lose it will be 100% his fault. Helmut thinks she has forgotten she's doing this for a wish. She says this isn't just a matter of his grades. It's a matter of her own pride as well now. They are not going to take a break until they finish a chapter. She says to open the book and check out the basic concepts. Cyan and Asuka are annoyed to know that they are studying in the same room as them. Cyan sees outside the window that it's raining hard all of a sudden. Aaliyah is seeing the answers of the mock test Helmut gave and says it's really coming down hard, referring to his poor marks. She thought there would be some progress. Asuka laughs, saying the great Aaliyah finds herself stuck too. No going back on the bet, he says. She tells Helmut that she can give a pass on the objective questions. He just needs to memorize the principles for that. But what the hell is up with his descriptive answers? She gets furious. He is supposed to describe the difference between a normal mage and a dark mage, and the harm caused by dark mages. He has written that unlike regular mages, dark mages are evil creatures. One must avoid running into dark mages. She asks what these answers are, and where he would even meet them. More importantly, does he really think these are good descriptive answers? She asks. He says she told him to write his thoughts. She furiously says she told him to write what he thinks based on theory and concepts. How is someone supposed to believe his writing based on his experiences? He says it's true. Asuka and Cyan jump in to see what his writing is like. Cyan says one thing is for sure. Helmut has never written essay-based questions before, because from what he knows, the exam for transfer students is mainly objective type. Asuka asks which subject it is and why he would take this subject. Cyan explains that transfer students don't get much choice in liberal arts subjects. Asuka says to Helmut to give up on this semester. It might be too difficult even with someone like Aaliyah. Aaliyah stands up and smacks the table with her palm. She says she can't have her student lose to their likes. Asuka doesn't know how to react to her. She looks so serious that he can't even get angry. She says they are going to start over with the method of writing descriptive answers. He says he has to train after this. But Aaliyah says he is not going to the dorm until he gets it right, so he better be ready. They all study and time passes. They bring over food and they eat up. It's evening now. Asuka and Cyan aren't coming back. Aaliyah says it's late and they must be full, so they probably went to sleep. They are going to pay the price for their complacency. Helmut says she's having a hard time because of him. Aaliyah says to work hard, unless he wants to watch her run 100 laps around the playground. He says she won't lose her first place anyhow. She agrees. Helmut asks what's the reason for her being so obsessed with being first. She says everyone has a reason they don't want to talk about. Her reason is something similar. Helmut also knows about having a secret like that very well, so he doesn't ask. Aaliyah's definitely amazing, he thinks. She'll probably earn the title of Archmage someday. Which means, just like Antial, she'll find out about the seed of darkness within as well. So, he'll have no choice but to part ways with her before that happens. Aaliyah asks him if there are any principles he's stuck on. He says he doesn't understand this part about irregular magic receptors. She comes over and explains it. It is a theory that says different people may have different places where they receive magic. Irregular means they are not fixed. The hypothesis isn't proven yet, but the professor in charge, Mr. Ruckin, likes debates, so he could ask a question from here. So, he should decide whether or not he'll agree with this theory. She sees Helmut staring at her. Their eyes meet and she asks what's wrong with him. She doesn't like explaining the same thing twice. He shouldn't blank out. He apologizes. Aaliyah says he's having a hard time focusing. Maybe he should take a break. He says that'd be good. Helmut doesn't know what's wrong and wonders if he studied too much. She gets up and also is flustered about the whole situation. The next day, he is at the shared training grounds. Andro says he heard that he made a bet with Asuka. He asks Andro if everyone already knows. He says it's a fight for the top position. He bets even the other classes of the swordsmanship faculty know. Not to mention, Aaliyah's involved, so there's no way he wouldn't know. He says he'll win. Helmut asks why is that. He says he doesn't know, but maybe it's a swordsman's hunch. He just gets more of a top student feeling from Helmut than from Asuka. Helmut thinks about Andro that after he met him on the day of transfer exam, they checked each other's postures as partners and within their class. He's sort of close to him. Helmut says to him that the written test is a hurdle, but just as he said, he doesn't plan on losing. Andro says he wants Asuka to lose once. Nobody likes him running amok as he pleases because he thinks he's all that. Asuka comes up behind him and says it's great to blame his incompetence on him. Andro says he didn't mean that. Asuka makes him move and asks Helmut if he heard about today's class. Helmut asks if they are sparring. He says it's not just any sparring, they are sparring against first-year students. It is probably some event to boost enthusiasm or whatever before the midterm. He thought he'd get to have a duel with him. This is boring for Asuka. Ando says they said they also have the official duel with the first-year students after the written exam. He also heard there's some pretty excellent students among the first years this time. Asuka asks if he's trying to say he could lose. Ando says he's just telling. But he heard that there's one girl who's in another league compared to them. Asuka asks if there's really a girl in the swordsmanship faculty. She really chose the most sweat-inducing faculty she could think of. Andro says she's not just super talented, but also super pretty. Asuka just hopes he doesn't get to fight her. He can't beat her however he wants to. Andro comments that he really intends to beat her up. Helmut wonders about how the first-year students would be like. The girl is in her room looking at her sword. She has dark long hair just like Helmut. The first-year students arrive. They joined recently and are in high spirits. The second-year students say that they were like that too, once upon a time. Ando tells Helmut about the first-year student he talked about. She passes by them, and she looks very similar to Helmut. The eye color and hair color being the same. The second-year students comment that she's pretty like the rumors say. Her aura is clearly shouting that she's a noble. But they also see the striking resemblance with Helmut. One asks Helmut if he has a hidden family. Helmut doesn't know what they are talking about. It strikes him, the word family. He says he doesn't have one. The student asks him if it's true or not. The first years see the commoners. One says to be careful with what he says. Even if they are commoners, they are our seniors. He laughs that he has to call a lowly commoner his senior. He heard they are basically the top dogs of the whole second-year class. That clearly tells what level they are at. They mock by saying their commoner seniors are pretty decent looking. Maybe they decided their rankings by looks. Asuka gets furious saying these obvious little sons of bitches who don't even know how scary the world is. Knocking on hell's doors will be a great experience for them today. There's not telling what's going to happen now. Instructor Patricia grabs the attention of both classes. She tells them as they were informed, today first year and second year students will be sparring with each other. This is meant to be an exchange. So, the people who will be called out will come forward for a duel. The first years should try to learn from their seniors, and the second years should look for aspects to teach without being conceited. She will call out the names. First year, Charlotte. It's the girl who passed by them before, and they are excited. Helmut thinks that looks are decided at birth. They could be similar because of something to do with their origins. He wants to ask her about it right away, but he can't. Patricia calls Asuka from the second year students. The students can't stand this from happening and say they are going to have 0 girls again soon. Asuka tells them to stop causing a fuss and shut up. Asuka asks the instructor if she's sure he's the right pick. She asks him what's wrong with top students being put together. Asuka says she knows what kind of person he is. Why would she put her against him? The first year students mock him saying he's acting crazy. He must be scared of losing to a girl who's a first year. Asuka gets furious. Patricia says if he doesn't have any other issues, he should get to the sparring platform. Charlotte says to Asuka that she hopes he doesn't go easy on her just because she's a girl. He says he doesn't do shit like that anyway and warns her not to cry when she gets hit. Helmut and Jeffrey's match is next, so Patricia tells them to get ready. Helmut thinks that they said the first year students were overall at a high level, and he sees why. Jeffrey's aura a match for a second year student. Only time will tell how capable he is. Patricia says match 1 starts. Asuka notices that her stance is unexpected. He asks why she joined the swordsmanship faculty. She says to get stronger. What other reasons there can be? She heard a lot about Asuka, so she knows a lot. She would be grateful if he gave it his all, regardless of her gender. Asuka obliges, considering that's what she wants. He charges at her, and she blocks his attack. She blocks it again, but gets pushed back. The first year students get a bit scared. She says the rumors really can't compare to the weight of a direct hit by his sword after all. Asuka says he's not even ready or warmed up yet. He's going to test how long she lasts, so she better stay alert. She firms her grip on his sword and says that she won't be an easy opponent from now on. Helmut is observing her. Asuka, the second year's top student of the swordsmanship faculty of Greta Academy. His quick sword moved fast and irregularly. Speed which his classmates couldn't track with their eyes, and an unpredictable trajectory. This technique made Asuka top of the swordsmanship faculty's second-year class. Charlotte keeps blocking his attacks. She has superb focus. Asuka thinks he's not going full force, but she's certainly keeping up with his sword and defending accordingly. Considering her movements, he can at least say she didn't do a half-assed job with her basic techniques. He wonders if he should give her some room to counterattack. He misses his attack on purpose, but she falls back despite having the opportunity to attack. He thinks she's not going to fall for shallow tricks, or he thinks she wants to draw. He attacks her more and asks if she is trying to end this in a draw. She attacks him and gets back. He says arrogant brats are definitely not his favorite, but he also highly dislikes those who don't have any self-respect. She ruled out the possibility of winning before she even started out of fear. Against a commoner like him, on top, he asks if she feels humiliated and also asks if her confidence from before was just a bluff. He says to her if she is not aiming to win, give up on wielding the sword and leave. There's plenty more people who want to be swordsmen besides her. Everyone is focused on him. Helmut thinks he's actually saying something right for some reason. She speaks up saying she simply tried to learn whatever she could regardless of status. But he made her realize that she was too thoughtless. She thanks him, saying it was a good idea to duel with him after all. She changes her posture and asks him to do another favor. He thinks her posture change wouldn't make any difference and he goes to attack, but she attacks him back. He barely dodges and now they are fighting fiercely. Both of them can't find any openings. But she gets down and attacks only for Asuka to jump and dodge her attack. He says to better tense up those shoulders, otherwise she might get hurt. He falls down on her and smacks her on the neck. He says nice try and it's not her fault that he was his opponent. Patricia announces the winner, second-year student Asuka. He says he acted like it wasn't a big deal, but he was surprised. She sped up to nearly his level after changing his posture in the middle. Maybe because she's not used to it yet because of lack of experience, but once she masters it. Before he can continue speaking, she says he's heavy and tells him to get up from her. He apologizes and she says it's okay. She says that he's a nicer person than she thought. The students mock him, saying he's a trash bag and he liked getting on top of a girl. He was smirking, the pervert. He tells them to come up here and say right on his face. Helmut and Charlotte lock eyes and she gets a bit nervous and confused. She gets off the platform. Patricia calls Jeffrey and Helmut to go up to the podium and get ready. Jeffrey tells Charlotte that he can't believe he lost to a lowly commoner. She buried the reputation of the first-year students in a damn grave. She says he's going to have to pay a huge price if he doesn't fix that mindset. Because the fruit of talent and effort doesn't discriminate between commoners and nobles. Jeffrey and Helmut get up on the podium, and Jeffrey says let's see if she's right. Before the duels, Andro asks Helmut what he thinks is more important in the swordsmanship faculty, strength or technique. He can't say. But if he had to, he says strength would come first. After all, even technique was created to complement strength. Andro says he's not that strong in terms of raw force. Compared to someone born with natural strength, no matter how much he fostered his skills, he doesn't think he'd be as good. It feels kind of unfair to him. Helmut says he thinks a lot about useless stuff. Andro says it would kill Helmut to sympathize with him. He asks if he ever has thoughts like that. He wouldn't be surprised. After all, he's got the highest class strength and technique among the second-year students. What would he do if he was against an opponent who has upper hand against him in terms of strength? He asks. Helmut thinks. Back to the present, Helmut is facing off against Jeffrey, who is much taller and bigger than him. He says to Helmut that it's nice to have the chance to go against him. Helmut says the same. Jeffrey wonders if he is the commoner from the rumors. He doesn't look strong enough to beat someone half to death. Thought Asuka from earlier seemed more skilled. Helmut has a look in his eyes that is familiar to him, as if everyone and everything in the world is below his feet. Patricia tells Helmut not to cross the limits this time. Asuka comments that it feels strange to hear someone being told what was always told to him. The student beside him asks if that makes him think he should be better to his peers. He says he'll beat the shit out of him first only for now and think about the rest. Patricia says if both sides are ready, then the duel shall begin. Jeffrey attacks consecutively and Helmut barely dodges the second attack. Asuka is shocked to see the sight. Jeffrey says he makes unexpectedly quick judgments. If he had blocked the attacks as is, the wooden sword would be in pieces. He hopes it doesn't end with him just dodging an attack. Helmut says he's strong but too bad for him. He has fought so many opponents who only have strength, and he's sick of it. Helmut keeps dodging his attacks. Jeffrey gets frustrated and says to attack him rather than just dodging. Helmut thinks no matter how strong his attacks are, it's pointless if it fails, since he promised Ethan that he wouldn't cause any more trouble, rather than waiting for his stamina to bottom out. He wonders if he should wrap this up. The spectators wonder what he's doing. Jeffrey realizes that he's going to keep this up. He didn't have any expectations that he'd get to learn from a commoner. He asks him if he knows that depending on the background one is born with, all their experiences have a different starting line. In simple words, between them, there's a gap in their experience that he can never make up for. A sturdy build from birth and excellent education. For commoners who can't even afford to get a sword, coming up to the podium is impossible. He asks if that is the reason he's busy simply dodging his attacks. Helmut thinks it's a pretty dull provocation. He wonders if he's just saying that he won't let him drag out time. Jeffrey says he doesn't know who taught him swordsmanship, but that's quite telling of the level his teacher is at. Patricia tells Jeffrey to keep his manners against his opponent for the duel. She tells Helmut to not think anything useless and focus on the duel. If he wields the swords as his emotions, then one day he will regret it. Helmut sighs and says even playing along with him is not easy. He rushes in to attack him, and Jeffrey dodges his attack barely. They both move quickly, but Helmut gets a blow in the knee. Jeffrey says that's too weak of a blow, it won't even leave a scratch on his body. But his leg cramps up, and he gets on his knees. Helmut says no matter how trained the body is, there's always a part that will collapse if hit several times. Helmut says to him that he can add losing to a commoner to his list of experiences too. Jeffrey says it's not over yet and attacks, but Helmut slides under his legs and takes him down. Then he smacks his sword from his hands. He tells him as a transfer student, he doesn't really have much to teach him, but he hopes he can use the time which he uses to insult others' teachers to work on himself. Helmut smacks him even after Patricia says the duel is over and the winner is decided. Jeffrey passes out. Patricia sighs and says the winner is second-year student Helmut. Park Eamon, one of the second-year students, who has red hair, defeats his opponent. He asks him how defeat tastes like and calls him a rascal. Patricia says to be respectful to his opponent. He apologizes and helps his opponent up. That day, the second-year students swept the duels with 100% victory. The first-year students realized the gap between them and their seniors and created a vigilance in their hearts against the second-year students. The sun is setting. Charlotte is drinking water from a fountain. Helmut passes by and they meet. She gets a bit nervous but waits for him to respond. He wonders if he should ask her right now about the name on the pendant he has on him, about Margaret Irene. But he does not know how to start the conversation. He wonders if he should get straight to the point, but nothing good will come out of rushing it. By revealing who his family is, he'll end up exposing himself. If she finds out he has the seed of darkness within him, any human, especially if they are noble, would side with the temple. He's sure Ethan Kudrow would know. She is still waiting anxiously for him to say something. She thinks he's the scary senior who was practically playing around with Jeffrey during the duel. She wonders if she did something to get on his wrong side. She finally asks if there is something he has to say. Helmut says it's nothing. He saw his duel and compliments her that she has got pretty good skills. She thanks him and says he was amazing too. He calls his name, and Helmut asks how she knows her name. She tells him that everyone in the swordsmanship faculty knows who he is. He doesn't find it good. She asks him if someday he will duel with her. He goes silent for a bit. She says only if he ever has the time. Don't feel pressured or anything, she's just saying it. Helmut agrees and she thanks him. In that case, she'll look forward to their duel. Asuka comes up behind Helmut and asks what he's doing here. He puts his arm around his shoulder. He asks if they both know each other. She says no, they just happen to run into each other. She leaves saying she'll look forward to it. Helmut slaps his hand around his shoulder. Asuka asks if he likes talking to the pretty new student. He says it's not what he thinks it is and he should stop clinging to him and get that hand away from him. Asuka calls him a cold-hearted bastard and asks if he hit the bullseye with that. He says he's not him. Asuka asks what's wrong with being like me. Helmut leaves and he shouts to not ignore him. The next day, they are studying and Helmut asks Aaliyah a question. She is sitting on the window space and Helmut wonders that it's been years since his senses were on high alert, which was when he constantly got beat up by Darian at the Forest of Roots. And right now, those senses are signaling danger to him. Helmut asks her if something bad happened. She closes the book she was reading and says she has a question. Helmut asks what the question is. She asks if it's true about the rumors that a girl from the first years asked him out on a date. He spits water out. She thinks the rumor is true based on his reaction. Helmut says that never happened. The rumor's already widespread though, she tells him. On top of that, she heard the girl is pretty good looking. He must be dying of happiness at his newfound popularity. Helmut asks if that's the reason why she's angry. She gets nervous and says no, she's not angry. Totally not. Helmut says that it's not true. She just wanted to have a duel with him in the next sessions. So, they had a little chat, that's it. Aaliyah can't say for others, but she wouldn't lie to him. She trusts him and says that rumors shouldn't be taken at face value. After all, she has always thought about this, about him being her roommate and the closest person to her. Helmut agrees. She is saying this because he seems to have his guard way too low. So, he should listen carefully and never trust the words of the girls who approach him, because there's a chance they are using him to get to her. Helmut says it isn't the case. She says she's 100% right. He has seen the type of people that swarm around her. Some of those stalking me are pretty intelligent. They even dress as guys and sneak into the dorm. Meaning there's definitely a skilled trickster among them who could fool him with their acting. Helmut understands now and asks if her point is that he should stay away from Charlotte. Aaliyah says that's now what she's saying. She's just telling him the way they do this kind of thing. The decision is up to him. He says she doesn't have to beat around the bush. Just say Charlotte's suspicious, so she wants him to keep a distance from her. He doesn't care about that anyway. Aaliyah turns her face and says if that is the case then it's alright. Also, she is only saying this out of kindness, but if a strange girl approaches him, he should always doubt her first. Because she's sure there will be many who will stab him in the back since he's a commoner. Helmut is just listening to her advice and finds her immaculate. He is completely oblivious to the fact that his looks were definitely good to appeal to most girls. Cyan is heartbroken when he sees that the shop is closed. Aaliyah, Asuka, and Helmut are behind him. This incident started a while ago. In the private room of the library, Aaliyah tells them that Helmut is finally giving somewhat useful answers now. Asuka congratulates him. He can't believe he came to those hellish tutoring sessions by Aaliyah. She asks them that they are competitors, so why he is so excited about all this. It's also not the perfect answer, so he can't let his guard down yet. He shouldn't forget that his goal is to top the class. He has only just gotten to the starting line. Asuka says at least give him some time to be happy about this. Cyan grabs everyone's attention. For all of them working so hard round the clock for the midterms, he has prepared a special event now that the midterms are just around the corner. Asuka says that came out of nowhere. Cyan says that we can't have a late night study session without late night snacks. He knows a great Waffle House, so he wants to specially invite all of them there. Asuka says he's always going around eating. He asks when he studies. Cyan says a human can't survive without bread. He asks if he's going or not. He will regret it if he doesn't come. Not even if they are hot. They are freshly baked waffles topped with a dollop of sweet strawberry cream. Aaliyah's mouth waters up on hearing that description. She says one time wouldn't hurt. Asuka asks if there is even a shop open at this hour. Cyan says the nightlife here is the real deal in the city of Baden. There are tons of restaurants targeting academy students who study late into the night. That was how they got into this incident. Cyan waited so long for this day. Aaliyah says today must not be the day. If he's so sad about it, he can come and eat there later by himself. But that sounds lonely, he says. Aaliyah asks if he wants to go back to dorm or go to another store. He says they are outside anyway, so they should get something else to eat. He says there's a shop around here that sells toast. Aaliyah pushes him saying to stop wriggling here and show them the way. Cyan asks if she is really okay with that. He says she has no sense of romance. They arrive at a fancy shop with lots of waiters and customers. Asuka is reading the menu and says that a sandwich is so damn expensive. Cyan asks him why he is acting so poor. If he is an academy student, he's sure he gets financial support even if he is a commoner. His family doesn't give him support for anything besides the tuition fees. Cyan then says his family's situation is more dire than he thought. But he's the top of the class, so there must be scholarship funds. Cyan teases him by saying that he asked too much of the scholarship student. Asuka warns him that he will face consequences if he keeps this mockery up. He grabs Cyan's hair. Aaliyah says this place is tidier than she thought. Cyan explains, whilst Asuka is still grabbing his hair, that it's obvious that the place is tidy, considering that most academy students are nobles. If there's any foreign substance, they'd have to close down shop. He comments that she is fussily checking out the place. She tells him that mages are bound to be sensitive to even the tiniest dust particles that can become a variable in an experiment. It's he who is too dull for a mage. He shouts at her asking if she knows how sensitive spirit magic is. Asuka asks Helmut if he made the order. He says he has. Aaliyah says to Cyan that the spirits are probably the sensitive ones, not him. Their order arrives. He thanks the waitress. He also comments that the basic meal came out the fastest. He asks what they ordered. Asuka ordered the basic meal as well. But Helmut ordered the Greta Swordsmanship Faculty Special Toast, which is a large burger. Helmut gets surprised. Asuka laughs about it and asks if he is going to eat that on his way back to the dorm as well. Helmut justifies himself, that it said Swordsmanship Faculty Special, so he thought to order it. Aaliyah asks if the Swordsmanship Faculty students have stomachs that are 5 times larger than others. Cyan says it's just a sales gimmick to target people's competitive spirit. He asks Helmut what he wants to do. If it's too much for him, he can eat it with him. Helmut accepts. They wonder how many meat patties are in there. But before they eat, Charlotte and Jeffrey arrive and greet them. Charlotte is excited. She says that it seems like they are here to eat the Greta Swordsmanship Faculty Special as well. She tells them they also came to eat the same toast. Asuka asks if the two of them came together. Charlotte says Jeffrey wanted to bet on it. Asuka says to Jeffrey how humiliating it is that a mountain of a guy like him would a girl over something like this. Charlotte gets offended, asking if he's looking down on her. He says that's not the case. In a nervous tone, she says she is a swordsmanship faculty student too, and she can eat plenty too. One has got to eat as much as they train. She asks Helmut if he thinks the same. Cyan tries to eat the large burger, but Helmut stops him and tells Charlotte of course. Cyan is frustrated. Charlotte then says that they have met coincidentally, so they should eat together. But Aaliyah gets up and talks to her. She gets nervous. Aaliyah tells her name and asks if she knows about her. The air gets tense. Cyan sneakily cuts the burger whilst everyone is focused on them. Back at the Greta Academy, Paul, Ethan, and Patricia are observing the duel between Helmut and Charlotte. Helmut overcomes her, but she dodges his attacks and tries to attack back. But he quickly counters and gets the sword out of her hands. She admits defeat. Patricia says good job in the practical exam, and to wait while the grading is being done. Charlotte's hand hurts. Before this, back at the toast shop, Aaliyah is telling Charlotte about her. She gets nervous saying everyone in the academy knows her as the top student of the Faculty of Magic and is honored to meet her. Aaliyah asks if it's really an honor to meet, and she turns her face to look at Helmut. Charlotte is nervous and wonders what's wrong with her. She has been intimidated by Aaliyah. Cyan, while eating the burger, says that he realized, as long as Aaliyah's with them, not a single one of them is getting a girlfriend. Helmut analyzes Charlotte's reaction and thinks that Aaliyah was being truthful about her after all. To begin with, aside from looking similar, there's no proof suggesting that they are related. Rather than rushing and revealing something about myself, it'd be wiser to keep his distance from now on. Also right now, his top priority is to become stronger. The strength to push his way through no matter the troubles he is faced with. Asuka is sitting in the private library room. He speaks his thoughts out loud that just for the next half of the semester, he needs to avoid getting suspended. Helmut asks if he doesn't get suspended, then what will happen? Asuka gets scared saying he scared him. He should make some noise to tell that he's here. He was just talking to himself. He shouldn't mind him. He asks Helmut if her opponent was Charlotte for the duel. He says that it must not have been easy, considering how long it took for him to come back. Helmut speaks coldly that the duel itself ended quickly. They are late because the instructors gave him an earful to not end it quickly. Asuka finds him annoying and asks if he's taking after Aaliyah now. Helmut comments that since he's so calm, his practical exam must have gone well. Asuka says it was perfect. If he doesn't want to get on Aaliyah's bad side, he better prepare hard for the theory test. Aaliyah speaks that he's right about that. Asuka again gets scared and asks what the hells is wrong with both of them. He asks if they secretly joined the Faculty of Assassination. Aaliyah asks Helmut if his exam for understanding of magic is tomorrow. He confirms it. She wants to do a check one last time, so she tells Helmut to open up his textbook. He asks what about her exam. She says she was done with it way earlier. He should worry about himself. That's the only way he can help her. Asuka asks Aaliyah about where Cyan is and why she's alone. She says she doesn't know, and he's probably being too busy studying for his own exam to help Asuka. He comments that Cyan has no sense of responsibility. Helmut is just listening. Aaliyah says to take out the textbook quickly as she doesn't have time. Helmut is zoning out. She asks what's wrong. He says he is just thinking and asks if she really hates the thought of running 100 laps of the playground that much. She says she wouldn't like it either way, but the thought of losing a bet is not good. And most importantly, she is dying of anxiety at the thought of an uncontrolled variable. That's why she just wants to be thorough. Topping the class isn't exactly a lose deal for him, so enough talking, and he should open the book. Asuka finds this all extreme and smirks and tells Helmut to work hard. It's going to be hard to beat him on the theory test anyway. Aaliyah looks at her coldly and says he's getting in the way of Helmut's revision, so he should get out. Asuka gets angry asking if she rented the whole room. She says they can't just reveal their strategy to their opponent before the battle. He says if she doesn't like it, then they both can leave as she's the one who has the problem. She asks if he would walk out on his own or should she throw her out. He says she should give it a shot if she thinks she can throw him out. Helmut wonders if it's going to be hard to train for a while. Helmut revises with Aaliyah. Time passes and the theory test has started. The invigilator says they have 2 hours for the exam. Helmut is attempting the exam, and one question stands out. if one has accidentally acquired a forbidden dark power, and if they lose, they will die. Describe what that person should do in this situation. Helmut gets back to Aaliyah in the private library room. She asks how his exam went. He thinks he did a good job. Most questions were just as she told him, but there was a peculiar question. She asks what the question was. He tells her. She wonders about dark power. That teacher does give questions like that every once in a while, she says. Regardless, they won't deduct points if he gave a thoughtful answer. She asks what he wrote. He says in a cold tone that he would accept that dark power and find a way to wield that power as he lives on. She gets a bit scared, but she says that it's not a bad answer. At least Mr. Ruxin, the teacher, wouldn't think of it negatively. He asks how she would have answered it. She tells him that the standard answer would be to search for a solution at the temple. After all, dark powers follow under the temple's jurisdiction, and for nobles, it'd be hard to write an answer besides that. But she says she would have written an answer similar to his, even if it would make her an enemy of the temple. Helmut is surprised to hear that. He asks her to explain. She says that the Temple of Lumen is ruthless when it comes to dark powers. Also, if she voluntarily reports herself, they will just kill her. It's better to look for a solution by oneself. She thinks he did a good job. If nothing goes wrong, he will be the top of his class. Just so he knows, he shouldn't carelessly say stuff like this outside. The academy may be a land of learning before devotion, but outside, he'd be reported for answering like that. Helmut accepts. He knows about it very well, he thinks. On the day of the midterm result declaration, in Greta Academy, the exam results are displayed publicly in the central plaza of the academy. This is done to provoke the competitive spirit of the nobles who highly value their reputation. There couldn't be a better method. Helmut is seeing the magic faculty's result first. He sees Aaliyah's name at first, scoring 100%, whilst Cyan scored 93.2%. As he thought, nothing out of the ordinary. Cyan seemed to have studied really hard. He thinks that it's not like this is the first time. He might be calmer than he thinks. But Cyan is heartbroken. He shouts that it doesn't make sense. Aaliyah asks him what doesn't. He says to swear on her life and tell what she did. The subject understanding of spirits was just introduced this semester. He may have been a bit distracted recently, but he thought he was still ahead of her. She puts her hand on his shoulder and says 3 months is more than enough time to finish one academy subject. Ale then gets surrounded by girls. Cyan is shocked and feels depressed. He says he was too short-sighted. But he gets excited again and says the victor's not decided yet. They are still at a draw from the bet. From the very start, he wasn't going to lose either way. He sees the results. Helmut is at the top with 98% score and Asuka is in second place with 97% score. Cyan is shocked and shouts at how this happened. Helmut is surprised as well. Aaliyah is happy and congrats him. Asuka is not that depressed and says it was a 1-point difference. Such a close defeat again and finds it a shame. Aaliyah comments that he doesn't seem all that angry. He says he lost, and he feels like crap. Even so, he just feels it's better than losing first place to someone else other than Helmut. But he says to him that this won't happen next time, so he better be ready. He'll go against him head-on without anyone's help. Cyan grabs Asuka's shirt and calls him a traitor, saying he lost on purpose, so he'd get punished, and he says he trusted him. Asuka calls him a rascal and asks if that is what he takes him for. He says he's the one who suggested the bet in the first place. Now that he has lost, at least accept the punishment quietly. Cyan begs Aaliyah and Helmut to go easy on him. 100 laps of the ground are way too excessive. It will kill him. Helmut says 100 laps isn't enough to kill a human. Cyan says he shouldn't think everyone is like him. Cyan begs Aaliyah saying she also has shit stamina. She should understand. He asks if they can't just meet in the middle and go for 50 laps only. Aaliyah smirks and says they are not, that are they. He was worried about his stomach sticking out from all the late-night snacks. This is great, she says. Cyan is running the laps and it's nighttime. He is crying and thinks they both are heartless rascals. The students are training at the shared training center and the instructors are evaluating them. Park Yimin says that next week there will be a camping class in the forest. Andro says he has never gone camping before. He asks if Park has. He counters his question by saying if he never has gone, then he is just a little young master of a rich family. Everything else is all good. Just find a place to shit all on their own. He might step on someone else's shit, or it could get on his hands when digging the pit. Andro and Asuka get nervous hearing Park say that stuff. He says that one needs a shovel on them for camping. Unless they want to let those vicious mountain mosquitoes swell up on their face with bites, they better not pop their face out of the sleeping bag. Asuka asks Helmut if sleeping in the mountains is really like what Park says. He says he used to be a mercenary, so he would know. Helmut asks him if he also hasn't tried camping. Asuka says he tried camping on the way to and from Baden, but to be honest, he doesn't have anything to do with mountains. Helmut says it's nothing to worry about. He could chase away the mosquitoes with incense, and as for feces, one can just tell. Asuka finds him no help at all. Thanks to him, he only has more to worry about. He sarcastically thanks him. Even if Asuka doesn't mind the shitting part, he says he should get some supplies beforehand. He asks Helmut if he wants to go get them together on the weekend. Helmut agrees. On the weekend, they go out shopping during the day. The city's markets are crowded. Asuka doesn't know what to buy first. And Cyan also is here. He's just tagging along with them naturally like air. Helmut says the after effects of running 100 laps on the ground have worn off now, it seems. Cyan says of course, that's how high-performing healing magic is. A few days are more than enough. That day Helmut knew Cyan pulled a student by having a dark spirit run in his place. But he let it slide, thinking even half the runs were commendable. Asuka says to plan against the bugs first. This place sells scented candles that chase away mosquitoes. How about they buy these? He asks Helmut. He says this is good. Bugs surround quite a bit when one is eating. So, if he plans to light it at that time too, then he should buy a less potent one. He's going to need a lamp as well. Hills are a lot darker than he thinks. If the lamp is too bright, it could attract predators, so he should get one that's just bright enough to show him the way. Asuka comments that Helmut is more meticulous than he thought. That's better than having to deal with something annoying later on, he says. Asuka asks if the lamp falls while they are sleeping, wouldn't it cause a bushfire? Cyan says that they should buy a bushfire extinguishing magic scroll. He's excited. It's based on the principle of creating a vacuum in a certain place and putting out the fire. He finds it fascinating. Asuka asks if this will kill a person if one uses on them. Cyan says people don't usually think of using it on other people. He asks if Asuka will do that. Cyan doesn't want himself to be arrested for being an accomplice of a murder. He then points towards a grill, saying it could be great for grilling vegetables or meat. It is thin as well, which makes it portable. Asuka finds it good and wonders if he should buy it. Helmut thinks that this turned into shopping for some kind of picnic. He tells them that he'll be back after getting some gloves. He thinks if the camping is outside Baden, he can't just be pleasant without going there. Not that he thinks that Blackhawk could attack them where there's academy students and an instructor at the same time. But since it has already happened once before, he just can't rest easy. He at least needs to have his guard up, though it's a hassle to always have to worry about the Blackhawk. After he becomes stronger, the first thing he'll have to do is settle with them. He sees a shopkeeper selling cotton candy. He markets it as the unique dessert of Baden. One girl bought it. She's a blonde. Helmut wonders how something can be called dessert when it looks like a cloud. The girl comes toward her and says it's fascinating. They melt sugar, pull out thin strings of it, and roll it onto a stick. Technology feels more like magic than magic itself sometimes. Her eyes are red in color, and she asks if he is Helmut from the Understanding of Magic class. Helmut asks her who she is. She laughs, saying that he doesn't know her despite being in the same class. No surprise there, as he always has a disinterested look in his eyes, she comments. She introduces herself, saying her name is Teresa. She is interested in him and asks if he has got time. Helmut remembers about Aaliyah giving him advice not to believe girls that approach her. He says that he came with someone, so he has to get going. She gets nervous and says he's being too cold and tells him to wait. He tells her that if she's interested in Aaliyah, she can talk to Aaliyah herself. She comments that many people clung on to him because of that. He shouldn't worry, cause that's not why she's here. She's interested directly in Helmut. Aaliyah arrives out of nowhere and comes in between them. Teresa was trying to catch Helmut, but she failed. Aaliyah asks Helmut what he is doing here. Teresa finds it a coincidence that Aaliyah is also here. She wasn't aware of it. Aaliyah says she is top of the third-year class. She also didn't expect to meet her here and finds it a coincidence. Teresa says she doesn't need to have her guard up so much. She just wanted to have a chat with her roommate. Aaliyah asks if she has some business with her. Teresa gets taken aback with her charming looks and wonders if she has business with her. She says she thinks she does after all. Aaliyah sighs and grabs Helmut and takes him away. Teresa says to wait, but Aaliyah runs off with him. Aaliyah asks him if the advice she gave to him was a joke. Why was he just standing there listening to her? He says he tried shaking her off, but it would be too rude if he had completely ignored her. She's their senior too after all. Aaliyah says studying ethics too much seems to be an issue. If he has something he doesn't like, he should just say it. Had he been a bit firm, she wouldn't have to go all through this hassle. He says if she finds it a hassle, just ignore it. Aaliyah gets angry saying she can't ignore it. But it's nothing and they'll talk about it later. She asks where Cyan and Asuka are. He asks how she knows they are here. She knows there's no way he'd come alone to a place like this. He says they are around here. Aaliyah says they should go together now since they are here. He should show her where they are. Helmut wonders if she wants the hassle or not, and he doesn't know what to make of her behavior. They find Cyan and Asuka, and they have bought a lot of things that were unnecessary for camping. Aaliyah facepalms in frustration. Night falls. Asuka says that with the supplies they bought, camping class won't be an issue. Cyan wonders if they bought too much and how would they load all of it onto the horse. Asuka says they can just pass it to those who have some extra space. Aaliyah asks if he buys this much usually and that's why he doesn't have any money. He says no and asks if she saw her using his own money. Helmut is smiling behind them and then gets alarmed. He sees behind him and there is nothing. Helmut always had his guard up to his surroundings, but up until this point, he couldn't catch on to the fact that these moments were his last ones as a student of the academy. A shadowy figure wearing red robes and a mask was stalking them. It's nighttime. Candles and moonlight from the window are illuminating the room. Anton, the branch manager of Baden's Blackhawk headquarters along with other members are bowed towards a dark entrance. He thanks the figure for his hard work on coming all this way. He introduces himself, but the figure scares them with his presence. He tells him that he's listening, and he shouldn't stop talking. This figure is a man, and is one of the greatest forces of Blackhawk. A Hawkeye member named Fascio the Entertainer. He's wearing a white mask and red robes. Anton says, as he reported a few days ago, there's this one guy named Helmut that they are having a hard time taking out. For more of his details, he can check this. He hands him the report of Helmut. He sees him being a mercenary of Pace Mercenary Corps. Rank 2 mercenaries being murdered, Greta Academy Year 2. He asks if there is even an instructor capable of teaching Helmut. Anton says he doesn't even need to attend the academy at his level. It seems he's just trying to hide himself there. Ethan Kudrau, a distinguished noble of Baden, is supporting him. Fascio asks if he has found out anything about his past as a mercenary. He tells him that they couldn't find out anything about him, unfortunately. The first piece of information they have is that he acted together with the Pace Mercenary Corps after coincidentally running into them during a mission. But his whereabouts before that are totally unknown. Fascio comments that he has never seen a guy with a more suspicious identity in his life. He has no past. Anton asks if they have messed with someone they shouldn't have. Fascio gets angry and puts his long nail through the report saying Blackhawk never has messed with someone who is easy to mess with. The dead don't talk. Also, if their corpse disappears, then that person never existed in the world in the first place. He says he'll eliminate Helmut. This hunt is going to take some work. The camping class day arrives. Students are preparing for it. Paul is holding a 32-year-old Marine. This is great wine that is hard to see in bars. He'll share and drink this with his fellow instructors with gratitude. A student says he saved so much of his pocket money to buy that. Paul says outdoors training is not a picnic. They notified all of them that any useless items would be confiscated. The student points out Asuka that he clearly looks like he's going on a picnic. Asuka says all of these are necessities and calls him a rat. Paul says that he should just choose the important stuff he needs in 10 mins and pack it again. Asuka says he really needs all of this. Puel says that for camping, the lighter the luggage, the better it is. Monday morning, with warm sunlight shining brightly. Outside of the academy, the camping class has started. Helmut thinks that he hasn't left Baden in a long time. They go downtown often, but the outside air just feels different. Asuka comments about Helmut having a great horse for being supported by a noble. He asks what breed it is. Helmut says he doesn't know, and also says his horse doesn't look that bad either. Asuka says there's clearly a price difference between the two. He asks his name. Helmut doesn't know and asks if a horse needs a name too. Asuka calls him a heartless rascal for not giving it a name yet. A swordsman and his horse are long-term partners that stay together, so most people give it a name. He tells him to name it right now. Helmut doesn't know what name is suitable for it. He should just name it whatever comes to mind when he sees it. The horse has blue hair on its mane, just like Asuka, so he thinks he should name it Asuka. He finds it creepy and tells him to name it something else. Helmut asks why does feel creepy about it. He says if he's that crazy for giving it a human name, he should name it Aaliyah. Helmut says it doesn't look like Aaliyah. Asuka gets angry to know that Helmut thinks that he looks like the horse. Night falls. Patricia tells everyone they are at the campsite now. They'll take a break. After that, she will tell them about the schedule. They should take their time unloading their luggage and taking off the saddle. Asuka is tired knowing it took a whole day to get to the campsite. He wonders how far they are. Helmut thinks about what he heard before leaving, that the first day they rest and have a barbecue party. Second day is the hunting competition. And for the third and last day, it's a group activity. Fortunately, he didn't sense anything strange on their way here. But the group activity on the third day would be the best time to target him. He should at least be careful until then. Asuka asks where his horse has gone. He only has saddle reins in his hand. Asuka asks Helmut where his horse has gone. Helmut only has reins in his hands. He notices that it's been cut off by a sharp object. He wonders when it happened, as he was holding the reins this whole time. More importantly, he couldn't even catch on despite holding the reins this whole time. Asuka sees the horse close by in the trees. He points to Helmut where his horse is. He calls him clumsy and says to take care of his horse. Helmut is confused. He tells Asuka to give him his sword. He asks why he needs his sword. He just needs it for a little bit. Helmut goes with the sword in his hand and gets close to his horse. As he thought, he doesn't sense anyone else. He tells the horse to come here. But he gets alerted and notices a barely visible hunting trap beside his foot. He wonders what's it doing here. On top of that, it's hidden so well that it's invisible to the naked eye. He's pretty sure that poaching is forbidden on campgrounds. This is not a coincidence. This is a warning, he thinks. A silent warning that he's their targeted prey. He finds it interesting. If he can't avoid it, he might as well enjoy it. He thinks about what to call the horse. Since it's white, he'll just call it White. He tells it to come towards him. It does not listen and is just eating grass. He wonders about who is preying on him, but it doesn't really matter to him. If they block his path, he'll just eliminate them and move forward. He hopes it's something worth fighting against. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Paul tells everyone to assemble. Before they start preparing for dinner, he'll announce the group instructions. From now until the last day of camping, activities will be conducted in pre-arranged groups, and unnecessary interactions should be avoided. Additionally, each group leader will be given a communication marble, so they can contact the instructors to allow any issues to be reported immediately. Helmut gets handed one of the communication marbles. He is spaced out. Asuka tells him that they're groups this way. He is the group leader, so he shouldn't be blanking out. He goes towards the groups and comments that there's a lot of unrecognized faces. One of them tells him he saw their faces when he picked the group members. Andro says now they can get to know each other. He could say that it was fated for us to be in a group, so let's introduce ourselves. He tells his name. Two dark short-haired boys who look similar are named Mitchell and Bashil. A blonde boy is named Wesley, and a dark green hair boy is named Dino. Helmut asks the last boy who he is. He has ginger hair and says his name is James. This isn't the first time they have met, so he should remember it. Helmut says he has memorized it. James says that Asuka and Helmut should introduce themselves too. Asuka says they all seem to know us already, so it's unnecessary. James agrees that they are famous. Helmut apologizes but tells them to go ahead and prepare the dinner. He needs to report something to the instructor. Asuka asks what he needs to report. He tells him that when he went to the woods earlier to find the horse, he found a trap there. Asuka says hunting on campgrounds is illegal. Helmut says that's why he's going to report it. Asuka wants to tag along too, as he wants to see it. Helmut says it's up to him. Wesley and Dino realize Asuka is just trying to casually get out of preparing dinner. Patricia goes along with Helmut and Asuka. She asks if there was a trap here. The trap is not there anymore. She asks him if he's sure he saw the trap here. He tells her that he almost stepped on it, so he clearly remembers it. But without evidence, there's no way to handle this. As a precaution, she'll make an announcement to be careful of traps. Asuka asks him if he was sure the trap was there. Helmut thinks that the grass is pressed down. He's sure the trap was definitely here, even until quite recently. Not only did they obviously destroy the evidence, but by clearing it from this place before he brought the instructor here, his hunter is sending the message that he's still watching him close by. He realized something while learning to hunt from Alaga in the Forest of Roots. The ability to gain an advantage when hunting a target who's stronger than him. Persistence, a human's unique ability to endure, to slowly, persistently suppress their prey until it is exhausted. He's a careful guy, he thinks, but he doesn't seem to know him that well. If he wanted him to fret over things, he chose the wrong guy. There's no threat to him as long as he is in the mountains. Mitchell asks Helmut and Asuka why they are so late. They came so late, so they started grilling and eating meat first. He asks if that's okay with them. He shows them a plate full of burnt meat. Helmut and Asuka are both disappointed and sad. Helmut considers it another threat to life. Asuka is grilling meat, and they look very delicious. Dino and Bashil are eating them. Dino says it's delicious and the meat is still juicy. Bashil comments that they were eating coal all this time. Asuka asks how they are going to survive if they can't even grill meat. They grew up filthily pampered. They both compliment him, saying as expected, commoners are indeed different. He finds it oddly irritating to hear. He tells them to just eat coal. Wesley says he shouldn't be like that, and presents something for them to see. James asks if that's Hennessy's spirit and how did he manage to bring that without getting caught. He says there's always a way. He shows a cloak with storage magic. He bets even the instructor couldn't even imagine he'd use this. Dino finds it incredible and asks where he got it from. James comments that he really went so far just to drink. He says it's a camping barbecue so they can't skip drinks. Bashil asks if he only brought one bottle. Wesley says he should be grateful for even that one bottle. Being greedy will catch up to him. Miss Patricia's surprise inspection will start soon, so they should have a real drink after that. After Patricia inspects them, she asks them bluntly if they are sure they don't have any bottles. It's suspicious that their group of all groups doesn't have a single bottle. Dino wonders how many bottles she confiscated given she has so many in her hands. Wesley tells her that they really don't have any. Thanks to Helmut and Asuka, they are totally in the spotlight. How could they dare to? She asks Helmut if there are no bottles. He says there are no bottles present with them. She accepts and says that the team leader is responsible for the team's mistakes, so he should make sure to manage them well. She tells them to enjoy their dinner and leaves. Wesley says goodnight to her. Dino wonders if they have gotten over the hurdle. Wesley says they have, and now they can rest assured and take it out. They hold their glasses in the sky and say cheers. James comments that the drink is seriously strong. Wesley says to just drink it. It won't kill him. Helmut is frowning and Andro asks him why the long face and if the drink is not to his taste. He says it's not the taste. Asuka asks if he's zoning out because of that trap earlier. He's usually one to worry this much. The group says that a hunter must have secretly set it up. He's the top student of the swordsmanship faculty. He shouldn't be worried about it so much. If they had his skills, they wouldn't be afraid of anything. James says they haven't even seen him. Helmut is more amazing than everyone thinks. Asuka asks why he is the one bragging. Dino says he surpassed Asuka and became the top student. They don't have to see to know how good he is. They ask which city he's from and where he learned to use a sword. Helmut says he grew up in the forest and he learned from his master. Bashil asks if he met some recluse master. His master seems like he would have some exceptional skills. Mitchell asks if he can introduce him to his master just once. That's impossible as he's no longer in this world, Helmut tells them. Silence is there on the table. They apologize and say since he's the top student of the Greta Academy's swordsmanship faculty, his master must be proud. Helmut smiles and says maybe. They say to stop talking about depressing things. They should have another drink. They have to drink and clean up before they get caught. Helmut thinks that it was the same with Cyan. Humans quickly bond over drinks. He has learned something good and thinks he should use it often. The moon is brightly lit up. The group is fast asleep and haven't even cleaned up. Asuka is drunk and asks Helmut where he's going. He says he has to throw up. He tells him to go as far away as he can. Helmut has roughly figured out how to neutralize the alcohol with Viss. The guy who's hunting him is probably still watching him. He should keep watching now that he's alone now. He wonders if he will give up on holding himself back and attack or wait. The wind blows and there is silence. Helmut thinks he's cautious, as he should be. He sees a hut. He thinks it must be the campsite manager's lodging. He goes to the hut door and knocks. An old man opens and asks who it at this hour is. He sees Helmut and thinks he must be a student from the swordsmanship faculty. Helmut says he has a favor to ask. He just found a hunting trap in the forest, and he's worried that someone might get hurt. He asks if they can possibly increase the number of patrols. The old man thinks he might be mistaken. Everyone knows that if they set up a trap in Petica Forest, they'd be charged with a hefty fine. He says he's a student of the swordsmanship faculty. His eyesight and senses are sharp. He wasn't mistaken. The old man says if that's the case, then it's bad. He'll start increasing the number of patrols tomorrow morning. It's been a while since he has taken out the long pole. After all, a bear trap is hard to spot with the naked eye. He laughs. Before he can close the door, Helmut puts his foot inside the doorway to stop it from closing. He confronts him, saying that he never mentioned what kind of trap it was to him. The old man smiles. Helmut tells the old man that he never mentioned what kind of it was to him. He apologizes about it and asks if it was a different kind of trap. In places like this, 9 out of 10 times it's a bear trap, so he assumes. He asks if he can tell him what kind of trap it was. Helmut notices his hand is not moving from the handle, so he lowers his guard a bit. He tells him that he assumed it correctly. It's just that he made a judgment without even hearing his explanation. It's more hidden than he might think and tells him to be careful. The old man says he can leave it to him. Helmut tells him that from what he knows, every year, the swordsmanship faculty comes here for a competition and group activities. He asks where it takes place. The old man says the hunting competition is held in the mountainous area north of the campsite, and the group activities are spread out among the 12 peaks in this area. It's been that way every year, so it should be the same this time if nothing unusual happens. Helmut thanks him and leaves. He didn't sense any Viss from him. He's just an ordinary caretaker. But his instincts are still on edge about that place. He wonders what he should do. If he threatens to break his neck, he might just give him the answers he wants. But he doesn't want to act so rashly. After all, he's not the only one here. When that guy shows himself in front of him at some point, he simply needs to strike back at that time. But he won't be able to hide forever. He returns to the group and sees Patricia holding the bottle and Wesley. He is barely conscious and says to spare him. Patricia looks at Helmut with a cold face. He wishes they could have stayed hidden forever. The next morning, the students have assembled. It's very hot and they are all sweating. There is an old man under a tent. He's sweating as well and uses his hand as a fan. Helmut is holding a bow. Paul sees that everyone is here now. He starts explaining the hunting competition. It goes without saying, but the most important thing for them to keep in mind is safety. They must make sure to identify their target and do not shoot people. Just in case, to prepare for any injuries, they will be moving in pairs. If one person gets injured, the other should contact Professor Dwayne using the crystal ball. Dwayne is the old man who is sweating. Before they leave, they will be given a bow, arrows, a map, and food. But if they brought their own bow, they could use it. And they will be ranked based on their catches, with prizes for the top spots. So, everyone must do their best. A student asks if the one who catches the most targets win. Paul says it's a good question. He's telling them this just in case any one of them tries to cheat by catching dozens of rabbits or something. The ranking will be based on the value of the game. A fox is worth than a rabbit, and a bear is worth more than a fox, so rarity is also taken into account. If that answers his question, they should get started. The hunting competition ends at 5 p.m. The forest gets dark quickly, so they should stick to the schedule. Asuka says there is no doubt of victory for him and Helmut. Wesley confronts him by asking how the top 2 students of the class can team up and where's his conscience. Bassor asks Paul if it's really okay for them to team up. He cannot stop them as they are free to form teams. Asuka tells them that if they think it's unfair, they should win with their skills. And if they want an easier hunt, they better not follow them. Helmut and Asuka go deep into the forest. He tells Helmut that they are both the strongest in the swordsmanship faculty, which means if they put their minds to it, the first and second prizes are theirs. He wants to compete to see who takes first place. Helmut is glad other groups won't follow them, but if he wants to fight freely with that Blackhawk guy, he needs to part ways with Asuka too. Asuka asks if he knows any good hunting spots as he is good at this sort of thing. He doesn't want to tell him, but he realizes if he let him get the first game, he can send back to the lodge early and have some time alone. He tells Asuka to follow him. He gets excited saying that's the spirit and to lead the way quickly. They arrive at a waterfall. He says that animals are sure to come to the water to drink. Waiting here and targeting them is the easiest way. Asua complains about waiting endlessly, not knowing how long to wait is not worth it. He asks if it would be faster to go around looking. Helmut says if they move around, there is a high chance their prey might notice them first and escape. Hunting requires patience, and he should take this chance to develop some. He says he's patient enough already. Helmut says on the way here, he saw fresh claw marks on a tree. There might be a big predator nearby. They see a bear eating a fish near the water. Helmut comments it is making a scary entrance. Asuka comments that it's pretty big and says he's going for the bear. They will shoot together on the count of 3. They both draw their bows. Helmut wonders if killing animals can trigger the seed of darkness too. But he doesn't have the time to be testing that right now. One arrow misses, and one hits the bear. Helmut missed, and Asuka says the bear is running away due to him missing his arrow. He fires 2 arrows at him, but misses. Then he uses 1 arrow with Viss and takes it down. After the bear falls, he hears a loud noise. He wonders if bears usually make that kind of noise. Helmut notices the sound is from the forest and gets cautious. He says it's not an animal. He can take care of the bear while he goes to check it out alone. Asuka says to wait, but Helmut wonders if it's the guy who is after him. Helmut is jumping from tree to tree, rushing to the source of the loud noise he heard. He finally reaches the source and sees 2 students. Wesley is panicking, as he does not know how the crystal ball works. He gets startled when Helmut jumps down. He asks him how he knew they were here. Bassor has his leg trapped inside a bear trap. Wesley tells him to help him and get the trap off of him. He says no because without a plan, he'll just lose more blood if they pull it out. He'll take care of it and tells Wesley to just wait there. Helmut finds some leaves and chews them to see if they are herbs he needs. He grabs some rocks and herbs. He returns to them, and Wesley asks what he has brought. Helmut uses water on the rocks and gives the empty bottle to Wesley to hold it. He uses 2 rocks and places the herb in between them to rub it and get it broken down enough to act as medicine. He asks Wesley if he's close with Bassor. He says they are close and asks what about it. Helmut tears to get some cloth from his cloak. He cries. Helmut bandages Bassor's leg with the cloth. He grabs an arrow and tells Wesley to hold on to Bassor tightly. He's going to cut and dismantle the trap's fixing part. He uses Viss and the arrow and puts force on the trap. The trap is dismantled easily, and he throws it away. Helmut uses the herbs from before and applies on Bassor's wounds. He says the herb will stop the bleeding, and it should get him through the immediate danger. They need to inform Professor Duane quickly. Wesley starts to do that. Helmut came prepared for the worst-case scenario, but it looks like the guy is just planning pranks so far. That trap's joint was loosely fixed. If it was tightened properly, Bassor's ankle would be on the verge of being cut off. That trap wasn't meant for Helmut. To think that he'd be so reckless that he'd even attack nobles without any care. Helmut starts to get a headache, knowing there's so many things he needs to be careful of. He realizes that Asuka's all alone right now. But Asuka arrives and shouts at him for saying that he knows the rule is to work in pairs, so he shouldn't have ran so damn quickly. He wants at least an explanation before he rushes out. Helmut sighs in relief. Asuka thinks he's mocking him for being so slow. He then sees Wesley and Bassor. He asks what happened here. Wesley says he has contacted Professor Duane and he will be here shortly. He finds Helmut amazing. He stayed so calm in this situation. He was totally panicking and couldn't do anything. Helmut says it's not his first time dealing with something like this. He thanks him for saving Bassor. He won't forget this and says it with the honor of a noble at stake. Helmut says it's not him who will save Bassor, but Professor Duane. Keep an eye on his condition. They can't have him showing any signs of infection. Helmut thinks it's the first time he has gotten a thanks since coming to the academy. Duane arrives and heals Bassor's leg. He says Helmut did a good job with the first aid. Thanks to him, there's not much for him to do. Patricia compliments him for a job well done. There was really a trap like he said. Maybe there's a poacher around. They should lodge a complaint with the management office. She asks Wesley how Bassor ended up stepping on the trap. He explains that Bassor suddenly saw something over there and started running. He points out the place. Then he stepped on it and screamed as he fell. He doesn't know what made him run like that. Patricia says Bassor won't be able to continue camping in this condition. They are going to move him to the base now and Wesley should help out too. Helmut and Asuka can continue hunting. But they need to be very careful as there might be more traps. Asuka says not to worry. They were just on their way back with a good catch. She says she will look forward to it. Asuka brags and tells her not to be surprised. He asks Helmut if it's his game since he caught it. He says he won't steal it, so he should stop worrying. He'll catch one soon so he can go ahead. Asuka asks if he's sure about it as he might step on a trap while he's alone. He won't fall for such traps, Helmut says. Besides, if he leaves the catch alone for too long, someone else might take it. Asuka realizes and says that he'll go first. He shouldn't overdo it and bring something decent back. Helmut dashes away knowing this is his chance now. If the guy is watching them, he must be nearby. He wants to find out where he is. So, he uses Viss to sharpen all his senses. He notices something and rushes to the site. He thinks there's something in the trees. Helmut sees that something shiny is between two trees. He goes to check it, and it's a steel wire that's been cut in half. He is grateful Bassor didn't get caught in this trap. If he had, it wouldn't have ended with just some bleeding. He wonders if there are any other traps. He doesn't seem to find any nearby. But he sees a deer trapped in steel wires. He thinks it is the bait and that Bassor might have fallen for this. He shoots the arrow at the deer to take it back with him to the camp. People are surprised to see Asuka catching a bear. James asks if Helmut caught it for him. He gets angry saying he has his pride, and besides he caught something else. Paul sees the deer and says venison, that is the deer's meat, will be delicious. He tells everyone that he has had a good look at the catches. They all seem to have put in a lot of effort. Before he announces the results, he'll reveal the prizes first. 5th place prize, 10 Academy meal tickets. 4th place prize, a high-quality quill and ink set. 3rd place prize, 10 Academy gift certificates. 2nd place prize, a private training ground pass. And for the 1st place winner gets all the prizes he has just announced. Asuka smirks, knowing that he'll win 1st place, and asks Helmut if he wants the quill since he doesn't want it. Paul announces the rankings. Night falls. The group is sitting beside a campfire. They talk about having a private room being a rare privilege unless they are someone like Aaliyah. Even if it's only for a week, but for a hunting competition prize, it's pretty luxurious. James tells Asuka that he shouldn't feel so disappointed as he got 2nd place. But he caught a bear and asks how it makes sense for him to be in 2nd place. What could be more impressive than that? But the fox caught by Bruce was definitely worth 1st place. Dino thinks he brought back some mythical creature. The fox has white fur and looks like it is from the mountainous area. Helmut tells Asuka that he wanted a private training room, so he should be grateful that he at least got something more useful than a quill. It's true, he says. He asks what Helmut got. He tells him that he got 5th place and 10 meal tickets. Asuka comments that he got quite the practical prize too. The group says at least they get to try bear meat thanks to Asuka. That's right, he says, since he did 2 people's worth. Those who didn't catch anything can handle the meat preparation. Andrew mentions that it definitely feels empty without the 3 of them. What happened to Bassor is clear. As for the other 2, it happened a few hours ago. First, Wesley got injured when the bridge collapsed while he was carrying the injured Bassor back, and Mitchell fell into a pit trap and injured his leg while hunting elsewhere. Mitchell's fractures were so severe that he had to be rushed to the academy, and as a result, the group only have 5 of them left. The group wonders how unlucky they can get since only their group ended up in accidents. The instructor asked if they should reassemble our group. Helmut thinks it's probably not a coincidence. The guy must be planning to pick off the people around him one by one rather than targeting him directly. He finds him a nasty character. He wonders if he should be honest with them about the situation. Dino hopes they'll be alright. Asuka says they are probably resting comfortably in the academy and best. The group should worry about themselves. They have to sleep on the ground with just a piece of cloth starting tomorrow. They think of him as a heartless bastard. Andrew hopes they won't be any traps at the campsite, considering they'll be going out camping in teams starting tomorrow. James says even the instructor isn't here, so he hopes they can return safely without any issues. Helmut thinks he shouldn't mention anything for now. He'll just create unnecessary anxiety. They'll be doing group activities from now on anyway, and it will be fine as long as they stay close to them. The next morning all the students assembled. Helmut shows the group their place assigned on the map. It will take them at least 4 hours to get there by horse. They start traveling. The group has been moving and now the sun is setting. James calls over Helmut and tells him to take a look at something. It's a water spring. He tells him that the ground is flat, so they can sit and rest, and there's a water spring, so they don't have to go far to get water. Asuka finds it lucky to find such place in the middle of the mountains. Helmut tastes the water and thinks there is nothing else in the water. It'd be a headache if what happened when he guarded that noble girl Xenia during his mercenary days recur. Asuka mocks him for being so impatient that he drank water as soon as they got here. Andro says they should unload and rest for a bit. They got here a little earlier than the 4 hours they thought it'd take, so they have some spare time. James says they have plenty of food from what they caught yesterday. He will go get some firewood later. They started a fire. Helmut notices that everyone seems down. 3 people have already been injured and sent back to the academy. It must be the reason why they are so anxious. Dino asks Helmut where he's going. He says that firewood is low, so he's going to get some more. Asuka tags along saying being with others drains him out. Helmut gets frustrated that he really doesn't leave him alone. Night falls. Asuka has gathered a lot of wood. He asks Helmut if it's enough. Helmut compliments him that he worked hard, but they are all wet, so they can't use them. Asuka thinks any kind of wood will work, but Helmut says wet wood won't catch fire. Asuka says the forest's so dark that it's hard to see anything. When they get back to Baden, he won't be able to keep his eyes open with the lights so bright. Helmut notices something around. Asuka tells him to at least respond to him. Helmut says to just bring proper firewood. Asuka calls him a cold-hearted rascal. Asuka begins singing to himself about who came and drank from the spring deep in the mountains. It was them camping here, leaving after a taste. Helmut calls him, and he gets frustrated that he can't even sing. Helmut gives him his firewood and tells him to go back first. He asks what's wrong all of a sudden and what he is up to now. Helmut says he has something urgent to take care of. He asks if it's a big one. Helmut says it is. Asuka tells him to go deal with his business over there, so it doesn't smell. He has just been so busy relieving himself since earlier, Asuka comments. Helmut goes into the forest. He meets Fascio. He says he looks like he's prepared to his satisfaction. Fascio was sitting and on a stump of a tree and was sculpting a piece of wood with his knife. He thanks Helmut that due to him, pre-word was pretty enjoyable. He's grateful he has accepted the invitation. They probably have a lot to talk about. He tells Helmut to sit on a nearby stump of a tree and to talk. He says he's in a very good because he's finally able to talk face to face with him. He speaks very slowly. He's been watching Helmut's face so much that he's sick of it now. He laughs. He asks Helmut how the first impression of the predator targeting him is. Helmut says he has got a strange taste in masks. Now he knows he's someone so shady that he can't show his face. Fascio says he's very different from his other prey. Most people, when they realize they are being hunted, they are busy running away. But he had his claws for him, constantly trying to catch him. That attitude of Helmut of truly believing him to be the predator. They both have a lot in common. He revealed himself before him, to give him one last chance. He throws a butt at his feet and Helmut gets wary. He tells him that he's Fascio, the entertainer of the dark, from Hawkeye, the elite forces directly under the Blackhawk leader. He has the authority to recruit useful talents into Blackhawk. And Helmut is too valuable a talent to kill here. If he joins them, he must eat the bug. Without the medicine they give, it will only eat away at his heart. There are no other side effects. If he refuses, his subordinates are waiting, and will kill all of his friends. He hopes he thinks carefully before he can make his decision. Helmut says he's lying as he is not someone who can command his subordinates. Fascio says it's up to him to believe it or not. Helmut asks how he can be okay with killing nobles so recklessly. He says not all nobles are the same. He has already taken action to send off those who were important, so he doesn't have to worry. It was Dino, Mitchell, and Bassor. He doesn't have to overthink it. He never had a choice. The only way for Helmut to survive is for him to just accept his offer. Helmut tells him that they have a lot in common, as he said before. He crushes the bug and readies his sword. It seems he didn't look into him properly. Helmut rushes at him using Viss and attacks him. Fascio throws a sharp wooden object into a tree that triggers a trap. Helmut has steel wires in front of him, but he instantly reacts and cuts them off. He says as long as he deals with him right here, it will just solve the whole problem anyway. He attacks, but Fascio disappears in thin air. He tells Helmut that he's the one who threw away the chance. Now he won't be able to leave this forest alive. He uses his knife to cut a wire to trigger another trap. Helmut is on the ground and multiple knives are coming his way. Back at the campsite, they see the glasses being shaken up by a sound. James wonders if it's a landslide. Asuka says it can't be, since it hasn't even rained. Andro asks him how far Helmut went for him to not have returned already. He doesn't know, he thinks maybe he's constipated. Plus, what can possibly happen to him, he comments. Dino is back with hay in his hand. James asks him why he brought it back as he was going to feed the horse. He asks if they moved their horses someplace other than by the pond. James tells him that they didn't touch the horses at all. Dino says the horses weren't there and James finds it impossible. They all go to where the horses were and there are ropes but no horses to be seen. James wonders if they ever moved the horses. Asuka says they can't possibly move 5 horses without a sound or trace. They all hear someone coming up behind from the forest. It's a human, but it's Helmut. He's roughed up a bit. Asuka says he scared us and tells him about the horses, but seeing his state, he asks him what's wrong. Helmut asks if any are missing. James worries and asks what's going on. Helmut thinks it's best not to hide it anymore. He tells everyone to gather around for a moment, as he has something he needs to tell them. They sit around the campfire. After Helmut explains the situation, James says that in a nutshell, he incurred the wrath of Blackhawk, so they sent an assassin, and now that assassin is trying to eliminate all of them. Ando connects the dots and says that's why the 3 who got injured and returned were all a part of his plan. James gets nervous and asks why them, as they did nothing wrong to provoke Blackhawk. He doesn't want to die because of Helmut's problem. Asuka slaps him in the head and says to shut up and calls him an idiot. They can't even be sure if they'll die yet. He asks Helmut if Sabat is still holding a grudge. Helmut says it's not the case. Before he joined the academy, when he was working as a mercenary, he killed a few of Blackhawk's men. It makes more sense for them to have tracked him out of revenge. They become a bit shocked. James asks him how many Blackhawk members he killed. They must have been adults, with a lot of combat experience at that. He says it's not that serious. They were mostly around rank 3 in terms of mercenary levels. Helmut regrets that he shouldn't have mentioned the killing part, but they all find him cool. Except Asuka, he seems to be a bit concerned. They compliment Helmut, saying he has a lot of experience, skills honed through real combat. Now they get why he's far superior to them. Helmut is relieved that they get it because they are swordsmen. Helmut says that it's unfair for others to suffer because of his situation. So, he'll take responsibility and handle this. Andro asks if he's going to face the assassin alone. They should the instructors first. He asks Asuka if he has got the crystal ball before they left and tells him to take it out. He checks his pocket and finds nothing. They shout at him saying he's an idiot and how could he lose it. He defends himself saying that the assassin might have stolen it. If he can steal horses, he can steal anything. Ando asks what they should do and if they should leave immediately. Helmut says there are probably traps set up all around this area. Moving when they can't see anything due to the dark wouldn't be smart. Helmut thinks of a plan. He tells them that at first light, they will leave this place. Even without horses, they should reach the instructors within 12 hours. The assassin wouldn't let them leave so easily. He's avoiding a direct confrontation with Helmut. He thinks he can't win in a fair fight. If he keeps watch from the rear, he won't be able to attack them easily. If he does attack, he'll take him out. They understand. He tells them to rest up and save their strength for tomorrow. Running non-stop for 12 hours while staying alert will be exhausting. They don't have much food left. They need to eat less and save for later. Helmut is keeping watch later on at night. Dino and James come out of the tent. Helmut asks why they are up. James tells him that they have decided to take turns watching in pairs. It's better to have 3 pairs keeping watch than just 1 person. Helmut says to stop doing unnecessary things and save his strength. He tells Helmut that they are swordsmen too. Their pride won't let them leave their lives in someone else's hands. He asks Helmut if he can manage without sleeping. He tells him that he is fine without going to sleep for about 3 days. James calls him a monster. He thinks the assassin must be scared of Helmut as he hasn't shown himself at all for hours. They shouldn't let their guard down though, Helmut says. He's not the type to give up on his prey. James says he knows that. He is just trying to make small talk since it's so quiet. Helmut hears something and puts a finger on his hand to tell them to stay silent. They get ready and go towards the sound. They see a horse. James says it's his horse. Helmut realizes it's bait and tells James and Dino to get away from the forest. But it's too late. Fascio is hanging from the tree and grabs Dino away. Dino gets taken away by Fascio. He drops a smoke bomb. Andro and Asuka get out of the tent wondering what's with the sound and all the smoke. James shouts in agony. Helmut says to calm down as it's just a smoke bomb. They don't know when he'll attack again, so he should stay alert. James says he got Dino. Helmut says he saw that he was still conscious just before he got dragged away. If he had planned on killing him, he would have done it here. He should think rationally. He's not one to let someone else take responsibility for his life. If he doesn't want to die, he should keep his wits about him. Asuka and Andro rush towards them. Helmut thinks this isn't good. Fascio knows how to exploit human psychology. It means he's more experienced in this than they are. Asuka asks where the assassin went. James says he doesn't know, but he might still be nearby. He asks what they should do now. They can't just leave Dino behind. Andro nervously asks how they are supposed to get him back. James says they can't just run and leave him. He asks Helmut if he's thinking about leaving Dino behind. He says not yet, but if they all move together, they are doing exactly what he wants. If he goes alone to save Dino, they'll be left defenseless. James wonders why this is happening to them. Then he realizes it's all because of Helmut and blames him, saying it's all of his fault. He can't abandon Dino. He wouldn't let him. Andro stops James, saying that blaming Helmut is of no help. He should cool his head. Helmut says he has no intention of abandoning Dino, but he simply doesn't want to put the three of them in danger just to save one person. The only way he can take responsibility is to make sure as many as of them make it back alive as possible. James wants to punch him, calling him a rascal. What he's saying is not any different from leaving Dino behind if the situation calls for it. Andro tells James that he's too worked and he should back off and cool his head. Asuka takes him away. Andro comes back to Helmut and asks if he's okay. Helmut says James wasn't completely wrong. Andro doesn't disagree with Helmut's reasoning, but he's with James on this. They can't leave Dino behind. He says they should talk again once James has calmed down. If they all think through things together, they might come up with a plan. After some time, James comes up and apologizes to Helmut. He was just too scared and wasn't thinking straight. Helmut gets up and says he has something to ask them all. Right now, they have no way of knowing where Dino is, and even if they fight back together, he can't guarantee they'll make it out alive. He thinks it's almost impossible. He asks if they still think they can't leave behind Dino. James says he's known Dino since they were kids. There's no way he can just leave him here. Andro agrees and says abandoning a comrade in danger is a huge disgrace. Asuka says he doesn't have any grand loyalty to these guys, but he doesn't like the idea of chickening out. Helmut now knows they all want the same thing. He says from now on, there's no time to sleep. They need to figure out a way to take down the assassin and rescue Dino. Helmut gets alerted and an arrow comes toward him. He blocks it instantly with his sword. Andro asks what it is. Asuka notices that there's something attached to the arrowhead. It's a small pouch. There's a human finger inside. Helmut calmly asks if James can tell if it's Dino's finger. James says he can't know that, but considering the situation, it's clearly his. James asks if Dino has died already. Helmut says no, as it was cut off while his blood was circulating. At least until just before it was cut off, he was alive, and the assassin probably doesn't plan on killing them yet. Andro notices something and says there's something else in the pouch. It's a piece of paper with a map drawn on it and something is written. If he wants to get his friend back, Helmut must come alone to the marked location before dawn. Andro asks if the place is a cliff. James thinks he saw the place on the way here. He sees the map. He points out the big rocky hill. It's quite far. Helmut says about 15 minutes if he runs full speed. Asuka doubts it, but he's serious. Andro wonders what he could be planning. Asuka says it's obvious. He said to come alone. He wants Helmut to be separated from them. James gets fired up and says there's no need to do what the assassin says. They can all go, get Dino, and take him down together. Andro says that if they rush this, it could put Dino in even more danger. It's better to play along for now. That leaves them with only one option. Helmut goes alone to rescue Dino, and they wait here until he returns. Helmut says he doesn't mind going alone, but he'll definitely try to take them out first. Asuka says they just have to hold out for 30 minutes until he gets back. The three of them will be fine. In fact, he's been wanting to fight, so the assassin is welcome to come here. Also, he has just thought of a great plan. They all see him with curiosity. Helmut quickly reaches the big rocky hill and sees Andro lying on the ground. He observes his surroundings, and as he thought before, Fascio is not here. He should take Dino with him and return quickly. He looks surprisingly okay. He asks Dino if he's awake. He shakes him and says they don't have much time, so he should get himself together. They have to head back to the camp. Helmut sees his eyes and face. His eyes are black with red pupils, and his face has gone pale. Dino screams and his veins pop up. He also has gotten fangs. His body starts growing large. Helmut dashes away from him. This is demonic energy. He can't believe Fascio resorted to this. Demonic energy is pure berserk energy. If unrefined demonic energy is injected into an ordinary human body, the pure human and demonic energy will constantly clash until they annihilate each other, and the human body will inevitably stop working once all its energy is exhausted. Dino grows very large and looks like a beast. He has lost control over himself. He attacks Helmut. Helmut blocks his attack but still gets pushed far away. Dino rushes at him but Helmut dodges his attack. Even with a significant amount of demonic energy in him, it's just a human transformed into a monster. Killing him is not that difficult for him, but he doesn't want to. The Seed of Darkness reacts to the pure demonic energy that it has finally come across after a long time. Helmut fights him. They both attack each other with speed and tenacity, but can't find any openings. He pushes Helmut towards a rock wall. He punches him, but Helmut dodges, and he hits the rock wall. The amount of force from the punch causes rocks to fall towards him. He gets distracted. Helmut uses Viss and takes him down. He tells Dino that he'll get him out in no time. He just has to stay buried there and meditate for a bit. The rocks bury Dino. He passes out. Helmut puts his hand on Dino's forehead. The Seed of Darkness absorbs demonic energy. There's a lot of it in Dino, but it's much weaker than the demonic energy in the Forest of Roots. He can easily burn it all with Viss. Dino slowly returns back to normal. Helmut thinks demonic energy is weak, but there's a lot of it. It will take some time to burn it all. Maybe it's a good thing Fascio isn't here. In any case, now that Dino is fine, he should hurry back. He speaks to Dino that he needs to get him out, so even if it's hard, he has to put in some strength. They are in a dire situation, so they need to hurry back. Helmut is trying to get his unconscious body out, but the ground shakes and breaks because there were a lot of impacts earlier. The ground collapses. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Asuka, James, and Andro have their back against each other in a circle, ready to defend themselves. Andro asks how long it has been. Asuka says he doesn't know, but he should forget about Helmut for now, because the assassin is just getting started. Fascio has his special knives out and is observing them from the forest. Fascio comes towards Asuka, James, and Andro. James tells them that's the one who kidnapped Dino. Asuka tells them don't look back and to keep their eyes in front of them. They shouldn't ruin the plan they worked so hard on. They plan to use a formation with everyone's back against each other to cover all directions. Fascio's stealth skills are on another level. There's no way for humans to detect him. But if they keep the area as open as possible and watch all three directions at the same time, they should be able to counter. And when the opportunity arises, they'll go with Asuka's plan. Fascio counts them. He finds it good that all four of the remaining guests are present. James gets a bit distracted hearing that maybe Dino is alive, considering he said remaining four. Asuka gets angry saying that he shouldn't just believe everything the enemy says and cover his ears. Fascio says to Asuka that he's a bold guy. Then the other two young masters, Andrew and James, he wants to be introduced to each other, even though he already knows them. He tells them that he is Fascio, an assassin of Blackhawk. He came to hunt them down because they made the wrong friend. But honestly, killing two nobles is quite risky, even for Blackhawk, and he doesn't like taking unnecessary risks. So, he has a proposal. It just so happens that there's one non-noble among them, that being Asuka. If they help him hunt him, he'll let the rest of him go. It is a good opportunity to get rid of the commoner who's been a pain in the ass in the swordsmanship faculty. He promises to keep it a secret. They should tell others that he died while fighting the assassin alone. He'll even make sure to give them some convincing injuries to avoid suspicion. Asuka asks them if they are really considering what he's saying. He's just lying to fool them. Asuka calls them stupid if they are listening to Fascio. James tells him that he's more at his senses now than he has ever been before. James tells Fascio that he doesn't know anything about them. There's no swordsman stupid enough to sacrifice their comrade. They'll defeat them and all three of them will return alive. Fascio apologizes for trying to talk to the blockheads from the swordsmanship faculty. If they wish, he'll bury all of them right here. Asuka tells them to stay focused as Fascio comes towards them. He vanishes and James thinks he actually disappeared. But Asuka says he's hiding his presence, not his body. As long as they maintain their current position, they can handle this. They wait and start to shiver. Andro asks why he is not coming. Asuka says he's waiting for them to lose focus, so they should not let their guard down. James says he's trying to toy with us. And at that moment Fascio comes up towards him while he is distracted. He barely blocks his attack and Fascio jumps up in the air. Fascio tells him that from this angle, he's the weak point. He'll eliminate him first. Andro gets distracted and talks to James, but Fascio comes up towards him and attacks. Andro barely blocks it. Asuka says he's totally making fools of them. Fascio falls back a bit. He tells them that for all their bravado, their skills are rather disappointing. At this rate, he can't even enjoy his hunt in peace. He'll speed things up now. He hopes they don't break too easily. He attacks them multiple times and Asuka's shoulder starts to bleed. But after some time, they all have taken a lot of hits by him. They are bleeding out and are tired. Their guard is down now. Fascio is looking at them up from a tree. They finally look like prey to him. Their little show was quite entertaining. They are all still firm. Asuka taunts him saying he's enjoying this situation quite a bit. He will definitely regret trying to end this already. He says to get rid of James and Andro in the back and play one-on-one. He'll give him a thrill that's on a whole other level. He can't show his full potential with two deadweights hanging on. After all, Asuka tells him to fight him one-on-one. He'll give him a thrill that's on a whole other level. Fascio asks him if he's saying to spare the other two. It's a very tearful favor to ask. But he asks if there is a reason for him to grant that request. Asuka says it's more fun to play with each other only. With his back blocked like this, he can't sword comfortably. Fascio says he doesn't think he's capable of doing it. Asuka gets angry asking what he knows about his skills. If he's only going to pick on weaklings, then he can't help it. But if he can't even beat him, then he'll lose pathetically to Helmut as well. Fascio gets interested. He says it's a low provocation. But if he was going for his taste, then he commends him for hitting the mark. He finds it exciting when his prey resists. Whether it's arrogance or some other scheme, he'll give him the time to get rid of Andro and James. Asuka tells them to fall back quickly. Andro says to James that if he doesn't stop the bleeding now, he'll be in real danger. They should leave it to Asuka for now and get him treated. They both fall back. Asuka stretches his arms. He says he's ready. In an instant, Fascio gets up behind him and attacks his back. Asuka also reacts quickly to hit him, but he vanishes, and tries to attack him from above. Asuka blocks the attack and attacks, but misses him again. He decides to use Charlotte's stance with his one arm behind his back and his sword at low guard. Calm and composed. He has gotten a hit at the mask of Fascio. He falls back and evaluates that his sword style has changed. It is new information. He wonders if it was not a reckless gamble from Asuka. Fascio again attacks him and gets his shoulder. He has to focus and enhance his whole body's nerves with Viss, and strike precisely the moment he feels the sword touch. If it was Charlotte, she'd do it a bit more accurately. He gets attacked again and misses. Andro and James watch from a distance and observe that his style is similar to the swordsmanship that the first-year girl showed. Fascio attacks him multiple times, but Asuka remains firm. He laughs and Asuka asks what's with that creepy laugh. He admits that he wasn't just bluffing. The more cornered he is, the sharper his senses become. He's as good a prey as Helmut. He'd love to enjoy this a bit longer, but it's time for the main dish to return. He says it was fun and now wants to let him rest in peace by delivering the final blow. Asuka says he's not going to die just because he said so. But in an instant, Fascio gets close to him and goes to slash his neck. Andro and James are observing them. However, Asuka blocks it with his wrists and uses Viss. He concentrated Viss in his arm to prevent the cut. And inside the wrist there is something. Asuka calls him a highly esteemed Blackhawk assassin. He wonders if he has trained in holding his breath. Asuka's plan was to use the vacuum magic scroll he bought last time when he went out to buy camping supplies. It can be activated by tearing or damaging the scroll. If he plays along with Fascio, there will definitely come a time when he tries to end it. Then he'll lure him to attack this arm that he has wrapped with this scroll. Then, for a brief moment, he'll show an opening for him to attack. Asuka uses his sword to attack his arm whilst he is staggered. Asuka is trying to slash his wrist, but it's not enough. He's defending in the same way as he does in such a sudden situation. Fascio kicks him away. His sword is stuck in his wrist. He gets angry and calls them arrogant monkeys. Nearby Asuka, there is the communication crystal ball. It was in the back pocket of Asuka's vest, and it fell out of it when he was pushed away by Fascio's kick. He calls the instructor to save them. An assassin is trying to kill them all. Fascio throws his knife and destroys the crystal ball. The instructor has heard him, but the communication has been cut off. Asuka asks him if he has time to be panting on the ground. With Professor Dwayne's teleportation magic, it's only a matter of time before the instructors get here. Fascio says he doesn't even need a moment and rushes to attack him. He'll take his life before the instructors get here. But he stops midway as he detects a suffocating ominous aura. Helmut is back and comes to attack him. He dodges. Helmut has Dino in his arms. Fascio thinks this is too much stuff to handle. The operation is a failure. He flees. Andro asks Helmut if he's gone and run away. James says that he saved Dino. Helmut comments that they look terrible. Asuka shouts at Helmut. He said it would take 30 minutes. They almost died just because he was a little late. He apologizes. He could have been here sooner, but an unexpected situation came up. Still, he's impressed that all of them held on well until the end. Andro says they just found the crystal and called the instructors. They will be here soon. Helmut tells them to wait here. He has a loose end to tie up. Fascio is running through the forest. He only managed to recover one of his daggers. He thinks there's no way Helmut will give up this point. He must be chasing him right now, but that's a mistake. He has set up this forest. It's full of traps. Although he'll be returning while bearing the shame of failure, but he wants to eliminate Helmut since he's the original target. He sees a projectile coming up behind him. He blocks it. He sees Helmut with a bow. He falls down. Helmut congratulates him for being the first one from Blackhawk to survive after being hit by that. Fascio is bleeding. He asks him how he avoided all the traps and got here. Helmut asks him if he has ever fallen for his traps even once. He managed to go through all those traps head on. Helmut shoots another arrow with Viss while standing on a tree branch. Fascio realizes that's how he killed those 5 people back then. He commends him for backing him into a corner, but toys like this won't work on him. Helmut says seeing the prey struggling when it's cornered is quite entertaining, but he has no plan of hunting while giggling like him. Fascio hides his presence, and Helmut is standing firm in an open area. Fascio wonders if Helmut made a mistake. He chased him confidently, but in this dark forest, he cannot handle his attacks. Fascio comes up behind him, and Helmut turns around instantly and builds up Viss. He dodges his attack and wonders how he noticed. It doesn't matter. He may have gotten lucky that time, but now he's going to use his full power. He cuts the branches and leaves around him. The darkness and tree shadows obscure his vision and falling leaves hide his presence. With Helmut's eyes and ears not functioning properly, he will not be able to sense him moving at a high speed. But Helmut still does, and he barely dodges his strong attack. Fascio thinks it wasn't a coincidence and that he can see through his stealthy skills, which is impossible. He analyzes Helmut. No matter how advanced the stealth technique is, one can't completely hide the murderous intent that is released when attacking. Helmut is sensing that slight murderous aura in an instant, pinpointing the direction and countering it. He's fought a berserk human, overcame numerous traps, and still, he manages to do this. He thinks this is beyond human sensory capabilities. Helmut asks him what's the matter, and if he's running out of tricks to show him. If that is the case, then he'll come to him this time. He embodies Viss constantly. Fascio thinks he's at least rank 1. He has lost a lot of blood, so he's almost out of blood. Continuing to use stealth is dangerous, but Helmut won't be able to embody his Viss for long. He'll wait for his Viss to run out. Helmut instantly slashes the tree that he was hiding behind. They fight and Fascio blocks his attack, but the sheer force overcomes him, and he gets hit badly. He's bleeding from the stomach. Helmut says that his weapon is gone now. He asks what more he can show him. He laughs and says there's only one answer he has to that. He puts his hand up and surrenders. Helmut gets frustrated and hits him. Fascio asks him if this is how the swordsmanship faculty treats a surrendered opponent. He says that doesn't matter because this isn't a duel. Helmut breaks his shin with his foot. He says don't even think about trying to run away. Fascio says if he spares him, he won't chase him anymore. He will tell Blackhawk to stop going after him. Helmut says he cannot trust him. If he kills him now, his immediate pursuer is gone. That benefits him more. He says to think carefully. He's just one of the ones from Blackhawk. If he doesn't return, others will come after him, and they won't come alone. Whenever that happens, he may not be able to survive while protecting others around him like he did today. Helmut stabs his hand with his sword. He angrily says he seems to be misunderstanding something, so he wants to make it clear. He's dying right here today, and he'll also kill anyone who comes after him. He doesn't have any other option than to accept this fact. If he has nothing more to say, then he's going to finish it. Before he can kill him, he hears a voice from behind him, asking if he can stop for a moment. It's the same person who killed Paul and Max of Tariq Mercenary Corps. He tells Helmut that losing Fascio would be a headache for them in many ways. The person who came behind Helmut pleads with him, saying his hand won't stop trembling. Helmut wonders who he is. His presence is even harder to detect than Fascio's. Even though he's right in front of him, he can't even tell if he is a corpse or a person. Fascio calls him Talon. Helmut realizes he is the leader of Blackhawk. He says he's not asking him to give him back for free. If he spares his life, he'll make sure to pay him what he's worth. Helmut says no, he's the one who needs to pay the price. Other than his death, no other price would add up. The only thing he can provide would be money and information that will make this worth it for Helmut. He asks if he can overlook this with what they have to offer. Helmut observes that he's pretty strong, given his aura. Considering that he's not in a good condition, he can't find an opening to attack him. Also, if he kills Fascio, there will be recoil from the Seed of Darkness. He doesn't look like he wants to fight, Helmut thinks. It'd be a bad decision for him to put himself in a tough fight to win. The leader tells him not only will he cease the pursuit on him, but he also promises to refuse any requests made pertaining to him from now on. He thinks these conditions are pretty favorable to him. Helmut thinks about it and says he needs both money and information. He tells him he's pretty greedy, but he'll give him both as he wishes. He throws a bag full of money towards him. It's around 300,000 marks. He can check it. He checks the bag and sees it full of coins. As for information, he'll tell him any information he wants to know for free. Helmut says if he's going to give one piece of information, then the deal is off. He needs at least 5 pieces of information, from both him and Fascio. The person glares at Helmut with his red glowing eyes. He says he knew he'd do something like this. He has met countless customers as he bought and sold information for decades. He can tell when a person has a lot of questions just by looking at their face, and he has that face right now. However, he has his condition as well. He and Fascio will give him a combined total of 5 pieces of information. He can't compromise any more than this. This deal started with a loss for them. He can't lose any more than this. Helmut asks Fascio about where he hid their remaining horses that were stolen. If he goes east from here, he'll see them tied up in front of a large cave, he says. Helmut asks if there is a chance that the Hawkeyes will attack him in retaliation if they think he killed him. The Hawkeyes usually operate on a one-man basis. Although they occasionally team up to do missions, they don't chit-chat with one another. There might even be people who'd be happy if he dies because there will be less competition. The concept of a team doesn't exist among them. Helmut takes off his mask and Fascio resists a bit. His face is messed up. He has a lot of burns, and his teeth look very disoriented. He has wrinkles and acne too. Helmut says it's better for him to keep wearing that mask. Helmut talks to the leader. He says that last one was information that he didn't want to know, so it doesn't count. He has 3 opportunities left. He asks what kind of information he can provide. The leader takes out a red crystal ball. Helmut knows what it would be, considering he touched it before. It is a top-secret communication crystal ball. It allows one to get in contact with the leader of Blackhawk. When he knows what information he wants, he can just contact him through this. He will give him 3 pieces of information for free, even if they are on the level of a country's top secret. However, the crystal ball can only be used for 10 years. He hopes he will understand that they'll no longer have any obligation to provide him with information beyond that. Helmut says that cape he's wearing has a storage magic built into it. He wants it. People will suspect him if he just outrightly walks around with the ball in the open. He takes off the cape and throws it to him. It's the manager of the campsite. He was definitely an old man back then. Helmut asks him how he hid his energy. He says his forte is disguised. It's hard to explain. He can just show him his real appearance as his show of faith to gain Helmut's trust. He has red-shaded eyes, pale face, dark hair, and has marks under his eyes. Helmut picks up Fascio and throws him to the leader. He catches him. Helmut says to take him, and he'll really kill him if he ever appears in front of him again. He thanks Helmut. He talks to Fascio saying he's in a really bad state. They are going back and get him treated. Before Helmut leaves, the leader says he just remembered something he'd like to find out from him. Based on his actions and behavior, he can tell that he has no qualms about taking another person's life. But he'd often see him hesitate right before he swings his sword. He wonders if it's because he doesn't really know what he is like, or he just has a lot of thoughts. There are times he'll need to swing his sword without any hesitation. Helmut asks if that is advice for him. He says he did it without realizing it and apologizes if it made him uncomfortable. Helmut says what he said wasn't wrong, but he's currently a student at the Greta Academy's Department of Swordsmanship. The leader laughs, saying he won't kill because he's a student. He finds Helmut unexpectedly humorous. He'll be waiting for him to contact him, and he says his name. Helmut has a concerned look on hearing it. Talon and Fascio are riding on a horse. He tells Talon that he's ashamed of himself. He had to give up money, his cape, and 3 pieces of information to save someone like him. Talon asks if he thinks the price he paid was too much. He says that's not it. He will remember what he did for him for the rest of his life and work to repay it. But that's all over now. Next time round, he'll make sure to kill Helmut and get back everything that he gave him today. He doesn't think Fascio succeeded at his mission today. So, Blackhawk will not be involved in anything related to Helmut. Fascio says if he's not enough to take him down, then they just need to get more people. It'd be possible to kill him if they gathered all of their fighting forces. They need to get rid of him once and for all before he becomes a bigger threat. Talon laughs, saying that he really got humiliated when he took off his mask. He never thought he'd say something so irrational. They might succeed at killing him by using all of Blackhawk's fighting forces. However, the numerous resources and manpower that'd be required to do that is not worth it. He's not a threat worth sacrificing that much just to get rid of. He saw how he spared his life today and accepted the conditions. Someone who can show his enemy mercy isn't someone who'd betray his allies. If they build a friendly relationship with him instead of a hostile one, they'd be able to gain a lot more value. That's his current judgment. He tells him that he has still much to do. He wants him to focus on recovery when they get back. Talon thinks Helmut is really like a wild beast. Helmut returns back. Paul and Patricia rush towards him, asking if he's hurt anywhere. He's fine, he says. He sees Andro, James, and Asuka recovering. Professor Dwayne is healing Andro with magic. Paul scolds him that he shouldn't have gone after the assassin alone. He asks why he did something so reckless. He tells them that nothing happened. He lost him because he was too fast. Paul says that's not important. Helmut says nothing happened, and he's alright, so they shouldn't worry. Paul thinks he's such a handful. Helmut asks Dwayne about Dino. His finger has been reattached, and his external injuries have mostly been tended to. There are still some traces of demonic energy within his body, but he can't do anything about that. He heard that Helmut was the one who saved Dino, so he asks him what happened. He's not sure. Dino suddenly transformed into something like a monster and went on a rampage. After that, he suddenly collapsed. It seemed like it was because he used up all his energy. Paul asks if it's demonic energy within his body. Dwayne says the veins of any human that had demonic energy poured into them would get burned up and thus lead to their death. But since only a small amount of it was poured into him, he thinks it must have leaked out naturally. He's really fortunate. If they send him to the temple and purify the remaining demonic energy in him, he'll recover. Patricia says she never thought the assassins would be sent to a place like this as well. They should have stood guard at the place where the trap was at. This incident happened because they got complacent. She is apologetic. Helmut knows he actually endangered everyone because of the danger that he brought upon himself. At first, he just liked the fact that there was a strong enemy near him. However, the blades also went for the people around him, so he couldn't enjoy that situation anymore. After he saved Dino and returned, and saw the people that were down, an unknown sense of anger surged up within him. He wonders if he's been changing ever since he entered the academy. Dwayne says somebody is here and calls him up. It's Aaliyah. Paul asks what she's doing here. She tells him that Dwayne asked her to come here urgently. She wants to know what she has to do here. Paul says that Helmut just arrived and hasn't received any treatment, so she can help him first. Aaliyah tells Helmut to sit over there and show her his arm. She heals it with magic. She comments that the situation was more chaotic than expected, seeing as he even got injured. Helmut says when she taught him about ethics previously, she said that saving someone when their life is in danger is a virtue. He asks why people would throw themselves into that kind of horror. If they can't save the other person, then they will have a life of suffering. Aaliyah sees Andro, James, and Asuka resting. She asks Helmut if he's having such thoughts because of them. But they are all alive now. But they all almost died because of him, someone who's completely unrelated to them. And he's not sure if can save everyone again next time, because he is still not strong enough. Aaliyah asks him if he thinks helping others is some kind of charity work. In the first place, helping others exists because the concept of being helped also exists. People give help because they expect to receive help. Humans are creatures that survive by helping each other since there are limits to how much an individual can do. Although, it's true that there are not a lot of people who could be of help to you. But he has to think about it. If those guys really played a role in contributing to everyone's survival today, while he did most of the work, maybe they'll be of help to you one day in the far future. They almost died because of him. He asks if they shouldn't hate him for it. Aaliyah gets angry and pushes his arm away. She's done with the healing. If he's that curious, he can go and ask them. She's going to talk with Professor Dwayne. Helmut goes to them. He apologizes that they all got injured because of him. Andro says there is no need to blame himself for that. They were all able to survive, and thanks to him, he has come to realize that they are still very powerless in the outside world. There's no guarantee that a situation like this won't happen again in their lives, as they are swordsmen. He thinks that they are lucky to survive because he was around. Thanks to that, his goal has become clearer now. He thanks Helmut. Helmut is surprised. But Asuka comes up and asks if he took care of that assassin. He says not exactly, but he thinks that he won't appear in front of them again. Asuka says it's good enough. He starts to brag how Helmut only had an easier time dealing with him because he did a good number on his arm. Helmut doesn't really care about that though. James comes up to him and wants to shake his hand. He heard that demonic energy was poured into Dino and that he went berserk. He really thought he might have died just now. Helmut wanted to save whoever he could, but because of how stubborn James was about bringing Dino with them, Helmut gave in to him. James says he's the one who put us in this situation, and he regrets it a little. But Helmut made things happen, and no one died because of that. He will not forget this debt. If there ever comes a day when he can be of help, he'll run to help him without any hesitation. Helmut says they only survived because of their own doing. Helmut starts to remember Wesley thanking him and swearing upon his honor as a noble, that he won't forget that he saved Bassor. He also remembers Paul saying that nobles, commoners, the strong, and the weak are all humans. If he bears that in mind, he will be able to find the answer someday. Rather than a strength that suppresses others, it's a strength that connects hearts and hands. One that trusts and supports one another. It is the strength of humans. James feels like he has gotten stronger after overcoming a life and death experience. He suddenly feels like the spar he had with the swordsmanship department feels like child's play now. Asuka says all he did was get beat up though. He asks if he did anything else. James tells him not to be harsh to someone who went through life and death with him. Andro laughs, saying it really feels good to be alive. After some time, Helmut is sitting on a rock. Aaliyah comes and asks if he wants to go back together using teleportation magic, as she is going to go first with Professor Dwayne. As the witness of the incident, there's enough justification for him to go back first. Helmut smiles and says it's fine. He wants to go back together with his team. Aaliyah is a bit confused, but she leaves and says she'll see him later back in the academy. Aaliyah is a bit shy about him. The team asks what Aaliyah said to him. He tells them. They wonder why the offer was only given to him. It's like she's giving him preferential treatment just because he is her roommate. They ask him what he said to her. He says he didn't want to, and they say that was the perfect answer. The eventful outdoor training came to an end. The brilliant light that shined through the thick canopies of the Petica forest somehow felt more refreshing than usual. But no one could have that was nothing but just a feeling. No one would have guessed that not long after, they'd come to hate the sight of sunlight. There is a large ancient city out in the desert, and someone has arrived outside its gates. He says this is the place where his grandfather lived, the Bassor kingdom. After the series of incidents during the night lesson, a week passed by in no time. Dino is back at the academy. They welcome him. He's really touched by a warm welcome. They heard he was kidnapped by the assassin. It's so embarrassing to have been kidnapped. They also heard his group members had a really hard time trying to save him. He must be really grateful to them until the day he dies. He gets sad. Asuka smacks one of the students. All he does is shoot his mouth around. He asks if he can survive after being kidnapped. They wonder why he's taking Dino's side. Maybe it's some kind of comrade love. He's not taking anyone's side. He's only doing this because they are acting like idiots. Someone asks if Helmut was the one who drove away the assassin. Asuka gets angry, saying he's the one who drove him to the verge of death. Helmut should not get the credit just because he drove him away. They heard he ran away because he was scared of Helmut. That means Helmut is the one who should take the credit. Asuka should also be grateful to Helmut for life. He calls them bastards. Andro asks where Helmut is. Wesley says he's probably in his personal training room. He's always been hardworking, but he seems to have been working even harder after the night lesson. Helmut is meditating. He thinks the seed of darkness has grown. He wonders if it's because he absorbed a large amount of demonic energy. But at the same time, he can also feel that his amount of Viss has increased. A fight with another strong human, a large amount of Viss being consumed and recharged, a new experience, emotions. The complicated cycle of things has made him stronger. He doesn't know how much stronger he has gotten, but it'd be nice if there is an opportunity to confirm it. He hears a knock at the door. Patricia is there. He asks what she is doing here. She tells him that Ethan is looking for him. He should go find him in his office. He gets curious as to what made Ethan suddenly look for him. He goes to the office. Inside, Ethan is setting up tea for him and Helmut. He tells Helmut to take a seat and asks if he feels better now. He says the injury wasn't serious to begin with. Ethan says he's probably the only person in this academy who can survive with just light injuries after fighting a rank 1 assassin. If Darian knew, he would be really proud. Helmut thinks he would have scolded him if he lost, but he doubts he'd praise him for winning. Ethan wants to get straight to the point. The reason he called him here is because it will be the school break right after the exams. He was wondering if he had any plans for the school break. Helmut says he was thinking of doing some traveling and some mercenary work along the way. Ethan asks if he has a destination in mind. He's just asking him to be sure, but he is concerned if Helmut wants to leave the Greta Academy. He doesn't have any right to stop if he wants to leave, but he thinks there are still a lot of things he can learn in the academy at his age. Helmut says he still has things to learn in the academy, and even if he were to leave, he will tell him in advance. So, he should not worry about it. Ethan is glad to hear. Helmut has learned during the night lesson after all. Ethan says if he runs into any difficulties while training, he can let him know. He is actually asking this because he's not sure if there's anyone within the academy who could teach him swordsmanship. Helmut tells him that he feels like he has progressed to the next level due to the recent incident. It would be nice if there was a way for him to find out how much he has improved. Ethan says that's good to know. He asks Helmut another question but doubts if it will be of any help to him. He asks if he has heard of the Bassor kingdom. It was where Darian D. Pert, his master, was born and raised. He heard that there will be a fighting competition held there during the school break. There are a lot of amazing swordsmen in Bassor, so they should be able to help him in figuring out how much stronger he has gotten. Helmut says if someone realizes that he's using the sword techniques of the divine swordsman, then things will get complicated. Ethan says when he first came to look for himself, he said that the world still can't know that he's the divine swordsman's apprentice. But to someone from Bassor, the divine swordsman, Darian, is their pillar and their symbol and their pride. People will definitely know if he uses his sword techniques. Maybe not everyone, but at least the Palma Knights, who were led by Darian, would definitely recognize those sword techniques. So, if he joins the fighting competition, he must only use public sword techniques. Even the public sword techniques are good techniques, so it should not be too for him to use them and do well. He says he'll think about it. Also, if he's doing this, it will be good if he has a way to hide his face on top of hiding his techniques. He does not want to get into another situation where someone would come after him. Ethan understands because of the recent Blackhawk's pursuits. He asks him if things are really alright with Blackhawk. It's not that he does not believe what Helmut says that they won't be coming after him anymore. He's just worried that Blackhawk won't keep their promise. He says he does not need to worry about that. He has good reasons to believe they would keep their promise. Ethan says he should still be careful. He should take some time to consider participating in the fighting competition too. He asks him if he's going back to the training center now. Helmut says no, as there was an announcement about the practical test in the final exam. So, he will be going to the classroom. Ethan says he's sure he will be able to do well. He should not hate his instructors who decide on the tests too much. Paul tells them that the practical test this time will be the anti-monster combat ability assessment exam. Helmut wonders what he means by monster. All the students were shocked to hear the word about monsters in the practical test. Paul tells them that there is a total of 10 stages. One person will go to the test location at a time. They can give up halfway, but the higher they climb, the more points they will get. All of them have realized this after Dino's recent incident. But demonic energy is not something that is very far from us. Even at this very moment, there are various monsters living in the forest, and they also have quite a few clashes with humans. As they live as swordsmen, they will eventually fight them. Usually, this test is only given to senior students, but with the night lesson incident, they decided that there was no harm to realize that they need to be more vigilant. Andro asks if they are going to fight monsters. Paul says the information on the type of monster is a secret, but there is no need to be too worried. They will be fighting a virtual monster made with illusionary magic, so no one will be getting injured. They all sigh in relief as they thought they would be fighting real monsters. Asuka says if they are just illusions, then they can beat them up without worrying too much. Paul laughs that even the senior students who took this test were also overconfident at the start. Helmut wonders about a monster like Ilaga or Naho would not appear in the academy test, but he is kind of looking forward to this since he is used to fighting monsters. Asuka asks Helmut if he did well in the written tests. He thinks he will get around a similar score as last time. Asuka complains that the practical test will play a huge part again. He told him previously that he will give his best during the finals so they can compete. He intends to complete the final stage, so he should not dare to give up halfway. Helmut feels like Asuka said what he wanted to say to him. Asuka complains that he's becoming more like Aaliyah as time goes by. He says he will see if they both can clear stage 10. Asuka is examining number 15, and he could only clear till stage 7. He complains to Helmut about test being impossible. Even a priest would rarely come across monsters like that, let alone swordsmen. Students are vomiting and in despair. They could only clear stage 5. He wonders if this test was conducted properly. Helmut says it's alright as this test is not about clearing all 10 stages. Asuka gets furious saying it's not the problem. But they call Helmut's name and tell him to go to the test location. Asuka says it will be faster for him to experience it himself. He wants him to reach stage 8 no matter what. Only then would he understand why he ran out. Helmut wonders what exactly he saw. Helmut sees Dwayne up on a balcony at the test location. He greets him and says this is the first time they are meeting after the night lesson. He doesn't have many interactions with students in the Department of Swordsmanship, but he remembers him clearly as well. He gave an interesting answer during the midterms in regard to magic. After reading all the reasonable answers given by the magic department, it was quite refreshing to read his answers. Honestly, he has high expectations of him in this practical test. He asks him if he can show his resolve to face off against the darkness of power once more. Helmut says he just needs to do as he has been doing. The test will now begin. Stage 1, Rabbit Monster. Helmut slashes it while it was charging him. Dwayne gets surprised. Helmut now knows what an illusion feels like. Dwayne is impressed. He analyzes Helmut. There was zero hesitation from him. This is not talent. It's a whole other level of experience and results from training. He wants to know how far the limits of his abilities reach. Stage 2, a Fox Monster. Stage 3, a Frog Monster. Stage 4, a Snake Monster. Stage 5, a Wolf Monster. Stage 6, a Bee Monster. Stage 7, a Praying Mantis Monster. He clears all of them. Next up would be the stage where Asuka gives up. He wonders what he saw. It's a centipede monster on stage 8. He thinks it would be scary for anyone who sees that for the time. He understands why Asuka gave up and ran away. Despite its large size, Helmut easily slashes it into pieces by running up on its body. Dwayne is blown away by his performance. Helmut thought that it was not as scary as Naho. Helmut has completed all the stages. The test has ended. He feels queasy. He knows this is just a test, but stage 10's monsters seem to represent the evil intentions of the examiner. Dwayne congratulates him. He has become so strong. Only a handful of people have been able to clear stage 10 ever since this magic test was established. He was the first second-year test to have cleared it. He ought to take pride in that. He does not know if he has heard, but the students who clear stage 10 can get an artifact that they want made for them as congratulations. He didn't hear about it. Dwayne says he will be the one making the artifact, so he should let him know if he has something in mind. He does not have to tell him right now. He can look for him in his research lab next time, and he will make it for him then. Helmut asks if it is possible to have a function that changes one's appearance, things like his face or hair. Dwayne says that is possible, and it's a lot simpler than he thought. Helmut says he does not want to get into complicated situations when he goes out. Dwayne understands as Helmut did go through an incident recently. He'll notify him to collect it when the artifact is completed. Helmut thanks him. The ground shakes suddenly. Dwayne says it's tremor. It is coming from the magic department testing grounds besides them. Aaliyah is performing an experiment and has emitted a lot of magic. Dwayne comes up with Helmut and says to Aaliyah that he specifically told her not to destroy the testing ground. Aaliyah says he made a stupid test like that and dared to make such an absurd request. She calms down after seeing Helmut and comes down on the ground. She says this means she has cleared all 10 stages. She'll think of what artifact she wants and come back to him tomorrow. Dwayne calls her a little rascal. If she wasn't the top student, he would have punished her. Asuka is heartbroken to know Helmut cleared all 10 stages. He becomes sad and says he can go and take the spot of the top student. He asks what monster was in stage 10. He says in terms of difficulty, he's sure he could clear it too, but the objective of this test was to overcome fear. Asuka wonders what he saw for him to say that. He tells him it was hundreds of humongous cockroaches, and it was a herd of it. They could merge together and unmerge as well. Asuka asks if his mind is alright. He says he is not scared of bugs, but he does feel a little queasy. Cyan drinks up and is glad he did not suggest a bet or anything this time. Helmut and Asuka leave. Charlotte calls Helmut and congratulates him on becoming the very first second-year student to clear stage 10. Helmut thinks word of it sure got around pretty quickly. She says he's not very self-aware. Everyone in the swordsmanship department is paying attention to him. She also congratulates Asuka for reaching stage 8. He asks her if she is mocking him, but she means it. The average clear record is stage 4, so reaching stage 5 is an incredible feat. Asuka remembered about using her style against Fascio and gets embarrassed. He lashes out on her saying he's telling him in advance, but he does not think this is thanks to her in any way. He's just a genius in adapting after all. She is confused. He leaves. She asks Helmut what he meant by all that. He also has no idea. She asks him where he is going now. He is thinking of going back to the dormitory. She asks if he's going back home during the school break. He says he'll probably be traveling around a bit. She is envious of it. She wishes she could travel as well. Staying at home all the time feels suffocating. Charlotte might be someone who is related to his birth. He comments that she seems to act friendlier towards him compared to the rest of the second-year students. She apologizes if it offended him. He says it did not offend him. She does not know how to put it, but she always feels more at ease after she talks to him. She cannot explain it well, but there's a certain sense of nostalgia. She apologizes for taking so much of his time when he is going back to rest. She will take his leave now. He tells her that after the school break, if she feels like she has gotten stronger, he will take her on. She says that's a promise then. Helmut worries if Aaliyah finds out about this, she might get angry again. He returns back to the dormitory. Aaliyah hands him a bracelet. He asks what it is for. She tells him it's a bracelet imbued with communication magic. He can use it like he would a crystal ball. It's the artifact she got from clearing stage 10 yesterday. Just infusing Viss into it would send a signal into the bracelet that she is wearing immediately, so there is no need to actually speak. He asks why she is giving her reward to him. Because the artifact was made to be given to him, she says. He always attracts problems, so he can contact her anytime he's in trouble. He thought that she hates being disturbed by others. Aaliyah asks if she has a problem with that. Helmut says no and says he will try to use it only when absolutely necessary. He asks Aaliyah if she is going back to home during the school break. She says yes, even though she does not like the idea of it. He says no one in the academy seems to like going home. She asks who else said they don't. Helmut does not tell her it was Charlotte and says it was Asuka. It's been half a year since he got out of the Forest of Roots, and he has made a lot of new friends and acquaintances since then. Now they are going into the academy's first school break. Talon is writing up something while wearing glasses. Helmut has contacted him using the crystal ball he gave him before. He never thought he'd see Helmut again so soon. Talon asks Helmut what he has thought about what he will ask. He says in about 1 week, a fighting competition will be hosted in the Bassor kingdom. He wishes to know everything about the influential people of that country who are also the organizers of the competitions, and the important incidents that have happened in that kingdom. The king, the royal family, and important nobles. The more information there is, the better. Talon asks if he intends to join that competition. Helmut says he's the one asking questions now. He apologizes for it. He asks if he means that he also wants to know about people's view of them are their personalities and their familial relationships, considering he has said the more information the better. Helmut says he can decide that on his own. He does not care even if he investigated half-heartedly, but that would inevitably cause him to think that the information-gathering abilities of Blackhawk are subpar. Talon thinks he's being cautious. He's clearly told him what he wants, but left the scale of it vague, making use of their weakness to maximize efficiency, while avoiding letting others finding out what he knows. He thought he was just as fierce as a tiger, but he's also a cunning fox inside. He tells him that he will prepare the information as per his instructions. He asks how he wants to receive the documents. He wants them to leave the documents in the mercenary guild in Bassor. He will collect them there. Talon says he will contact him again once the documents are ready. The secret code is that the eagles don't let go of their prey. He should remember it. He also wishes him the best in the fighting competition. He will be cheering him on. Helmut thinks while he did brace himself for it, it still takes a lot from him to have a call with him. He had to keep his guard up with him at all times. He hopes the Bassor kingdom is a pleasant place to live in. Helmut has reached the kingdom and finds it very scorching hot. He has changed his appearance into having short blonde shaded hair and blue eyes. It is already getting tough for him even before he has entered the Bassor kingdom. He already sort of expected this since a third of their land is a desert. The Forest of Roots is cold all year round after all. He can somehow withstand the cold, but he is still not used to the heat. He should be glad he does not have a weak constitution that would cause him to get a heat stroke. It's not just the heat. It's hard to get used to this appearance too. He sees the communication device that Aaliyah gave him and the disguise artifact that he got as a reward from the end-of-year exam. It's also a bracelet. He is okay with changing his looks, but he would have liked it more if he looked a little more like swordsman. This appearance makes him look more like Cyan. He should not complain since this was free and functions superbly. He enters the town and goes to a bar. He asks the waiter for a cold drink, anything but liquor, and hands him a coin. He still has a lot of places to visit, but he's already tired. A guy messes with Helmut while he was trying to sit on a stool. He mocks him by calling him a miss and asks if he has come alone to a place like this. He sees that he has a sword and asks if he's some kind of young master of a great swordsman household. Another guy says to stop bothering the kid. The guy asks the owner to give him the same what Helmut is being served. But before he can sit, Helmut pushes his stool away. He falls down and calls him a bastard. Helmut takes out his sword and comments on how hot Bassor is, but also the damn mosquitoes near him are very annoying. He is referring to him. Everyone sees him and laughs about how he got him good. His name is Colt. They say Helmut looks dainty, but he's got some skills. Colt puts his shoulder around him and says he likes him. He says he will pay for his kid. Helmut says to get away from him as it's hot. Helmut wonders what with all the people here in Bassor, and do they usually act like this? Their personalities are way too different from the Baden mercenaries. It's tiring to be around them. He wonders if he will be able to last until the fighting competition is over. He goes to another shop afterwards. The shopkeeper asks if he wants to have a cold energy spell casted onto space expansion cape that he's wearing. It's possible, and he can come back for this in 3 hours. He got his accommodation, and he also found a way to fight the heat. The registration for the competition is taking place tomorrow, so he will rest in the accommodation today. He needs to take good care of his condition. Helmut sees a statue of a swordsman. It's a statue of Darian. He gets where he got his fierce personality. If one constantly lives in a hot place like this, it's inevitable that he is constantly sensitive. He wants his soul to watch over him. He will obtain results that will not sully his name. He goes to the place where he has got accommodation. The receptionist tells a person that is the customer. Helmut wonders who this person is. He asks Helmut if he's the one who paid for the emerald room on the 5th floor. Helmut wants to know why he is asking. He apologizes and asks if he can move to another room. The person whom he serves does not have any room to stay in. Helmut gets angry. Helmut is asked by a man who is wearing a monocle and appears to be a butler of sorts that if he can move to another room, because the person whom he's serving does not have a place to stay. He wants to settle this by compensating him instead. He's staying alone, so a slightly smaller room is fine too. Helmut sees the receptionist and knows that giving guest information is not something they can just hand out recklessly. He wonders if he looks that easy to deal with. Helmut says he paid the proper price for this room. He does not see any reason to yield it to someone else. He apologizes, but he can try finding another room. He touches Helmut to stop him and tells him that he'd pay him compensation. Helmut takes out his sword and says to take his hand off of him. If he touches him again, he'll cut his arm off. A person says to wait. He tells the butler guy to stop his rude behavior and calls him Robert. He is a noble with a pale face, blue eyes, and blonde short hair. He apologizes to Helmut and says his knight acted like a typical Bassorian. Robert bows slightly and calls him Lord Mikhail. Mikhail apologizes on his behalf. He says he's not in good health, so finding a comfortable room is harder than expected. Helmut says if they are done here, they can find another room. He needs to rest. Mikhail says to at least hear him out. Regretfully, this was their last option after searching all around. Seems they are both in a similar situation, so he wants to make a proposal. He'll cover all expenses during his stay here. In return, he asks if they can share the room together. Robert says it's unacceptable. Sharing a room with someone of unclear origin is too dangerous. Mikhail asks Robert if he will take full responsibility for the problems that arise from chasing uncertain possibilities, or will he accept a certain solution to ensure their survival. And he tells him in a cold tone that he does not need a dog that acts ahead of its master. Also, he should not worry as Helmut does not seem like someone that would attack just anyone. Robert apologizes and says that he will follow his will. Mikhail asks Helmut if they can continue their conversation. Helmut thinks he seems accustomed to commanding those below him, which was not the first impression he had of him. Helmut asks if all this is necessary. He says he should not worry. He will do his best not to intrude on his privacy. They can bring in another bed, and he does not have any odd sleeping habits that would disturb him. Besides, he surely won't be afraid of someone as weak-looking as him. Helmut thinks that he never saw someone before who had so little energy. He looks like someone that would crumble if one bumped into him or something. He did not know people like that existed. Mikhail asks him if he's starting to feel a bit more open to the idea. He says that much is expected. But beyond money, what's the most special thing he can offer? Mikhail asks if he's testing him. He tells him that he must be entering the Bassor martial arts tournament. There is no other reason for a foreign swordsman to come to Bassor at this time. As it so happens, he came here to watch the tournament himself. He'll cheer for him. Having someone rooting for him will give him more strength. He asks if it's not a bad idea. Helmut is confused and asks if he's being sent. He says it should be enough. His support is not something that is easily earned. Helmut is just tired and says he can do as he likes. Mikhail knew he'd say that. He tells the receptionist to bring in another bed for the room. Helmut goes to him and punches him across the face. He tells him that next time, he better be careful with what he tells others. He is bleeding from the nose and apologizes. Helmut is not exactly thrilling about doing something like this, but it seems in this country, he has to be assertive to get anywhere. They go into the room. Mikhail says they should properly introduce themselves. He asks him his name. Helmut tells him his name is Hype. He is not used to using a fake name and almost slipped up. Mikhail asks his age, considering he looks about his age. He says his age is 16. Mikhail is 14. He asks Helmut if he's from a noble family. He says he can think however he likes. He analyzes him being a noble, a swordsman, a foreigner in Bassor. He assumes if he's a student at the Baden Academy. Helmut stays silent. He sees the thing on his arm and says it looks like a magic artifact. And Baden is known for magic. Most nobles his age would be academy students. Helmut asks if he's trying to dig into his background. He says he's just interested in him. It might sound weird to him, but he feels a strange sense of familiarity with him. He wonders why though. He's curious about it. He assumes maybe it's because their faces look similar. But Helmut has something he does not, like a strong, sturdy body. Helmut goes to the window and asks him if it's okay for him to use that open space out in front. He can use it when he's not around. Mikhail comments that he must need it for training. He won't be using it anyway. He asks him if he can watch him train occasionally. As he can see, he's frail. Watching the dynamic movements of swordsmen gives him energy. That is why he also came to see the martial arts tournament. It's a small personal joy of his. If it makes Helmut uncomfortable, he won't insist. Helmut says he can do as he likes. He thanks him and says he's a kind person. Helmut thinks he does not show his true feelings, and he can't tell if what he's doing now is genuine or not. He's a strange one. Night falls. Mikhail is sleeping. Helmut takes out the red crystal ball. Talon says the documents have been delivered. He asks if the preparations for the martial arts tournament are going well. Helmut says it's none of his business. Talon says he does not trust him at all. It might interest him to know that one of this year's participants stands out. He joined the Royal Knight Order at the youngest age ever. At 18, he could already manifest Viss. Helmut thinks it does not sound impressive to him at all since he was able to do that way earlier. But Talon tells him that he is of the bloodline of the missing divine swordsman, Damian Deephurt. He hopes he is interested in that information. Helmut is shocked. Helmut is confused by hearing about Darian's bloodline. Talon tells him that the person participating in the tournament is his grandson. The divine swordsman's son left Bassor one day and was presumed dead. But it seems he survived somewhere and left behind a descendant. Helmut thinks about it. He once heard something about this. Apparently, he had a son late in life. But Darian claimed that the son had died and left no heirs. Talon says that information was never made public. Even in Bassor, only high-ranking officials know, and they are deliberately hiding it. Helmut asks that the divine swordsman's son left Bassor a long time ago, so how did they prove that the boy was actually his grandson? Talon is curious now that he's interested. Helmut says he just wants to know what kind of opponent he will be facing. Talon says he can tell him. He has the exact same face as the divine swordsman. He also has his father's ID plate, among other things. But the most defining feature is his swordsmanship. He finds it incredible. The divine swordsman disappeared long ago, and his techniques were thought to be lost. Yet here they are, perfectly preserved in some young man from who knows where. Helmut thinks about Darian never telling him how he came to the Forest of Roots. But for some reason, in the human world, Darian is known to have vanished. As if someone erased all traces of him and hid the truth. Maybe he should just pretend he does not know. He asks Talon what he means by him disappearing. He tells him that publicly, it said he disappeared while taking down a baby scorpion, one of the magical beasts that ruled the desert of Bassor. That's how the official story goes. Helmut asks about the unofficial one. There's a rumor that the temple intervened and eliminated him. He says it makes sense. In Bassor, which beyond the temple's influence, Darian was practically seen as a god. The temple has been trying to expand their power, so he must have been a huge obstacle. Talon asks Helmut if he's willing to use up one more chance. He can dig deeper for him. He says he's not that curious. He will just check the records for the rest. Talon finds it a shame. He enjoyed their talk. He tells him to use his remaining 2 chances wisely. Helmut now knows that the place where Darian disappeared from was also here in Bassor. If the temple opposed Darian, there is no way he did not know it. There is no way someone like him would have let his guard down against them. There must have been a traitor within Bassor. Someone sided with the temple and stabbed Darian in the back. Maybe someone from the Palma Knights, which Darian led. He wonders if Darian would want him to avenge him. He inherited so much from him, his swordsmanship and even the life he leads now. Darian must have wanted him to carry on everything he stood for in the human world. That means his revenge is Helmut's too. More importantly, he needs to make that guy understand how foolish it is to think a coward can live a peaceful life forever. He did not think there would be another person who inherited his swordsmanship besides him. Maybe his son could not handle Darian's harsh training and ran away. But the sword techniques must have been passed down to the grandson. He is very curious about how skilled he is. The tournament is being held at a coliseum. There are lines of fighters and the whole place is filled with spectators. Mikhail and Robert will also watch. The announcer welcomes all participants and spectators from across the country. The preliminaries will begin shortly. Participants are to move towards their designated tents and wait for their turn. Spectators must be seated by 10 am. Helmut is stopped by 2 fighters. They wonder how a kid like him is allowed to enter a martial arts tournament. They tell him that it is the waiting area for participants. The spectators are that way. A girl, who is an organizer, comes inside the tent and calls Helmut by his fake name Hyde. He's up first. He should head to the arena. He beat up the 2 fighters who were bothering him. He tells her that they showed signs of heatstroke. If possible, they should adjust the sequence if their fight gets too close. Mikhail is waiting amongst the spectators in a special area. Helmut is stopped by another organizer who tells him to remove the outerwear and put on some armor. The armor is a chest plate, wrist guards, and knee guards. The announcer introduces the fighters. Helmut is the youngest participant in the tournament. His opponent is the undefeated swordsman who dominates the back alleys of Bassor. His name is Jackal. He has red hair and a headband. He's holding 2 swords. Robert tells Mikhail that Jackal is the captain of the infamous gang, Mala, from the slums. Though he claims to be undefeated, he is just a thug who bullies the weak. Mikhail is not impressed. Jackal joined this tournament hoping to fight some strong opponents, but his first match is such a disappointment, he says to Helmut. The announcer says the matches won't stop unless someone surrenders or is rendered unable to fight. All forms of injury are allowed as long as they are not fatal, so they should take caution. Jackal says whether he breaks his arm or leg, the tournament takes no responsibility. This tournament is a place where seasoned warriors who have danced between life and death spill blood in brutal combat. It is not some place for pampered nobles who pay a few coins just to experience something. He asks Helmut if he gets it now. He ignores him and says it's hot. He paid 3,000 marks to have a cold spell embedded in his cape. He needs to finish this quickly and get his cape back. Jackal says if that is the case, he is going to send him home fast. He rushes in to attack him. Helmut easily just dodges and slashes off his arm. The spectators were surprised. Mikhail is happy to see him winning. The announcer says that Jackal is unable to continue. Helmut has advanced to the next round with an overwhelming display of skill. Back at the hotel, Mikhail has prepared a feast for Helmut. He congratulates him and says he was amazing today. It really felt worthwhile to cheer for him. Helmut says it's a lot of food. He says a swordsman has to eat a lot to stay strong. Besides, he promised to cover all of his expenses, so he should enjoy it without feeling burdened. Helmut says if he's thinking of using this as leverage to ask him something for later, he should forget it. Mikhail laughs and says spending this much on him does not even make a dent on his wallet. Also, he is not trying to put him in his debt. This is an investment for him. Debt comes with the expectation of a return, but investment assumes a loss from beginning. Helmut asks why even do it if it's a loss. He says with debt, one can only expect to get back what was given, but with investments, there is a possibility of an even greater return. That's what they call high risk, high return. Helmut says he cannot promise he'll gain something great from him though. Mikhail eats and says if he does not, then he just loses his investment. That being said, he has a feeling he will be of great help to him someday. He should not worry though, he won't ask for anything unreasonable. Helmut stays silent and decides to eat up for his benefit. Night falls. Helmut arrives in the bedroom. Mikhail is sleeping soundly. He says he would not even notice if someone carried him off right now. Although he was the one who asked Talon to dig around as best they could, Blackhawk guys really do thorough work. He has a lot to read. He will have to read it throughout the tournament period. He is going through the documents. He sees Palma Knight's captain, Ludus Kaikro. He has been serving as the captain of the Palma Knights ever since Darian's disappearance. Despite the heavy pressure from succeeding the Divine Swordsman, he has been carrying out yearly desert monster subjugation missions successfully, and is currently regarded as the man most suited to lead the Palma Knights. He might be someone from Darian's past. It is strange that he is the only person besides Ethan who seems to know Darian. Darian has never mentioned the Knights or anything like that before. He wonders what kind of person Darian was to him. If he gets the chance, he would like to talk to him. He wonders why Darian sent him to Ethan and not to Ludus Kaikro. Back when Darian was the captain of the Palma Knights, Ludus Kaikro was probably the closest person to him as the vice commander. So, he wonders why he was sent to Ethan and not him. He thinks maybe it was just to attend the academy. But knowing Darian's meticulous nature, he would have told him about Ludus, if it were for reasons relating to the future. Tragedy always strikes without warning. Being cautious does not guarantee one won't get hurt, and trying to dodge things does not mean one will avoid them. However, whatever happens, Helmut should not lose himself. He remembers Darian saying these words to him. Darian knew he had been betrayed and abandoned in the Forest of Roots. Even for a high priest, trapping Darian would not have been easy. However, it would have been different if it was done by the person closest to him. The one Darian trusted without a shred of doubt. The one who betrayed him and stood to gain the most from it. He gets angry and says all signs point to one conclusion. Ludus Kykro is the traitor. He still thinks it's speculation by him. However, if this turns out to be true, he won't leave Bassor until he has paid the price for that betrayal. Mikhail was awake and he might have seen him. The tournament has reached the stage to determine the finalists. Helmut has claimed another victory. He wonders if all the participants are at this level, winning the whole thing might not be that hard. One of the organizers tells him that the final round will take place at the same time 2 days from now. Since it was the first match, there is still a lot of time left. He wants to head back to his accommodation and finish reading the documents. But Robert stops him. He goes to see Mikhail. Since his match ended early, he thought it would be nice to watch the rest together. He asks him if it is okay for participants to spectate. He says there is no rule saying participants cannot watch the matches. The people of Bassor think trying to gauge an opponent's skill in advance is unmanly and tend to avoid it. Though, at his skill level, he probably does not need to analyze anyone anyway. But he thinks it will still be fun to watch. Announcer says they are going to move on to the second round. The first contestant is known by all as the head of the famous Bassor Kendo Hall, Kyle, and his opponent, the youngest ever to join the Palma Knights, a genius and rising star, Luke Yeager. That person seems like Darian's grandson. Kyle says it's quite an honor to face a Palma Knight. Luke laughs and says having someone renowned as the head of the Bassor Kendo Hall as his opponent is an honor for him too. He says to go easy on him. Helmut thinks if Darian had been at that age, he would have looked just like that. He wonders how skilled he is. Kyle does not see any openings to attack. They are both standing still. Luke says if they just keep feeling each other like this, it will never end. He hears booing in the crowd. He says he will make the first move as the junior here. It's a clean low strike with no wasted motion. Kyle thinks he is underestimating him. But in an instant, he is slashed by him with quick vanishing movements and Helmut is surprised. Kyle has collapsed. The spectators wonder what happened. Luke Yeager vanished from sight in an instant. He apologizes to Kyle, but he must win this martial arts tournament no matter what. The announcer says Kyle is down. With a single strike, Luke Yeager overwhelmed his opponent. He advances to the main tournament. Helmut is concerned. Mikhail asks if he is bothered by Luke, since he does not look good. Helmut says he is strong and definitely a championship contender. If he were not around, Helmut would take the win. Mikhail thinks this is one of those rival declarations. He likes it. He likes that kind of fiery tension. Helmut is grateful that it seems like Darian's son did not train in swordsmanship in vain. The level of Luke's skills exceeded his expectations. He wonders what if Luke Yeager was taught swordsmanship by Darian. Helmut tells Mikhail to go back to the lodging without him. He has got something to do, so he will be back a bit later. Mikhail asks if there is anything he can do to help. Helmut says no in a cold tone. His footsteps are quickening. Since leaving the Forest of Roots and attending the academy, he has built social connections, but he never really felt a sense of kinship with any of them. But Luke Yeager and him, they have Darian in common. He will see him in the arena eventually, but it would not hurt to see what kind of a person he is. Luke is happy that this tournament is not that big of a deal, but he gets scolded by a knight. He tells him that a greenhorn like him has some nerve. He should not say stuff like that loud, especially not in front of people from Bassor. He apologizes. Still, it is just them here, so no one else is listening. But Helmut was listening and is disappointed to say the least. Luke thinks he looks familiar. He saw his match and remembered his name being Hyde. He says it was the only match that really left an impression on him. Since he has come looking for him right after his match, he asks if this is a challenge to become the tournament's favorite. Or did his skills impress him so much to him that he came to be his fan? He says only people who get to be his fans are the ladies. Helmut asks if he is Darian D. Pert's grandson. He says yes, but quickly stops talking and gets worried and asks him how he knows that. The knight asks Luke if something is wrong. He says it is nothing and laughs. He tells him that Helmut just seemed like he had something he really wanted to talk to him about, so he going to step outside with him for a bit. He pushes Helmut against a wall and calls him punk. He asks where he is from and who he is. Helmut asks why he does not use the name Deepert as his last name. Luke gets angry, saying he is the one asking the questions right now, and he should quit bringing up the divine swordsman. Someone might hear him, and that would be a huge problem. Helmut says he has not told anyone, so he should not worry. He was just curious after hearing a rumor that the divine swordsman had a descendant. Luke asks him how the hell he knows about it. He says he happens to be pretty good at gathering information. He asks why he is hiding the fact that he is the divine swordsman's grandson. He tells him that his father severed ties with him and left the house. Claiming the Deepert name now would be ridiculous. Helmut asks him if he did inherit the divine swordsman's techniques. He is surprised to know he knows a lot about him. He says that his father taught him swordsmanship, but he never told him it was the divine swordsman's style. Still, he is not trying to deny being his heir or anything. He had planned to make it official once he won this tournament. Even though the swordsmanship came from his grandfather, it was his strength that allowed him to master it and join the knights. He wants to be acknowledged not for his lineage, but for his skill. Helmut is impressed. He wonders why he is telling him all this since they just met. He tells him not to tell anyone. Only the knight captain and vice captain of Bassor know about this. Helmut wonders if Captain Ludus was the one who helped the temple imprison Darian, why he accepted Darian's grandson into the knights. Ludus comes up towards them. He finds it good timing to find Luke. He asks if Helmut is a friend of his. He tells him that he is a participant in the tournament. He is one of the finalists. Ludus is impressed by him, given he is quite young. He apologizes he did not recognize him. Given his position, he has not had the time to watch the tournament. He asks if he is using magic to conceal his identity. Helmut becomes wary. Ludus says he should not be tense. He is not here to pry. He is not the only contestant hiding their identity in the finals. He just dropped by to give Luke a bit of encouragement before the finals. Now that he has done that, he will be heading back. He tells both of them to do their best in the matches to come. Luke says that he should at least come inside and rest a bit. Ludus leaves, saying he will definitely come to see the final match. Helmut comments that he cares about Luke. He says he is grateful for him. He was the first person in Bassor to recognize him. He was also the one who told me to earn recognition thought skill in the tournament. Helmut wonders if he is trying to atone for Darian's son now, or if it is something else. Luke does not care about Helmut's real appearance. He says good luck to him, and he should not expose his identity. Helmut says unfortunately for him, even if he keeps quiet, he will have to hold it in at least until next year, because he is going to win this year. Luke considers it a war of declaration and looks forward to it. Helmut is not going to let Luke get caught up in Ludus's plan, no matter what it is. Helmut is back in the hotel room. Mikhail asks if he had a good talk with Luke Eager. Helmut is wary of him and asks if he assigned someone secretly just to follow him. He laughs and says it was just a guess. But judging from how he did not deny it, it means he was right. He asks what he talked about with him. He is not obligated to tell him that. Mikhail knew he would say that. He asks Helmut if Palma Knights offered to recruit him, will he accept their offer? Helmut takes off his cape and asks why they would recruit him. He says the Bassor tournament draws a lot of attention, even from the knights since many of their members participate. If he wins, it would be natural for them to want him. He says he will never join the Palma Knights because Bassor is too hot. Mikhail finds it good news and says where he lives, it is not hot at all. He asks if Helmut would join him once the tournament is over. Helmut says if he's asking him to become his knight. He says no, he is just asking to be on his side. Someone who is completely on his side, not bound by titles like knights. He does not plan to join anyone. He's not asking him to make a decision right now. He just has to accept his goodwill for now and consider it later. He wonders what Mikhail is thinking. He asks him if he can gather some information. He can. It depends on what it is. He asks what kind of information he needs. He wants information about the Palma Knights, like information about the Knight Commander, the members, or what kinds of missions they carry out. He confirms if Helmut is asking him to investigate the working conditions of the Palma Knights. He does need something to compare to if he wants to figure out which side is better. Mikhail agrees to investigate for him. He may be the one being compared, but he will report back truthfully, so he should not worry about that. He asks him if they should eat. Helmut wonders if he is lucky. He might get a glimpse into what Ludus Kaikro is thinking. After 3 days, the first match of the finals was won by Helmut. The announcer calls him the Blonde Hide. Helmut thinks this nickname does not suit him at all. Helmut goes inside and Luke says that he is such a boring guy. He did not even wave at the audience once. Helmut comments that it must be nice for him to look so relaxed. He says it does not do any good to be tense all the time. He comments on Helmut being a total heartthrob in Bassor. He might as well enjoy it a little instead of being all worn out by the time he fights him. The reason Helmut is so on edge is because of him. He would love to just smack him in the back of the head. He wonders if Mikhail is done with the investigation he asked for. He gets out of the arena and sees a crowd of girls wanting to talk to him. He returns back to his room. Mikhail asks what happened as he has lipstick all over him. He tells him that the women of Bassor are after him. He thinks someone must have hired them to interfere with his tournament performance. Mikhail comments that he has a vivid imagination. It is only natural for all eyes to be on a finalist of the Bassor martial tournament. And as for why he is especially popular with the ladies, it is probably because of his face. Helmut thinks the people of Bassor do not actually like his face all that much though, considering he is being called a girl by men. Mikhail thinks he does not realize his beauty. Helmut was about to ask him about the investigation, but Mikhail knew it and he came prepared. He hands him the report in a book and winks. Helmut comments he is fast. Mikhail laughs and says this might make him earn a bit more trust now. Helmut sees the report. As for knights, they are on a seniority system. They are offered baron-level treatment and a private residence. Not that he is interested in any of that. The Palma Knights commander generally does not engage in politics, but Ludus Kaikro is confirmed to be supporting the first prince. According to information from Blackhawk, the first prince is the son of a foreign-born queen and a devout follower of the Lumen religion. He is also strongly advocating for the Lumen temple to be established in Bassor. He sees stuff about monsters in the desert, scorpions. Mikhail tells him that they are the infamous monsters in Bassor. Their queen was slain by the divine swordsman long ago, but her offspring still remain, and sightings of them are occasionally reported. The Palma Knights head to the desert once a year for monster subjugation, part of which includes managing the scorpion offspring population. This year, it will be right after the tournament ends. Helmut is intrigued. He thinks Ludus Kaikro did not accept Luke Yeager into the order to protect him. Humans will do anything to erase their past mistakes. He probably wanted to keep someone who could become a lifelong obstacle under his thumb, under control. And during the monster subjugation, he will try to eliminate Luke, faking the whole thing in a glorious heroic tale. It is lucky that he happened to come to Bassor at this time. As long as he is here, he cannot let the grandson of Darian suffer the same fate. No matter what it takes, he has to stop Ludus Kaikro's vile plan. But when he met him face to face recently, he realized something. He is so strong that he is not sure he could win even if he gave everything he got. If push comes to shove, he may have to consider telling Luke Yeager the truth and asking for his cooperation. Mikhail sees him with a smirk. The semifinals of the tournament have started. The announcer says that it is the first match of the semifinals. They will begin now. Helmut's opponent says it is a pleasure to meet him. Robert tells Mikhail that he is Hutton, a first-class mercenary. Though he is ranked lower, he won his last match against a Palma Knights member after an hour-long battle. Mikhail says he still should not be a match for Helmut. After all, he has one-sidedly defeated opponent even stronger than that knight. Robert says one never knows. Whether it was an easy win or a tough one, what matters is that he made it to the semifinals. Helmut notices in the spectators that the first prince, second prince, and the knight captain are all there. Now that it is the semifinals, they are starting to show their faces. Hutton tells Helmut that he should not be distracted when his opponent is right in front of him. Too much confidence can cause him to lose. He says that is not what he was doing, but he apologizes for now. Helmut wonders if he is around Fascio's level, considering he is a rank 1 mercenary. His aura does not feel that strong though. Helmut wants to first see what kind of style he uses. He wants to test the waters. He goes in to attack, but Hutton blinds him with the reflection of his sword. He attacks from the side, but Helmut blocks it and creates distance. Hutton throws rocks at him, then attacks him. Helmut blocks it, and they keep fighting. Everyone is excited. Helmut thinks that he is more troublesome than he expected. He delayed the timing of his attack by half a beat in an unexpected way, then pierced through that opening with a precise counterattack. Even so, he did not neglect his fundamentals. He is not the type who relies solely on luck. Hutton says he thought he had prepared enough for his swordsmanship, but his reflexes are insane. Even if he were as young as him, he doubts he could have matched it. If this were a mercenary mission, he would wait for a better chance. But here, he cannot afford to lose face. However, he is just bluffing to throw off Helmut's focus. Thanks to the mechanism hidden in his sword, his attack range is slightly extended. He thinks he will not be able to handle an attack that comes half a beat faster. As Helmut is wary of attacks that interfere with rhythm, he goes to attack using the mechanism, but Helmut slashes his sword using Viss. He was about to kill him but remembers he cannot. He was very close to slashing off his neck. The announcer says due to Hutton's weapon being destroyed, the match can no longer continue. Blonde Hide, that is Helmut, advances to the finals. Helmut shakes hands with Hutton. He apologizes for ending the match quickly as he hates the heat. Hutton says he may not be sorry and laughs. He asks if that last attack that broke his sword was meant to actually slice off his wrist. Helmut says as long he does not kill, it is allowed. He calls him ruthless. He says that geniuses really do exist. To think he possesses such sharp techniques at his age. He might have just fought someone who will go down in history. Helmut tells him if he focused on training instead of pulling tricks, he could have become stronger. He laughs saying maybe, but he is a mercenary. In real battles, the more cards one can play, the better. That is something he has learned over years of mercenary work, especially for people like him with average talent. Strategy is a powerful weapon that lets him stand against opponents stronger than himself. But after today, he realized that going against overwhelming skills makes him crumble easily. The first prince says he is incredibly skilled for his age. He asks Ludus about his opinion. He says he had a feeling something was off ever since they ran into him by chance the other day. It would be great if they could recruit him into the knights. The second prince is also interested in him. Mikhail wonders who he is. That unreal strength, and he has always seen him looking around for something at night. There is no way his goal is something as petty as winning the Bassor martial arts tournament. He wonders what he could be truly after. A commotion happens nearby. The organizers are stopping an old man who wants to go through. Mikhail asks what is going on. One person tells him that some stranger keeps insisting on seeing him. He is bulky, bald, has a beard with braids, and dark-skinned. He wants to speak to Mikhail about something. He says it is all right, but before they talk, he should tell him where he is from and who he is. He apologizes that he got ahead himself. He is a blacksmith from Bassor. All the swords supplied to the Palmanites come from his forge. Mikhail asks the reason for him being here. He heard rumors that Helmut is quite close with him. He came to ask if he could speak with him for a moment. He wants to confirm something. It is about the sword he uses. He wants to know his origin to be specific. Mikhail is curious and says to tell him more. In the second round of the semifinal, Luke Yeager easily secured an easy victory. As a result, the finalists are confirmed to be Helmut and Luke. Luke comes into Helmut's tent. He tells him that the second prince is coming here. He is supposedly coming to encourage the finalists of the tournament, but he is clearly coming to see Luke. Helmut asks why the second prince wants to meet him. Luke says he must know that he is one of the divine swordsman's bloodline. He likely believes that if he can recruit him, he will gain the support of the Palmanites. Because in Bassor, the support of the Palmanites would equal legitimate royal succession. Helmut understands. Currently, the commander of the Palmanites supports the first prince. So, if the second prince tries to bring him in, it would upset the commander's position. Luke says he owes the commander a lot, so it will get quite awkward for him to meet him. But Luke asks how he knows all this. He just says he is good at gathering information. He asks Helmut if he can tell him that Luke is busy or something. But the second prince comes up behind him and says if he is busy, he can come another time. He turns around and apologizes sincerely. The prince laughs and says he does not need to worry. He understands completely. Still, there is something oddly amusing about teasing him. The Darian Deepert he remembers was always so stern and stoic. Sometimes it is hard to believe he is really his descendant. Helmut asks what kind of a person the divine swordman was. The prince first compliments him that his match was quite impressive and he has such incredible skills. As for what kind of a man Darian was, he only met him a few times when he was very young. However, he clearly remembers how loyal and dependable he was. Especially the strength he saw in his eyes, it truly embodied the spirit of Bassor. He asks Helmut if his interest in the divine swordman's grandson is also out of curiosity. Luke asks how much he heard of their conversation. He laughs and says they seem to be having an important discussion, so he did not want to interrupt. He asks Helmut if he is curious about anything else. Luke says he should not share too much with him. He already knows a lot. It is suspicious. He is basically a divine swordman stalker. The prince doubts he is digging into things with any malicious intent, so there is no need to worry. A swordsman's heart is reflected in how they wield their blade. His sword seeks only strength. It is pure and untainted. It is not strange that he is fascinated by the divine swordsman. Helmut comments that he is better than Luke. He laughs. Then he asks if he would consider working with him. Helmut says no in a cold tone. The prince comments that he must be quite cold towards royalty. He shakes his hands and hopes they both give them a great match in the finals. It would be good for Helmut to learn more about what kind of a person the divine swordsman really was. He tells Luke that he will summon him after the finals. They will talk in detail then. Luke asks why he would be calling for him. He should understand his situation, that if he keeps appearing publicly with him, it puts both him and the commander in an awkward position. The prince says it is related to his safety. He asks what he means by safety. The prince says he should just know that for now, he will send someone to call for him discreetly, so he does not need to worry about prying eyes. He says to take care and leaves. Helmut comments that they both looked very close considering how worried Luke was. He says despite the prince's status, he is very approachable. He does think he is a great person, but there are times when the situation does not allow him to follow his heart. Helmut says he should accept his invitation. He says no one else will take responsibility for his life. If he is always dragged along by the situation, he will lose himself when that situation abandons him. Luke senses Darian's presence from him. He says he knows something and should tell him what exactly this life-threatening matter is. He says that he should just do what he can for now, and Helmut will do what he can as well. He leaves saying he should go flirt with some girls like always and ease the pressure about the finals. Luke gets annoyed. Helmut wishes Luke Yeager realizes how dangerous a position he is actually in. Helmut returns to the accommodation and is tired. Mikhail is reading and welcomes him. He asks if he enjoyed the conversation with the second prince. Helmut is not surprised anymore. He says with someone as prominent as a prince, one ends up knowing their moves whether they want to or not. He tells Helmut that something interesting happened today. He asks if he ever heard of the name Leighton. He says it is the first time he is hearing it. They say he was the greatest blacksmith in the West several decades ago. Not only was he the greatest blacksmith, but he was also the most fussy one. He would not forge a sword unless he personally acknowledged the person. Helmut thinks he is quite a character. Mikhail says today he met a blacksmith named Kevin, who is Leighton's apprentice. He told him Leighton had 3 masterpieces he considered his finest. They were forged in one day as if he was possessed. The 3 identical swords were made in succession. The swords were all products of Bassor, and all 3 were presented to the royal family. But only one was ever given to someone for personal use, and it remained with that person for life. But according to Kevin, his sword looks strikingly similar to one of Leighton's masterpieces. The only one that ever left the royal family's possession was the sword of Darian de Pert. Helmut takes out his sword and threatens him to be very careful with his next words. Helmut has pinned Mikhail down with his elbow on the bed and threatens him to be very careful with his next words. He barely is able to speak and says, judging by his reaction, he must have struck a nerve. He asks if he can let him go and have a talk with him first. It is hard to breathe like this. Helmut lets him go. He does not quite understand why he is so desperate to keep this all a secret, but he has no intention of going around blabbing around it either. The blacksmith Kevin will soon be dealt with by his trusted men. That means only him and Helmut will know the secret. He asks if he is trying to get him indebted to him. Mikhail says he does not like debts. Besides, he did not dig up this information himself. That blacksmith came to me on his own and told me about it. This is a sign of goodwill. He is letting his secret stay a secret. He promises to not leak it out. Helmut trusts him and says it better be not a lie. Mikhail was seriously terrified until now. As expected of a martial arts tournament finalist, the pressure he exudes is on another level. Since it has come to this, he wants to ask what his relationship with the divine swordsman is. He says he is Darian's apprentice. Mikhail gets excited knowing that the divine swordsman had an apprentice. He is sharing a room with him, and it is very cool for him. Helmut knows he will be nosy for a while. Mikhail asks him if he learnt from the divine swordsman before he disappeared or after. He also thinks he has arrived in Bassor for the divine swordsman. Helmut says he better start thinking about how he is going to pretend not to know him. Something might happen. He says he had no intention of getting more involved anyway. He better pack his things in advance. If he leaves in a rush, his stamina won't hold up. Helmut says he had no idea this sword was that famous. He knew it was a good sharp sword. He wonders if it is that famous, how come no one recognized it until now? Mikhail says it is understandable. It originally belonged to the royal family. So, unless one is royalty, one would never have seen it. It even looks ordinary on the outside, so unless one is an expert, they can't really tell. Just in case, he warns Mikhail he better not flaunt it in front of any prince or the king. He asks how the preparations are going for the finals. He seemed pretty wary of Yeager. Helmut says he was never wary of him. He just hopes it does not end too anticlimactically. Meanwhile, in the middle of the desert, a person wearing white robes is walking around. He touches some sand, and a big scorpion comes up from inside the sand. He takes out a crystal ball that is also on the head of the scorpion. He says he is a good boy and calls him clever to remember his master. It is time for him to get up now, he says. The next day, the final match of the tournament started. The announcer welcomes everyone and wonders who could have imagined such a match. A young genius from the Palmanites who carries the future of Bassor versus a mysterious young genius of unknown origin. Helmut feels like he has been cast as the villain here. Luke says not to worry about it. It is just for show, for the Bassor audience. He says it is a bit burdensome though. If he loses after being hyped up this much, the backlash won't be small. Luke says he has a talent for scratching people's nerves. He should not come begging him for the prize money after he loses. Helmut sees Darian's spirit in him, based on his style. It brings back memories for him. Mikhail sees birds in the sky. Before they could fight, the bird drops a half-eaten human. After everyone sees it, the bird turns out to be a monster. The bird monster is in the sky. Luke wonders why a monster in a place like this is there. Helmut shouts at Luke and rushes towards him. Luke thinks he might be attacking and asks what he is thinking of doing in this situation. But Helmut points up and Luke realizes it. He points his sword in such a direction that Helmut can jump off of it and reach the monster. He slays the monster in a single hit using Viss. Some time passes. Ludus says the identification tag belongs to a resident of the southern oasis village. He commands a knight to summon the emergency knight squad. They must advance the expedition schedule. He wonders why a monster would carry a corpse all the way here. The knight sees it almost feels like a declaration of war. Luke sees the dead monster and thinks that he will be fighting monsters from now on. Luke asks Helmut if he ever fought with a monster before. If not, how could he make such a quick judgment? He says he has fought this thing more than him at least. Luke says the more he gets to know him, the less his actions match his appearance. He asks if all monsters look like that. Helmut asks him if he really never encountered one before. He says he was just a civilian until recently, not even a knight. He asks how many chances normal people have to see a monster. Helmut says they are just big brutes without reason. They are actually easier to deal with than humans, so there is no need to be afraid. Luke says he is not afraid at all. Helmut remembers Alaga and thinks it is a different story if a monster has intelligence. The announcer apologizes for the incident. Due to the recent unforeseen event, the final match will be temporarily suspended. All participants should gather in the waiting room. Luke wonders why they are being sent to the waiting room. They arrive and Ludus along with the knight are there. Luke asks why he is here. He wants to get to the point since time is tight. He tells them that the remains brought by the monster appear to belong to a resident of the southern Oldor region. That means the area was attacked by the monster. Due to this unprecedented emergency, the Palmanite Order has decided to bring forward the monster subjugation expedition. He tells Luke that he is obligated to participate in the expedition as a knight. He should prepare and be on standby. He understands. Ludus tells Helmut that it is regrettable that such an incident happened before the important final match. The match will be suspended until the expedition is completed. He asks if he can remain on standby till then. He knows that they brought him here to negotiate. He asks them what if he says no. In that case, the second option is to declare the match a draw and split the prize money. No one wants to end it like that, but there are no other choices. Helmut thinks for a bit. He tells them that he will join the monster subjugation with Luke, and whoever defeats more monsters becomes the winner. Luke is shocked. Ludus says monster subjugation is not some sightseeing trip. He is aware of that. He believes that he proved himself when he dealt with the flying monster that disrupted the stage earlier. Ludus thinks he is indeed a finalist in the prestigious Bassor martial tournament. He apologizes for the discourtesy. He accepts and says both of them should finish preparations for the expedition by 3 p.m. and assemble at the plaza. Luke asks him if he is seriously going on the expedition, and he thinks he is trying to twist it in his favor by determining the winner by how many monsters they defeat. Helmut says it is not about fairness. Encountering monsters is mostly up to luck. Besides, he is not doing this just to win. He is doing it because he is concerned about his safety. Luke asks if he thinks he would get killed by a monster. He says they can go for that reason. Luke is kidding. This is about what the second prince mentioned. He has been thinking about it too. It has been keeping him up at night. He asks if he can tell who is trying to take his life. Helmut thinks if he tells the suspect right now, he might start acting wary of a specific person, and it could cause problems. He says he is not sure about it himself. For now, he should not trust anyone in the Knights completely, not even the captain. Mikhail and Robert come up behind them and calls Helmut. He greets Luke and says this must be their first meeting outside. Luke asks Helmut if he is his brother. He says he is just someone he knows. Mikhail asks if he can borrow Helmut for a moment. They will be back shortly. Luke accepts. He tells Helmut to head to the place with his gear when he is done. Mikhail comments that he has gotten close to Luke. He tells Helmut that he is leaving Bassor tonight. They will meet again someday, so it is not their last conversation. He has been paying a lot of attention to him, so he figured that he is going to help out Luke on the monster subjugation. Mikhail cannot help but ask if Luke is the reason he came to Bassor, and he asks what kind of a person he is. Helmut does not want to tell and asks if that is all he wanted to tell. Mikhail tells him that 2 days ago, someone who appeared to be a priest of Lumen was seen in the southern desert of Bassor. He thought Helmut should know. He realizes that Mikhail did not come here just to watch the tournament either. He will remember what he said and leaves. The monster subjugation expedition has started. The knights have prepared and are riding out on horses. Luke is feeling a little nervous, which is unlike him. He did not expect his first expedition to begin this abruptly. Someone from the crowd wearing black robes hands him something which might be a piece of paper. Helmut sees it. Ludus tells all troops to march out. Under the scorching desert sun, the expedition that would change the fate of Bassor began without warning. They place tents to strategize. Ludus is giving a briefing. He points out on a map that this is the place that was attacked by monsters. It is an oasis village called Oldor, even further south than Dezera. They received a detailed damage report through the crystal orb. The station knights in Dezera identified the situation early and went to aid the residents. But the number of monsters was greater than expected. They were forced to retreat and only managed to rescue a single survivor. One of the knights says it is a disgrace to the honor of Palma Knights that they only rescued one person. Ludus says they should not be too harsh. Not only were there a lot of monsters, but among them, it seems that familiar one was there as well. The Crimson Scorpion. That bastard managed to mature into its adult form without them noticing. The knights find it impossible as they did their best in their investigation into it. Helmut thinks they are talking about the monster that Darian killed. Ludus says not to speak any nonsense about the divine swordsman failing to kill it. The one who said it was Gorderic. Ludus says being afraid beforehand does nothing to help this mission. If there is a difference from that time, it is that the divine swordsman was alone. This time, they are together. He knows he is not as reliable as he is, but because they all make up for what he lacks, the Palma Knights are now the strongest they have ever been. They should be brave in wielding their swords for the Palma Knights. They all agree with him. He continues with the schedule. Firstly, they will head to Dezera to regroup, then join the station knights to reorganize their forces. Each unit will then split up with a captain leading them and scout all of southern Dezera. There might be monsters that strayed from the main group. Meanwhile, the main unit under his command will head directly to Oldor to eliminate the monsters and assist the residents. Once the reconnaissance units complete their missions, they are to regroup at Oldor and join the elimination operation. He will now name the members of the main unit. Captain Horton Kaikro, Romero Haas, Caroso Lona. He speaks more. And lastly, Luke Yeager. If there are no objections, they should rest up. But Helmut objects. He wants to be included in the main unit. Ludus says he will be moving with Vice Captain Alvis. The main unit's mission carries the heaviest weight in this operation. He knows his skills are sufficient, but he does not trust him enough to include an outsider in such a critical task. Helmut mentions the agreement they made before they departed, to determine the winner of martial arts tournament based on the number of monsters slain during this expedition. To be fair, equal opportunity is necessary. If he is part of the reconnaissance unit, wandering the desert while the main unit is already engaging monsters, that is unfair. At the very least, Luke should be placed in the same group as me. One of the knights, Horton, lashes out at Helmut and calls him an impudent brat. This is a crucial mission, but he is trying to derail it for personal reasons. Ludus says to let him be. He is not entirely wrong. But as Horton said, they cannot change an established operation for such reasons. He asks if he is willing to start counting monsters only after all the groups assemble in Uldor. Helmut says that would be unfair to Luke, who would be tired from prior battles. Surely, he must not be planning to order the Palma Knights to just wait around and not fight. Ludus orders him to move with Alvis. He does not feel obligated to follow that order. He is not a Palma Knight after all. Silence grows in the tent. Ludus laughs and asks Luke what he thinks about this. He says he also believes the competition should be fair. Then Helmut is to be assigned to the main unit. Horton asks Ludus if he is really going to bend to a child's whim so easily. He tells Horton that before being a child, he is a finalist in the Bassor martial arts tournament. Besides, adding one person won't cause a major issue. However, with the main unit now having 13 members instead of 12, the formation will be unbalanced. So, Helmut will be positioned at the rear. In case of a monster attack, protecting him might be difficult. Helmut says it is fine, he can take care of himself. That concludes the briefing. Ludus tells everyone to get enough rest to prepare for departure. Helmut thinks that Ludus did not oppose this as much as he expected. He wonders if he thinks a variable like himself can be managed easily. Still, now that he is amongst the Palma Knights, it is clear to him that the level of loyalty the Knights have towards Ludus Kaikro is exceptional. If he comes to conflict with him, he may end up turning all of the Knights into enemies. He needs to keep his head straight. They reach Dezera. Then they go out to Uldor. Ludus finds it strange. It should be Uldor, he is certain. But there is nothing but ruins. No sign of any monsters either. Alvis says they might have moved elsewhere. But Ludus says monsters don't usually abandon their habitats easily. But considering they attacked Uldor and ever reached Bassora, it is a possibility. Alvis thinks the scorpion might be hiding under the sand. Ludus orders all troops to maintain formation and enter Uldor. They reach Uldor and see blood in the buildings. It is too quiet. No traces of residents, let alone the monsters. Alvis says he has got a bad feeling, and they should get out of here for now. A small rock hits the armor of Alvis. He turns around and says the knight behind him to not mess around. But he did not do anything. Suddenly lots of rocks come down, and he sees the scorpion monster on the roof of a building, eager to attack. Ludus, upon knowing there are scorpions around, tells everyone to get down. He takes out his sword and uses Viss to attack the scorpion. Then he says to form ranks, they are getting out of here first. Horton gets into a dig and falls off his horse. Helmut wonders if he should jump in to save him. He has to go now. But Luke goes in to save him. He tells Horton to duck and uses Viss to kill the scorpion. But it did not die, and it is quite tough. He tells Horton to mount up. They will follow the vanguard. A snake monster is also chasing them. Luke says all units have exited Uldor. Ludus tells the entire battalion to turn around and form ranks. They are going to purge them. Helmut thinks Horton Kaikro is one of Ludu's henchmen. Even if he helped him now, he might face him in the future. That thought made his body hesitate for a moment. But Luke did not hesitate at all, even knowing that there was a traitor within the Knight Order. He wonders if he is too naive or just genuinely kind. They have killed all the monsters. Ludus says that things have been settled. He never thought monsters would be lying in ambush. Alvis says it is not just monsters. There is an oddly large number of scorpions. This may be a bigger issue than they thought. Helmut comments on Luke seeming to struggle. He says not at all. He is just disappointed that it was easier than expected. Helmut asks why he saved them. Not just Horton, but even the comrades he saved might end up pointing their swords at him. That may be so, he says. But still, he did not pick up a sword just to stand by and watch when people are in need. Luke says that Horton is not really that much of a threat to him. Ludus says it looks like there is still some time until they regroup. Alvis asks if they should try contacting them. He says no. If there is no word from them, it probably means nothing happened. If it is the unit led by Dassam and Romero, they should be fine against small time monsters. A knight comes up to him with a crystal communication ball that is glowing purple. He needs to take the call. He asks if it is Dassam. The knight says no. It is Heinz, garrison knight of Dazera, reporting. He tells Ludus that the monsters are gathering beneath Dazera's walks. Ludus is shocked to hear that the monsters that ambushed them were not the only ones. Right now, they are just clustered beneath the walls for some reason. But most of their forces are out on expeditions, making it difficult to repel them. Ludus asks if there are any red glowing scorpions among them. He says they are not present here. Ludus tells him that they will send reinforcements his way. Alvis says the red scorpion is not at Dazera, which could mean this is a ploy to either make us withdraw or split their forces. He wonders if monsters can really think that far ahead. Ludus says they were capable of setting up an ambush. It is not too far-fetched for them to use diversion tactics. But they are not about to back down so easily. They will leave only a small force here to continue scouting and send the rest back to Dazera as reinforcements. Helmut thinks if he sends everyone except his own henchmen back to Dazera, Luke, and he will be completely isolated. He wonders if he predicted this far ahead. But he is not as easy of a mark as he thinks. Ludus will send orders to the units that have not regrouped yet. Only him, Gorderic, and 5 others will remain here. The rest will return to Dazera. He tells Luke and Helmut to go back too. Helmut is surprised to hear that. Luke and Helmut are ordered by Ludus to return to Dazera. Luke does not want to. Ludus says not to worry. It is not because he doubts his capabilities. It is precisely because he trusts him that he is sending him back. Once their work in Dazera is complete, they should return here with reinforcements. They will bring down the Red Scorpion with their combined strength. He will make sure to get Luke's revenge on the archenemy of his grandfather. Once preparations are complete, they will move out. Helmut is riding and thinks about Ludus. It would have been the perfect opportunity for him to trap him and Luke. He wonders why he sent them away. Looking at the circumstances, there is a high chance Ludus is the traitor. But that is only his speculation. He has never acted suspicious after all. Or maybe it was an order from the first prince, but he does not want to overthink it. The important thing is not to let their guard down, because tragedy always arrives without warning. Luke asks Helmut if he respects the divine swordsman, and if he feels the urge to destroy the Red Scorpion to avenge him. Even though he carries the divine swordsman's blood and inherited his swordsmanship, he does not really feel like he has to avenge him. That is probably because he never even had a single conversation with him. When Ludus mentioned avenging the divine swordsman earlier, he was a bit disappointed. It felt like someone who advised him to prove himself with his own strength still sees the divine swordsman in him. He then asks Helmut if it seems weird to him. Helmut says it sounds a bit spoiled of him to say that after getting everything he could from the divine swordsman. Luke comments on how talking with him always makes his worries feel insignificant. Helmut says it is better to think about how to survive right now. He asks about the thing someone handed to him before they left Bassor. Luke says he was so distracted that he has not even checked it yet. He takes it out. It is a note. Luke already guesses who it is from. It is from the second prince. He hopes Luke is not too late in reading this letter. A knight says to not break formation. Before he can read, Helmut realizes his seed of darkness senses demonic energy. He tells everyone to stop their horses. It is an ambush. Multiple snakes and scorpion monsters have surrounded them. Alvis orders everyone to prepare for battle. But the red scorpion is there. Alvis says to contact the captain, but the signal is not going through. Helmut and Luke are killing the monsters. Helmut says he got the first hit, so that monster is his for the count. Luke is baffled to see him keeping scored. But he says not to worry as he will keep score for him too. He appreciates it. A snake swallows Helmut, but he slashes it into pieces whilst inside his mouth. Alvis comments that he is reckless. The knights fight the monsters. Helmut faces the red scorpion. It has not joined the fight since the beginning. It has just been speculating. Even the monsters seem less aggressive than usual. It is like they are searching for something. Helmut sees a crystal ball on its head. He remembers that Mikhail told him about the report of someone who looked like a Lumen priest passing through the southern desert of Bassor just before the battle. Alvis asks Ludus if there is something he has forgotten. He says no. He smiles in an evil way, thinking that it is about time they arrived. Helmut sees Luke being grabbed away by a snake's tail. He tries to cut its body but fails. The priest says the target they were searching has been secured. As for the rest, they can go ahead and kill them. The monsters obey the command. The priest sees that only Helmut has left, calling him the unlucky little lamb who somehow survived. His body is covered in monster blood, the unpleasant energy that is piercing his heart. He thought it was demonic energy reacting to the seed of darkness. But the crystal embedded in that scorpion's forehead and the energy radiating from the human, that is the priest, next to it. It is not demonic energy. It is an otherworldly sensation. He thinks it is divine power. The priest says that Helmut possesses strength that is hard to believe. He nearly took care of all of his summoned monsters by himself and still had energy to spare. He looks young, but his strength is far beyond common sense. And for some reason, he senses a faint ominous energy from him. He wonders what he is. Helmut asks where he took Luke. He says talking is pointless. There is no need for him to know and no need for him to tell Helmut. The Dazera reinforcements must all suffer a tragic accident and be completely wiped out today. Helmut says that to capture Luke Yeager, he would sacrifice all his subordinates like pawns. Ludus must be truly terrified of the divine swordsman's heir. The priest realizes he is not just some outsider. He says this won't go smoothly as it did with the divine swordsman. One way or another, he will force his mouth open, find Luke, and stop Ludus Kaikro. He laughs and asks if he is really sure about that. Maybe he needs to rethink his chain of command. He asks if the second prince did not tell him that Ludus is just another piece on the chessboard. He takes off his hood to show his face. He tells Helmut that it was the high priest Nardalo's will to bury the divine swordsman and to eliminate his grandson. To try and save the divine swordsman's grandson means turning Lumen into his enemy. Helmut remembered that Talon told him about a rumor that the temple directly intervened to eliminate Darian. Helmut has changed his mind. One way or another, he will force open his mouth, find Luke, and make sure to kill him first. The priest calls him a reckless bastard. He thinks the second prince needs to reevaluate his judgment of people. The snake throws Luke near Ludus. He welcomes Luke. Luke asks where the others are. Ludus says they should walk a bit for now. They walk in the ruins. The sun is setting. He tells his grandfather was someone he respected more than anyone. It was to gain his recognition that he worked for over 10 years and rose to the position of vice captain. He once told Luke to earn recognition in Bassor through his own strength. However, thinking one can reach their ideal self through effort alone is the kind of nonsense only ignorant brats believe. Luke tells Ludus that he does not want to believe it, but someone gave him a warning, that he should never let himself be alone in a room with him. He asks him if this is a misunderstanding, and if all the trust he placed in him was all a lie. Ludus tells him that the place they are at is where his grandfather was last seen before he went missing. He lured the divine swordsman, Darian D. Pert, into a trap, stripped him of everything, and buried him deep within the forest of roots. He takes out his sword and says he will meet the same fate. The ground shakes. Helmut is fighting the priest, but a barrier blocks his attacks, and he is pushed away by the scorpion's claw. He finds it very bothersome. Just getting close to that power makes his heart ache. He needs to pierce through with stronger Viss, but with his control being unstable, it is hard. The priest wonders what is up with him. It is not like he lacks skill. He just charged in like he was just going to kill him. But now he is helpless against just a single holy barrier. It is as if he is like a monster. The priest senses the seed of darkness inside his heart. He expels a lot of divine energy. He had heard that there are sometimes those who escape the eyes of the temple and survive. There is no doubt that Lumen must have guided him to meet Helmut today. He, who carries the seed of a monster within, will be eliminated by him today and restore justice. Meanwhile, Aaliyah is back at home, in her true appearance, reading a book. She sees the communication bracelet and thinks no news is good news. Helmut is dodging divine attacks by the priest. He says he is pretty good at running away. Helmut thinks something is not right. The scorpion was relentlessly attacking earlier, but now it is calm all of a sudden. It is probably being controlled through that crystal embedded in its forehead. But if its movements are so simple, it means the control is not as precise as expected. Whether it is attacking or defending, it can likely only follow basic commands. Also, that priest has little combat experience. His attack lines are predictable. He cannot even control the red scorpion properly. He has found his path of attack. He only needs one thing now, which is resolve. He attacks head-on. The priest laughs, saying he is a fool for thinking of victory by charging in recklessly. He casts a spell and says to return to Lumen's side. Helmut prepares for it. Ludus has been fighting Luke and is impressed by him. He still does not believe that Ludus is actually trying to kill him, as he comments that his last strike could have killed him. He does not recognize him anymore. He blocks Ludus' attacks, and he says he has truly inherited everything. It is like seeing Darian again in his youth. But he finds an opening and damages him. If he was truly the divine swordsman, he would have deflected that strike instead of blocking it just now. He would have counterattacked before he even landed the blow. If he were the divine swordsman, he would not have been injured by a minor attack. Luke is on his knees now after several attacks by Ludus. He finds it a pathetic sight. He says Bassor no longer has a need for a divine swordsman, Luke Yeager. Luke still gets up, and Ludus does not understand why. But Luke is fighting back viciously now. Now he is acting like Darian. However, he is overwhelmed by Ludus and asks why he hates him so much. He tells him that his death will be remembered as that of a hero, one who perished alongside the Red Scorpion to protect the people. That will be his final kindness to him. With this sword, he has stabbed the divine swordsman in the back. And now he will be going to take out his last remaining successor. But someone says Luke Yeager is not the last. It is Helmut rushing in and attacks Ludus. He takes off his disguise to show his real appearance. He says it is time to end everything. Luke asks Helmut how he got here. He dodged the priest's attack. The attack was to burn the seed of darkness along with his heart. Helmut thinks if it had directly struck the heart, maybe. But if he concentrated all his Viss into his sword and pierced it at a single point, he can offset it to some extent. He had to draw out even the Viss he was using to suppress the seed of darkness. Right now, while the seed is cowering under the overwhelming divine power, he can hold out for a little while. That little while is enough. He destroys the crystal embedded on the scorpion's head. The priest of Lumen who manipulated the scorpion and acted however he pleased. There is no way he would be on good terms with a monster. The scorpion fights the priest. But the seed of darkness is overcoming Helmut. He remembers Darian's face to get the resolve to push on. The priest attacks the scorpion, calling him a filthy inferior monster. It gets staggered, but Helmut is behind the priest, and he slashes his back, and now the priest is vulnerable to the scorpion's attack. He is being crushed by the scorpion. Helmut asks him where Luke is. He says not to look down on him. Helmut puts his sword in his tongue. He says he is really used to stabbing and slicing until he gets the answers he wants. He will start slowly cutting from the parts with the least bleeding, so he can take his time and think it over. Thus, Helmut got to know where Luke is and now is facing Ludus. After the last lesson, he consumed a significant amount of Viss from a prolonged battle. While the seed of darkness grew a bit, the total volume of Viss also increased proportionally. It is a similar situation now, except he has consumed far more Viss in a much shorter time frame. As a result, Viss is regenerating to the point that it is hard to even contain it within his body. It is only a temporary effect, but in this state, he can take on Ludus. He asks Helmut how he survived. He says since he succeeded against the divine swordsman, he did not expect to lose to someone like him. He goes in to attack Helmut. He says whoever he is not leaving this place alive. Whoever he is, Ludus says as long as he deals with him here, there won't be any problems. Helmut says that as if he can actually pull it off. Ludus wonders what he used as his power is beyond belief. Helmut tries to attack from the side. Luke realizes that movement. Ludus asks him where he learnt that swordsmanship from. He shows him his sword and says this will be his answer. Ludus knows it is Darian's sword. Helmut says Darian may have had no particular feelings towards someone like him, but for him he has absolutely no intention of letting him live. Ludus gets concerned and says it is impossible. There is no way Darian Deepert is alive. He personally ambushed him from behind and handed him over to the temple. He did not have time to pass anything on to anyone. Helmut says if a direct demonstration does not convince him, there is nothing more he can do. He dodges Ludus' attack that slashed a rock behind him. Helmut blocks his attacks and finds an opening, but Ludus defends. Their auras are overwhelming. Helmut thinks even in this state, his victory is not guaranteed. He has to end this somehow before the surge of Viss comes to an end. Ludus understands why Darian chose him as his successor. However, it is precisely because of that, he cannot bring himself to acknowledge him. The divine swordsman's legacy must be erased from this world entirely. Helmut thinks that this place around him is like a world of his own. If he had just come out of the Forest of Roots, he probably would have been seeing the same landscape as Ludus is seeing right now. Helmut tries to attack, but Ludus dodges, till he finally gets an opening and damages his armor. Ludus says that is not Darian's swordsmanship. He says since he seemed to know Darian's style, he figured he would struggle to respond if he mixed in sword techniques that he has never seen before. Ludus says that he is out of his mind. He has inherited the greatest swordsmanship from the greatest swordsman, and yet he is choosing to mix in some cheap, pathetic sword techniques. He was personally taught to be the best, and now he is daring to face him without even using it. Helmut says for what it is worth, the ones he knew who used these sword styles, at the very least, they are far more worthy of being called swordsmen than someone like him. Ludus says unfortunately for him, it turns out he is a fake too. If he were truly the divine swordsman, he would never rely on someone else's power like a coward. He is sorry to disappoint, but he is not Darian. He says trying to blind him with illusions won't work. He slashes the illusion, and Helmut is behind him. He remembers Hutton, the mercenary in the semifinals, telling him about strategy being a powerful weapon against someone that is stronger. Helmut slashes Ludus from behind. Some kids played around in a city with wooden swords. They go on a rooftop. A boy which seems to be Darian's son is looking at Darian. He becomes one of the knights in the future and goes on expeditions with his father. Darian easily kills all the monsters. The royalty offers him his sword. Ludus is alongside Darian. He asks him to grant him the honor of learning his swordsmanship. He says it is unlike him to act like this. Ludus says he believes this is the courtesy one must have. Becoming a great swordsman like him has been his lifelong dream. No matter how grueling the training, he will endure it. He wants his permission. Darian says no. He tells him he may have the qualities of a fine adjutant, but his swordsmanship will only be passed down to his blood-born son. But his own son, his own flesh and blood, could not endure his training and gave up. He tells Ludus that he is getting too worked up. He should be careful not to cross the line. He apologizes. He says again that he has no intention of passing his swordsmanship to anyone else. He should stop wasting his time and focus on his actual duties. After some time, Ludus asks if Darian has a moment. He wants to show him something. He performs some sword movements. Although he has only learned these movements by watching over Darian's shoulder, he has filled in the missing parts on his own to complete them. It is excellent swordsmanship without any openings. If executed precisely, its power would be formidable. He says he has pledged his life to him. If he grants him even one chance, he will surely inherit his swordsmanship with excellence. Darian gets angry and asks him if he has really been wasting his time with such nonsense. It seems his earlier warning did not really sink in. This time he will make it clear enough for him to understand. He is utterly unworthy to inherit his swordsmanship, and it is not for any reason other than his lack of talent. He will not pass it on to him for that reason alone. He should not get conceited. Before he mimics another man's sword style and tamper with it as he pleases, he should look at himself first. From now on, he should never bring up this matter again. Ludus only wanted to become a swordsman like him and prove him better. In the present, Ludus is bleeding out. He tells Helmut that Darian was arrogant, self-righteous, and did not particularly care about those around him. Helmut does not deny that. Long ago, he asked him to teach him his swordsmanship, but he insulted him saying he lacked the aptitude and refused. To him, Darian was everything, and he rejected him completely. He resented him for it, so he betrayed him and handed him over to the temple. He had always said he would never pass down his swordsmanship to anyone but his own blood. He thinks he is starting to understand now what changed his heart to pass it on to him. Helmut asks if he ever regretted betraying Darian. He says ever since he denied his very being, he has been obsessed with erasing every trace of the divine swordsman within him. But in the end, it seems he was the one who could not let go of his lingering attachment to him. Since the divine swordsman himself did not come but Helmut did instead, it means that Darian must no longer be of this world. Helmut says that is the case. Ludus asks if Darian ever resented him. Helmut says he never seemed to care what happened to someone like him. Ludus asks Helmut's real name. He tells him about his real name. Then Ludus says someday, if he experiences betrayal by someone he trusts above all else, he wonders if he will be able to make a different choice from his. He will be watching from the other side. Helmut slashes his neck, and his head is severed. Helmut speaks coldly that he can do as he likes. Luke now gets to know that Helmut is the last disciple of the divine swordsman. Helmut puts on his disguise again and says to still call him Hyde. Luke thinks all this time he must have looked ridiculous to him, grumbling about being the divine swordman's grandson. He says that could not be helped. Luke comments that he does not even deny it and calls him cheeky. He asks what he plans to do now. It is a clear fact the knight captain betrayed the divine swordsman and drove him to his death. But whether people will actually believe that is another matter. Helmut says he has no intention of revealing the truth as it is. He thinks about it. He sees someone coming on horse from afar. He has a feeling that his plan might work out after all. It is the second prince. He tells them that on the way here, he heard from Darian that the knight captain came here all alone. They should explain what happened. He sees the dead body of Ludus. Luke asks when he got to know about Ludus betraying Darian de Pert. He says he was not certain. He only had a vague suspicion. The influence of the pro-temple faction was too strong, and he could not dig around carelessly. He apologizes to Luke for not telling him sooner. He says what is the point of knowing now, after that person has died. He comments that Luke never knows how to act humble in front of him. Luke says he thought of the captain like a father. The prince says that is what a knight captain should be. The center for all knights in Bassor, someone everyone can rely on. Even if that person is of the bloodline he despises the most. He tells Luke that it may be a burden he will have to take up someday. Luke thinks that he is going to make him captain, but the prince says he has not lost his mind that he would put a greenhorn like him in that position. Rightfully, the vice-captain, Darian Alvis, will succeed in the captain's position. He is one of their own, planted there to monitor the pro-temple faction. This is a golden opportunity to redirect the knights' power to their side. Still, if he proves himself to be worthy, there is no reason he could not take the role someday. Luke told his plan to Helmut. The Red Scorpion and Ludus Kykro were taken down by both of them together. However, Helmut should never reveal that he is the divine swordsman's disciple. Luke asks Helmut if he is fine with giving half the credit. If people in Bassor knew he was the divine swordman's last disciple, he would be treated like royalty. Helmut says remaining in Bassor as the divine swordman's heir is his role. Darian would want that too. For him to live here as a swordsman that will not waver in the face of anyone. He says he will do his best to live up to expectations. The prince says that is the most refreshing answer he has ever heard from him. He apologizes to Helmut for dragging him into unrelated matters. But he will need his help just until they settle this situation. He asks where is the Red Scorpion that they both killed. Helmut says it is about 30 minutes away. He wonders that the scorpion was being controlled by the High Priest of Lumen. So, after a fierce fight, they were the only ones left alive. He chased after Luke, who had been captured by a monster, and that is how they ended up fighting the knight captain. Luke wonders if anyone would believe such a flimsy story. The prince thinks the original must have been to use a rescue request to Dezera as an excuse to lure Luke and the other sacrifices into a trap and have them all die fighting the Red Scorpion. And if by chance Luke survived, bring him before the monster Ludus and have him finished off there. Then they would be hailed as heroes who saved Bassor from the Scorpion. And revealing Luke's identity at that point would bring praise that the divine swordsman's descendant had once again saved Bassor, boosting the support for the knights. Luke is impressed by his insights. The prince says they should reuse their plan exactly as it was. The Palma Knights fought the Red Scorpion valiantly but lost their captain, and a young knight of the divine swordsman's bloodline slew the beast and saved Bassor from crisis. He says that sounds like a fine tale. Luke says it is a bit cruel to the dead, but he will follow his lead. It is decided then. He asks Helmut to guide them to the scorpion's body. Luke wants to wait. He suggests burying the captain's body here. The prince asks it might not be fair to him, but words alone won't convince the knights and the people. Luke says he has two reasons. First, the wounds on the neck and chest clearly come from a sword, and none of the monsters they fought could have made such wounds. Second, even without evidence, it will give the knights and the people something tangible to believe in. He will make sure of that himself. Prince wonders if he is really the grandson of the divine swordsman. He will follow his suggestion and calls him Knight Luke Yeager of the Palma Knights. The sun is coming up. Helmut apologizes to Darian saying that Luke does not carry his shadow from his perspective now. Helmut, Luke, and the second prince reach the place where the Red Scorpion has been slain. He asks Helmut where the body of the priest is. He says it is buried underneath the scorpion. He asks what happened to his face. He says he had some things he wanted to ask him. The prince's plan was to use this as leverage to negotiate with the temple. But in this state, it will just give them an excuse to refuse negotiations. He will probably have to tear his head off or something. He says he heard they both were having a hunting competition as an extension of the tournament. Since they brought down the red scorpion together, he asks if they plan to split the prize money evenly. Luke nervously says it is only right that he yields. Helmut helped him out in many ways, but Helmut thinks the red scorpion was not really his kill anyway. Luke says there is something more important to him than the prize money. The prince laughs and congratulates Helmut on his victory. At such a young age, he has become a rich man overnight. He thanks him. He says he will summon the men to carry the scorpion away. He asks if they can wait here in the meantime. Luke accepts. Helmut peeks inside the scorpion and sees no core. Since this much time passed, he figured some other monster would have smelled it and taken it. A monster that consumed the core of another inherits its power completely. That is why their numbers never truly decrease. The monster that consumed the red scorpion's core today will someday reveal itself, becoming another threat to Bassor. Helmut thinks that Luke's path ahead is clear. Hardship awaits him. The knights brought Ludus' sword. The second prince is telling the people that today, they were saved from the grave threat of the monsters, but they also lost a great knight, Ludus Kaikro, the commander of the knights. Long ago, they were also forced to bid farewell to another great knight, Darian D. Pert, the divine swordsman himself. Both of them, in the face of the ongoing threat of monsters, willingly sacrificed their bodies for Bassor. It is a tragedy but not one of despair. Just as the monsters continue to return, generation after generation, so too they will carry on the will left behind by those who have departed. That will is now passed down to Dasim Alvis, the next knight captain. And in time, to whoever else proves to be worthy. Luke Yeager comes up. He takes out his sword, and the crowd grows silent. He thinks that when his father taught him the sword, he lacked everything. But he dreamed of the future while focusing only on the sword. Then one day, he learned that this swordsmanship was that of the divine swordsman. And from then on, he lived in contradiction, denying the divine swordsman, yet desperately chasing after his shadow. It was Helmut. He was the one who made him realize the truth. Whether it is the him who denies the divine swordsman's blood, or the him who seeks to inherit his will, both are fragments of the whole that make up him. He showcases his swords to the crowd, using Viss. The prince says the name he should been born from the beginning, Luke D. Pert. The son of Darian D. Pert, the divine swordsman. Descendant of Newman D. Pert. The first prince gets shocked. The prince says, as they all know, the divine swordsman's son severed ties with him early on, but his descendant returned to Bassor and became a knight of Palma Knights, protecting them. And in the end, he played a part in striking the final blow against the Red Scorpion, saving Bassor from a crisis. The will of the divine swordsman has been passed down across generations to shield them. People of Bassor believe it. So long as there is someone to inherit that will, they shall never be defeated. The prince's speech is very strong and wins over the crowd. The first prince is angry. He says to Luke that he can feel his brother's gaze stabbing him from behind. Luke's troubles have just begun. He says he will endure it. Helmut is preparing to leave. Luke asks if he can stay a little longer. He says he has matters to attend to. Luke says if one thinks about it, they share the same master. That makes them senior and junior. He says he thinks of him as a brother. So, if he ever needs help, he can come to him. He will treat him business as Bassor's own and drop everything to help him. He hopes it never comes to that. The second prince arrives and says he has never seen such a sparse farewell for a martial arts tournament winner. He asks if Helmut has collected his prize money properly. He says he did. He tells him if he ever gets time, he should visit Bassor. Then he will receive a welcome truly befitting a champion. He will consider it, but Bassor is far too hot and exhausting for him. Helmut leaves. The prince says that Luke will be lonely. They both were the divine swordsman's only disciples in the world. He says his heart feels a little emptier because of that. But he asks how he knows about Helmut. He laughs, saying that innocent look of his suits him so well. He says that he recognized his swordsmanship because he knew about Darian D. Pert. It was a royal treasure. Perhaps his brother, the first prince, indifferent as he is, would not notice. But he idolized him, so he recognized the sword. He says not to worry. He has no intention of spreading troublesome rumors. Above all, he would not ruin the bond of friendship between men. He hopes that Helmut tells his real name the next time they meet. Helmut returns to Ethan's mansion. He did not take his disguise off and Ethan is confused. And he gets more confused when he shows him his prize money. The seemingly short yet long incidents in Bassor came to an end. And soon, the day of the academy's reopening arrived. Aaliyah sees Helmut in the dormitory from behind. She gets shy and expresses that if he was here, he should have at least contacted him with his bracelet instead of just waiting. He turns around and greets her, and she gets to see his tan face. She is shocked. Cyan asks Helmut what happened to his skin. He only found out recently that apparently disguise magic keeps the skin tone consistent, so no one can tell on the outside. Aaliyah said she will restore it with magic. Helmut says it feels kind of new and refreshing in its own way. He says he has grown taller. He is so jealous of him because he is already tall yet still has room to grow. Helmut asks where Asuka is. He thought he would be with Cyan. Since the semester started, he has been in the training room non-stop. He is completely different now. He will be shocked when he sees him. Aaliyah says she has already packed up his things. He is the first person he has seen come back the day before the academy starts again. He should do this himself. He thanks her. Cyan says he is at the top of the class now, so he will be getting his own room. He congratulates him that he has escaped from picky Aaliyah's clutches. She tells Cyan if he has the time to spout nonsense, then he can go back to his own room. He says he is talking to Helmut. She should not jump in, unless she has got something to feel guilty about. She gets angry. He says there is no need to blast him away. He will go back. He says he will see them later and leaves. Aaliyah asks if he is relieved to know that he is going to have his own room now. He says he never said he felt relieved. And besides, the new room is literally right across from hers. She asks if he is saying he likes it or not. He says it's not like her to ask him that question. She says there is nothing wrong with asking. He says having his own space is nice, but there are downsides too. He won't be able to just rely on magic cleaning anymore or casually ask her things. It will be a bit inconvenient. She gets disappointed and says to forget it and apologizes for asking. But if he ever needs cleaning done, he can just call her. She will do it once as a service. Also, he promised he would grant her one request, anything she wanted, back when he brought back Asuka without permission and she gave him treatment. She says she will probably call that in soon, just so he knows. He asks if she has already thought of something. He will find out soon enough. If he needs anything, her room is right across the hall. He tells Aaliyah that they should do their best this semester as well. She also says to give his best this time. She leaves and gets embarrassed, wondering what she is even doing right now. Helmut is just about done with his packing. It's been a while since he has used the academy training grounds. He wonders if Asuka is still there. He enters the training grounds and wonders what has gotten into him since he has not seen him since he came back. A sword comes towards him but misses him. It is Charlotte. He did not expect anyone to come in. Asuka says that she should hold her sword properly, or she will lose grip of it again. She can't help it, as he is swinging his sword like he is trying to kill her. Asuka sees Helmut and asks where he has even been this whole time. He notices his tan. Helmut also comments that he has grown a lot taller too. He asks if it is just the two of them here. A few people came, but they just took a peek and left. He thinks if they are not going to train, they should not even come to training hall. Their willpower is pathetic. Helmut thinks it is not that they did not want to come in, but they could not because of him. Charlotte is tired and has been stuck sparring with him for over 4 hours now. Asuka says to spar with him. He says he was going to head to a private training room. Asuka says if he thinks he has been slacking off during vacation, he is dead wrong. Loser buys the next meal. Charlotte says she already promised to spar with Helmut before vacation ended, so if anyone gets to go first, it is her. Asuka says she was just whining about being tired just moments ago. Besides, it is her senior who should go first. They argue for a bit. Helmut is happy knowing he is back where he belongs. He says he will spar once. He does owe them both something after all. Asuka asks what he is talking about all of a sudden. It is not surprising that he would accept so easily, so no backing out. He wanted to test himself too. They do not have much time, so they can do 2-on-1 and end this in one go. Asuka is surprised to see him that eager, and he shows ridiculous surge of Viss. He wonders what he did while he was away. Night falls. Helmut asks Aaliyah if they should depart. They go to the market. Helmut and Aaliyah are in a crowded area. She tells him that it is a fine dining restaurant that serves high-class, full-course meals. It is worth the price, but the portions might be a bit small for him. She points out that across the general store there is a steakhouse. They even have a tailored menu for swordsmanship department students. He tells her she can choose whichever place she wants to go. She says he is the one paying after all, so she can at least let him decide on the menu. He says he does not really know what they serve here. Aaliyah is frustrated about why he even suggested coming here in the first place. In that case, they can just go to a restaurant that she has tried once before, and it was better than she expected. He wonders why he even brought that up. She presents him with a menu and to choose course A or course B. Personally, she recommends course A. The wine-marinated herring shrimp bowl they serve with is really good. But Helmut is zoning off. She asks where he is looking off to. He was wondering what he felt off, and now he gets it. Today, it has been very quiet around her, unlike usual. Normally, there is always someone following her around. She usually covers her face with a hood. She comments that it took him long enough to catch on and asks why he thinks that is. He says that it feels her aura has thinned a little and asks if she is using some kind of artifact. She says if something like an artifact could solve it, it would have been taken care of a long time ago. The reason people are always drawn to her is because of the innate nature of her mana. During the break, she studied ways to suppress that nature and has managed to achieve some results. She wonders who would have thought that becoming ordinary could be this difficult. It is almost laughable. He agrees and says that it is not easy. She asks if he has anything else he wants to say. He must have had something to talk about to go of his way to arrange this meeting. He says no, that is not the case. He just came into some money recently. Considering he had received quite a lot of help from her, he thought of treating her. She says she is not all that surprised considering it is him. He asks what she means by it. She says usually when someone shows her kindness, it is something because they want something from her, but he is not the kind of shameless person who would act like that. If he were, he would not have even agreed to meet him in the first place. She is curious to know if he does not have anything to say, why bother coming all the way out into the city with her? He says if it is really something worth being so curious about. She figured he would answer like that. She hands him the menu whilst being flustered. She tells him to hurry up and pick a course. She is hungry. He wonders if it really is strange to make plans without a reason. Then again, had it been Asuka or Cyan, he probably would not have been the one to suggest it first. He wonders what is different with Aaliyah. Someone says if it really is him. It is a coincidence meeting him here. Teresa, the top of third year in the magic department, says it has been a while since they last talked. He has gotten even more handsome since she last saw him. Helmut does not remember her and asks who she is. She tells him and says he reacted the same way he did when they first met at the general store. She is with another girl. Aaliyah says to not interfere and go on their own way. She says Aaliyah is still prickly as ever. The other girl asks Teresa if he is the one she mentioned. She says her name is Sophia, and she is also a third-year student in the magic department. She comments that he is seriously good-looking. Teresa says since fate brought them together like this, she asks if they can eat together. It is better to brighten up the atmosphere by dining with them than just two guys sitting gloomily, as Aaliyah is a boy to everyone else. Aaliyah says politely to leave. Teresa says he is not asking her but Helmut. They can even cover the bill for him. Aaliyah tells Helmut not to answer them and just ignore them. Helmut coldly says he would rather not be disturbed right now. They should not worry about the bill, so if they could go eat separately, he would appreciate it. Teresa and Aaliyah both are in shock. She says he is just being mindful of Aaliyah and should just say what he thinks. Aaliyah is her friend, so she would respect his opinion too. Helmut says this is what he wants, and besides, he still needs to decide on a course, so he would like her to head back now. Teresa gets embarrassed. She gets angry saying he is clueless. When a senior offers kindness, sometimes it is better to just accept it. Besides, the two of them stick so closely together, it is practically suspicious. The rumors might start spreading. Sophia tells her that is enough, and she should calm down. Aaliyah says words are not going to be enough here. She is showing magic and threatens that she can make her forcefully leave. Teresa also shows magic, saying she has gotten way too arrogant since the break ended. She can properly show her what it means to respect her seniors. A bulky, tall waiter comes up and says they are disturbing the other customers while they are eating. If they are going to cause a scene, they can take it outside. Teresa and Sophia leaves. Their food arrives. Helmut says that waiter must be a graduate from the swordsmanship department. Because of the pressure he felt from his was unordinary, Aaliyah says that Helmut has changed a little. He says he has not really noticed it. She says it is a compliment. From now on, if any weird people try to cling on to him, handle it just like he did just now. She smiles. The food tastes better than last time for some reason, she comments. In the end, Helmut could not clearly define the strange feeling he had towards Aaliyah. However, soon after, he would face one of the most important events of the academy. James asks Helmut if he can help him out at his shop during the festival. As he was his fellow comrade from outdoor camp training, this is a once-in-a-lifetime favor he is asking. Helmut does not know about the festival. The Greta Academy Festival is one of the few annual exchange events between the swordsmanship and the magic department. It is a true cadets' day where cadets take the lead in opening booths and running activities. James along with Andro and Dino come up to Helmut. James tells him that their booth's main menu item is red bean shaved ice. Dino will handle the supplies, Andro will do the cooking, and he is in charge of attracting customers. Helmut is the last piece of the puzzle. Once he joins, their team will be complete. He asks where exactly he is needed. He says he would be their pretty face. He says he heard the rumors about him turning down Teresa from the magic department. He says it is not true though. James says he should not lie. The entire academy knows about it. Teresa is the idol and first love of most male cadets, and he rejected her. The general consensus is that with his face, it makes sense. Right now, he is a superstar among both male and female cadets, each for different reasons. If he is with them, their booth is guaranteed to be the hottest place. Asuka asks what is going on. James apologizes to Asuka saying if it were not for Helmut, this spot would have been his. Asuka puts his hand on his head and slams him down. He says they are gossiping about him in front of him and asks if being a runner-up is funny. Andro says they were just talking about the festival. James thought he just went to see his late grandmother for a moment. Asuka says they are just twisting words and making them sound weird. He asks Helmut if he is really going to help them. He has not answered yet. But during free time, training comes first. He does not have time for other things. Asuka says he is not doing it. They have seen enough so they can leave now. James says why he is acting as Helmut's spokesperson. And he tells Helmut that he should enjoy his youth, not train during the festival. Asuka comments that is why James' grades are stagnating. A student tells them to be quiet, as the instructor is coming. Instructor Paul tells them that the Academy Festival starts next week. He understands the excitement, but they still have responsibilities. After the 3-day festival, they will be given a week-long training assignment, which he will explain in detail later. As the second semester draws to a close, there will be the final exam and the selection tournament. A student called William asks what tournament it is. He says the tournament is held to choose representatives for the Baden Combined Swordsmanship Competition. It is a joint event where not only Greta Academy, but also the other 2 academies of Baden are participating. It is a rare opportunity, so the instructors are expecting a lot from them. The selection will take 4 representatives in total, 2 from years 1 to 3, and 2 from years 4 to 6. Even if they do not aim to be selected, it will still count as their final practice exam, so they should not take it lightly. Andro tells Helmut that it is surprising that the temple allowed this. Since Baden's academies mainly focus on training mages, the temple usually blocks joint events like this. He asks why the temple restricts mages. Andro says mages generally do not believe in the gods. From the temple's perspective, they are the people who threaten divine authority. Dino says to lower his voice. Someone might hear. Not everyone here is outside of Lumen's faith. James asks why the temple would suddenly change their stance. Andro says recently, Bassor was shaken to its core, straining its relations with the temple. If they were to clash with Baden as well, they would just be making too many enemies. Paul says enough chatter. That is all for the announcements today. They should get back to training. And one more thing, during the festival the High Priest of Lumen might visit the academy. If they happen to run into him on campus, they should not act disrespectfully. Asuka wonders what would priests have business coming to a cadet festival. Helmut remembers back then, the man he faced also called himself High Priest, and he recognized the seed of darkness within him at a glance. This is bad. If he runs into him again, there is a high chance he will be exposed. He wonders if he should just hide in the dormitory, but being alone would make him easier to be detected. But if he leaves the academy altogether, he does not have an excuse to be gone for 3 full days. In that case, he has to accept James's offer. Aaliyah goes to the dean's office. She heard he has something for her. He says Hike sent her a gift. He told him to pass it along to her so she could enjoy the upcoming festival. It is in a hand-sized box. She asks if there is nothing strange inside, like poison. The dean says he is her only blood relative. He would not do something like that. He had already checked it himself and found no problems. He tells her that the high priest will visit during the festival. She came all the way to Baden Academy to avoid the temple's gaze, but here they are. It cannot be helped. All they can do is prepare thoroughly, she says. She opens the gift and sees a golden bracelet along with a note. Hike asks if she is adjusting well to academy life this semester. With her skill, being top of the class is practically guaranteed. He trusts her. But that aside, festivals are meant to be enjoyed. He thought this would help, so he made it for her. It is an enchanted bracelet that grants temporary polymorph magic. Even a high priest would not notice unless he looked at her up closely. She should make sure to thank him in person and have fun at the festival. Aaliyah says there is still a way to survive. Since she has received that she needed, she will take her leave. The dean says to be careful. She says not to worry. The temple will never take anything from her again. The festival has started. There are lots of booths. James is serving. He calls the order of strawberry cheesecake cube shaved ice and chocolate ice cream shaved ice. They should show their hand, and he is about to die from how busy it is, so grab it and eat it fast. Wesley and Bashil says that he should not have that kind of attitude towards customers. James gets angry and calls them idiots, saying they already have gotten their food. They should just sit down quietly and eat. Things are insanely busy right now. At this rate, their shop is definitely going to be #1 in sales. Andrew making shaved ice so perfectly is part of it. But the real main cause is Helmut taking orders of a lot of girls. They talk about how he is the guy from the swordsmanship department that supposedly rejected Teresa. It makes sense, only Teresa could even try talking to him. His face just radiates nobility. It feels good just to look at him. James says this must be where his shining insight into people is put to work. Andro says if Helmut had not changed his mind halfway though, he would not have stood a chance, acting all smug like that. He wonders what made Helmut agree to join in the first place. Helmut thinks there are way more people than expected. At this level, he doubts his presence will be noticed. With so many people's aura hand and energies mixing into this muddle mess, even the high priest would have trouble detecting him. On the other hand, he can react sensitively to any divine power, so if anything happens, he can just leave immediately. Not like there is any guarantee that things will go exactly as he planned. The sun sets. Andro says everyone did a great job during the day shift and should go enjoy the festival now. He also comments that Helmut worked hard too. He thanks him. Asuka asks if his shift is over, and also comments that the shop does not have a place to sit down. He almost went inside but gave up on that. James says he should at least try a bit before he goes. They gave free food to the whole swordsmanship department. He says he does not like cold food. Asuka tells Helmut to come with him now that he is done. Helmut asks where they are going to. He says they cannot miss out on the men's games during the festival. They play darts and Helmut hits the same dart on top of it with 100% accuracy. He wins every game. Asuka asks him what he can't do. Helmut thinks he actually give him a compliment. Asuka says to shut up and calls him a walking embodiment of unfairness. James says if he wants to win, he should avoid physical competitions. He says he is good at physical competitions. If he avoids them, he cannot do anything. James thinks there is only one category that favors him. Asuka asks what it is. He goes to a booth, and the receptionist asks if they are here to sign for the Miss Greta Academy contest. Only men can apply and the rule is to enter cross-dressed. If they have checked that, then they should write their name and department on the form. Asuka wants to beat James. He smacks him again and he falls on the ground. Asuka says they made me work and serve and now they want him to cross-dress. James says that Helmut looks too manly, so Asuka would actually look better in women's clothing. He finds it more infuriating. Dino says he should think about it. The prize money for winning is a whopping 3,000 marks. If he enters, he is sure he will win. That is easy money. Asuka gives in and says if he does not win, he will die. Dino gets scared, but it is too late as he has already filled out the application form. Helmut wonders that there is still no sign of the high priest visiting. He wonders if he is not coming today. But he cannot let his guard down. James thinks if Aaliyah entered the contest, she would end the whole contest right away. Asuka says she would not do something like this. She is probably holed up somewhere reading. Asuka goes to hand Helmut to fill out the form, but he has disappeared. Asuka is angry and wonders how one can disappear so fast. He wants to cancel his application, but no cancellations allowed. Helmut thinks it is better for him to keep a low profile for now. He will just blend into the crowd and kill some time. He sees that the lights of the dorm room are off. He wonders if Aaliyah is in the library again today. Considering that her pajamas have bear patterns, she probably likes bears. He wonders if he should just quickly hand the prizes he won over to her and leave. A girl comes and hits him. He holds her and says to watch where she is going. She bumped into him. She apologizes and says to her go as she is fine. He sees Aaliyah in her true girl appearance, having long hair. He is confused. Aaliyah is in her room reading a book, wearing her bear pattern pajamas. She is still in her boyish appearance. She did not realize the festival was supposed to start today. No wonder it is so noisy at this late hour. She does not really plan to enjoy the festival. But it would be troublesome if she happened to run into the high priest while heading to the library. She decides to wear the enchanted bracelet that Hike sent her. But it seemed like nothing changed. After a few seconds, a burst of magic energy comes out and illuminates the entire room. She calls Hike an asshole and knew that people do not change that easily. It was her mistake to so easily believe what that guy said. She wonders what kind of prank he pulled this time. There is pink smoke in the room. She sees him in the mirror and her real girl appearance is there now. She calls him a crazy lunatic. She takes off the bracelet, but it does not undo it. She does not know what kind of magic he put in it. At least her mana control is not being affected too much, so she should not stand out to others, but still, she cannot even go outside properly like this. More importantly, she wants to know when it will wear off. She does not want to be stuck like this forever. She hoped Hike would have told her about this. But she decides that she is not going to stand by and let him do whatever he wants with her. She will undo this magic herself. For now, she will go to the library and find a way. But just in case, she should change her clothes first. She grabbed women's clothing by mistake at the clothing shop, and it is now going to be handy. She thinks it is fine and no one will recognize her like this. As long as he does not run into him on the way to the library, or so she thought. She is flustered in front of Helmut, and wonders why it had to be him of all people. He is confused. She is scared and thinks he must have noticed, considering her appearance has not changed much, and they live together for an entire semester. She should stay calm. She can think of a good enough excuse maybe. Helmut decides to ignore her and asks if she is heading to see the festival now. He says it had already started a while ago and she is late. She gets confused about that being the first thing he asks her. He says the main stage has not started yet apparently, so it is fortunate. She wonders if he really did not recognize her. She says she does not normally care about festivals, but staying in her room was getting boring, so she decided to head to it. He brings his hand out and asks if she does not mind. They can go together. He was just at the festival, so he can recommend some good spots. She gets embarrassed and asks why he would even ask her that. She sees her hand is totally flustered and accepts his offer. He takes her hand and leaves. She thinks whenever she is with Helmut, she feels like she is not herself anymore. She always thought hiding her identity was the most important thing, but when he is here, that burden just fades to the background like it is nothing. She wonders what it is about him that makes things different for her. Night is falling now. They play darts. She misses. They eat snacks. Sophia sees Helmut and wonders who the girl is beside her as she never saw her before. Teresa sees them and gets heartbroken. She wonders who that girl is and if it is her girlfriend. She never heard anything like that. She says he rejected her for that girl. She is angry and goes to them. She thinks about how he already had someone in mind. She wants to go see how amazing that girl is and take a good look at her face herself. Helmut hands her the bear. He tells her that there are seats now, they can go in. He says if the doll is too heavy, he can hold it for her. She says it is fine. She wants to hold something. She thinks she should act like it is their first time meeting. She asks if he has been walking alone around the festival all this time by himself. She asks about her friends. He says they are probably getting ready for the cross-dressing contest. It starts at 8 p.m., so there is still a bit of time left. Then they can wait here for and go together. She wonders why they have to go, but says it sounds fun. She regrets it now as she followed him without thinking. She does not know when or how to part ways. Thankfully, he is clueless, so he has not caught on yet. But if they keep walking around like this, someone is bound to notice. In the worst case scenario, the high priest might find her. Teresa comes and smacks his palm on the table. She says that Helmut is having fun, it seems like, and asks who the girl is next to her. He keeps such a wall up with her, she feels a bit hurt. Aaliyah thinks about how the leech is here again. She says that she does not know who she is, but she is being awfully rude. She says noble households do not teach their children to hit someone's table without permission. Teresa says it is nice to meet her and asks if they are meeting for the first time, and if she is from Greta Academy. She swears she never met, but she looks oddly familiar. She asks if she is from Magic Department, and from what year, and what is her relationship with Helmut. Aaliyah says that she reminds her of someone she really dislikes. It is pissing her off. Teresa asks Helmut who she is and assumes if she is his girlfriend. Aaliyah says to stop it. Helmut is annoyed by her as she is still clinging to him since last time. He says she is his girlfriend, so if she can kindly go her own way, they would appreciate it. Aaliyah's face is fully red. Teresa is angry. Teresa sarcastically says that is really nice. She comments about the teddy bear, saying it is cheap. She is holding on to it so preciously. She mocks her, saying that it suits her, something befitting a commoner. She uses magic and wants to take a closer look at it, but before she can grab it, Aaliyah also uses magic. Teresa gets that she is also a mage. Sophia shouts, saying if they are going to fight, they should do it outside. Teresa says outsiders should go out. She cannot just mouth off just because she knows a few spells. Sophia stops her, asking what has gotten into her. Helmut also uses Viss and threatens Teresa. He will be clear now. He would appreciate it if she stopped trying to get involved with him from now on. Next time, it might not end with just words. Teresa cries and leaves. Aaliyah apologizes and says she will fix the tables and chairs. She thinks it was careless of her. She should not be drawing attention to herself like this right now. If Helmut had not stepped in when he did, she wonders what could have happened. She asks if he is okay. He did not have to go that far. He says it has happened more than once, he had to be firm. He was getting annoyed anyway. She thanks him for getting angry in her place. He speaks her name Aaliyah and says he has been wanting to ask her something. She goes silent. She grabs him and instantly goes somewhere secluded. She asks how he knew she was Aaliyah and since when. He says since he saw her back there. And yet he did not question why she looked like this. Why did he pretend not to know? Before she says that she is a girl, Helmut asks if this is preparation for the cross-dressing contest. She gets embarrassed and angry and then agrees. Miss Greta Academy pageant is about to begin. The announcer tells the audience to take their seats. Andrew wonders if Asuka is getting ready properly. James says that he should trust Dino's makeup skills. He got experience since his sister used him as a test subject when they were kids. He asks if that really counts as makeup experience. They arrive and are shocked to see Asuka. Helmut and Aaliyah go to the pageant, but they are in the crowd. Helmut did not expect many people. She wonders what everyone is crowding around for anyway. Helmut asks if she has talked through with the event organizers. She nervously says kind of, it is not like the event cannot go on without her. She came up with a half-decent excuse and somehow convinced him. She told him that she thinks she should withdraw. If she goes up there, the balance will be completely ruined. She will go and cancel her entry. He can wait a bit. She tells Helmut not to tell anyone that she is Aaliyah, especially Asuka or Cyan. He asks why not. If they find out she dressed up as a girl, they won't really let it slide. Just him alone knowing is enough. The pageant is starting. The announcer thanks everyone for joining them at the annual Miss Greta Academy event. Nobody could have predicted that an event where burly men get dolled up for show would become a 20-year tradition. They take no responsibility for any identity crises that may arise after this event. They tell the first participant to come on the stage. At first the crowd is excited seeing the dress, but the makeup cannot hide the muscular faces of men. Aaliyah comments that Helmut looks completely unfazed. He asks if he should be enjoying this. She says he does not need to force himself. The announcers say that is exactly it. The cheers, the noise. This is the true purpose of Miss Greta. He says they should not have expected much from a cross-dressing contest anyway. Without a moment's rest, he says the second contestant to come. It is Asuka. He really looks like a girl with long blue hair, blue eyes, blue dress, blue earrings. But her arms and neck are all veiny. He asks the announcer what is with the reaction of the crowd. The announcer asks if he can show off any special charm. Asuka asks why he is only asking him that. He says it is in the script, just show off whatever he is good at. He shows off his legs and underwear along with his sword. The crowd is disappointed. He slashes off the outfit of the first contestant, and the muscular body is visible. Asuka asks if that was charming enough. The crowd calls him a crazy idiot, and they throw stuff at the stage. Asuka gets angry and asks if they have a crazy wish. Helmut comments that it would have been unfair if Aaliyah had gone up there. She elbows him, and he asks what is wrong. She is shy and says he is talking so nonchalantly. The Miss Greta Academy concluded safely once again amidst countless boos. The winner unexpectedly turned out to be the somewhat decent-looking Cyan. Helmut meets up with Aaliyah at a tree. She asks how Asuka is doing. He saw him twisting Dino's head around. She says he is acting normally then. She comments that she ended up watching a festival that was not even on her schedule. She is heading to the library now and asks about him. He says if nothing is going on, he will probably head to the training grounds. She says this is where they part ways. They both look at each other. She was going to say something, but Helmut senses something and takes her away. She asks what is going on. He has pushed her against a wall and is quite close to her. She is embarrassed. They see the high priest. Helmut can't believe he is visiting at this hour. He wonders if his power diminished outside of battle. Aaliyah asks Helmut what happened. He apologizes for dragging her here suddenly. He just did not want to run into priests. She says it is fine. She does not want to see them either. Helmut is surprised. She asks if he remembers that she told him she would ask a favor of him sometime soon. Her face is red, and she tells him that there is a place she would like him to come to. The high priest along with his servants go to the dean's office. He apologizes for intruding. The dean welcomes him and calls him High Priest Mykeene. They have prepared tea here, so he asks him to take a seat. He thanks him and is really touched to receive such a warm welcome. He must be quite an unwelcome guest from the Academy's point of view though. The dean asks what he meant by it. He took a brief walk through the festival streets on his way here. He noticed that there are many talented individuals here who are full of faith, quite different from the prejudices the elders of the temple had toward Baden. The dean says mages are fundamentally scholars who study the laws of nature and how to wield them. In the process, it is not uncommon throughout history for one to become a theist, deeply moved by the overwhelming mysteries of nature. Mykeene says that some things never change. He says that the temple is currently in a difficult position. He assumes the dean has heard that the first prince of Bassor recently fell from power and that an anti-temple faction took control. In the coming days, the temple's influence in Bassor will only continue to wane, which means the temple now requires a new source of strength. The dean asks if he means their academy. He says Greta Academy is vast. It is not easy for the temple's eyes to reach every corner of it. It is the perfect place to conceal something. The dean asks what exactly he is implying by that. He says even a child carries a secret or two and asks how much more so for an organization. He says not to worry, he has no intention of prying. If Baden's academies become firm allies of the temple, that is. The dean comments that this is how the temple makes friends these days, by not digging into their affairs as long as they cooperate willingly. He says he does not need to be overly sensitive. He only came here today to ask one small favor. Mykeene is leaving. He thinks about how mages are always so proud. Still, he did not leave empty-handed. He did not mention it to him, but as he passed through the streets, he sensed a faint presence of demonic energy. As a high priest, he should question it immediately. But for now, he thinks it is better to hold onto it as a card to play later. A card to keep Greta Academy within his grasp. Back to normal days, the swordsmanship students are training at the training grounds. Asuka is sparring with Helmut. He asks who he was hanging out with at the festival. He is saying he already told him it was a person he did not really know. He says not to lie to him. Rumor has it that he spent the whole day glued to some girl's side at the festival. He asks if she is his girlfriend. He says it is not like that. He remembers Aaliyah saying he can never tell anyone about this. The bracelet's magic automatically faded over time, so she is back to her boyish appearance. Helmut knows it is going to cause some annoying misunderstandings given the rumors. He should change the topic quickly. He says their field assignment is coming up soon. He asks if he has decided on what they are doing yet. He says there is a valley east of Baden where nature's energy gathers. Cyan and he decided to go there to collect spirits. He asks about who is going with for the assignment. He says he is going with Aaliyah. but she has not decided where exactly they are headed. Asuka mocks them that they are pairing up again. The top students always team up, and it is unfair. She is probably going to drag him off to a dangerous place. It balances things out for her. He says he does not think Aaliyah would do anything that reckless. Asuka gets angry and says they both seem awfully close now. He remembers that Aaliyah asked a favor. She wants his help for this field assignment. Aaliyah tells him that the place they are going to today is the dungeon of the great mage, Lamphionie. It is the eccentric hobby of certain mages. They hide the culmination of their life's research inside subspaces filled with deadly traps. Lamphionie, in particular, passed away without ever taking in a disciple. The value of his research cannot even be measured with money. Helmut asks if they are going to steal those hidden research results. She says it will not be stealing. Think of it as kind of qualification test. He asks what his role is in all this. He does not know much about magic. She will handle most of the trap mechanism herself, but she doubts the dungeon can be conquered by passing a few tests alone. Usually, places like these are tackled by mage associations with dozens or even hundreds of members. It would not be strange since dungeons were designed to deal with that many intruders. He asks if he can handle the work of hundreds of people. She is not planning to sit idly either, so each can do the work of 50 people. Besides, he is one of the best swordsmen she has ever seen. It is better to rely on him than hire a bunch of mercenaries and risk the secret being leaked. She would rather finish this quickly without anyone else knowing. Helmut understands. She says even if they fail this time, they can always come back, so they should not take unnecessary risks. He says he would rather finish it one go than take a second trip. She agrees. She says this should be a good spot. They are heading off now, so he should not lose sight of her. She touches his shoulder and then they get teleported. They are at a beach, and it is a beautiful sunset. She gets tired and thinks maybe she pushed herself too hard. She tells Helmut to grab the mat from her bag. She lays down on the mat at the beach. He says she does not look so good and asks what is wrong. She says she stacked 6 layers of transportation magic. Her mana's on the edge of being depleted, but it was the fastest way. She will be fine after she lies down for a bit and says not to worry. Helmut asks where they are. He cannot see the end of the lake. She says it is not a lake but a sea. She assumes he never had a reason to come this far, even as a mercenary. Over 70% of this world is covered in water. This little stretch is just a part of it. Helmut finds it hard to imagine. She says it just means the world is that cast. The kingdom of Baden is not even 1/100th of it. But she is too tired and sleeps,